The waves crashed against the white limestone cliffs, a slow but inexorable battle between sea and land. Clinging on top like mushrooms on an old log, the little houses of Wildcliff huddled together to resist the harsh winds. It had been a much more pleasant stop than Old Port, smaller in size and far quieter. Close to the rim, the howling gales that hit the steep rock were often louder than the people who inhabited the town. Tidy pebble streets rolled down the hills between houses with pale walls and burgundy-shingled roofs. The sharp gusts helped relieve the heat of summer, though Ventura hadn't been as appreciative. It was understandable. Carrying her wares up the narrow path carved into the cliffs had been a hazardous experience. On the plus side, Kai had greatly expanded his repertoire of curses. The town was one of the rare settlements that relied on agriculture and cattle over fishing, not that the locals feared the sea. During his brief stay, he had seen plenty of teenagers jump from the highest cliffside at over 40 meters. It was considered a rite of passage for each 14-year-old, in honor of the great spirits of the sea, Kahali. From the sheer number of jumps and screaming laughter, Kai suspected the adrenaline rush had as much to do with it. He wouldn't have minded trying himself, but Ventura had forbidden him before they even touched shore. The wrinkly mayor of the town said the same. He wasn't old enough for it. The best they let him try was the 20-meter kids drop. Such nonsensical rules. Kai scowled at the forbidden cliff. He'd come back for it. A few dashes of red shingles peeked over the steep precipice as the Ventura sailed for deeper waters to avoid the low tide. Still sour about that dive, little brother. Flynn flanked him with a teasing smile. I'm not sour. Of course not. You're just honing your glares on the cliff. Those rocks must already regret their life choices. Kai turned his perfectly cool gaze on him, making Flynn's laughter fill the quarterdeck. A few sailors, noticing the commotion, shared amused glances. Somehow everyone else on the ship knew too, though that was probably his fault since he had publicly argued with the mayor. Yeah, I was probably trying to make up for Old Port. Come on, you've not missed out on much. It's the same as jumping from the lower cliff. You just spend a second longer being slapped by the wind. Flynn pulled him away from the railing. We can find plenty of stupid ways to break your neck in High Arbor too. Kai let himself be dragged away, giving a last loving look at his stony archenemy. It's just annoying that I am always held back by that. Everyone takes the same time to grow up. I can't assure y'all be as tall and handsome as me, but y'all get there too. You didn't have to do it twice. The first time he died at 17, just shy of reaching adulthood, not that it would have made a difference. His fragile health had made him dependent on his family either way. Then he had to do it all over again from the starting line. During his first years in Whiteshore, it had been fun to have a second childhood without a ticking clock hanging over his head. That illusion broke abruptly when they had been relocated to Greenside. He had been tired of waiting since the day his father was murdered. Spending time at the estate had made it more bearable. That was now over. While he could ignore his age limitations in Sill Spring, traveling to new locations and meeting new people made the weight of those shackles far heavier. Just 2 years and a half, taking a lungful of the salty air to calm his irritation, Kai marched to their cabin. He was close to completing the 18th layer of Vuria's cube. If he pushed through, he might work it out before they reached High Arbor. Are you going to play with your puzzle again? Flynn asked, slumping. I'm close to solving it. With all the secrets they shared, there had been no point in hiding the cube, though his snooping friend thought it a mundane puzzle. The ship didn't offer much privacy, and Kai couldn't risk a sailor overhearing. Not that I have any idea what Vuria hid inside. It's priceless, beyond your wildest imagination. Just finish it within a year or it's lost forever. Damn witch, she loves her mysterious veil too much. You say you're about to solve it every time. I could teach you to play. Brink, maybe later, Kai said. He had already figured out most of that card game by watching him play. It'll come as soon as I am done. Inside the cramped cabin, his bag was slumped in a corner. Alana's food supplies had found a worthy challenger in Flynn. With a pitying look at the dwindling provision, Kai sat on the short bed and took out the cube. His fingers slid the lacquered pieces of dark wood with practiced ease, while his mind was already at work weaving 3 threads of mana. Not knowing how many layers were left to the final prize was by far the worst part of the challenge. An uncertain task with an even more uncertain reward. The temptation to hold back and to cut his losses whispered in his ears. Too much effort and time staked on a vague promise that he had no way of confirming. It would be crushing if he gave his all and ended up with a fistful of sand. The cube was one of the main reasons why he broke the second seal and picked Mana Child. What if that still wasn't enough? I just need to succeed, problem solved. Kai crushed his doubts. This wasn't the first challenge of this nature Vuria or Elijah had put him through, though it was by far the greatest. He had long learned the lesson. If he began to contemplate failure, he had lost. I'm training both my mana skills, Inspect and Runes. It's not like it wouldn't be a complete waste anyway. The road to failure is paved with brilliant excuses, Elijah whispered in his ear. Looking for justifications was the same as having doubts. Shut up, Butler, nobody's perfect. Flynn had been right on that. Not that he shouldn't aim for perfection, but he had to accept there would be setbacks and mistakes along the way. A brief session of attuned meditation got rid of any stray thoughts. Kai devoted every brain cell to the puzzle in his hands. When he came out of his cabin for his victorious walk, the sun had already set behind the western horizon. How many hours did I spend in the cabin? Did you succeed? Flynn strolled over with a bowl of fish soup and a slice of hard bread for him. Really? Flynn raised an eyebrow. Can you show me? I did open one layer, just 1,000 more to go. I'll show you when we get to High Arbor. I don't want to look at it again tonight. A hint of suspicion flashed through his green eyes. I guess that's fair. Come on, the crew has already started playing. Wait, take this. Kai took out a silver messar from his pocket. What's for? Flynn swiped the coin with an almost automatic gesture before frowning at him. I know you must feel deeply in debt, but you can enjoy my charming personality for free. Kai raised his eyes halfway to the sky, too tired for a full roll. It's for betting, so you can play for me too. If you win, we can split it 50-50. He had never expected to have to pray Flynn to take his money. What if I lose? Then it's on me. I just want to be part of the game. Kai added to prevent the argument he saw rising in Flynn's mouth. What? Are you afraid to lose? Any trace of hesitation was snuffed out by a confident smirk. I am just afraid y'all regret not investing more in me. Let's go. I can teach you how to play while I wipe their purses. Flynn headed for a group of 5 sailors playing. Brink, judging by the pile of copper messars on the board, they were the wealthiest bunch after the captain's table. The group's conscience that stopped them from taking advantage of a kid was quickly put to rest when Flynn showed them the piece of silver. Take a seat, but don't cry when you lose. A thin man with a shifty look gave them permission to sit on the deck. There's no pulling back after the game starts. Kai quietly took a seat behind Flynn, eating his cold dinner. If it was his money and he would benefit from a win, shouldn't his favor also affect Flynn? And yes, he was also feeling guilty for spending the whole journey in his cabin. 1 silver wouldn't be a big loss either way. When dealing with the 7th attribute, there was never a straight answer, and the link between favor and chance was a matter of scholarly debate. High luck improved the general outcome, but its specific workings remained a mystery. A stout middle-aged sailor with a graying beard shuffled the deck and dealt the cards. We all start with 7 cards. Flynn began to explain the basic rules of Brink. Kai was about to tell him he knew already when he noticed the looks of ridicule that crossed the 5 sailors. Fine, have it your way. So you need 6 yellow swords to win. Kai asked the dumbest question he could manage, obtusely staring at the cards. No, Flynn smoothed his frown and masked the cunning glint that crossed his face. Facing away from the others to talk to him, no one noticed anything apart from his heavy sigh. Remember what I told you. There are only 5 yellow swords in the deck. Then how do you win? Improvisation painted his face in puzzlement. The spark of hope on Flynn's features fell into exasperation. He distractedly drew a card and threw a blue scepter for his turn. Even Kai knew that was a poor play to open a game. Let's start from the beginning. He spoke each word slowly, making frequent pauses for his dim-witted friend to catch up. Flynn gave an apologetic glance at the sailors who could barely hide their snickers. I should have known it would take a while. I can teach him later if I am distracting you. Don't worry, kid. We don't mind, the bearded man said with a greedy smile. Kai wasn't sure if it was their ploy, his favor, or just a lucky night. By the time the 5 sailors refused to continue playing, his 1 silver had multiplied 4 times. Can't we play one more game? I think I almost figured out how this game works. Kai turned to Flynn, scrunching his brows. We're winning, right? Yes, little brother. I think we are. Gritting his teeth, the thin sailor was about to walk back when he was pulled away by the others. The night filled with curses to unfamiliar deities muttered under their breath. Come on, little brother, we can find someone else to play with. I'm proud of you. I'm sure y'all get it in a few more games. They had not taken 2 steps when a looming shadow crossed their path. I think you 2 had enough fun for one night, Ventura said, her red lips pressed into a displeased line. Why? We won fair and square, Flynn protested. Cause I am the captain of this ship, and y'all do as I say while you are on board. Ventura leaned over, talking in a whisper, and those same men would have beaten you up fair and square if I didn't stop them. The merfolk paid for your passage, not to upset my crew. Standing back, she was all smiles again, fondly pinching their cheeks. Come on, boys, it's time to go to sleep. Flynn didn't look convinced, so Kai grabbed his ear in one hand and stifled a yawn with the other. Come on, big brother, I'm tired. It was the time to be stubborn. Let me go, I am coming. Once back into their cabin, they pushed their bags to the door and Kai put their winnings in his ring. Rocking in his hammock in the dark, he could still feel a smile on his face. That was fun. Before he could hear Flynn's answer, he was already drifting off. Since his race grade was 1 step higher, Kai was the first to wake up the next day. With the little light that filtered under the cabin door, their bags were exactly as they left them. Moving as silently as possible, he made his way outside. The cool morning breeze wiped away the last traces of sleepiness. Ding. Profession XP, General, 856 skills, 1500. Damn, not bad for my first week, everything considered. He couldn't pass definitive judgment with a single data point, but that had to be at least great. Spirit's Mercy. He was almost halfway through his first level. Kai sent all his gains towards his profession with little hesitation. He could siphon his General XP into his race, but he needed to get those stat boosts first. Profession, Mana Child LV00 2356 5000 XP. Boon Mana Spring. Profession Skills, Gifted Novice LV18. Mana Echo LV17. The profession skills would slow down the higher they climbed, but the diminishing returns on. General XP for professions weren't as harsh as those for life experience. Working on the cube had netted him more than he imagined. Vuria's enchantment is the definition of arcane, and I do need to use both my mana skills for it. It must have also helped level Gifted Novice. Morning, Flynn walked up to the railing, covering a yawn. His gaze suddenly focused ahead. Look, I think we're there. Kai forgot about his gains, squinting his eyes. The first rays of dawn pierced through the morning fog, lighting dozens of ships anchored at a dock of ivory stone. High, lavish constructions peeked over them. The whole coast was covered by majestic ashen buildings. Kai took a moment to realize the marble palaces inland must have been built on a hill, making them tower over the capital. They had reached their destination, High Arbor. As the Ventura drifted closer to the docking area, pushed by its pink sails, more details slowly came into focus. Kai swept his gaze over the port to grasp any useful information. He had heard stories of this place since he was a child. The largest and richest city, the seat of the Myrian Republic's power in the Backware archipelago. High Arbor had the same polished aura of Silspring, but with a grander, stately feel. Its buildings lacked the cozy and warm atmosphere of the seaside destination. Straight, soaring lines drew the eyes up their elegant and intricate decorations. The architecture of the docks demanded to be admired. Kai could glimpse the numerous skilled hands that had designed the ivory port to guide his first impression, likely an attempt by the governor to present the islands as something different than a backwater and rural territory. How terrible to get grouped with the rest of us. Laws and decrees rolling out of High Arbor to the rest of the archipelago had painted a picture of the man in Kai's head, not a very flattering one. He could almost see the governor's planning, the cold and calculated moves to maximize his profits and power. They were heading straight into the belly of the beast. Kai would recognize the stone of the Vastair's ruins anywhere. Perhaps that lavished pier was made with the same ivory towers he had witnessed on Yatal as a child. Demolished after they stood for millennia for the greed of a man. Have you already been here? Flynn asked, looking at him as intently as he had been studying the city. I told you I've never traveled beyond Silspring. You don't look very impressed. I stared for hours the first time they brought me here. I couldn't believe such a big city existed. Same for the other kids in my scholarship class. Flynn scowled at the ivory construction. I think that was half the reason for the trip, so we could be awed by the might of the Republic. It's little more than a town. A pretty pompous one, but still a town. High Arbor was the biggest settlement in the archipelago, but it didn't reach 100,000 in population. As the morning sun dispersed the mist, Kai could glimpse a stretch of coast clear of buildings in the distance, the limits of the city. Maybe I'm just better at hiding my awe. I read about the cities in the mainland. This is a much smaller version of them. Maybe, Flynn agreed with a distracted nod. Anything you plan to do. Risey gave me the name of one of the businesses he runs here. We can stay there for a day or two while we look for long-term lodging. Large cities were always overpriced. Kai was confident that held true no matter what world he lived in. While his pockets were full of silver now, he needed to make it last. It could be months yet before Risey managed to organize his business and continue their alchemy venture in High Arbor. Spirits, save me. Flynn raked a hand through his hair. I meant what you planned to do for fun. We're going to High Arbor. The city is filled with exotic foods, taverns, and strange ways to spend time. Last time they brought us to a place where a group of actors performed stories. Is there nothing you're looking forward to? Sorry, I'm not so eager to waste my shiny coins. No, not really. I just need a place to train, Kai said in a flat tone, more to annoy him than anything else. You're impossible. Flynn covered his eyes with a hand like he couldn't bear to look at him. There is more to life than training skills. I guess that's why I already passed you in grade. Hey, I'll let you know almost no one reaches orange at 14. I'm a genius, you're just an anomaly. Of course, whatever helps you sleep at night, old man. Kai smirked and patted his arm like he would reassure a child, ignoring Flynn's glares. I also train my skills. He took away his arm with an offended sulk. I can simply do that by talking with people without shutting myself in a dusty cabin. Was he training his social skills by speaking with the sailors? I'm sure you're amazing for your venerable age. Just tell me if someone tries to bully you and I'll beat them up. Flynn stood up straighter to highlight their difference in height. Don't think you're stronger than me yet. I was fighting seriously last time we sparred. I'll give you a rematch. Kai accepted the challenge. I do need a bit of target practice for my spells. In a pure cold weapon fight, Flynn might not be an easy opponent. With their age difference and the profession levels the boy must have gained since last time, his physical attributes were bound to be significantly higher than his own. Well, I can't improve fighting against weaker opponents, and I can always beat his ass with empower and water magic if he starts gloating. The crew of the Ventura swarmed the deck. Tan sailors lowered the sails and prepared the ship to moor. A row emerged from both sides of the ship to guide them closer to the pier. Slivers of the paved land emerged beyond the forest of masts and hulls. There's one thing I'm looking forward to, Kai suddenly said. He had avoided thinking about them during the journey to not get his hopes up and end up disappointed. I had some friends who went to High Arbor. You mean they were moved here during the relocation? Yeah, we were just children, so I don't think they remember me, and I wouldn't know where to look for them anyway. While not a metropolis by Earth standards, tens of thousands of people still wasn't a small number. They could have moved to another town, or Kai steered his thoughts clear of the worst possibilities. Maybe it's better not to know. Well, find them. Flynn declared with certainty. If you were half as weird as a child, I'm sure they'll remember you too. Anything for my little brother. Flynn threw an arm around his shoulders and ruffled his hair. Kai suffered the affront in displeased silence. You get a freebie. Next time, I'll break your hand. The Ventura sailed past dozens of other ships, more than he had ever seen in Silspring. The deepwater port was the main reason the Republic chose to nest in High Arbor. The seabed had continued to be further excavated after their arrival, allowing large vessels to moor during all but the most extreme low tides. As they emptied their cabin, his own bag was far lighter than when he came on board in Silspring. It's easier to carry this way. Ventura came to escort them on shore, fussing over them to ensure they had a place to go. I'm sorry to see you go so soon. It was so nice to have you on board, hun. The captain imprinted a kiss on his forehead before he could react. I stop at High Arbor at least once per season except for winter. I'll be happy to host you again if you need a ride. I'll make sure to remember. Kai struggled to keep his hands still and not clean the red lipstick mark he could feel on his head. Are you sure you don't need a guide on shore, hun? Two young boys such as yourself, you never know when you might run into trouble. I can find someone for cheap. We're sure. I already know the place. Flynn politely turned her off for the third time. Risey said not to accept any deal with her. Even if it seemed harmless, there was no point risking it when they could do it on their own. Such a pity. Ventura dried a non-existent tear from her eye. I pray y'all stay safe. Safe journey, Captain. Kai wiped the smile off his face as soon as they were out of sight, furiously rubbing his forehead clean. Stop laughing, it's not funny, he glowered at Flynn. I'm so proud of you, little brother. The gaudy constructions looking over the docks were more imposing from up close, easily surpassing the highest buildings of Silspring. Kai took out a letter with the directions Risey gave him. He passed it to Flynn since he had no idea where any of those streets were. Do you recognize the names? Of course, yes. Or of course, I'll never admit when I don't know something. I can't believe you have so little faith in me. I'm the greatest navigator in all the archipelago after all. He puffed his chest, indignant by the outrageous slander. Kai threw him a skeptical look. Of course, I can ask for directions and easily find out. Flynn grumbled under his breath. I only came here twice, and they didn't let us roam the city. Streams of people strode the paved roads in the early morning, carrying themselves with the self-important air of the local capital in the archipelago. Seeing the unapproachable air of the passers-by, Kai left him to the task. At least a third of them were foreigners, be it from the Republic or somewhere else, but even the natives didn't have the typical friendly demeanor. Cities are overrated. Despite the initial impressions, they received polite replies and easily found the indications they needed. Flynn's skills must have helped. The Golden Pearl Tavern was just far enough from the docks to avoid the bustle of the sailors. A 3-story stone and wood building with a shingle roof and a clean exterior. As good as any he saw in Silspring, though Kai wasn't sure how that measured in High Arbor. Kai took a single step inside before stopping in his tracks. An unmistakable iridescent glow filled the room. Straight before the entrance, his precious treasure rested in a crystal display cabinet for all to see. It's beautiful, isn't it? A unique treasure salvaged from the ocean depth. Kai woke from his stupor to notice that a distinguished old man in pristine clothes had come to welcome them. Yes, it is, he said, snapping his fingers before Flynn's transfixed gaze. The man looked them over with a polite smile. You must be the esteemed client's master Risey warned me about. Please come in. You are probably tired from the long journey. I already prepared your rooms. Reluctantly leaving his precious behind, Kai let himself be led into 2 adjacent rooms on the 3rd floor. Just for a couple of days until we decide what to do next. Let me know if you need anything. He bowed down and left. Inside the spacious room, Kai immediately noticed a plum bed that begged him to take a nap. After sleeping in a hammock for 4 days, he wanted nothing but to doze off for a few hours. I can always insist on paying if I want to stay longer. Quickly settling in, Kai left his clothes inside his bags and took the chance to take a bath. Washing away the sweat and salt of the journey was a cathartic experience. To avoid the tempting bed, he dragged Flynn outside. We've just arrived. I want to look at that pearl again. Guess Risey got his money's worth. Didn't you want to show me all the attractions? Come on, we also need to look for a place to stay. That tavern looks good to me. It's too expensive. We can't afford to stay there for long. Wait, what's that? There was a faint buzzing in the background. Kai focused his ears. The sound was rapidly growing louder. The street turned dark. A gleaming something flew over their heads in the sky. Before he could grasp what was going on, the thing was gone, the buzzing becoming faint again. His head jerked to take another better peek, but the tall buildings prevented his eyes from following. What the fuck is that? Oh, that. Flynn dismissed him as if he were pointing out a palm tree. It's just an airship. Wealthy piggies use them to travel from the mainland. Right, an airship. How did I not think of that? Kai ran to the intersection of two streets, finally getting a decent view of the aircraft. It reminded him of the Zeppelins from the 19th and early 20th centuries. The oblong shape gracefully glided over the lavish palaces built on the hill to disappear somewhere on top. There is an air dock somewhere up there, Flynn helpfully informed, but they don't let anyone unauthorized come near. Let me guess, you've tried. Of course, I've tried. I wanted to see the flying monster, he exclaimed, breaking the cool facade. It's a flying ship, just a metal framework and lots of enchantments. Let me guess, you read about that too. Flynn threw him a judging look. Yes, I did, though I didn't expect to find one here. Kai tried not to sound too much like a bookworm smartass. He was willing to pay to peek at the array on that Zeppelin. There is truly no way to take a closer look. We can try in the upper city. We need to register our ID to go there, but we'll need to do that anyway if we stay in High Arbor longer than a week. Flynn began leading the way. Come, we can take the long way to see the city. Glad I didn't come alone. It'd certainly fuck up the bureaucracy. The clean paved ring road running around the hill framed the inner city, linking the docks to the heart of the town and housing shops like the ones in Sill Spring. Further inland, the outer city wasn't as prosperous, though Flynn had only been there once. The divide with the upper city was just as blatant. Every glimpse of the palaces and manors on the hill exuded lavish opulence, with bright colors, blooming flowers, and intricate decorations. Kai began to create a map in his head. It would take some time to wrap his head around the size of High Arbor. He just had to get used to the people and labyrinthine streets, one step at a time. Do you remember the names and ages of your friends? Flynn asked as they were waiting in line at the town hall for the registration process. I am good at finding people. The more details you remember, the better. There were 4 of them. Kai delved into the nostalgic sea of memories. There was the innocent Anna with her prized shell collection, Quiet Lou, and the twins, Uli and Oli, always ready to pull a prank. Lost in the past, he didn't immediately realize Flynn had gone silent, a deep frown marking his brows. I know that's not much, Kai said. They must have changed a lot since then. It's fine if you can't find them. It's not that. Flynn hesitated before meeting his eyes. I think I've met them. They were part of the Republic Scholarship Program in Hawkfield. His mouth hung agape, muttering a numb "oh." There must be some better, more appropriate reaction buried somewhere in his mind. Kai couldn't find it. They were alive and well. His heart lightened as he discarded the grim possibility. Or alive, at least I should have known they'd get into trouble. I did teach them how to learn and train skills when we were kids. Maybe it was arrogant to think that those basic instructions were the reason why they got into the scholarship program. The Republic might not be as picky or demanding as Vuria, but they didn't choose anyone for their indoctrination program. I don't have all day, a middle-aged woman grumbled, pulling Kai back to the present. The queue for registration had moved. Just 2 more people were ahead of them. He scuttled forward with an apologetic look. The distant and vague prospect of meeting his childhood friends had suddenly sprung up much closer than he imagined. Flynn observed him with a studious look, keeping his silence. Are you sure it was them? It has been years. They must look very different now. Kai couldn't help himself, though he knew it was a stupid question. I don't think there are many twins named Uli and Oli. I only talked to them once or twice, but they had a certain reputation for getting into trouble with the teachers. I also heard the names of the other 2, though I can't be completely sure. Yeah, that's the twins. At least they'll get better professions and prospects. They can't believe the bullshit the Republic teaches them after they forced us to relocate. Flynn had told him enough of those classes at Hawkfield to make him worry. It had been close to 7 years, half their lifetime. More since the time as babbling babies didn't count for them. People changed, children more so. It wouldn't be weird if they were complete strangers and forgot him. Spirits knew what might have gone down since they last said their goodbyes on that ship, and he made a promise he couldn't keep. I should have found a way to visit them sooner. The end of the queue saved him from more brooding. A bored clerk took their ID, wrote down their names, and asked a series of routine questions. When did they land in High Arbor? Where were they from? How long did they plan to stay? What did they plan to do? From the look of total disinterest of the man, none of the answers seemed to matter. Kai was happy to let Flynn take the lead, only speaking when he was directly questioned. He needed time to untangle the jumble in his head. Jumping into the worst-case scenario without enough information was a bad habit he wanted to get rid of. I need to get out of my head. The beaming sun welcomed them outside the stuffy office at the foot of the hill. Do you know where they are now? Kai asked, shielding his eyes with a hand. They were still in the program. Flynn shuffled with the papers of their registration. Each class and year has slightly different schedules. They'll probably be in Hawkfield during the summer, but they'll come back here in a few weeks, months at worst. There must be more kids in the program who know better. We can ask around. It has been years. A few more weeks won't make a difference. Kai nodded, glad he'd have more time to prepare and guilty for the relief he felt. There is no hurry. We still need to find a place to stay. When he heard Flynn knew them, he feared they'd find them that same day, maybe waiting outside the registration office. As you command, Your Majesty. Flynn bowed, gesturing to the hill. Shall we go visit your summer palace, or do you wish to fetch your carriage? Where did he even learn what a carriage is? There aren't any in the archipelago. Kai marched toward the hill, ignoring him and hiding the smile on his face. Stop being an idiot. You can pay for lunch today. Wait, Your Majesty. I ask forgiveness if I caused offense. It's not proper for a servant to pay. What will people think of you? Ill-manage the shame, and you can afford it. You've earned as much as me betting with the crew. Flynn caught up to him, cutting his shenanigans. It wasn't bad. We could go play again tonight. I heard Harbor has the best betting dens. 1,000 Ways to Lose Your Messars in a Day, a book by Flynn Riley. If making money was so easy, everybody would do it. The only winners are the dens, trust me. A crew of sailors was one thing, but he wouldn't go against a bunch of professional gamblers even with his favor. And their ploy was unlikely to work a second time. You don't think we are good enough to do it? Flynn tempted him like an imp whispering on his shoulder. We could make so much silver. Begone, spawn of darkness. I will not be tempted. I'd rather quit while I am ahead. Kai fended off all his attempts to convince him. It had been fun, true, and he wouldn't mind betting again in the future to test his favor. But it couldn't become a habit. A single winning streak didn't make them professionals. Grumbling, Flynn accepted he wasn't going to be moved on this. Crossing an invisible line, the higher mana density washed over them, marking the boundaries of the upper city. There was probably an array like in Poshtown, though the increase was much sharper. It must be ridiculously large, even if it's not as powerful as the one at Vuria's estate. The upper city stood over not one but two hills overlapping against each other. The lower one was a fenced ground for the private residences of high officials and diplomats. Kai spotted some rare patches of lush green and trees peeking over the iron gates. The governor's own palace was up there, where he lived with his wife and 3 kids. Somehow, he had never thought the man could have a family, children even. And that they were probably not that far from him right this moment, enjoying the wealth they pilfered from the island. Don't let him ruin the day. Kai hurried after Flynn up the highest peak that housed the critical infrastructures of Harbor. That included the airdock where the Zeppelin landed and the public and private offices of the Republic. A large ivory dome glinted on top where the local council, headed by the governor, met to manage the archipelago. The same halls where the relocation had been passed. Maybe visiting the upper city wasn't such a great idea after all. Kai didn't know how the legislative process worked and didn't care to learn. The people who ruled over his life could be just a little further up right now. He didn't realize his teeth and fists were clenched till Flynn hurried him on. It's a big lump of rock, isn't it? Do you want to go take a look? You need special permission to enter, but we can look outside and make fun of who comes out. No, I've seen better lumps of rocks. He didn't trust himself to go anywhere near that place. Putting a face to those people who ruined his life in Whiteshore would only serve to make him madder. Better they remain nameless shadows than actual people. Let's go see the shops. I am hungry. Great, now I'm stress eating. Me too, we hadn't had a proper breakfast in ages. Flynn agreed enthusiastically, dragging him to a baby blue shop with glazed and fruit confections on display. I always wanted to try this one. The smell of sweet baked goods that wafted out of the door was heavenly and made him forget his dark mood for a moment. Good morning, misters. A young man with dark hair and pale skin welcomed them. His smile noticeably stiffened as he scanned them from head to toe with a critical eye. Can I help you? Kai stared down at himself, suddenly feeling very self-conscious. A quick deliberation concluded he was dressed perfectly fine. He had even washed and changed at. The Golden Pearl, his beige trousers and green shirt were a bit wrinkled since he stuffed them in a bag, but there were no holes or stains he could see. Great capital snobbery. No one had given him a second look even around Poshtown. Kai was ready to stomp out of the door with his tenuous mood about to shatter. I'll take a couple of those cloudberry thingies. Also 2, Flynn ordered without giving the employee a second glance. He threw the exact coins on the counter and left with a smile. Waff. He stuffed one of the fruit confections in his mouth and offered him the bag. Take your pick. Kai bit into a cream puff harder than was necessary. The dough was warm and fluffy while the filling had a strawberry aftertaste. He couldn't help but let out a pleased moan. Probably the best thing he had eaten since Dora left. He was being an asshole for no reason, he complained, going for another. Yeah, most of them are, especially in Harbor, Flynn agreed, chewing his third tartlet. You can spend half your life being irritated or ignore them. Or I can get unreasonably wealthy, buy that business and fire him. Is that an overreaction? Most of the passersby who strolled the wide roads had the pale complexion of the Republic, more than he had ever seen in one place. The natives were less than a quarter. either dressed in plain clothes on an errand or bright silks and necklaces of pearls, as if they hoped to hide their identity behind the layers of lavish wealth. A hunch to confirm Risey's words, Kai activated mana sense. The sheer quantity of enchanted clothing nearly blinded him, from simple rough cooling runes to intricate tapestries of hundreds of glowing lines woven into the silk. Did you see something interesting? Flynn asked. Yeah, the whole city was pulling him out of balance. It wasn't the suffocating crowded chaos or old port, but it was just as weird. A world of stone and marble with hardly any green apart from decorative flower pots. It was starkly different from everything he had gotten used to in the previous 11 years on Elides. If I adapted to getting reincarnated, I can do this too. It just takes more than a day. We should probably go get lunch then, my treat. Flynn continued to walk and joke without a care. His acting was flawless. You can pick the place. No way he'd offer so readily to pay. Let's get off this hill. I am sure there are plenty of fine places in the inner city. Kai reciprocated the grin. I'm not sure your wallet could take the prices up here. You're very wise, your majesty. He rolled his eyes. Lead the way, my faithful servant. If you continue to do well, I'll consider giving you a day off next month. Such moving generosity. I know I can't help it. Kai strolled down the hill. He was relieved to sense the mana density fall, away from the governor's presence and the pompous atmosphere. The streets were still paved but had weeds growing at the seams, and he could spot the dirt path of the alleys. The people themselves were a more casual mix of origins. Though they walked with their high chins and straight shoulders, they didn't have the same judging ice for the most part. Guess the capital is still the capital. The inner city was a more comfortable halfway step between the opulence of the Gilded Hill and the rest of the archipelago. Browsing around the streets, Kai quickly settled on a clean restaurant that promised the best fried seafood of the archipelago. He didn't know if that was true, but the spicy fried squid was the best he ever tasted. Crunchy breading, tender inside and not too oily. I missed this so much. Food does make everything better. After they ordered a second round, Kai fought off Flynn's attempts to steal from his plate with a tiny crab pincer. Narrowly avoiding getting his hand impaled, the thief snatched the last piece of shrimp and threw it into his mouth. Kai let him enjoy his victory. He couldn't have eaten another bite for all the gold in Higharbour. The second plate had definitely been a mistake, and his stomach was close to bursting, but it was so worth it. They went for a walk in the shade of the building to help digest before retiring in. The Golden Pearl, what do you want to do? Flynn asked, sitting in his room. Find a place to rent. There must be something like that in Higharbour. A cheaping could also work, though I'd prefer a place without the constant coming and going of people. Flynn shuffled in his seat, staring at his feet. After that, I'll need to train my mana skills and profession. The cube was the main priority, and it didn't require much space. Any private room would do. He could also go to the upper city to recharge his reserves when he ran low. Finding a place to train blessed swimmer and swordsmanship would be more annoying, though he heard there was a beach on the northern side of Higharbour. The city kids need to have some kind of training ground. Maybe they're renting those too. With the craziness he had seen in the upper city, one more talented kid shouldn't attract attention. What do you plan on doing? I am not sure. I'll probably find a job. I didn't really think about what came after. Now you've nothing but time to decide since no one is hunting you down, probably. That sounded more encouraging in my head. The glowing network of runes was his entire world. Nothing else existed. Not the bead of sweat coming down his brow or his thumping heartbeat. Careful and precise like a surgeon with his scalpel, Kai split a fraction of his attention and twisted his mana. The thread connected to the fifth and last rune. It was done. Spirits bless me. His senses tensed in anticipation, afraid he would have to start over due to some minor mistake. Instants ticked painfully slow. No pulse canceled his mana. The cube had accepted his solution. Kai relaxed his stiff neck and let out a relieved yes with the breath he had been holding. Vuria's riddle hovered an inch from the table he was sitting at, 100 filaments of mana swirling beneath the wooden surface. Shit, a greater wave of worry clutched him. The sleek dark pieces clicked and shifted by themselves, rearranging the countless chains of runes woven into the cube. This was the 35th layer, the last of the 5th configuration. Come on, come on. How many cursed layers did Vuria put into this thing? With a snap, the last piece slid into place. A perfect and smooth cube gently fell on the table. The enchantments he had spent the last month studying changed into an entirely foreign configuration. Fuck me, why? 7 more layers with 6 solutions. Kai wanted to scream and throw the damn puzzle across the living room, but he was too exhausted even to properly rage. He slumped into his chair, staring at the pale cream ceiling. It's going to be 49, isn't it? 7 by 7, yes, that was something Vuria would like. He had made offerings to Yade and Kahali on the feeble hope they could spare him from that, but even the great spirits were powerless before the heartless witch. No reprieve or truce for little Al-Kai. The extra attributes in mind and spirits gave him the strength to push forward. He was going to do it even if he had to scramble his brain from dawn till dusk for the remaining 5 months and a half. He was too committed to pull back. Virya must have known I'd find a way to cheat. Maybe not a profession, but something for sure. There is no way I'd solve it otherwise. Multicasting LV1 to control mana to its full potential, a mage needs to learn how to split their focus and perform numerous tasks at a time. It was the latest of a long series of skills he had unlocked by working on the cursed puzzle, probably the most powerful. The question was if he going to take it before or after reaching yellow. Still working on that thing, Flynn's upsettingly cheery voice breached his thoughts. He strode inside the room and set down his bag on the chair across from him. What's with the face? Did you fail again? I didn't fail, I just reset it. Again, Kai struggled to force the frustration out of his tone. I thought I might finally be done with it, but it wasn't enough. Have you considered how your teacher might have duped you? Maybe there is no way to open it. Flynn tapped onto the lacquered cube. I still think we should try with an axe. No, Kai swiped away the cube into his ring. It won't work. I'll open it, I just need a little more time. If you say so. His friend stood back with a disappointed look. I'm getting close, just a few more layers, Kai said, unsure if it was for Flynn or for himself. Let me know if you change your mind, I know just the guy to crack it open. Flynn gathered his satchel and left for the kitchen, his voice dampened by the wall. I'm going to cook lunch, we're both going to starve if it was for you. The mention of food made Kai aware of his own hunger. A glance at the shining clock hung above the kitchen door confirmed it was indeed past noon. I can't believe I let Risey convince me to buy it. Even the cheapest one cost him 11 silver messars just to tell time. The rhythms of city life required punctuality, or so the merman said. The sun always worked fine for him. Let's get some good news. The week would officially be over at midnight, an arbitrary rule he made to not constantly obsess over his XP, but everyone knew rules were made to be broken anyway. Ding. Profession XP, General, 834 skills, 600. Something is going well, while the goal of life experience was to encourage the exploration of new skills and activities. General Profession XP rewarded practicing Mana Child. New and challenging activities earned more XP, but routine practice was also useful. Limited to the domain of a single profession, one couldn't always push for new experiences. Since they had landed in High Arbor more than 2 months ago, Kai had roughly figured out the domain of Mana Child. His profession pushed him to delve and expand his knowledge of the arcane. Deciphering the enchantments copied with Mana Echo, learning new runes and alchemy recipes granted the most XP, but almost anything to do with mana and magic would work. Virya's cube fit in almost perfectly. It was hard, challenging, and required the use of several skills. While the foundation of the puzzle remained the same, the runes and configuration were always changing. He might earn more if he varied his practice with other activities, but the difference wasn't worth the time investment with the months ticking by. I'll consider that after I open this damn thing. With a thought, Kai summoned the next notification. Profession, Mana Child LV2 7000 XP. Boon Mana Spring. Profession Skills, Gifted Novice LV 842. Mana Echo LV 738. I thought it'd take one more week, but I'm not going to complain. I definitely need the boost. His race at the peak of Orange was dragging the levels along. Profession skills worked no different from any other, except for their unusual effects. Kai had thought Mana Echo would be faster to train since it was an active skill. High Arbor streets and passers-by were a treasure trove of enchantments, while skills were relatively harder to come by. He had observed the mana abilities of adults and teenagers training on the southern beach or in the few green areas around town. Still, it also required him to leave his newly rented house and spend hours to find the right target. Gifted Novice perfectly overlapped with the domain of his profession. Slow and steady, it constantly grew without needing him to do anything more that he hadn't already planned. Seems to be working either way, and Mana Echo can't go beyond level 100 unless I evolve my profession, but I can't do that. Ding. You've satisfied the requisites to progress Mana Child to LV3. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, please. Something akin to an electric shock crossed through him, his eyes shot open. There was a faint tingling from his mana channels as they grew more complex. Kai felt more awake than ever. 1.5 points in spirit increased his mana capacity, pulling more motes from the world around him. The headache from skill overusage was washed away by the boost in mind, granting him a new sense of clarity. His thoughts were faster, sharper, ready to tackle another 24 hours on the cube if necessary. Last was perception, the smallest increase at 0.5 point, but the most glaring. The light filtering from the window was brighter, the grains of dust on the wooden table impossible to miss, his soft cotton shirt unbearably itchy. Kai knew the colorful particles swirling around him would also be slightly clearer if he activated Mana Sense. There was no difference in his body attributes, but he got the impulse to jump and run, a shard of euphoria reminiscent of his race enhancement. Yeah, I truly needed this. The higher his stats, the quicker all his skills and XP grew, advancing his profession faster in turn. He was ever more confident that taking a profession early had been the right decision. His nose picked up a waft of cooking steak, herbs, and spices from the kitchen. Kai was barely conscious of his steps until his head poked over Flynn's shoulder, a piece of meat sizzling on the stove, making his mouth water. How much longer? He stared at the steak with yearning. Flynn looked at him over his shoulder, jolting a step away. Did you gain another level? You have that unhinged look in your eyes. I don't look unhinged. Go look at yourself in the mirror and tell me if I am wrong. Flynn shooed him away. I still need a few minutes here, and I won't let you ruin my masterpiece with your creepy looming. I'll bet you 10 coppers if I'm wrong. Kai stomped his way to the bathroom mirror, an addition that came with the new place. He admitted that maybe his eyes showed too much white, and the half-smile on his lips didn't help his cause, vaguely unsettling at best. He washed his face, the water like icy needles on his skin to his boosted perception. Rubbing himself dry with a towel, his expression was back to his usual self. Quiet gray eyes and messy blonde hair. I forgot to finish the heating enchantments. His stomach grumbled. Making a mental note for later, Kai walked back to the kitchen. So Flynn grinned. Where's my money? I didn't agree to any bet. Kai hid his sulk, setting the plates for lunch. But I was right, wasn't I? I thought you were about to stab me when you appeared behind me earlier. Kai gave him a crooked smile. I'm still in time to amend my mistake if you insist. Tempting, but then who would cook for you? Flynn served 2 steaming steaks and a crunchy salad. Y'all be completely lost without me. Fine, he dramatically sighed. Guess I'll have to keep you for now. Kai was paying 2/3 of the rent, but he wouldn't exchange the difference for the chores Flynn took on. Unprocessed foods rarely lasted a week even with the cool box he had enchanted. Someone needed to get groceries every second day, and Kai was glad that someone rarely had to be him. Cutlery clinked on the plates. The juicy meat tasted even better than it smelled, melting in his mouth. It was a rare treat, away from the hunting grounds of the varied jungle. They couldn't afford it more than once per week. Flynn looked up from his meal. You've got to level 3. Yep. Is he worried I'm catching up to him, and are still bent on your plan? How dangerous is it to discard your profession exactly? You said it like it was no big deal, but everyone I've talked to says the opposite. Oh, that. It'll be fine, I know what I am doing. Seeing Flynn wasn't convinced, Kai went on explaining. The main danger is when you lose your attributes. If you have 50 constitution and suddenly you lose half of that, there is the risk you can't handle the backlash and ends up crippled. Or dead, that too, he conceded, casually gesturing with his fork. If you don't know what you're doing, having your attributes drain out of you wasn't a pleasant experience on all accounts. If you lost too many of your attributes, there was a high risk of permanent damage to the body or mind, depending on which stats you lost. Since Mana Child only offered mental stats, he knew where he fell. Couldn't you wait till we were done eating? And is there a way to safely avoid that? Flynn's voice dripped with skepticism. If you have 100 strength and lose 1 point, you hardly feel the difference. Kai sent the last bite with a gulp of water, placing down his knife and fork. The reason why people don't do it is because everyone has their profession higher than their race. If they discarded it, they'd lose most of their attributes and probably die. In a very painful and gruesome way, according to Rizey. Let's skip that part. Flynn was still frowning, but Kai could see the pieces clicking together, so he gave the last push. With my race at the peak of orange, I'll survive as long as I don't raise my profession past red. I'll simply need to pay for a healer and buy the right potions to ensure there are no permanent injuries. Kai cleared the table and put the plates in the sink. I'll keep Mana Child a couple levels below 10 to stay extra safe since my profession is above average. It was rare, but people had successfully done it before. Otherwise, why would the guide bother to offer the possibility in the first place? The healer was going to cost a pretty penny, and the potion too, if he couldn't get his hands on a suitable recipe and brew it himself. Yes, perhaps it wasn't as easy as he made it out to be. The process was not going to be pleasant even if everything went according to plan. Rizey had been very clear on that, or I could just not discard it. The thought came unbidden, though it wasn't the first time. He liked Mana Child. It was powerful and could evolve in nearly any direction. Considering the age restriction, he'd be surprised if he met anyone else with it. I don't need to worry about that for a while. I'll go brew some potions in my room. Knock if you need anything. Kay, Flynn said, seemingly lost in his thoughts. His bedroom was spacious even considering that it doubled as his working place. A wide bookcase covered the wall opposite the door from the floor to the ceiling. His dad's volumes took the 2 middle rows, with his journals and alchemy manuals below. He had pushed his bed against the right wall, while a long workbench took the left one. Boxes of herbs and a shiny silver cauldron were waiting for him. After 2 months in a dingy house close to the outer city, Rizey had convinced him to move to a place he owned. If you're so insistent on renting a place, you might as well pay me. Kai couldn't remember how they got to that conclusion, but the merman made it sound like the only logical choice at the time. He definitely used some kind of skill, damn merchant. Maybe I can copy it with Mana Echo and use it on him. Kai browsed the book of recipes he had been working on. It was always exciting to get to work after an attribute boost. Steps of the recipes that had seemed incomprehensible suddenly became obvious or far easier. Spirit even went up a point naturally. Alchemy was a nice distraction from the cube, a different kind of challenge that still fell within the purview of his profession. He was working in a limited capacity for about 15 hours a week. Risey had yet to figure out the logistics to supply the same volumes of ingredients as in Silspring. Bent on his cauldron and new discoveries, time flew by. Kai was finishing sieving a dexterity-enhancing potion when a knock came from the door. 1 second. Is it already dinner time? There was still light outside his window. The door opened and Flynn poked his head inside. I said, 1 second, I'm almost done. Then people say I'm not patient. I thought you want to know this immediately. Your friends are back in High Arbor. Hi, I'm Kai, the kid that you ran around with ages ago. The one who said he was going to visit you soon but never showed up. Well, here I am. Better late than never, right? You don't have to go see them right this moment, Flynn said, not for the first time. We can wait another day or 2 or 3, I don't think they're going to mind. Twilight tinged the cloud in the distance with streaks of reds and oranges. With summer now over, the temperature was pleasant, some may say chilly. The women strolling the streets had taken the chance to pull out colorful shawls, with pearls jingling on their fringes. Kai dried his hands on his shirt, willing and failing to slow down his heart. He forced a smile. It's fine, we're halfway there anyway. If he walked away now, spirits knew if he'd ever muster the courage again. Startled by the sudden news, he had run out of his house, almost forgetting to wear his enchanted clothes. His childhood friends were within walking distance after 7 years. How could he wait? Excitement quickly gave way to nervousness. He was about to meet 4 teenagers who would hardly remember him. Even if he had 1,000 favor and he didn't, there was no way to avoid the awkwardness. What if they are angry that I broke my promise? Or worse, they don't remember me at all and watch me with blank looks. He had done harder and dangerous things, but this was a piece of his childhood. A perfect carefree memory, idealized by nostalgia and time. Would he be able to look back at them in the same way after today? Are you sure it was them? All 4 of them together? Kai asked, already knowing the answer. I am. Flynn showed no frustration. I've talked with 3 different people who were at Hawkfield. They all said the same. The Republic offers the students communal lodgings while they're in High Arbor. Something about extra classes, fostering a team spirit, and getting the generous chance to work for the Republic for free. Those 4 will be there. Don't mention it. Flynn casually waved him off, though his grin grew wider. I told you I would do it, and when did I ever lie to you? Probably this morning when you said you didn't eat the blueberry pie I was saving for dinner. I don't know. It's been so long I can't remember the last time. Maybe never, Kai said instead, thankful for the distraction. Exactly, Flynn puffed his chest. My flawless reputation was on the line, of course I had to find them. Kai rolled his eyes. They were crossing the ring road around the hills of the upper city. Tourists and locals alike filled the streets lit by glowing orbs. The area extending from the port in the south was the beating heart of activity and business. The crowd became sparser once they reached the northern district. Aside for the strip close to the shore, this side of High Arbor was quieter. It was a relatively recent addition to house the growing population. It extended in straight grid-like streets with fewer shops and more residential buildings. His wandering had rarely brought him here. Fewer people on the streets meant fewer skills and enchantments to copy with Mana Echo, making it a terrible hunting ground. Kai vaguely remembered the Republic reserved a vast area extending till the edge of the city for their less essential infrastructure and personnel. Another reason not to come. Less flattering rumors said it was where they carried out their secret and shady tasks, though Kai hadn't found proof of that yet. Citizens were free to cross through most of the government district with no restrictions. He had observed it once from 4 blocks away and judged it was enough. The farther he stayed from the Republic, the better. Not even his curiosity could tempt him closer. Why did they have to be here? No, it's not a good excuse to go back. I can do this. Kai glanced at his friend. Are you sure you want to come? They had sailed to High Arbor exactly to avoid the eyes of the Republic, Flynn especially. Flynn shrugged without any sign of worry. Remember, I am also one of the scholarship brats. I've spent most of the last 4 years around places like this. It'd be strange if I didn't come. I've got nothing to hide. I guess we're safe. It's been months and no one came to ask for us. They might have already closed their investigation in Silspring. His family told him everything was fine in their letters. He wasn't going to ask for more explicit information on traceable paper. The Republic handled most of the mailing service, and one could never be too safe. They crossed into the government district without a break in stride. There was no gate or fence. Kai took a moment to realize they were inside. No one stopped to ask for their IDs or what they were doing there. No one so much as glanced at them. The streets were sparkly clean, and every building followed a similar style, shaping 3 or 4 stories of lifeless white plaster. A dozen too many banners with a soaring hawk closed the deal. They were now in enemy territory. Quite dull, isn't it? They copy the same buildings everywhere, Flynn said, not showing any worry that someone might overhear. Most of it is cheap housing for the Republic's personnel and their families. Honestly, I am a bit disappointed. Yeah, I thought it would be more, where were the pits of screaming people, the claw marks of those being dragged away, or the dark chambers of the Inquisition? I think the dormitory is up there. Flynn pointed to a couple of monotonous white buildings facing each other. A small green space grew between them. 7 high trees in a circle with benches and ornamental bushes below. I'm not sure where they live exactly, but we can ask around. Reminded of the reason why they came here, Kai found his throat was suddenly dry. He could spot a few dozen kids chatting and playing on the grass, though it was too far to distinguish their faces in the low light. I think I'll manage it from here. You don't need to come with me. Are you sure? Flynn peered down at him with an eyebrow raised. There should be a few people I can introduce you to. Yes, you can go back home. I've already made you skip dinner. I'll ask someone to point me in the right direction. Kai couldn't feel any hunger himself, glad his stomach was empty. Flynn looked to be silently debating, okay, I'll take a walk around to see if they built anything more interesting. We can meet here in half an hour or so. Just leave a trail if you get kidnapped. Ha ha ha, I'll try to remember. Kai watched Flynn's back disappear behind the buildings, in equal parts relieved and anxious. If this went poorly, there would be no one he knew to witness his embarrassment. I'm going to remember this for the rest of my life if they don't recognize me. With earth magic, I need a shovel to dig myself a hole. The sun had gone down in the time they took to cross High Arbor, and a cloak of clouds covered the moons. The only sources of light were the shining globes hanging from fixtures in the building that painted the world with their cold light. Come on, waiting won't make this any better. Reason and logic were of little help. His legs were made of lead. Kai forced them to move with excruciating effort. His back was drenched in sweat despite his short sleeves, as if he was truly dragging an unholy weight. Damn, I should have paid for the cooling enchantment on the shirt. It had seemed a pointless extravagance at the time. He couldn't stand to pay the ludicrous price that slimy tailor asked for such a simple set of runes. The cloaking enchantment was the one he truly needed. He could learn to make the others himself to save the silvers. Reproducing them from an echo hadn't been hard. The problem was working with the fabric, weaving enchantments into clothes was completely different than drawing them on a flat surface. It required a set of instruments and skills he didn't have. Stop stalling and move your ass. Closing his eyes, Kai counted to 10. When he reopened them, he was ready. He marched to the small green area, shadowed by the trees. Some of the kids had their blue uniform with the hawk pin, but most wore casual clothes. No one paid him any mind when they realized he was just another kid around their age. Who should I ask? Kai inspected the different bands of young boys and girls, looking for someone alone he could approach. Everyone sat in a group. He took half a step toward a girl before she waved to her friends and went to join. Maybe it would have been better to wait and come with the daylight. Leaping out of the shadows to introduce himself wasn't going to help his case. I thought there'd be more loners. Wait a second. Kai squinted his eyes, putting his extra points in perception to good use. 3 people were sitting on a bench around a table, 2 with their backs to him. One of the boys turned to the girl beside him, revealing the profile of his face. He was not seeing double, there were 2 of them. Each step closer made him more certain. 2 suspiciously similar boys and a girl were chatting together, wavy brown hair and tan skin typical of the natives of the islands. Mad, they ran to Mr. Renner, shouting that the boy stopped telling his story when he noticed him. Do you need something? Kai hadn't even realized he was standing so close to them. His mind struggled to reconcile the round face of his memory with the teenager before him. The voice was breaking into adulthood. The hair was also shorter and neatly combed, completely unlike the wild mane he remembered. The age was about right. The twins were a couple years older than him, a few short months away from getting their profession. Do you need something, kid? The boy repeated, standing up to loom over him. He was a head taller, arms crossed, his face scrunched up in an expression that Kai supposed wanted to be intimidating. If you don't need anything, get lost. We are having a private conversation and you were not invited. Such a brat. That checks out. Stop it, don't be so rude. The girl spoke for the first time, turning to look at the newcomer. You can sit with us if you want. What's you? Anna froze the moment their eyes crossed. Kai knew it was her. The same cascade of hair. Those large green eyes wide with shock, looking just slightly smaller in her grown face. Kai could see her incredulity melting as she scanned him from head to toe. Is it truly why? She almost tripped on the bench to take a closer look at him. He hurried to help her, but she quickly regained her balance. Her hands tightly gripped his, afraid he'd disappear like in a dream if she let go for a single moment. It's me. Kai felt his mouth curving upward whether he wanted it or not, his eyes itching and moist. He was pulled into a rib-crushing hug with a strength that defied her lithe body. At least one of them recognizes me. Hey, you didn't tell me you had another boyfriend. The last boy protested with dramatic indignation. I thought we were a thing. How could you betray me with this little shrimp? Shut up, idiot. The other one said and pointed at himself. No one'd ever pick you. Everyone knows Anna's with me. Kai tuned out the twins bickering. Anna's arms were still tightly wrapped around him, with no intention of letting go. Luckily, I don't need to breathe for a while. Damn, why is she also taller than me? We just have a 1-year difference. We were about the same height as children. But seriously, who the hell is this guy? One of the twins said. Kai wasn't sure which. Look, I don't judge your taste, but you could aim higher than this. He chuckled at his own joke. Yeah, isn't he a bit short for you? The other agreed. I'm so going to strangle them. Anna finally let him go and turned to them. How can you not recognize him? Gray eyes, light hair, shorter than us. She poked at him like he was an anatomical model in a classroom. Tu quoque, Anna, I thought I taught you better manners. How many people like that do you know? She tapped her foot, exasperated. Adding another hint, she lowered her hand to his ribs. Think smaller and odd. What am I, invisible? After all I did for you, is this how to repay me? You can't even recognize your wise teacher. Kai nursed his wounded pride in dignified silence, standing up straighter as he waited for the realization to dawn on the two blackheads. The twins looked at him from different angles with thick confusion. Slow and inevitable recognition flashed in their eyes. No way, they both uttered, words echoing at the same time. Kai, is that really you? He threw his hands up in exasperation. Who else? You were. Kai didn't get to finish his sentence as he was tackled to the ground, his breath stolen from him. He groaned beneath the two larger bodies crushing him. I should have drowned you as children and done this world a favor. By the grace of some misguided and blind spirits, the twins had managed to reach Orange and put on enough muscles to make up for their thick skulls. Caught in an awkward position beneath both their weights, Kai failed to disentangle his limbs. Bar using empower or magic, he was stuck under them. Straining his muscles, he pushed them off just enough to speak. I can't breathe, get off me. Now, a long minute later, which severely tested his patience and resolve not to use offensive spells, Anna dragged Uli off him. With one weight lifted, Kai managed to knee the other in the crotch. Why me? Uli slumped to the ground, holding himself in pain. You were too slow. Kai dusted off his clothes, checking for any tears. If they damaged the enchantments in the fabric, he was going to do far worse than that after what he paid for them. Apart from the wrinkles, grass, and sweat, there was no damage. Stop whining, I didn't even hit you that hard. He offered him a hand to stand up, feeling just a tinge of guilt. Anna dragged them to the table, vibrating in excitement. You have to tell us everything. How are you here? Did you also get the scholarship? How was Greenside? When did you? Oh boy, feeling a shadow loom over him, Kai almost jumped out of his seat to avoid another tackle, but the twins both sat within his sight. A large boy towered over him, a head yet taller than Uli and Oli, and wider and bulkier than any teenager should have a right to be. What the fuck? The stranger cocked his head. Puzzled, Kai, is that really you? It took Kai an embarrassingly long time to reconcile the image of a skinny and timid boy with the half-giant before him. Lu. Kai craned his neck to get a better look at Lu. Two pairs of eyes examined each other with disbelief and faint recognition. If he randomly saw him in a crowd, he would never suspect the teenager before him was the same quiet kid of his memories. Now that he purposely searched for it, the hulking boy's observant gaze carried a trace of his little friend. Kai was stunned by the drastic transformation. Lu was the first to react, pulling him into a hug. Oh shit, not again. To his great relief, Lu was much more gentle than the twinser even Anna. The bulging muscles beneath the blue uniform wrapped around him like steel wires, tight but not crushing. The giant boy was aware of his own strength and didn't try to squeeze him till his eyeball popped out of their sockets. He was always the thoughtful one and the easiest to manage. It hardly surprised him that Lu had reached Orange after seeing the twins. He was the oldest of the group, probably just shy of getting his profession. Even with a higher grade, Kai wouldn't bet on himself in a contest of strength. To think there was a time they followed me like dutiful little ducklings. Let the little shrimp go, he needs to answer our questions. One of the twins protested not 10 seconds later, echoed by his brother. Yeah, give us at least a couple hours with him to make him spill what happened. We'll help you suffocate him later and hide the body. And I thought they'd get better with age. I'm such a fool. Sorry, Lu released him, embarrassed and concerned. I didn't hurt you, did I? While Kai was just beginning to hit puberty, Lu must have sprouted early. He had a low rumbling voice and patches of beard on his chinitives, didn't grow much facial hair to begin with. What did they feed him? No, you're a good. He patted him on the shoulder. After the two blockheads tackled and crushed him for several minutes, his hug was like the touch of a feather. Standing proud, Kai squared off with the three of them. He needed to act before things got out of hand. Who do you take me for? Don't you think just because you've grown a little I can't drown you anymore? The twins burst out laughing while Anna covered her mouth with a hand. Yeah, it's really you, Lu said. A toothy grin split his face as they sat on the bench around the table. What's that supposed to mean? Anna giggled a beaming smile and slapped Oli on the arm. See, Lu immediately recognized him too. He must have overheard us speaking. Oli squinted at him and gave a curt nod, but I should have realized it was him from the ominous stare he gave us. He always did that when he got mad. Uli energetically agreed. Yeah, like a creepy vengeful spirit planning your death. I was just confused because I remembered him being bigger. You know, I'm right here, Yade's mercy. Their education went down the drain without their mentor. Kai sighed, holding his head between his hands. All four looked to be doing fine, more than fine actually. He'd prefer that they didn't have anything to do with the Republic, but they had benefited from the training, no doubt. Lou and Anna even recognized him, and there wasn't a moment of awkward silence with the twins around, though they had clearly forgotten the respect due to their first teacher. A few drowning sessions should fix their characters. Come on, little shrimp. You need to tell us everything that has happened since you left, Oli said, impatiently fidgeting in his seat. Kai met his gaze, trying on the eerie stare that apparently he was famous for. If you call me little shrimp one more time, I'm going to find a field of critterbane and throw you inside. How many times did the twins play pranks with the urticant vine as children? It might be time to even the scales. Oli gulped as if recalling some scary memory. I was joking, don't take it personally. Unfortunately, it always took a few lessons to drive the concept home with him, and the impertinent grin was right back. I'm sure y'all grow too someday. We've grown up. Don't think you can beat us that easily. Uli glanced at Anna as if for confirmation. Kai could feel her attention on him. A shiver ran down his back. He wasn't the only one with mana sense at the table, though her touch wasn't delicate and quick like his. It's weird. Her brows scrunched in focus or confusion, maybe both. He's at the beginning of Orange like me. I hope you don't mind me saying it. I was so curious I didn't think to ask. Don't worry, it's fine. The knot of tension melted away. Both his cloaking enchantments were working correctly. He'd rather avoid having to explain why he had a profession since they knew he was younger than them. A chorus of O's crossed the table, followed by their congratulations. Still not as good as me. Oli tapped a fist to his chest. Don't worry, I'll share some advice for free. If you work hard, you might reach my level one day. Anna slapped his arm again and ignored his pained indignation. Get off your cloud. You've been acting dumber than usual since you got your enhancement 2 weeks ago. Kai has plenty of time to beat you, as do I at most, he might ask. Lou for advice, not you. I'm sure Kai doesn't need it, the hulking boy said, looking at him with serious eyes. But I'm happy to help if you need something. Oli grumbled something about being unappreciated under his breath. Even if Kai beats my time, I won't ever be the last. He directed a smirk at his brother. It was just 1 day and 16 hours, that doesn't count. Uli glowered at his twin with gritted teeth. I'd have beaten you if I didn't hurt my arm, but you did lose. And it was 16 hours and a quarter, 10 minutes at most. Enjoy while it lasts, we'll see who reaches the next enhancement first. I'll still have won this one. Lou watched their bickering amused, while Anna pulled her hair back in exasperation. From the look on her face, she was contemplating whether to slap them both. Ultimately, she recognized a failed cause and opted to ignore them. So you also got a scholarship from the Republic. The question quickly got the attention of the table. We didn't see you in Hawkfield. Did you get accepted late, or were you placed in one of their mysterious locations? What's that about? I'm not in the program, Kai answered truthfully, causing looks of puzzlement across the table. You didn't get accepted, Anna spoke up. With your grade, you should have more than made the cut. I don't believe your skills can be that bad. Trust me, it's better if you don't know. Kai remembered the first selection in Silspring when he had met that strange girl. I passed the tests, but I refused. I wasn't interested in joining. Should I tell them that I'd rather stab my leg than work for the Republic? Or is that too drastic of a statement? Maybe it's better to test the waters first. They were in the government district, and he didn't want to sound like he was judging them. They didn't have as many opportunities as him. They must be doing their best with what they had, even if they joined the people who destroyed their homes. How did you reach Orange so fast by yourself? Uli asked, skeptical. I had a mentor who lived near Greenside who tutored me. He left for the mainland a few months ago. I see. Anna nodded slowly like she was trying to make sense of a difficult puzzle. You could try to get in now since your teacher left. You're a bit old, but I'm sure you can pass with your grade. We can help you train the skills they value the most. You mean the hidden class for special lads? Uli answered, dramatically weaving his hands. No one knows much about it, except that it exists. You should ask Lou about that. Maybe he'll tell you. He's the one who got accepted into it, but refuses to share anything with us. The twins both turned to scowl disapprovingly at the hulking teenager, silently mouthing traitor. You know I can't talk about that. People aren't even supposed to know I got in. Lou crossed his arms defensively. Ask me literally anything else. Fine. Uli and Oli opened their mouths at the same time. Who's your favorite twin? It's me, right? Maybe in your dreams. Everyone knows I've always been his favorite, right, Lou? Anna came to the rescue, saving the boy from the corner he dug himself into. Kai, why don't you tell us about what happened after we left Whiteshore? How was Greenside? I heard it's closed to the varied jungle. My class took a trip there last year, but we didn't see much. Greenside. Kai took a moment to realize they had no idea of what had happened. Even without his father's murder, he could hardly pull any happy memories from that humid hellhole. Greenside was okay. The beaches were rocky and the sea cold, but I spent a lot of time at my teacher's place further up the coast. My family moved to Silspring about 1 year ago, I think, so it's actually been a while since I was there. Isn't Silspring where that accident happened? Uli whispered to his brother. You mean the town that was? We were raided by a crew of pirates a few months back. Some rumors must have escaped the net of the Republic. Don't worry, it's fine. I don't mind talking about it. Kai raised a hand to placate Anna, who was glaring at the twins. I've heard a pirate ship slip through, but it was a small thing, she said as Lou nodded along. The enforcers managed to repel the attack before the pirates could do any actual damage to the town. The governor had already taken precautions to ensure nothing like that will happen again, or maybe the Republic spread those rumors. If you consider many shops were pillaged and burned before the raid was repelled, and hundreds of people dead, not much damage, Kai forced himself to take a deep breath. Silence befell the table. The four teenagers shared awkward glances. Oli, unsurprisingly, was the first to break it. Are you sure there were so many deaths? I heard that. I don't know what you heard, Kai interrupted, some of the heat bleeding into his voice. But I was there and I saw the bodies lying in the streets. Remember, I taught you how to count. I know how many graves there were. Perhaps his feelings on the matter weren't as cold as he imagined. He unclenched his fist below the table. I am sorry. I know what I saw. It's true it could have been much worse, but I wouldn't call it small. Is your family all right? Lou asked, looking at him with worried eyes. I remember you had two sisters, Eleni and Kendra. My sisters are doing fine, my mom too. They escaped before things got bad. What about your dad? Kai knew it was coming, but his heart still skipped a beat at the mention of his father. It happened when he was 5, it shouldn't matter, yet it did. Rellen's lifeless body over a pool of crimson was forever seared into his mind. He's dead, he stated simply, his voice flat like talking about the weather. He could see a wave of condolences, worry and pity surge through the table. He anticipated them. He died in Greenside the same year we moved there. It's been years, I barely remember it. It's fine. I am fine. A rain of apologies and concern fell on him all the same. Kai waited it out and steered the conversion towards different topics. You need to tell me about yourself, too. I arrived in High Arbor about 2 months ago, but you've been here for years. How was it after we were forced to leave Whiteshore? His question opened the floodgate. Uli and Oli raced to explain their impressions of the capital coming from their small rural village. The mind-boggling size of the buildings and roads coupled with the bizarre people and customs. The awakened fish was at least this big. They gave me a whole silver messar for. That's not how I remember it, Anna repeated for the umpteenth time as Uli and Oli took excessive creative liberties in their retelling. The twins couldn't go a minute without straying into random tangents about people they met and pranks they pulled years ago. Lou periodically added a few details, mostly happy to let the others lead the conversation. He was the unquestionable final judge when the other three couldn't reach a consensus on what truly happened. The houses they relocated to in High Arbor were slightly better off than the thin wooden boxes they got in Greenside, at least in appearance. The capital had an image to uphold after all, yet the first year had been hard, with their lives uprooted and left in such a foreign environment. There was, however, a glaring difference. There had been no famine here. Many were hungry, but no one died. Their families easily found jobs in the growing city. Their story focused on the goods and wonders they could get in High Arbor, things they could have only dreamed of in Whiteshore. The fact they had been forced to leave their homes and their possessions behind was entirely forgotten through the pages of their childhood. They had better lives now. They had trained hard and earned the honor of a scholarship. The Republic promised them even better and brighter things in the future. They drew the long straw and were too young to remember what they lost, or who wasn't as lucky. That and years spent eating bullshit propaganda. Kai didn't force the topic, too content to catch up with them. His stories about Vireed elicited a particular fascination. The jungle was a rite of passage for the kids at Hawkfield, but they hadn't spent nearly as much time there as him. For a moment it was like old times, the 5 of them chatting on the beach. Waves crashed on shore, sand still warm with the setting sun, not a single worry in the world. Kai'd never thought they'd meet again or that talking could be so easy. They only knew him as the weird kid who taught them facts about the guide and appeared to know every answer. Lest he ever forgot, they teased him endlessly about the quirks or strange phrases he used to say, mostly habits from Earth he lost over time. How do they even remember those? Hours later, they were the last people left in the small park. Every other kid had long disappeared into the dormitories. With the lowest grade, Anna's eyelids were drooping low. When her head crashed to the table, straddling her awake, Lou declared it was time for bed. 5 more minutes. I need to know about the drakes. I've never seen one, Oli protested, backed by his brother. Did your teacher truly make you run through the jungle carrying a chair? I'm sure Kai can tell you about them next time we meet, Lou said, placing a hand on both their shoulders with finality. He also needs to sleep, and he's not going to disappear if you look away, right, Kai? Looks like someone had to step up with me gone. Yeah, he yawned, though he wasn't that sleepy yet. Whenever you want. The twins accepted the decision with surprisingly little protest, lightly grumbling as they helped a dozing Anna not trip in the roots of the trees. We should meet by the beach tomorrow, Oli said. We can train together and compare our skills. Uli shared a complicit look with his twin. That'd be great. You must absolutely come and tell us more. We could also go see the ruins on the western coast of Yanlan one day, just like we did when we were kids. The pastel light of 3 moons peeked through the bed of clouds. pale red, blue, and a sharp violet from the lost sister wandering the skies above. Kai made a non-committal sound under the twins' hopeful gazes. We can meet by the northern beach. They had never been good at taking no for an answer. If tonight was anything to go by, 7 years had done little to improve them on that front. He had no objection to another meeting. A few hours were hardly enough to make up for years lost, though he wasn't going to blindly agree to anything. It'd be hard to keep his grade and skills a secret if they trained together. What should he reveal to them? What could he afford to? Would they be able to keep his skills to themselves, or would they run to tell the Republic? His mind was too sleepy to consider all the possibilities. After they had welcomed him back with open arms, part of him wanted to tell them everything that had happened to him. It would be nice to have somebody he didn't have to hide from or fake who he was. Just like when they were children, though his secrets weren't as heavy then. Time never goes backward, only forward. Was it Dora or Elijah? Either way, the meaning was clear. No matter how deeply he wished for something, it didn't make it a reality. They weren't 4 innocent ducklings anymore, and he wasn't that naive. He needed to consider the consequences before he revealed anything. Dora had reprimanded him too many times for his recklessness to forget. If he dove headfirst, sooner or later, he would splatter himself against a rock. He'll figure it out in the morning. Great, tomorrow it is. I can't wait to see how far you've progressed, Oli grinned, helping Anna along, who waved at him with a drowsy smile. Wait, that's not what I... See you tomorrow then. We can discuss the plans for our trip. I can't wait, Uli added, excitedly hopping after them. In the time Kai took to come up with a response, they had already reached their dormitories. Their enthusiastic whispers faded into the night. Damn fool should have known that if I give them a hand, they'll take my arm, and legs too for good measure. I'll talk to them. The twins always get carried away. Lou chuckled with a sympathetic look. It doesn't have to be tomorrow. We can arrange when you prefer. Kai hadn't realized the boy remained beside him until he spoke. The hulking teenager could be surprisingly unassuming for someone of his size. Maybe it was the same quiet kid of his memories in a much bigger package. Want to meet again, but I have other commitments too. Improvisation kept him from stumbling over his words. I'm definitely too tired. Before Flynn brought him news of his friend's arrival, he had already spent the whole day working on the cube and brewing potions. He couldn't wait to fall on his fluffy bed and hug his pillow. Lou's amused expression didn't change, though Kai could somehow detect a question in his gaze. Perhaps for how the light reflected in his observant eyes, or it was simply the dark playing tricks on his exhausted mind. Most of his days were occupied by his work on the cube, saying he had to solve a mind-wrenching, multi-layer puzzle fabricated by an ancient, evil witch might not be the wisest idea. They didn't need to know everything. I've told you I'm a bit of an alchemist. I've got a contract with a merchant to deliver potions each week. I can meet with you, I just need to figure out my schedule. Good half-truths always work the best. A dark frown covered Lou's face. His cold anger sent shivers down Kai's back. Do you have the document? If you didn't understand what you were agreeing to, I can help you get it nullified. There are laws to protect minors from being trapped in a contract. Taken aback by the shift, Kai needed a long moment to make sense of the words. No, I wasn't tricked into signing anything. It's a fair contract. Rizhi is just very passionate about making us earn more. Is this karma for lying? Sorry, Rizhi, I shouldn't have made it seem like I worked for you all day, even if you'd probably love that. Oh, I thought the dangerous air evaporated into an embarrassed silence. Lou stared awkwardly at his feet. Are you sure he's not taking advantage of you? You can tell me if you need help. Rizhi's a friend, Kai assured him. He could have haggled a much better contract for himself if he wanted. You're friends with the merchant who employs you. Yes, Kai wasn't sure he understood the undertone this time. Is that weird? Was it odd for a boy not yet 12 to hang out with a merchant? Maybe. He was used to being judged by normal standards, and Rizhi wasn't that much older than himself. Normality is overrated. It's a long story. Kai glanced at the moons above to highlight how late it was. Better if he shut his mouth before he dug his grave any deeper. I need to get home. I'll stop by as soon as I can or send someone to let you know. I'll accompany you, Lou followed beside him. I can't let you walk back alone in the middle of the night. Lou spoke with the same tone of finality he used with the twins. High Arbor is a large city and it's easy to get lost. What's your address? Not every area is safe at this hour. Kai vainly looked for a way out. There were few things he found more irritating than being babysat. But the look on Lou's face didn't contemplate any argument. He wasn't going to allow him to cross the city alone. No room for compromise. Shit. Flynn must have seen me chat with them and gone back home hours ago. Defeated, Kai hung his head low. It's this way. Another lie came back to kick his ass. How awfully poetic. Standing at the peak of Orange with a profession, he didn't need protection. If there was a threat he couldn't handle himself, Lou's presence would make little difference, no matter how many muscles the teenager got. And the eventuality of meeting any danger was highly unlikely with Mana sense and hallowed intuition, not to mention his favor. You live pretty far. Lou took the lead, looming protectively over him. You could have waited until the next day to come visit or sent us a letter. Kai barely managed to stop a glare. Unless he revealed his grade and abilities, the only option was to endure in silence. When they were 5 children in Whiteshore, Kai had been the de facto leader of their group, regardless of any age difference. Chatting with them deluded him that their dynamic would stay the same. How foolish. They had both changed, and Lou had gone to fill the vacuum Kai had left behind. It was so much nicer when I was in charge. Now he must see me like a kid in need of protection. Just great. Cold crystal lamplights lit the paved road out of the government district. Kai sensed 3 pairs of eyes pass over him. No one ever lingered more than seconds. Even the patrol of enforcers crossed them with just a friendly wave. Clearly, walking with a boy who wore the uniform of the scholarship program had its advantages. The Republic might not restrict access to this neighborhood, but they were also unlikely to enjoy having people who didn't belong wandering around in the middle of the night. The suspicion would have at least got him questioned likely more than once. The number of lights sharply decreased when they stepped into the outer city. Small areas of shadow formed between each crystal when the clouds obscured the moons. Kai relaxed nonetheless, glad to have moved to a neutral place in the city. Suddenly his stomach grumbled, the sound unmistakable in the quiet of night. Darkness managed to hide his flushed embarrassment. He had indeed skipped dinner to get here when he got the news. When was the last time you ate? Lou looked down at him, suspicious. An unsaid threat in the air. Spirits, not another one. I had dinner early, he lied without regret. Unfortunately, his tummy had other plans, loudly complaining again. Did you really? His tone was flat, but the skepticism couldn't be more glaring. Damn, what's wrong with this cursed night? I'm going to eat a midnight snack when I get home. When I heard you were in the city, I was impatient to meet you, so I came immediately. If lies betrayed him, he was able to wield the truth just as well. What do you say to that? A silence stretched before Luz answered. I missed you too. I'm sorry, I should have come looking for you sooner. His voice faltered. I thought it would be easier after I got my profession, but I shouldn't have waited. Okay, now I feel terrible. He's winning without even trying. How is that fair? I should be the one to apologize. Kai thanked improvisation again for keeping his words clear. I was the one who promised to come visit you and then took 7 years to do it. Their footsteps were the only sound on the paved streets of High Arbor, echoing in the night. There were no taverns in this residential area. Lou's chuckles broke the quiet. What? I don't think anyone remembers that promise apart from you. Lou's grin flashed in the night. You always loved to take responsibility for everything, so ahead of us even if you were younger. I am sorry I let you carry the burden by yourself while I waited by the side. You truly want to destroy my cold, dead heart tonight. You were just a kid. Let's just say we're even then, Kai magnanimously conceded. Are you sure Anna doesn't remember either? Yes. Well, maybe she does, but I can assure you she didn't expect you to find us first. We had made plans to travel to Greenside after graduating from the program. Really, by some miracle, his voice didn't crack, but he couldn't hide his disbelief. All he could do was stare at the paved road and continue to put one foot before the other. Yep, the group couldn't be complete without you. Kai didn't trust himself to say more. They were almost at the edge of the inner city, where a column of light rose from the ring road. Lou grabbed his shoulders, forcing him to meet his gaze. Firm and gentle, he cast a shadow over him. Did you think we had forgotten about you? Kai let his eyes wander, but Lou's towering frame was cumbersome, making it hard to avoid him. The hulking teenager had no intention of moving without an answer. He had always been good at patiently waiting, perhaps better than him. Fine, I'll do it. You got pretty bossy without me. Kai stopped delaying the inevitable. 2 observant green eyes looked down at him. The squared face with an early patchy beard was so unlike his memories, but the eyes were the same. Thoughtful, worried, never betraying what was going on beneath the surface. What am I supposed to say? Yes, probably yes. Isn't that normal? To forget people, I mean. We were children. I wouldn't have faulted you if you had moved on. Kai cursed himself the moment the words left his mouth. Was that truly the best he could manage? Lou's impassive expression was breached by a faint smile. When were any of us ever normal? That was why we met in the first place. I never really fit in with any group, but with you it was easy. He chuckled and pulled him in for a hug. No, we didn't forget you. We wouldn't be able to even if we tried. You were pretty memorable. The height difference was obvious, especially when he began patting his head, an adult reassuring a kid that everything was fine. Despite Kai's instinctive dislike for the treatment, his irritation flowed away. I'll let it slide just this once. How could he be mad at someone who said shit like that? It was so incredibly unfair. 7 years and they remembered him and planned to go look for him. What could he say to that? Guess I was a pretty amazing teacher, wasn't I? Kai tried to pat Lou in the same way. His short arms couldn't quite reach the giant's head. So unfair. You can let me go now, just a moment. You're just gloating on the fact you've grown faster than me. Maybe, Lou chuckled, squeezing him tighter. You're just so small. I don't know why you were always bigger in my imagination. Damn jerk, I have yet to go through puberty. You were supposed to be the kind one. If you try to pick me up, I'm going to punch you, Kai threatened with a smile, anticipating his thoughts. And I don't mean in the shoulder or your stomach. The higher you are, the bigger the tumble when you fall. The stupidly big teenager appeared to consider the proposal for a second before freeing him. He gave him a final condescending pat on the head, grinning. His amused look didn't last long when Kai kicked him in the shin. Lou let out a satisfying cry that seemed more of surprise than pain, hopping on one leg while he held his hands on the other. And people say violence doesn't help. I already feel much better. Don't scream, people are trying to sleep. Kai gave him a reproachful look, pointing at the building around them. I know that, Lou whispered furiously through gritted teeth. Why did you kick me? You know why, and you deserved that. He took a step back to get out of reach. Maybe he should have thought twice, but it felt so right in the moment. What are you going to do now, big boy? Hit your small, powerless friend. When it was clear Lou had no intention to retaliate, Kai headed down the street. Let's get home. You can crash on my couch if you don't want to walk back. Did you have to hit me so hard? Lou limped after him with a sulk. Closer to the boy he was than the responsible adult. If it's wrong, why does it feel so good? Kai shrugged. You'd have avoided it if I kicked you any slower. Really, it's your own fault if you think about it. How do you know it'd have avoided it? Lou caught up with him, favoring the unharmed leg. That's what I do, Lou. I know things. Kai slowed down and helped him along. And Anna couldn't stop singing your praises all night. All hail improvisation. Sometimes his mouth was faster than his brain. Despite his bulk, Lou was light on his feet. He could roughly assess his attributes. Though it was more an instinctive feeling from the fights he had experienced helped by inspect. Spirits willing, the boy wouldn't suspect a thing. Salty droplets tickled his face. The crystal sea on his right was quite lively this morning. Stirred by the winds in the early sunlight, the wave crests sparkled like diamonds against a background of aquamarine waters. The shades of blue and beryl grew darker further off the coast. Streams of people were already pouring into the promenade along the shore of Harbor. The end of summer had little impact on the numbers filling the streets. With autumn approaching, the worst of the heat had subsided, making crowds much more tolerable. Kai dried his face with a hand. Is this a bad idea? Maybe. Does it matter? Flynn raised an eyebrow. You've already decided you're gonna do it, so why worry about it? It was impossible not to feel a tinge of envy. Kai had spent 3 days thinking about what to do, and he wasn't any closer to an answer. How could Flynn always be so confident and unflappable? Delaying the meeting any longer would be rude, or worse, suspicious. The twins were dying to show him their progress and skills, Anna and Lou too, albeit not so overtly. They had been all too eager to invite him to train together. Their motives couldn't have been more transparent, to flex on their poor mentor. He could come up with excuses not to go or watch from the sidelines, though that would only postpone the problem. The more he tried to avoid it, the more attentive and curious they'd be about him. Y'all get old and wrinkly if you keep worrying. Flynn flicked his ear, making him jolt away. It will be fine, or well know better after today. Kai glared at him, hands defending the sides of his head. Remind me why I'm bringing you along. He calculated his chances of throwing him off the pier. There were no dangerous rocks nearby, and the water was deep enough to cushion the fall, though Flynn would likely drag him along into the sea, for my charming looks and personality. He put on his most slappable grin, also for my inscrutable wisdom. Right, I must have hit my head pretty hard last night. How did this ever sound like a good idea? His irritating friend had gone through the Republic brainwashing program too. That made him the closest thing to an expert that Kai could get his hands on. It was always good to have a second set of eyes, and perspective even, if the value of his judgment was dubious at best. I've only talked to him once, but Lou seemed pretty all right. Flynn held his chin in a pensive pose as he imparted his wisdom. A bit stiff, but he managed to string 3 sentences without mentioning what a gift and honor it was to be accepted into the Republic Scholarship Program. Trust me, that's not something to take for granted. The stone pier turned to wood and then sand. They took off their shoes before proceeding. The sun hadn't risen long enough to warm the ground, leaving it pleasantly chill under their bare feet. A vast flat expanse dotted with people spread before them. Nothing special as far as scenic beaches went, except for its artificially enlarged size, an attempt of the governor to distinguish the capital. From what Kai heard, the project had never reached any level of popularity with mainlanders apart from when the governor organized an event or festival. Without another use, it was left for the locals for most of the year. Many were jogging in groups, sparring or otherwise training. They passed an old woman with leathery skin yelling at a group of kids swimming in the water. There were few open spaces to train inside the city unless you were willing to pay the Republic for their facilities. Kai came here once or twice a week to train with Flynn. He recognized about 1 in 10 faces and no one he ever talked to. Anonymity in a sea of people. Hey. You've come. Anna raced towards them with a beaming smile, stopping in front of them to catch her breath, hands resting on her knees. No signs of the other 3 anywhere close. You must be Flynn. Lou told me Kai would bring a friend. She greeted politely with an assessing look. Have I seen you somewhere? A small frown scrunched her brows. You must be Anna. Kai told me a lot about you. Flynn offered to shake her hand, all charm and openness. I remember you from Hawkfield. You were pretty memorable. You're part of the scholarship. She took a second look at him, her demeanor already more friendly. I graduated earlier this year. I remember you were always so busy that we never got the chance to chat. You followed the mana classes, right? Best in your year. Well, Anna played with her hair, blushing. I wouldn't say the best. Sevilla and Selyu are pretty good, maybe one of the better ones. And Yurei humble too. Flynn smiled again, poking Kai in the ribs. Any chance you can teach him that? Very funny, especially coming from you. Why did I ever agree to this plan? There were a few things Flynn did as well as being the center of attention. And if they were looking at him, they weren't paying attention to Kai. Anna giggled at his expense. He'll try, but it might be hard if he's like I remember. In a blink, the two were already in deep conversation about common acquaintances at Hawkfield and sharing stories. Names and references flew over his head. If Kai didn't know better, he'd think they had been friends for a lifetime. No way Anna laughed at a story about a certain Professor Tenor. Flynn nodded, solemnly placing a hand over his heart. I swear that's exactly what he said, word for word. He can't see a palm from his face without his glasses. Why do I feel like a third wheel? When it became clear they had no intention of stopping anytime soon, Kai loudly cleared his throat. Shouldn't we get going? Where are the others? Oh, sorry. Anna's head snapped to him, remembering why she was there. They're waiting ahead where it's less crowded. Come, I'll show you. She grabbed his hand to lead the way along the beach as if he had been the one wasting time. The blessed silence was cut short as Flynn got the conversation started again. Come on, you have to tell me all Kai's embarrassing stories as a child. Was he always so peculiar? Anna helpfully offered. They both glanced at him and shared a knowing look. I remember one of the first times I met him. He couldn't have been much older than 3 years, but he had this way of looking at people that made even adults snap to attention. Spirits have mercy, this was a terrible idea. Kai considered stepping between them to make them shut up, but this was exactly why Flynn was here. Turning a bend in the coast, the beach shrank in size, palm trees and shrubs thrived about 50 meters from the shore. When hallowed intuition whispered to him, he was ready to listen. He rolled to the side with a swift motion, a hand brushing his back. 2 figures crashed into the spot where he had been standing with a loud groan. One time was more than enough. The twins earned a mouthful of sand for their effort. Kai had to give it to them. They had committed to their ambush, going as far as hiding under the marbled sand. It could have worked if he wasn't expecting it. How did you dodge that? Oli protested in a tangle of limbs. Did Anna tip you off? Uli stepped over his brother to stand up but was pulled back to the ground, swiftly devolving into an all-out wrestle. To distinguish one another, they had different leather bracelets woven with shells on their wrist, though Kai trusted their mana veins more. Using Inspect, a series of minor channels didn't quite align perfectly. She didn't need to. I've also got mana sense, and you are quite predictable. Kai didn't hide his smirk from them. Skill and experience could bridge the gap even if he restrained his physical attributes to a stage lower. The brothers' eyes narrowed to slits, measuring him up like a slippery fish in the shallows. They weren't going to give up easily. Stop playing and get up. Lou walked over to them with an exasperated look. You can't complain he didn't come earlier if this is how you greet him. He said wed meet the next day and then stood us up for an eternity. Uli sulked. Yeah, he owes us for breaking his oath. Pointing out that he had made no such promise and that he had been busy brewing potions was likely pointless. They already knew that. Kai put Lou between them before they got any ideas. Tell me you wouldn't have tried to tackle me if I came the first day. Of course not. The answer took an instant too long to come. Your betrayal was the only reason. They nodded in unison. Anyway, who's that guy? The twins finally noticed Flynn. I think I've met him before. His friend had remained on the sidelines watching the scene with Anna like some kind of live show. Another exchange of greetings followed while they studied the newcomer. Their suspicion quickly melted away when they discovered he was a fellow from Hawkfield. Apparently, let Flynn pass their friendship test, not that Kai needed their approval. If only they knew. You should convince Kai to join too. He's not too old. Uli agreed with his brother for once. It's a great opportunity. You can work for the Republic if you do well. I told you I can't. Kai made it clear he wasn't interested, but it wasn't getting through to any of them. They only wanted what they thought was best, though good intentions could be blind. To avoid an argument, he used his contract with Rise as an obstacle. He bent the truth a bit to make it sound more restrictive than it really was. He just had to ensure they never met with the merman. I promise I'll make it up to you. Listen up, Lou called the group to attention like a drill sergeant. Kai jolted, surprised to hear him raise his voice for what was probably the first time in his life. We can chat later, training first. Flynn, do you want to join? It's a similar routine to what we did at the camp. I'm in. I'm just not sure if Kai can keep up. He patted his shoulder with concern. You're committing a lot to the act. He can run with Anna. Her biggest focus is on mana and knowledge skills. Their levels should be similar. You're with me then. She puffed her chest. It can be hard if you're not used to it. Huh, Lou was the only one treating him like a little kid and she had a single year over him. I told you I've trained with my teacher. Okay, just don't be stubborn if you can't keep up. While Kai had decided to undersell himself a little for now, he wasn't planning to be a total slouch, far from it. He considered faking being at Orange, but Anna could read his grade. If he told them he wore a cloaking enchantment, they'd ask him to take off and check Vuria's amulet. Orange wasn't something people in the archipelago achieved before 14, let alone at his age. Without much fanfare, the group started running to warm up. Flynn easily took the lead with his profession, a shiny new unknown to soak up their attention. Lou wasn't far behind, with the twins straining to keep up. What did they say? Actions speak louder than words. Little by little, Anna lost her overconfidence. She tried to stay a step ahead of him, but Kai easily matched and surpassed her. Her breath became more and more ragged as she pushed beyond her limits. It was cute how his little friends wanted to show off to their old mentor. Maybe it was time they remembered he had been the boss for a reason. Thankfully, Anna had more common sense than Kia and slowed down before collapsing. "You're pretty good," Oli said as the twins circled him, not a drop of sweat on them. "How high is your running skill?" "I evolved it to orange years ago, one of my highest skills. Remember, I taught you how to get it." Oli nodded with a thoughtful look while Uli gave a low whistle. "You're not lying, are you?" "Nope." Kai increased the pace till their lazy smiles turned serious. They were in excellent shape, making full use of their attributes with some kind of variant of a running skill. He was tempted to activate Empower and double his speed. Their expression would be priceless. "One day I can be patient." The session ended too soon. It was supposed to be a simple warm-up. Kai avoided any suspicions with the excuse of a powerful movement skill. They continued with a variety of squats, push-ups, and stretches. It made him nostalgic for his time at the estate, though it was nice to train with other people instead of alone. Kai played oblivious to the eyes observing him, waiting to see him falter and fail. A number of skillshafts of which he improvised on the spot were used to justify how he kept up with the twins. "Are we done already?" He had condensed an artistic trickle of water on his forehead to hide the fact he had barely broken a sweat. The twins also looked far from pleased that their plans to overwhelm him and gloat had been thwarted. "Didn't you say you focused on mana skills?" Anna asked, any trace of cockiness scrubbed away from her. "I do, but my mentor insisted that I train a broad mix." His mysterious teacher was his other excuse that walked far closer to the truth. "How high is your mana sense and manipulation?" Anna bit her lip. "You don't have to answer, but mine are level 37 and 32. "Oh dear, I'm not sure you really want to know." "Oh, I'm about the same." Kai put his index and thumb a little apart, just a tiny bit higher. General skills, mana sense, LV 7680. Racking my brains on the cube paid off. 80 and 70 are such great round numbers. "Okay, time for some weapon training." Lou stood up, ending their break. "Kai, did you learn to wield a weapon?" "My mentor taught me a little swordsmanship." Inside a ring drawn in the sand, the twins circled each other like drakes looking for an opening. No provocations or snarky remarks were exchanged. Both were entirely focused on their opponent. Each expertly wielded a practice spear, a head longer than themselves, with eyes serious and unblinking. The blunt snap of dulled spear points shot in tentative strikes. Two mirror images sought a crack to squeeze through and gain the upper hand. To no one's surprise, Uli and Oli were evenly matched. Each exchange of thrust and jabs always returned them to the status quo. Sitting outside the ring beside Anna, Kai watched the duel in fascinated silence. He had readily agreed to let them go first so he could see how the spar worked. The first to land a hit below the shoulders or force the other out of the circle won. No head strikes or dirty blows. The goal was to train their weapon skills. With Inspect and Elijah's teachings, Kai considered himself a decent judge. He could usually get a feel of where a fight was leaning and be right more often than not. Though if someone offered Kai 100 gold messars to guess the winner, he might as well flip a coin and let luck decide. "Who do you think will win?" he asked. Anna must have more experience assessing the skills of the identical twins. They've reset the score after they reached orange. It's 11-12 for Uli right now with 7 ties. Anna alternated her gaze between the twins with a pensive look. How can the spar end in a draw? Or did I miss something? Seeing her intent focus, Kai chose to wait and keep his doubts. From how they explained the rules to him, there would always be a winner and a loser. Unless they both refused to fight, maybe. Uli has been training hard to beat Oli to the next enhancement. Anna bit her thumbnail, a small frown on her brows. That might make him more determined, but also more rash. Oli won't let go of his lead, and Uli is 1 spar down, so he. As she went back and forth between the pros and cons for each twin, Uli put a stop to the stalemate and lunged forward. Spear cut through the air like lightning aimed at his brother's chest. Sharpened point or not, Kai's heart skipped a beat. The flimsy leather protections they brought would do little to defuse a frontal blow. His mind already created images of Oli skewered on his brother's spear. The twin lowered his body to dodge and used the shaft of his own spear to divert the strike over his shoulder, countering with a jab in the same movement. Uli narrowly dodged, brushing the attack to the side and bringing his weapon back in a defensive stance to fend off the flurry of blows that followed. With neither side willing to retreat, the fight devolved into close quarters. Spear points were forgotten, and they started using the shafts like quarterstaffs to whack each other. Kai lost sight of who was who in the wild melee. One of the twins let go of his spear and elbowed his brother in the stomach. His victorious smirk had not yet fully formed when it was smashed by a punch in the face that knocked him down on the ground. As his shoulders hit the sand, he threw a vicious kick on his twin's knee that brought him down with him. Give up, this was my win. Never, you cheating bastard. You broke the rules first. Limbs and curses intermingled on the ground. Uli and Oli rolled in the sand, trying to wrestle the other into submission. Anna sighed audibly, a touch disappointed and not at all worried. It's another tie. They're only allowed to strike with their spear in a weapon sparring and they can't hit the head. Oli would have won if he didn't respond to the first strike, but he also broke the rules. Shouldn't we stop them? Kai raised an eyebrow, afraid they'd break a limb or choke each other to death. Anna grabbed his arm to stop him. They'll jump back on each other the moment you turn away if we intervene. She waved off the angry yells coming from the wriggling pile of limbs. Better to let them settle it. They'll stop when they get tired. Even Lou didn't look particularly worried, idly chatting with Flynn as if this was nothing out of the ordinary and the twins weren't trying to strangle each other 5 meters from them. They must know best, right? You can't fight the tide or stupidity. Does this happen often? Sometimes, she shrugged. This is just their 8th tie. Wait, didn't the count start 2 weeks ago when they upgraded their race? Kai kept his mana sense on them to be safe as Anna told him about what they did in Hawkfield. She hadn't given up on changing his mind on the scholarship yet, and her casual mentions about all the wonderful things the Republic offered them weren't particularly subtle. True to her word, the shouts and curses from the 2 thick skulls died down after a couple minutes. When they stood up, their faces were barely visible beneath all the sand that stuck to their sweat, but there were no broken bones and fewer bruises than Kai expected. They spluttered on the beach to clean their mouths and shook off the sand like wet dogs, though dogs would probably be smarter. It's a tie, Lou announced before Uli or Oli could speak a word, ignoring their protest of unfairness. The twins plopped down beside him and Anna with an identical scowl on their faces and acted as if the other didn't exist. Don't pay them attention, they'll get over it. What was I saying? Oh right, the history lesson. You can't imagine how vast is the territory the Myrian Republic controls on the continent, hundreds of times the size of the archipelago. 250 at most, and the archipelago is made up of islands, so it's not a fair comparison. Anna didn't notice how far from impressed he was by anything she said. Kai was about to step into the ring to escape the spill when Lou and Flynn preceded him. If he insisted on going next, she might get offended. Yade, have mercy. I know she thinks she's helping me, but can't she get the hint? The beginning of a new spar gave him the chance to close the topic. While Flynn could use a sword without skewering himself, he was far more proficient with daggers and throwing knives. Neither was an ideal weapon for a frontal duel, but he was the only one with a profession. There wasn't a perfect match among the training weapons they brought. Flynn made do with 2 long knives. Uli lent him his chest and arms protections. They weren't a perfect fit, but that made little difference. Sparring meant getting bruises. Kai hadn't realized how lucky he had been with Elijah, who could perfectly control his hits. I was spoiled rotten, and I didn't even know it. Sorry, Butler, you were right. Lou raised his guard, wielding a longsword. Ready? Yeah, I was born ready. Flynn's grin didn't last when the hulking teenager charged at him with an overhead swing. The air whistled cut by the sword as if he wanted to split his head like a melon, though Lou aimed for the shoulder. No friendly banter or probing strikes to get an idea of his opponent's skills. Lou pressed with a chain of impressive blows. While none of them were aimed at a vital point, a bit of leather wouldn't stop a wooden sword from breaking a bone. Flynn bent and twisted to deflect. He danced around the ring, making full use of the available space to dodge and evade. He was faster and more agile, but he struggled to match Lou's raw might using a knife. Lou was taking full advantage of the superior reach of his weapon to keep him at a distance and leverage his strength. He never gave Flynn a moment to breathe or reverse the momentum of the fight, relentlessly chasing to pin him down or force him outside the ring. Come on, Lou, you got this. Anna cheered, echoed by the twins. Flynn, kick his ass or I'll kick you out of the house. Kai yelled, ignoring the glances the others gave him. You can do it. Despite Flynn's confident facade, it'd be a huge blow to his pride if he lost with a profession on his side. We've trained together. Don't you dare lose to an overgrown teenager. Shouting encouragement, doubts started to arise. Kai had to admit Lou was pretty fucking good with a sword, and he might have slightly underestimated him. While Elijah had never let him forsake his physical training, magic and mana skills were his main focus. Swordsmanship was a secondary skill for him, especially since the butler had left. He must have some high skills to have reached the second enhancement. Lou lunged forward with a series of quick jabs. A side slash pushed away Flynn's knife, an instant too late to parry the following blow that scored a hit to his left arm and put an end to the duel. It barely grazed the leather vambrace, but a hit was a hit. Damn it, both teenagers lowered their weapons, catching their breath after the intense exchange. Kai slumped, trying to hide his disappointment. I'll take him to that exotic restaurant he wanted to try in the upper city. Anna ran to congratulate the victor. Lu shook his head with a thoughtful impression. It's his win he struck me first. He bent to pick up the second knife lying in the sand at his feet, hidden behind their bodies. You're really good, you sneaky bastard. Flynn accepted his weapon and shook hands with a humble smile. It was a close fight. I just got lucky at the end. I wouldn't call that luck. You baited me until I overextended, Lu said without any resentment. You won fair and square. Your throw would have caused me a much more serious injury than mine. I didn't think you'd notice. A mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. Want to go for another? Lu asked, hopeful. No, I think I've got enough for today, maybe another time. Kai wanted to have a go too. Flynn strode to him, helping him up. His voice lowered to a whisper. You thought I'd lost. Not even for a second, Kai smiled. Only I can beat you, if I use Empower. Oli went to pick up his spear. Okay, Kai, show me what you've got. I'll go easy on you. Wait, I want to fight him too. Uli protested, running to fetch his weapon. Too late, I'm already in the ring and you've got no protections. Guess it's time to put them in their place. Don't be scared, I believe in you. Flynn ruffled his hair and gave a loud pep talk. Just remember my lessons and show them what I've taught you. You can do this. Thinking again, I'm going to go check out that restaurant alone. Lu whispered something in Oli's ear that made him go a shade paler and nod his head dutifully. Satisfied, Lu gave the twin a pat on the shoulder and came to offer him his longsword. Remember, you can stop the spar at any time. You don't have to entertain them if you don't want to. The group cleared the ring and redrew the smudged line in the sand while Kai wore Anna's leather protections and took position in the center. Ready when you are, you can have the first strike. Oli leveled his spear at him. I'll do my best not to take advantage of my attributes. Same for me. Reading his stance, Kai dashed toward him. Against a spear, he needed to close the distance to have a shot at victory. Oli intercepted him with 3 quick jabs and forced him to retreat, though he didn't press when Kai parried them. They exchanged more probing strikes. Oli wasn't putting his whole weight into the strikes either, careful to aim for the protections or his longsword to disarm him. They both avoided a contest of strength, making it easier to hide his physical attributes. Kai's favorite strategy was to overwhelm his opponents by increasing his strength and speed with bursts of Empower. Even against Flynn, he didn't completely restrain the use of the skill. What would be the point of not using an ability that would always be available to him? To train swordsmanship, you moron. In truth, it wasn't complete idiocy since training his mana skills was crucial, but maybe he could try something different today. Without pushing his body to his limits or casting spells, his entire focus could go to his swordsmanship, on how to outsmart his opponent through sheer technique. This could be more useful than I thought. It was exciting to measure himself against someone else, who also used a different weapon. The sword in his hand became the only thing that mattered. His whole world, everything else faded in the background, vaguely aware that he was falling into a meditative state. The beach filled with the rhythmic snapping of wood as they exchanged blows, slowly growing in intensity. Oli's easygoing demeanor turned serious, his jabs fast and precise to keep him at bay. The power and speed behind each blow continued rising until the twin realized he was being pushed on the defensive regardless. Face scrunched up, Oli flexed the muscles in his arms and pushed his entire strength into a sweeping strike to force him back. There, the steps flashed into his mind and his body moved accordingly. Gripping his sword with both hands, Kai stepped into the blow. The closer to the grip of the spear, the weaker the attack. He met the impact head-on and felt it vibrate through his bones. A faint creak of wood from his sword, it was holding. Surprise painted over Oli's face as the events caught up to him. Kai charged before he could fix the opening or retreat. A single, humorous double tap on his chest closed the spar. I win. He retreated in case the twin reacted like in the first duel. A wide smile grew on his lips, his breath ragged and sweat condensed over his body with water magic. It was a perfect technical victory that hadn't required his real attributes. Oli didn't move. He stared in shock and confusion, trying to understand how things had gone so terribly wrong. Damn idiot, I can't believe we're related. What the fuck was that strike? Uli stomped his feet. You left yourself completely open. Of course you lost. As if a spell was broken, everyone started talking at the same time. You did great, Anna congratulated. Oli made a mistake, but you did well to take advantage of it. I knew you could do this. You just had to believe in yourself. Flynn looked at him like a proud parent, drying a fake tear from his eye. Now's my turn. Uli rushed to take his spear, protections already on. Calm down. Lu stopped him. Kai's 2 years younger, you can't charge at him just to do better than your brother. He can spar with me. Lu went to pick up an identical sword and stepped into the ring. It'll be interesting to compare sword techniques. Where's the no-pressure attitude? It'd be polite to ask. Can I take a break first? You can rest later, it'll go easy on you. Lu's eyes keenly observed him. Just show me what you got. Expectant gazes burrowed into his back. Flynn's gaze carried question, ready to make up some random excuse to offer him a way out. Kai shook his head with the tiniest movement. Beneath his fake sweat and heavy breathing, the fight with Oli had been little more than a warm-up. Swordsmanship had gone up a level. Even if he had already been close before the fight, it meant he was on the right track. Just another friendly sparring. What could go wrong? Sometimes I wonder if I enjoy challenging my luck. Putting on a bright smile, Kai gripped the hilt of his wooden blade and marched back into the ring. Lu was already in position, practice sword casually resting on the sand. Kai wasn't about to trust that laid-back pose. The memory of Lu's berserker ferocity against Flynn was still fresh in his mind. Is he a battle maniac behind the quiet persona? There must be some motivation behind his rapid advancement. Tack when you're ready. Lu took a textbook stance, squared shoulders, wide legs, muscles taut but not stiff, hands firmly wielding his longsword with his guard up. His expression was relaxed, but it was impossible to avoid a tinge of tension when he looked ready to charge at a moment's notice. It might just be me, but he doesn't look very friendly. Anyway, here we go. Letting go of his distractions, Kai swung 2 probing strikes, careful not to unbalance himself to receive the retaliation. Lu easily parried him as expected, but the fierce response didn't come. The looming tower of muscles limited to defending against any slash and lounge he threw at him. Calm and controlled. Simon Kai, you need to focus. Is this all you got? Lu stared at him like a disappointed teacher. You were fighting better than this against Oli. That was so unlike anything Kai expected from his quiet childhood friend. He took a second to realize Lu was taunting him. Then again, it had been almost 7 years. He had been arrogant to presume he knew everything about the grown teenager. In the back of his mind, a tiny voice whispered to stop there and lose. It was the most prudent choice. But the boot of his pride squashed the voice like a bug. He couldn't give up so easily. Pressing his lips in a thin line, Kai swung his sword with renewed vigor, inching closer to his real power. He sent a rain of meticulous strikes to find an opening in his opponent's defenses. Fending off the barrage of attacks, Lu began to press him with strikes of his own. He wasn't anywhere close to his full strength, but it was enough to force Kai into a difficult position. Frustration at his restricted attributes mounted with each swing he blocked. Not only was he fighting an uphill battle, but limiting his stats took another chunk of concentration from the duel. All he had to do was reveal more of his attributes, a tiny bit. The strength and dexterity in his arms begged to be used. Perhaps his caution with his friends was overblown. It wasn't like he had done anything illegal. If the Republic discovers there's an 11-year-old kid who has reached Orange, they're definitely coming to bother me. The governor is too greedy to leave a silver mine lying in his backyard, and the twins suck at keeping their mouths shut. The more people knew a secret, the higher the chances it would leak, be it on purpose or by accident. Gritting his teeth, Kai retreated, palm up in surrender to stop Lu from pursuing. I need a break. Kai improvised a ragged breath, though the sweat on his brows and back wasn't faked. The sun was rising over the sea. The temptation to throw all caution to the wind would be too great if he didn't stop now. Lu's impassive eyes studied him as he lowered his longsword. We can keep going, you are doing good. The only way to improve is to push yourself, and you can't learn without losing. I'm not planning on losing. I should have told him I was just a mage. Improvisation offered him half a dozen excuses to get out. He just needed to pick one and swallow his pointless pride. Why was it so hard? It'd be a waste to refuse this opportunity, wouldn't it? That's the reason. He hadn't found a decent training partner since Elijah had left, and he yearned for it. Flynn was capable, but he was no swordsman. Fighting him was like chasing a slippery eel. It didn't push his technique higher. Against Lu, Kai could feel his swordsmanship progress after months of near stagnation. When would he get another chance like this? A glimmer of an idea flashed through his mind, and his decision was as well as made. The plan was too clever not to be used. I've got a skill that boosts my strength temporarily. Kai pushed back his hair slick with sweat. They needed a cut. I know this is a weapon sparring, but can I use it? You can also stop holding back. How many useful skills do you have? Uli huffed. It's so unfair. Oli swatted his brother. Who cares about that? Kai, you can teach me that skill, right? You can ask him about that later. Lu silenced them, his attention back on him with a frown. Are you sure you can match me? Those skills usually come with drawbacks if you abuse them. I know my limits, I can do it. Kai nodded with conviction. I have enough mana to last for a duel. It's a mana skill. Anna blushed when she realized she had spoken out loud and mumbled her next words. You can tell me about it later. If you are sure, Lu hesitated. But warn me if you're about to run out of mana and don't try to overdo it. I'm ready when you are. Now's my turn to have fun. After stretching his arms, Kai charged with a powerful swing. Not a drop of empower flowed through his muscles, but the full weight of his attributes gave his sword more than enough power. The wooden blade whistled through the air. Honestly, he had been an idiot not to think about it sooner. He had the perfect skill to hide the physical attributes of his grade. Lu parried his blow with a grunt and a flash of surprise. His eyes narrowed. If he didn't believe him before, he did now. In a snap, he burst forward with the ferocity he showed fighting against Flynn. Kai was forced to focus on defending alone. Each blow reverberated through his body like the hammering of a blacksmith on an anvil. As he so smartly predicted, Lu's physique and muscles more than made up for the difference in grade. Damn. For grown teenagers, if Lu's swings weren't aimed at his sword, Kai might have thought his childhood friend was trying to kill him. He tightened knuckles on the hilt till they whitened. Getting disarmed would be an embarrassing way to lose. Lu's technique was blunt but flawless with no weaknesses to leverage. The relentless assault forced Kai on the defensive without any opportunity to reverse the momentum. If he didn't do something soon, his dear friend would drive him out of the ring. Fuck no, no risk, no reward. Kai feinted an opening to bait Lu closer and twisted his shoulder to slip past his defenses. It was a reckless blow that left his head and chest exposed. In a real fight, he would receive a wound far worse than the one he inflicted, but with these spar rules, the winner was the one who scored the first hit. Lu awkwardly parried the blow and took a step back to dodge the follow-up. Before the chance slipped by, Kai charged on the offensive with a chain of quick strikes. He might not have the strength advantage, but he still had a slight edge in dexterity and flexibility. Spirits, I missed this. It was exhilarating to let go of any restriction and push his body to its very limit. Blood and adrenaline pumped in his veins, his muscles quick to follow his commands. If Lu's swings were like a thunderstrike of a storm, he was like the raindrops incessantly tapping. Kai was on top of the world. He could taste victory. His furious flurry of strikes forced Lu back into the center of the ring. A soft murmur whispered in the back of his mind. Kai had no time to examine to the obscure message hallowed intuition bore, and he didn't need to. Lu's next strike shot up his arms, carrying enough strength to make his bones rattle. Already strained by the battle, Kai felt his hands going numb. The following swing came quick like lightning, barely giving him the time to raise his guard. The impact crashed into him with the same overwhelming power and frightening knowledge. You were holding back. Either that, or Lu also possessed a boosting skill. It wasn't just the strength behind each strike that grew. His already immaculate swordsmanship became more complex and refined. Instead of simply rushing forward like a bull, Lu wove feints and light jabs into the strikes. Each blow could hit like a thunderclap or the brush of a feather. With hardly any clue to distinguish them, a single misjudgment would spell the end, forcing Kai to needlessly brace and slow his momentum. His arms and shoulders burned with protest from the harsh treatment, a worry for later. Kai forced his body to swing and deflect faster than ever before. His feet danced and dashed around the ring to not get pinned down, making full use of his size and flexibility to dodge. It was all useless. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks, making Kai almost lose grip on his sword. He couldn't win. That was the simple truth. He could grit his teeth and keep holding on. Learning under Elijah made him a grandmaster at prolonging fights against stronger opponents. But that same knowledge also made him aware of the truth. He couldn't win. He was completely outmatched, and there was no clever trick to lead him to victory. Lu was stronger, faster, and spirits be damned better than him with a sword. Unless the older teenager made a colossal blunder, Kai stood no chance of winning, and Lu had yet to commit even a minor mistake. Fuck me, there was a solution. If he activated Empower for real, he could use the surprise burst of power to score a hit. He had already told them about the skill. It wouldn't even be weird to flare the ability for a single strike. Under the barrage of attacks, Kai couldn't spare the time to ponder for long. Empower was right there. He needed but a thought to reach for it, and victory would be his. What's the point? It wouldn't help grow his skills or make him a better fighter. There would be nothing to be gained except a cheap victory to safeguard his pride, using Empower for what was effectively cheating. Kai fought till his body screamed at him to stop, and then some more. There was never any opening. Even when it became crystal clear to everyone that Lu had won, his swings never slacked. Methodical and inexorable, the hulking teenager whittled him down like a block of marble under a sculptor's chisel. With sweat burning in his eyes, Kai missed the exact moment his sword flew out of his numb hands, but he saw it tumble on the sand. His knees hit the sand as his limbs refused to listen to him any longer. Lu loomed over him like the shadow of death, hiding the sun, longsword still firmly in hand, breath barely ragged. I'm going to die. Kai reached for his water mana on instinct, halfway through casting a spell to defend himself when the teenager dropped his weapon and crouched beside him with eyes full of worry. Are you okay? Did you overdraw your skill? His rough hands patted him down looking for injuries. There were no cuts, though Kai had more than one strained muscle. I'm so sorry I got carried away, Lu rambled with guilt. The sweat running down his face showed he was still mortal. Blessed gods, you're a tough nut to crack that was forged from adamantium. I thought I had you half a dozen times, but you always managed to hold on. I'm truly sorry, Kai. I shouldn't have pushed you so hard. Do you feel pain anywhere? The rest of the group was upon them. Anna and Flynn fussed over him while the twins buzzed around like overhyped children who had too many sweets. Where the fuck did you learn to fight like that? That was awesome. I don't remember the last time someone held out against Lu that long. You absolutely have to spar with me now. Kai put on his best reassuring smile. I'm fine. He slowly flexed his hands and arms, hiding a wince. Nothing a potion couldn't fix, just a little sore, but it'll be fine. I think I've got enough sparring for one day. Lu let out an awkward chuckle and dragged the twins away. Give him some space. Kai waited till he was confident his legs wouldn't fail him. Standing up, the movement sent jolts of pain through his back and limbs. There was hardly any part of his body that didn't hurt. Even his jaw ached for having clenched his teeth too hard. He closed his eyes as they were getting moist. It had been a while since I pushed myself so far past my limits. Spirits, I'd pay silver for one of Dora's suspicious concoctions. They sat outside the ring, and the buzz of the duel gradually quietened down. Twins fought to another tie. Anna, Lou, and even Flynn alternated in much tamer sparrings with pauses to rest between them. Kai wasn't paying them enough attention, to which Twins ended up on top, absently nodding whenever Anna spoke to him. He had managed to sneak a potion out of the ring into Flynn's satchel to drink it without suspicion. His body was slowly recovering, not that he paid his condition much attention. While attuned meditation helped him ease his mind, the loss still seared his pride. Sure, Lou was older than him, but he had the advantage of reincarnation and awareness since birth. You can't be the best at everything, dummy. Fucking Flynn, hell, never let me hear the end of it. The logical part of his brain knew he was being unreasonable, but the emotional side struggled to accept he had been bested by one of his little friends. Swordsmanship wasn't one of his main skills, and it was normal for Lou to beat him if that was his primary focus. Like the proverbial fish in a small pond, who believed himself mighty without ever having seen the ocean, he had spent so long in his isolated bubble that he became convinced of his own invincibility. There would be people who could best him in the archipelago, and thousands more on the mainland. He was brilliant, but not unique. Somewhere on Elides there would always be a better duelist, a better alchemist, and a better spellcaster. I guess it was good that I lost. Maybe next time ill. His musings were rudely interrupted when two pairs of hands grabbed him. He didn't need to hear the twins' wild cackles to know it was them. Put me down right now, or ill. Or y'all what? Oli challenged, stopping his arms from squirming away. What are you gonna do? Uli chuckled, firmly clutching his legs. When Kai looked for help, there was no one to save him from the two blockheads. Lost in his own thoughts, he hadn't realized everyone else had gone into the sea. Anna was swimming while Lou and Flynn idly chatted in the waves. Any threat would only spur them on. He needed to change tactics. Put me down, I am hurt, I can't swim. He looks fine to me, doesn't he? That potion Flynn gave you must have been really good. Yes, Uli nodded sagely. He looks perfectly healthy to me. The healing potion had restored him to almost prime conditions, but Kai couldn't fight both when they had already secured his limbs. Lou will be really mad if I'm hurt further. Kai tried to dissuade them. Don't worry, we won't let you drown, Oli said with a dumb giggle that was far from reassuring. Uli could barely contain the laughter. Yes, we'll take extremely good care of you, trust us. After he had kept him power hidden in the spar, Kai wasn't going to reveal the true power of the skill to deal with two fools. I should have drowned you for good when I had the opportunity. He could only accept his unjust fate as the sea grew nearer. His pleas to let him take off his clothes had fallen on deaf ears too. Flynn merrily waved at him from the sea while Lou watched him, stoic. Weren't you feeling guilty? Here's your chance to help. Ready for your healing bath. Uli and Oli cackled madly, swinging him with his limbs and throwing him like a rag doll into the sea. Kai flew in a long arc over the waves and crashed into the cold waters with a loud splash, coming close to hitting the seafloor. I am so going to murder them. If they thought being 2 against 1 protected them, they had committed their last mistake. With blessed swimmer, Kai swam to shore looking for vengeance, aiming for the two figures rolling in the sand amidst laughter. He emerged from the sea clenching his fists, clothes dripping with water on the sand. A hand gripped his shoulder. It's better if you leave your shirt before you go after them. Lou had somehow materialized behind him. It looks expensive and you don't want to ruin it. Kai glared at him. Why did he wait till now to appear? Despite all, his advice cooled his anger. His shirt was enchanted to hide his profession and cost more than a few silver messars. The twins jumped into the sea, arms around their bellies, laughing and taunting him to follow. Fine. Vengeance is best served cold. Don't mind them. Lou dragged him to where they'd left their bags closer to the palm trees. You're a pretty fast swimmer. Your skill must be quite good. Kai took a deep breath to calm himself. It's pretty decent. Can you let my arm go now? Lou didn't respond, tightening his grip instead. What's up with you? The twins were enough without the supposedly thoughtful boy acting up. 50 meters from the shore where the greenery began, Lou finally let him go and watched him with icy eyes. Why did you lie? I don't know what you're talking about. Kai dusted himself off, but there was no hint of humor in Lou's gaze. Kai, I'm not an idiot. His apathetic tone erased any chance that it was a joke. You've mentioned running and 5 other skills while we trained earlier. You also said you had mana sense, mana manipulation, and an observation skill in your stories at the dormitory. Alchemy requires 2 or 3 more at the very minimum, and Flynn told me you can draw runes. Damn, Flynn, why couldn't you keep your mouth shut? Don't blame him, Lou towered over him. It was just a hunch from his stories until you confirmed it with your reaction. Fuck, I've also seen you meditate earlier by the ring. Adding swordsmanship, the boosting skill in swimming, which you also just confirmed, that makes 16 or more skills. And it would be strange if you'd already mentioned every skill in your status. Lou inched even closer and grabbed the amulet on his neck. The necklace must have fallen outside his shirt during his impromptu bath. What's this? Is the pendant enchanted? The metal wouldn't reveal any secret, but its effect would become apparent if he took it off. Kai grasped for improvisation, but was silenced with a warning glance. I thought your swordsmanship was weirdly high for a mage apprentice. Too high for someone at the beginning of Orange. Lu looked at him with a silent threat. I hope there's an explanation for all of this, I really do. Why did you lie? Did you get involved with dangerous people? Kai had always known there was a brain behind those observant green eyes, but he underestimated Lu by a lot. I think I'm fucked. Kai tried to make space between them, but the string of his amulet was still in Lu's hand. It's not what you think, he squeaked. Really, brain, couldn't you think of anything better? Lu let go of the pendant. No, what's your explanation then? Why did you lie to my face? You get one chance to tell the truth, he emphasized with his finger. Damn me, I should have counted my skills. He's not going to give up now, is he? Different possibilities ran through his head. There would be no lying his way out of this, that much was clear. Kai could refuse to talk, though that would mean cutting ties with his childhood friends at best. If Lu chose to dig or involve the enforcers, the situation could escalate in unpredictable ways. It wasn't a bet Kai was willing to make, and it had taken far too long to reunite with them. Then the question was how much to reveal. Lu had already proved himself capable of connecting clues most people overlooked. If facts didn't fit perfectly, he'd notice and deduce more than Kai intended to say. Fuck, there wasn't enough time to think this over. The hulking teen studied his every move with a steely gaze as if he expected Kai would try to run or fight him. Spirits, I didn't even get the fun of breaking the law and he treats me like a criminal. As the shock faded, irritation rose to take its place. Lu's reaction was excessive. He could have asked like a normal person instead of being so dramatic. So. Lu tapped the fingers on his crossed arms. There was no crack in his visage, face hard as stone like he was looking at a stranger. Who recruited you? What do you mean? Kai rose to match him. Surrounded by adults, he'd learned how not to make his stature matter. Do you think I'm what, some sort of spy or something? He let out a humorless laugh. He's being ridiculous. I don't know what to think or who you are. A crack in the ice let through a sliver of emotion, too thin to identify. I've met you 3 days ago, and half the things you told us were lies. Were any of your stories even real? Was there a mysterious teacher, or did you make him up too? Of course he's real. Kai clenched his fists at his sides, a string of irate accusations ready to erupt. Lu didn't retreat, but his body tensed like he did back in the ring. Guess we're strangers. They couldn't just go back to Whiteshore with the snap of a finger, no matter how friendly they acted. 7 years meant more than half their life, likely the most meaningful part. It wasn't a gap that could be mended in 2 meetings. The fairytale reunion had come to an end. Kai's proud posture slumped down. Trust required time and honesty. There hadn't been much of either, and he couldn't deny his own faults. Lu was looking out for his friends, and he wasn't part of them anymore. Yes, he could have been nicer about it, but the teen had asked him directly for an explanation instead of going behind his back. That was something, though Kai wasn't sure what. For once, he ignored his mind and went with his gut. He pulled Vuria's pendant over his neck and offered it to Lu. A tingling crossed his skin as the enchantment turned off. Here, take it. Lu hesitated for an instant before holding it with 2 careful fingers. What's this? Just a cloaking enchantment to hide my grade. Don't worry, it doesn't usually bite. Lu scrunched his brows, examining the unremarkable piece of metal. I can't see anything, or its runes hidden. That's not something you can just buy in a shop. The question was soon forgotten when his gaze moved on him. Lu blinked several times, eyes widening and mouth ajar. You are orange, yet Kai rolled his eyes. I thought you'd have already deduced that by now, Sherlock. You also didn't tell me you've learned mana skills. Sure what? He shook his head, mumbling. I've only got mana sense. His wary demeanor was overwhelmed by incredulity. Lu gawked at him as if he had turned into a unicorn. How is this possible? You're 11, his voice rose an octave higher. Impossible is my middle name, boy. I am about to rewrite your reality. Kai dismissed the cringe lines, though he couldn't stop the wave of smugness that swept through him, a mysterious smirk on his face. 3 amazing teachers and years of grueling work. I gave you your first lessons about the guide. Did you think I would sit around without you? The only lie in my stories was to downplay my training to make it sound more realistic. Okay, that's a bit boastful, but also kinda true. Lu closed his mouth, chaos and confusion swirled in his eyes. Where are your teachers now? What kind of contract did you sign? Does the Republic know about this? Why don't we take a walk as I answer your questions? Kai took his pendant back and gestured to the shore away from High Arbor. Carefree as ever, their friends were still swimming among the waves. Well, Anna did most of the swimming while the twins tried to drown Flynn. Should have helped me when you had the chance. Good luck to you. Kai waved at him as he strolled into the sparse vegetation growing by the beach. Mana sense scanned for anyone who might have come near. Distant voices were muffled in the sea breeze, but he could never be too safe. Lu followed a step behind, gaze burrowing into his back. Where do I start? His mind sure does go to the worst scenarios, too. First, I didn't sign any contract with my teachers. Kai began talking before he could regret his decision. I know it's weird, but I doubt I had anything to offer that was of value to anyone at Green, especially since they planned to leave the archipelago. Not that I knew that in the beginning. I was probably like a pet project for them. Let's take this random kid and see what a commoner can achieve. Lu interrupted his mindless rambles with a strangled sound. Your teacher is green grade. Teachers, there were 3 of them. Kai dismissed his reaction and gave him a reproachful look. Try to pay attention. You were so attentive as a child. At least green grade, Vuria might have been higher. They gave me that if I tell you then it'd have to kill you look whenever I hinted at the topic. As I was saying, my mom was looking for a tutor for my mana sense, and we heard of this place on the road to Silspring. The story was quite jumbled since he hadn't prepared what to say. Maybe it was better this way. It was too easy to slip in false details with improvisation. Once Kai had given him a general overview of his years at the estate, Lu regained his impassive poise and asked questions to poke holes in his story. There were none. That's the advantage of the truth. It's relaxing to not worry that I might screw myself over. He had omitted some details about the estate that were best kept confidential. Lu couldn't expect him to reveal everything his teachers told him. They had stopped by a rocky beach. High Arbor was hidden by a bend in the coast. Only the tops of the upper city poked over the palm trees. It's a pretty unbelievable story, Lu muttered in the end, thoughtful. Kai couldn't disagree. It was already good the suspicious teen didn't dismiss it outright. It is, which is why I don't go around showing my grade. I'm sorry I lied to you. My teachers have left and I don't want any attention. Maybe he has a lying detection skill. Lu absently nodded, the fire and ice gone from him. I'm sorry if I tried to intimidate you. He stared at his feet like an awkward teenager, switching the weight between his legs. It was already weird how you reappeared out of the blue and then you had such high skills. That's not something that just happens. Guess not, but I was never a normal child, was I? No, you were not. Lu met his gaze, amused, still a hint of guilt in his smile. Kai patted his arm. Don't worry, big boy, I was never scared by you. Okay, perhaps a teeny-weeny bit during the sparring, but it was due to exhaustion. My brain wasn't thinking straight. No, it sounded like a genuine question. Kai looked at the overgrown teenager from head to toe and gave an unimpressed shrug. Nope, you're just a harmless teddy bear. Lu managed to look both relieved and offended with a small frown. Errant bears, dangerous beasts from the mainland. I've never been there, it's just a saying my teachers used. I'm not sure who thought making cute stuffed replicas of big killing machines was a good idea. Lu accepted it readily. You used to say such weird stuff all the time when we were kids. I'm not sure that's a compliment, so you believe me? Honestly, Lu turned serious. It's obvious you're still hiding some things, but yes, your story explains how you're free to be here, and you truly have a contract with a merfolk merchandise. I've checked. I believe your story is mostly true. I can take that for now, and can you promise to keep this to yourself? It had been freeing to share his story, but now his fate lay in the hands of another person. I'd rather not find an officer outside my door. The truth isn't anxiety-free either, or is that the fear of betrayal? Lu didn't deny the possibility, meeting his gaze with equal intensity. Can you promise whatever you're hiding won't endanger me or the others? And I don't mean just the stuff about your teachers, also whatever else you've been hiding since we met each other. Shouldn't teenagers be, I don't know, dumber? I must have taught you too well. Kai solemnly put a hand over his heart. I swear on the great spirits that to my knowledge my secrets won't affect anyone but me. Lu nodded, satisfied. Then I swear not to share any information you privately reveal to me without your consent. May the ancestors spurn my spirit, and the 7 moons curse my soul if I break this oath. You had to outdo me, didn't you? A weight lifted off Kai's shoulder. He hadn't made a mistake to trust him. I'm really sorry I jumped to conclusions. It's just Lu smiled sheepishly. I've never heard of anyone reaching the peak of orange at your age in the archipelago, or getting a scholarship from such powerful teachers. I told you it's fine. Kai waved him off. I was simply lucky and a genius to boot. Someone was bound to notice. You mean you were born with a favor higher than 0? Kai groaned, thumping his feet to head back. Stop deducing facts I don't mean to share. And this falls under the oath too. I don't think I'm smart enough for that. Lu gave him a smug smile. You're the genius after all. I am so going to drown him. With the truth out, the mood on the way back was far more relaxed. They walked at the edge of the greenery having idle chat, occasionally meeting other people who looked for privacy away from the city. So what's the deal about the special class in the scholarship program? Kai poked. I've already told you about me. It's only fair you share something too. Lu scrunched his brows. I can't talk about that. Ask me something else. Wait, did you sign some kind of shady contract? Kai pulled his hair back. People always accused others of what they did themselves. Is that why you were all riled up? I've no idea what you're talking about. Lu scowled. Sure, you're not the only one who can make deductions. The big boy sighed audibly. Just don't tell anyone else about it, please. It's not what you think. Now Kai was definitely intrigued, but hearing Lu's grave tone, he reluctantly gave up his plans to tease him. Don't worry, I think I can keep a secret. You're welcome. It was the only weakness he uncovered, and he couldn't use it. Do you think I should tell the others about my grade? He'd rather not, but he was open to discussing it. Lu thought about it a whole second before shaking his head. No, unless you want to. The twins are trustworthy, but they aren't always the most dependable. And Anna's confused, it's better not. Confused? Kai repeated the word. You mean she might go tell her teacher or an enforcer? She just does what she thinks is right and best for you. And you don't agree with her. Kai prodded. Don't tell me you think the governor isn't our selfless savior. He couldn't keep a mocking tone out of his voice. I'm not blind, but it's not that easy, Lou glowered. It rarely is, he agreed. But when they abandoned us to starve in Greenside, it was pretty fucking clear to me. And ours was the only town to suffer. Kai struggled to keep his anger at bay. Despite the years, the rage was always fresh and ready to answer. Not like he could go see a therapist. He had taken a step forward with Lou, but it was still early to open that argument. Anyway, we're almost there. Recognizing the familiar stretch of beach, he ran ahead. Anna was working on a mana construct under the shadows of the palm trees, while Flynn was taking a nap a little closer. Yurei back, he opened a lazy eye when he stepped closer. Did you have a nice chat? Yes, where are the twee? His senses warned him of two figures dashing out of the vegetation, arms wide open to tackle him. Do they ever give up? Kai didn't panic. His body aimed to dodge at the last second, so they'd have no chance to adjust their trajectory. They were almost upon him, and his muscles were tense and ready to respond. Now, pushing against the sand to dash, hallowed intuition whispered something was wrong. His leg met resistance where there should have been none, unbalancing him. Eyes darted to the culprit. Flynn had sneaked closer and gotten into the way of his retreat to trip him. There was no time to recover. Why? Uli and Oli were upon him. The impact forced the air out of his lungs as his shoulder crashed on the sand. Damn traitor, sorry, this was the price of my freedom. Flynn apologized, no trace of regret in his tone. It was you or me, and I didn't feel like drowning. You shouldn't have left me alone with them. Kai vainly tried to fight back the bodies weighing on him. Unarmed combat wasn't one of his strong suits, grappling even less, one of the few flaws in his education. Given their hobbies, the twins must have more than enough experience. Kai got no chance to slip away or fight back and was hauled by his limbs towards the sea. Yurei all going to pay. This time the twins opted to drag him around amidst the waves. Kai patiently waited for them to get bored. They couldn't keep a hold of him forever. As they lowered their guard, he struck. 2 against 1 was a hard matchup, but Blessed Swimmer made him unrivaled in the sea. With Empower as a pretense to use his whole stats and a sprinkle of water magic, Kai was assured they drank as much seawater as him each. He accepted a tentative truce when they offered to teach him how to grapple. From their toothy grins, their intentions to have fun at his expense were obvious, but he accepted nonetheless. It was a weakness he needed to shore up, and their smug expressions would be a great source of motivation. You can forget about me paying for any restaurant. Kai glared at Flynn on their way back to High Arbor. I was just trying to give you more opportunities to bond with your friends. Not a single, Chip, he repeated with deep satisfaction. I am sorry. Flynn tried with his beaten puppy look, but he had abused his acting skill one time too many. Kai gave him his best evil smirk. No, Yurei, not yet, but don't worry, y'all be sorry soon. Maybe we should talk about this after we've all had the time to calm down and think this over. I'm perfectly calm. Flynn ignored him, switching to another topic. What do you think about visiting these ruins? The twins couldn't shut up about it. Dodging under Lou's outstretched arm, Kai punched his ribcage without hesitation. 2 quick blows fueled by a trickle of Empower. There was no time for a third. He slipped behind him on the sand to create distance. Kai raised his fists, legs half bent to dash for an opening. Don't get caught, strike and retreat. If 6 weeks of brawling with the twins had taught him one thing, it was to avoid grappling at any cost. He was light and fast, that was his advantage. Weight and mass would always be against him if the fight ended on the ground. Did you have to hit me that hard? Lou groaned, massaging his side with no apparent desire to pursue him. Even if you can fix it with a potion, it still hurts. You said not to hold back, Kai replied, his focus never wavering from his opponent. He knew better than to lower his guard till the fight was officially over. Go all out, use Empower as much as you want. It makes no difference to me. Kai mimicked the low, stiff tone. I'm invincible now that I've got my profession too. I don't talk like that, Lou sulked, too smart to get provoked. And that's not what I said. Maybe those aren't the exact words, but the meaning was clear. Kai dared him to deny it. Getting a big head after choosing a profession was a rite of passage, and it was his duty as a mentor to pull Lou back on the ground. They were alone in a small alcove, miles away from High Arbor. I've not gained enough XP for a level yet. The big boy grumbled and dashed toward him in the same breath. Kai made a feint to his right. Counting that Lou would see through his attempt, he turned his bait into a proper dodge. He danced around him with Empower boosting his speed. Elijah had taught him how to punch and kick without embarrassing himself, but he never had anyone close to his age to spar before now. The chase continued around the ring of sand. His plan to teach Lou humility had one flaw. The teen was irritatingly competent, with better experience and actual skills for hand-to-hand combat. I should have used more of Empower. As an unofficial rule, Kai chose how much to boost at the beginning of the spar to make it fair. He was using 30 of how he could push Empower without serious consequences. Lou took a kick he could have dodged and grabbed a hold of his leg, a thin smile on his lips. Shit. Kai desperately tried to free himself. Lou parried each blow with a grunt and hauled him off his feet. Unable to leverage himself properly, he could only brace as he crashed on the sand. His back took the brunt of the impact. I yield. He managed to squeeze the words out in a strangled whisper. His new sparring partners had long bashed out Kai's stubborn pride. Forced into the exact position he wanted to avoid, the fight was as good as over. While the twins might have feigned not to hear him, the big boy promptly offered him a hand to stand up, as if he hadn't been the one who ruthlessly slammed him on the ground. You good? Did I hit you too hard? He checked for injuries like a worried parent. Kai studied his face. If Lou was mocking him, he was hiding it well. I'm fine. I probably hit you harder. He had scored more hits, but the team could shrug off his punches like water. It was totally unfair. I can take it. Lou patted his head, smiling down at him. Now he's definitely mocking me. Kai slapped his hand away. Do you want more practice dodging spells? I'm curious to see the difference now that you've got a profession. 2 weeks ago, Lou had broken the second seal and officially graduated from the scholarship program. This was the first chance Kai got to use magic without the twins or Anna around. Checking no one else was nearby, Kai condensed 3 water marbles over his hand, ready to fling them. Are you sure you have enough mana? Don't worry, Kai widened his smile. I've got more than enough, even if refilling them is a pain. Still, maybe it's better if we practice swordsmanship first, Lou argued with his reasonable tone. Y'all fight better if you don't have to worry about running out of your boosting skill. Fine, Kai conceded, letting the water marbles drip on the sand. One spar, first to reach 3 points wins. 1 point was awarded for every limb hit, 2 for the torso. They picked up their practice weapons and wore leather protections. Kai maintained the same trickle of empower, though the gap in skill with a sword was smaller. With new sparring partners to test his skills, his swordsmanship had grown again. Swordsmanship advanced LV 2530. How much higher can his be? Alas, he wasn't the only one who had improved. Lou had trained as hard as him and didn't have to juggle his mana skills on top. Capitalizing on the advantage in strength granted by empower, Kai pressed with a flurry of slashes. Whether or not the best defense was to attack, he needed an edge. Playing at a disadvantage, a straightforward fight would mean delaying his loss. The rapid clank of wood covered the crashing waves. Blow for blow, his reckless tactic paid off. Kai scored 3 points on Lou's side and shoulder and received 2 hits. While it wasn't a strategy he could reliably execute, a win was a win. Let's go for another round. Lou scowled, dissatisfied. We agreed on one. I don't want to run out of mana for my spells. Kai grinned, another set of water projectiles already condensed over his palm. Do you need rest? No, but if you score less than 10 shots in 100, we go for another. Deal. He walked out of the ring in the sand while Lou remained inside to dodge. Unarmed combat was a new venture without any skill. Swordsmanship was a hobby, but mana and spellcraft were his home ground. Circling outside the ring, Kai didn't rush, leisurely casting more water marbles. 10 tiny orbs revolved around his hand with barely an effort, another side benefit of the time spent working on Vuria's puzzle. Who knew this level of multitasking could seem easy? At the opposite end of the circlet meters apart, Lou showed a brief hint of surprise at the number of projectiles. He had become harder to shock since he had learned Kai could cast elemental magic. Should I tell him water isn't my only affinity? That should have an effect. Saving his idle musing for later, Kai hurled the volley of shots. The 10th projectile was in the air before the first even landed to cover every direction Lou might dodge. His bulk was no help here. A bigger body meant a bigger target. The team performed an acrobatic leap that avoided all shots but one. Not his wisest move. Kai was tempted to adjust the trajectory, but let them go wide. The next set of 10 water marbles struck before Lou could hit the ground. He hissed as he was pebbled by strikes. 8 hits, 9 in total. Lou had bet the next shots would take longer to arrive and lost. The game was as good as over, but neither of them paused, entirely focused on predicting each other's moves. You've been holding back, he stated simply. I focused on aiming fewer shots. We can use a bigger circle next time. Kai flexed his fingers. It's not like you never give yourself a handicap with your sword to make it more interesting. Lou acknowledged him with a grunt. Despite his best effort and creative maneuvers, he was hit by 39 shots by the end. He looked content with the result, which meant he must have gained a few levels in his skills. I finally understand why Elijah found this game so fun. Here, Kai offered him a potion from his satchel. I think I can do without today, I'm not that hurt. Simon, it just costs me chips. It'll feel bad hitting you if you don't drink it. Kai performed his ritual coaxing for a good cause. The raw ingredients were cheap, the true cost was his labor, and he didn't mind. Risey sold them for 4 copper messars. Everything's inflated in Hyerber. Lou reluctantly accepted the green vial. Convincing him to accept them had been another point of contention, though the thoughtful boy couldn't argue they made their training much more effective. Dora had fed him suspicious brews since Kai first stepped into her lab, so he had never stopped to ponder the extent of his advantage. But alchemy was more than a neat way to earn money. While common citizens had to rest for days if they pushed their bodies beyond the limits, he could just take a sip and be ready to go again in a few hours. The The rich kids likely did the same or had a healer on staff, but they were a tiny percentage. He could have never afforded to drink them daily if he didn't brew them himself. Kai downed his tonic, the warmth spread through his body, healing any damage Empower might have caused. I better go now. I want to finish a project before we go on that trip. Okay, I'll stay a while longer. Be careful on your way back. Yes, Dad, so if a man asks to follow him in a dark alley, I should say no. Kai scrunched his brows in confusion. And what if they have really good candies? It would be rude to refuse. Lou raised his eyes in exasperation. Just don't do anything too stupid. Don't worry, it's almost noon. I bet all the shady people are slumbering in their dark lairs. Just take care. Lou waved goodbye, ignoring him. You too. I'll see you in 2 days. Kai had missed not having a proper workout since coming to High Arbor. His bouts with Lou were a pleasant break from Vuria's tortuous cube. Unfortunately, no suspicious strangers approached him to offer free sweets on the way back. The paved streets were sparsely populated this close to lunch. There were no friendly waves. Hardly anyone looked at him. Everyone was busy with their day. I still prefer Silspring. Flynn wasn't at home, busy in one of his odd jobs. He changed them so frequently, Kai had stopped inquiring about them. After a long shower, he heated the leftovers of the previous day and prepared for a migraine-inducing afternoon. He cleared his dad's notes from his desk and took out his nemesis. The cube taunted him with its glossy dark surface and delicately carved runes. He had been working on the 42nd layer for 5 days now. It was a tricky one. He had delayed their trip to the Vastaire ruins to finish the 6th configuration. He didn't dare hope it would be the last, but it would make him feel much safer to take a break after he finished it. Plenty of time to complete the next 7. Relaxing with a brief session of meditation, Kai cracked his fingers and activated Mana Sense. Chains of interlocking runes lit each side of the puzzle. Inspect picked up the 4 patterns he had already discovered, while he only had clues for the last 2. Hours meshed together. Flynn must have placed a cup of tea beside him, but it was cold by the time Kai noticed. The glowing symbols were all that mattered. Each side was connected and flowed into the other, altering the whole construct. The runes always changed their arrangement, but they were the same 294 symbols. He had learned to recognize each angle and curl better than his own thoughts. Threads of mana dove through them, searching for a path. The 5th rune lit up for one glorious second before it fizzled out. The layer needed one final solution to be complete. His head pulsed for the protracted use of his skills without break. He was so close, so close. Another plate with animal-shaped cookies had materialized beside him. Kai bit off the wing of a stylized parrot. His mind couldn't spare the energy to tell how it tasted. 6 threads entwined into the labyrinth of runes, looking for an exit. 5 of them knew where to go, while the last hesitated. The 6th adventurer carefully examined the ever-changing walls of the maze, cautiously advancing and more often retreating. A single hasty step could spell the end of their entire expedition, sending them back to the entrance. By a mix of fate or skill, the passage aligned, revealing a chance for safety. The 6th seeker hobbled to the end, spurred by the cheering of his 5 companions. When they finally stood before the final gate, all 6 touched their runes at the same time. Kai took a second to realize he had succeeded. The puzzle levitated a palm from the table, its lacquered surface lit by a myriad of runes. It always took longer to reset at the end of a configuration since it also had to rearrange the pattern. This time was different. The chains or arcane symbols raced into a flurry of activity while the sliding pieces moved with furious clicks. The swirl of mana stopped. 7 runes glowed in a circle on each side of the cube, bright enough he didn't require Mana Sense to see them. 6 sides for a total of 42 runes. Kai had the urge to slap himself. I can't believe I didn't think of that. His heartbeat pumped in his ears. The cube gracefully fell on the desk. Was this really it, or was it another dumb level of the puzzle? Kai approached the object that had been his bane for the better part of a year with trembling fingers. Did you finally solve it? His hands jerked forward, brushing against the inert puzzle. As if gravity had been the only force keeping it together, the cube fell apart along the sliding pieces. They tumbled on the desk like a pile of sticks. Kai turned to glare at Flynn, who sat on his bed, a book lying open beside him. Sorry, I was waiting for you to wake up so I could cook dinner. His friend gave him a sheepish smile, curiously peering at the pieces on the table. With more important worries, Kai examined the messy pile. A silver gleam buried within caught his eye. Delicately moving the inert pieces aside, he revealed a silver disc carved with mysterious symbols. If they were runes, they were unlike anything he had been taught. Not simply unknown, but in a completely different style. What's that? Flynn's head poked over his shoulder. It's shiny. Is it valuable? Kai carefully picked it up. It was heavier than he expected, so it couldn't be silver. The metal had a faint golden hue, or was it green and blue? Depending on how it was hit by the light, the color of the reflection changed, though a hint of gold remained constant. The symbols ran in concentric circles on both sides. 3 tiny nubs were disposed at equal distance along the edge. Kai ran his fingers over them, looking for a clue that could reveal its purpose. It can't be a glorified paperweight. Vuria said it was priceless. With the barest pressure, the top knob rotated with a click. The silvery sound echoed through the room. Kai shared a perplexed glance with Flynn when a loud crash came from outside. Alarmed shouts and murmurs rang from outside. "You don't think it's connected, do you?" Flynn voiced what they were both thinking, backing off from the silver disc. "I don't know." Kai deposited the strange artifact into his ring, careful not to press another hidden switch. Better if he didn't touch it until he knew more. The window in his bedroom overlooked a narrow side alley. There was a cloud of dust and the rapid shuffling of people towards the main street, no sign of what had caused the crash. Only one way to find out. Kai put on his shoes as he ran to the front door with Flynn on his heels. A small crowd had gathered across the street for the commotion. All eyes were focused on a pile of rubble lit by the cold crystal lamplights. No one was looking in their direction. They squeezed between the group of gawkers to get a better look. Wood, stone, and scraps of concrete lay scattered. A whole storefront and part of the wall had collapsed, revealing slivers of turned shelves and goods. Before the ruined shop, a middle-aged woman frantically dug through the rubble. Kai recognized the bright red and yellow paint on the wooden debris, pieces of the secret craft sign he walked past each day. It sold silver-plated keepsakes and odd souvenirs that had as much to do with the archipelago as a cube of ice. Stores like this were a dime a dozen in High Harbor and rarely held anything of value. It was a shoddy job. I told them so, but did they listen? No, obviously not. All that mattered was that it was cheap. An old man with a gray mustache grumbled to no one in particular. "These rookies think my job is easy, and they can do the same, and this is." Kai let the rambles fall into the background, his attention caught by the woman trying to lift the rubble. The hem of a blue skirt poked out of a wooden plank. "Shit, is somebody down there?" 3 people from the crowd helped the woman dig in the debris. With a grunt of effort, they lifted the largest remaining piece of the sign, stone and concrete still attached. The middle-aged woman rushed to pull out a young girl. "Ellie, baby, are you hurt? Mama is here." Girl stared at the crowd with a dazed expression, not helped by her mother shacking. She was likely in a state of shock, but there was no visible wound on her. After a few seconds, she squeezed a few words through the barrage of her mother's, standing on her own 2 legs. A chorus of relieved gasps crossed the crowd. Apart from the dust on her clothes, she was entirely unscathed, not so much as a scrape or bruise. The moons must have protected her. It's a miracle no one got hurt. Bless the spirits. Kai pulled back from the crowd toward his house, trying to parse his jumble of thoughts. No building had fallen on him, but he mirrored the girl's confusion. "No, this can't have anything to do with me. It was a weird coincidence, it had to be." There was no other connection between the silver disc and a poorly constructed facade collapsing. It didn't make any. Flynn roughly pushed him with full strength. Kai flew a meter back, landing on his butt on the paved street. He didn't have time to curse before a ceramic vase crashed with a sharp clatter. Heads turned in his direction, attracted by the noise. Flynn crouched beside him. "Are you okay? Sorry for the shove. You looked too lost in your thoughts to react." The back of the crowd shifted their attention to them, muttering prayers to gods and spirits alike. Demanding to know what was going on, a squad of enforcers made their way through the mass of gawkers. "What the fuck is happening? I told you not to drink so much." Flynn shook his head disapprovingly and dragged him into another alley in the opposite direction. The enforcers were more interested in the collapsed building. Better not to reveal they lived across the street. "Why didn't hallowed intuition warn me? What's going on?" Flynn hissed when they were sure no one was following. One can be a coincidence, but 2. "Punch me if I know." Kai tripped forward, his foot caught on a bump in the ground. He came close to meeting the ground a second time and regained his balance by clutching a discarded table conveniently lying in the alley. The culprit was a black silk purse half buried in the dirt. The pouch jiggled with coins when he picked it up. Checking the contents, Kai counted 16 silver messars into his palm. "The fuck is going on?" Flynn exclaimed, both awe and fear. "Cause something is happening." "Didn't your teacher tell you what that thing does?" Kai shared his feelings. "No, she only said it was priceless and would be useful to me. I mean, tripping on a purse of silver isn't bad." He tried to put a positive spin to reassure his friend as well as himself. "A knife is also useful, but it can poke a hole in you as well as anything else." Flynn snarled, pacing with both hands in his pockets. "I don't know about you, but I don't feel like breaking my neck on the sidewalk tonight." Kai wished he had a better answer for him than silence. Flynn's words made a troubling amount of sense. What if the silver disc was some kind of weapon he had inadvertently activated against himself? "No, don't be ridiculous. That witch would never give me something that powerful," Kai said with all the conviction he could muster. Vuria had counted each drop of help she bestowed on him. Even hidden behind a mind-bending puzzle, she wouldn't hand him a tool that could kill a person with a click. "We just need to wait it out. Whatever this is, it must end." Maybe it already did. A flock of seagulls cawed overhead and something hit his shoulder with a wet squelch. Kai pressed his lips to suppress a string of curses. The universe had taken his words as a challenge and gave him another jab. The worst thing he could do was lose his cool. Fuck the universe and fuck Vuria. Was it too much effort to put a warning note inside her dumb puzzle? "Don't touch the switches." "I'm so damn tired of her mysterious bullshit." Better that than a brick on your head. Flynn helpfully provided, a smile tugging at his lips. Glad my misfortune amuses you. Kai sent him a withering glare that only made Flynn chuckle and offer him a frayed handkerchief to clean his shirt. If this indignation was the price to calm his friend, Kai was willing to pay it. He was the reason they ended up in this situation. Wait for me at home. I'll come back when I'm sure it's over. I'm not leaving you, Flynn protested. Who's gonna watch your back if something else drops on your head? I'll dodge faster by myself. They simply took me by surprise, that's all. It won't happen again now that I know what to look for. Faced with Flynn's stubborn hesitation, Kai pressed. We don't know if these accidents are following me or are linked to the place where they started. I'd rather not find out our house burned down while we weren't there. Wait, do you think that could happen? Flynn paced in the narrow alley, raking a hand through his hair. You should come back with me, we can both wait it out there. There isn't much that could happen in a closed room. What if these events are following me and our building burns down because I'm there? Kai shook his head. You need to trust me on this. I wouldn't tell you to go if I wasn't confident in handling it myself. Bird droppings and lost purses are hardly fatal. Go, he urged. Make sure our house is safe and the enforcers don't snoop around. Biting his lip, Flynn was slowly swayed. I'll check our house and come looking for you if you're not back in half an hour. I'll count on it. And start cooking dinner while you're at it. I'm starving. Kai marched out of the cramped alley before Flynn could change his mind and dove into the night crowd, paying close attention to his surroundings, especially the sky. Perhaps it would be better if he stayed in an unpopulated area to not involve anyone else or attract attention. He was about to disappear into another side street when Lou's warnings on the shady parts of High Arbor popped into his head. Any other night, Kai would consider the teenager's worries overly cautious, but he couldn't readily dismiss them with how things were going. He wasn't in the mood to get stabbed, mugged, or kidnapped. To his left, a young man slipped on the sidewalk, tripping 6 more people down with him. Already on high alert, Kai evaded the tumble. He increased his pace on the thin hope he might outrun the accidents if he moved fast enough. Please, get this over. Hallowed intuition remained silent. Sparing a few moments of focus, an indistinct mass of whispers filled his head with chaos, nothing he could use or make sense of in a reasonable amount of time. The skill was still there, it had simply chosen to take a vacation from its duties. Damned slacker, I better not get killed for this. The scraps of an idea were forming in his head. Whatever was going on had to do with favor, that much was clear, though it was different from the good luck or providence the attribute should provide. Forced to keep in mind his surroundings, the answers eluded him. Kai wandered without goal, sticking to the well-lit roads. His eyes and senses darted over people and buildings to predict what random occurrence would happen next. Most events were innocuous enough. A tear-stricken reunion between a mother and her long-lost child, 2 light globes enchantments fizzled out, and a man ran out of a tavern laughing hysterically and threw messars to the crowd. No more bird droppings or bricks fell on him. The sky had given enough for the night. Searching for less crowded places, while keeping to the secure areas, Kai found himself in the upper city. Perhaps some unconscious part of him felt less guilty about bringing calamity to the rich, the elites who isolated themselves on a hill to watch the commoners from above. A patrolling guard took interest in him with a stern gaze. Kai pulled on improvisation to hide his panic. His frantic look for dangers must have aroused the enforcer's suspicions. I am a defenseless kid, not a threat. Kai met the gaze of the enforcers with a smile, waving energetically like a kid who had eaten too many sweets. The officer gave a curt nod and went back to his patrol. Calm and collected on the outside, Kai continued his wandering. It had been a couple minutes since the last accident, but he didn't dare hope till the count was closer to 5. It's finally over. Now, where the fuck am I? 2 rows of spindly trees flanked a wide boulevard, their bluish leaves rustling in the wind. The fenced private residences showcased their gaudy statues and marble ornaments like peacocks in mating. No useful clue then. He found the stiff, pretentious attitude of the upper city unbearable enough even without counting the tight security. He rarely visited the upper city beyond the shops at the base of the hills. When in doubt, the easiest solution was to head downwards. The 2 hills were only so big, and the slight incline was easy to spot, he'd reach Ring Road and find his way from there. I might make it before Flynn comes looking for me. Entering a small square, he moved around the statue of some Myrian warrior he didn't care to know about. In his haste, he barely noticed 2 teenagers coming from the opposite direction. Kai sidestepped them, brushing a boy who had made no effort to halt his walk. Rude brats, you stop, a female voice demanded. Kai murmured an apology, hoping that would appease whatever spoiled scion he had offended. Just keep walking, shall lose interest. A hand grabbed his arm, firm enough he'd need to apply his strength to free himself. She's talking to you, kid. It's impolite to ignore someone speaking, and so is touching a stranger without permission. Damn spirits, I knew I shouldn't have come here. Kai masked his annoyance behind a veil of shyness and turned to the strangers. They weren't much older than him. The boy was about Flynn's age, though he was clearly from the mainland, with honey blonde hair and hazel eyes. Perhaps he would be considered handsome if it wasn't for the condescending look that sent a spike of irritation through his veins. A new challenger for the most slappable face approaches. I must warn Flynn he's got competition. The teen stood with his chin high and shoulders back. Perhaps it was meant to impress him, Kai couldn't tell. Being used to Lou, this attempt at intimidation was laughable. He had to clench his jaw to suppress a chuckle. Sorry, I am in a hurry, Kai said, terse but polite. Is there something I can do for you? A brush of mana scents revealed the stranger's clothes hid their mana channels. The fabric could light a room with all the enchantments that had been woven into it. If he weren't in such haste, he wouldn't have minded using Mana Echo to borrow a few copies for himself. Displeased by his reaction, the boy pursed his lips and stared down his high nose. He let go of his arm and took a step back to let the girl talk. She wore an embroidered dress of flowing silk and straight chestnut hair down her shoulders. Her proud posture was far more effortless than the boy's. Distracted by her appearance, Kai hadn't realized she was a native of the archipelago, likely not much older than him. Her green eyes burrowed into him, brighter than most islanders, like polished emeralds. Have I seen her before? Oh shit, how was she called? It's been years. Vila, Naila, go ahead, Adrian. I'll reach you in a moment. Do you know him? Adrian did a second take on him, perplexed. Instead of answering, the girl smiled sweetly. I'll wait for you at the mansion and have supper prepared. The boy blushed, almost tripping on his feet as he walked up the boulevard. They were alone in the square. No hint of her smile when she moved her attention back to him. I thought I'd seen you before. The girl narrowed her eyes like a detective who found an important clue in a crime scene. You're that kid from Silspring, Kai Thailand. I've got a stalker, how exciting. I didn't know I was that famous. Kai gave her a cheeky smile, too tired to care. I am sorry, but what was your name again? Her emerald eyes widened as if he had insulted her entire family line, and dead cat for good measure. Don't look at me like that. You're the weird one for remembering me. It's been almost 4 years. Wait, you truly don't remember my name? She scrunched her brows, her voice lined with genuine surprise. Did she think I was making fun of her? A bit conceited, but people did call her Little Princess. Oh, I do remember a name then. Should I tell her? Why would I lie? Kai shrugged. The information hovered at the edge of his mind, just out of reach. He might recall it if he focused, but why go through the effort when this was much funnier? Are you so famous that people recognize you in the streets? Yes, the blushing spread from her neck to the tip of her ears. I'm Vela Hydeide. She stiffly offered her hand. Okay, maybe I'm doing it a little on purpose. He'd like to blame his exhaustion and hunger, but he just couldn't resist poking holes in her standoffish demeanor. She was the same proud girl he had met during the selection in Silspring, an odd and imperious queen inquiring about a peasant. Kai accepted the shake, her palm surprisingly cold. Well, Vela, it was nice meeting you again. I hope you're doing great, but as I was saying, I am in a bit of a hurry. I have questions, the little princess stated as if that explained everything. Me too, tons of them. Like, why do we exist? Why do people on this hill always look down their noses? Why is everything here 3 times more expensive but only half better? He turned to go. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a law that forces me to listen to you. Wait, why? Kai raised a brow in challenge, concealing his amusement. Are you going to call back your little bodyguard if I don't? Nothing like a sprinkle of reverse psychology to ensure she didn't involve someone else. Adrian is just a friend, and I can. The affronted look was back. Vela shut her mouth as if to prevent the words from escaping, hands tightened into little fists. A pulse of mana broke through the enchantments in her dress. The adult poise was gone, leaving behind a flustered girl about to stomp her feet and throw a tantrum. As she was about to burst, her mana retreated. Such a pity. Within a single breath, Vela regained her stately mask. I'm going to pay you to answer my questions. Her voice hardly betrayed any emotion. Oh, she wants to buy me. Flynn will forgive me, this story is worth gold. Kai scratched his head with a pensive look, debating the matter. Okay, 1 silver per question. High Arbor was an expensive city, and the competition for alchemy goods was fierce. 1s, that's ridiculous. She collected her tone. It will take you a minute. Well, that's my price. You don't have to agree if you don't want to. Kai gave her the once-over. The delicate embroidery of her cream silk dress must have taken countless hours of work of a skilled artisan, not to speak of the gold hair clip, or the flower pendant with 3 emerald petals matching her eyes. I'm sure you can afford it. I'd feel guilty if her clothes weren't worth more than I've ever earned my whole life. Vela pulled out a little squid-shaped purse from a fold in her dress. It had a round head with googly eyes and 10 tiny tentacles. Her face dared him to say anything. It's very cute. Is punishable by law, you can't lie. I've done my homework. According to the Republic's tedious legal code, verbal agreements weren't binding without a third party acting as a reputable witness. And he also remembered the lesson his mother had taught him as a toddler. Laws were applied arbitrarily depending on the standing of the people involved. Does she know, or is she making it up to scare me? Whatever the law said, he didn't like his chances if Vela pursued the matter. In the best-case scenario, he'd be put through the scrutiny he had spent the last year avoiding. It was her way of guaranteeing he didn't lie, he hoped. Too late to turn back now. I dug my own grave and jumped inside with both feet. Okay, but payment first. Kai put his palm up. The least he could do was ensure he didn't get scammed. After an indignant glare for doubting her honesty, the little princess smacked a silver coin in his hand. Vela opened her mouth before closing it again, her eyes wandering on the swordsman that overlooked the square. It confirmed she had insisted on stopping him as a matter of pride rather than any deep interest. "What are you doing here?" she finally asked. Really, it was such a generic question. On the top of his head, Kai could come up with half a dozen responses that were technically true and revealed nothing of importance. That was without using improvisation. "I'm talking with you, taking a stroll." Being pestered by an insistent girl, the first rule to successfully make fun of other people was to know their boundaries and when to stop. She wouldn't appreciate it if he played with semantics. "Well, I can't tell her I was running away from a series of strange coincidences. Assuming you mean here in Harbor." He waited for her nod. "I wanted to gain more experience traveling before I sailed past the archipelago. The capital held the most opportunities and information." That was the truth, maybe not the whole of it. For a second, Kai worried she would argue or call him a liar. "You want to go to the mainland?" she quietly contemplated. "Yes, when I'm 14. And that's another question." Kai put his palm out with a grin. Instead of protesting, Vela pressed her lips together and took out another silver from her little squid. "Did you earn enough to buy an enchanted shirt and live in Harbor by yourself, or did someone help you?" There was no second blunder. She carefully worded the following questions to maximize the information. The fat squid dished out an endless sequence of shiny coins without slimming down more than it could reasonably contain. "It must be a spatial item. I didn't know they made them so cute and small." Spatial runes were notoriously fickle to inscribe. Only a master enchanter could make them work on such a small object, and there was none in the archipelago to his knowledge. It must be a rich people thing. The amount of money she could throw to satisfy her idle curiosity was humbling and a little depressing. She asked what he's been about since they last met and more about his beliefs. Despite making his answers sound as monotone and bland as possible, her interest was only rising. "Why did I have to run into her?" "Would you consider working for the Republic?" "I would consider it," Kai said curtly. He'd rather stay vague and not give her funny ideas to recruit him. To his surprise, Vela made no attempt to press the matter. She gave him a single absent nod as if that was all the information she required. "Have you received no help apart from your teacher's instructions to train your skills?" "Yeah." Kai had the impression this wasn't the first time she asked him. "I mean, they gave me free access to mana herbs to practice alchemy and a few alchemical potions." Vela perked up. "What kind of potions?" "And this counts as part of the previous question. Your answer wasn't complete." He gave her a long, judging look till she surrendered another coin with a scoff. "The rich were always such misers. They gave me healing remedies for the wounds I got during training, tonics to make me recover faster and to keep me going for longer. Spirits, she must think they beat me up." Oh, the little princess was disappointed by his answer and paused her string of questions. If Yade had any mercy, she was bored of their game. "With the purse I found earlier, I made more silvers tonight than in the past 3 months. Who knew having a stalker was this profitable? Have your teachers left for good?" When Vela made up her mind, her words took him by surprise. The night breeze caressed his skin, sending shivers down his back. "How do you know about that?" A hint of smugness pierced through Vela's flat smile. "That's not how this game works. You're the one who needs to answer." Kai gritted his teeth. She knew a suspicious lot about him. This wasn't something she could chance upon with a simple inquiry. "If I walked away now, it would be more suspicious, and she's confirming what she already knows." "Yes, they left and are not planning to come back." "Do you know their real identities?" "No, nothing apart from vague suspicions." His tone made clear that was all she was going to get. "Okay, final question. What's your real grade?" She observed him closely to read his reaction. "You had already reached orange last time I met you. I can't believe you've not enhanced your race at least once." "That's personal information. We've made a deal." She pointed at the coin in his hand. "You get my money and I get your answer. I've already paid you." Kai threw back her silver. "I never said I would answer all your questions, and a verbal agreement deal isn't binding without a witness." Her cheek flushed at being called out. She did know what she was doing. "It's an honor contract to keep your word between respectable citizens. Is that even a thing, or is she making shit up?" "I'll pay you 5 silver messars for this answer." She tried to bribe him. Her fingers had already fished out the coins from her purse. "Still no, I think we're done. It was interesting meeting you." 10. Vela shook the poor squid dry. One coin skipped on the square paving, but her attention was on him. "I've got 18, and not like your grade is such a big secret anyway." "I can tell you I'm orange." Kai halted his steps. "That must be public information if you're as famous as you say." If she was determined to investigate him, there was little he could do to stop her. She certainly had the money to spare and contacts in the Republic. If that happened, this would turn into a mess. "What's with this fucking night and my luck? I bet I would have found her outside my door tomorrow if I ran away." "I'll tell you if you answer a question of mine." People can't fight the tides, just ride the waves. His grade wasn't as important without knowing when he achieved it. She hesitated an instant. Deal, ill answer as long as it's not a secret about someone else. Okay, but you go first. It was a risk, but when would he get access to inside information again? He had hoped to lay low and ignore the Republic till he left for the mainland. That didn't seem likely to happen now. Vela couldn't have gotten the information by herself, and if she knew about him, who else? Damn it, is this encounter part of tonight's coincidences? How do you know so much about me, and where does your information come from? How many people know? If exposure was inevitable, he would take the initiative. Vela pursed her lips. That's 3 questions. I can reword them into one if you have the time to waste, and it's only fair I know since it's about me. Her internal debate was longer this time, but the conclusion didn't change. After we talked last time, I asked around to confirm your story. There weren't so many people who reached Orange at your age outside High Arbor. I knew she was a stalker. Well then, I read a report a while ago. It mentioned your teachers had left. They were important people on the continent. You've read a report about me. Kai felt the blood drain from his face. This was worse than he thought. Then a realization hit him. Was it from the Republic? Yes, well, Vela stared at her feet. It's nothing unusual really. You'd be surprised by the number of people who they have a file on. Yours wasn't even particularly accurate. I thought you were still in Silspring, which was why I was surprised to meet you here. Was he under surveillance right now? He forced his breathing to slow to not hyperventilate. How many people read it? Kai pushed the word out of his mouth in a strangled tone. I don't know, not many. Adrian wanted to show me the central archive, and I recognized your name by chance. It didn't look like anyone had checked it since it was put there. It was a terribly boring read, and I skimmed through most of it. Kai had never been more glad to be called boring in his life. Maybe it wasn't as bad as he thought, though he had severely underestimated the reach of the Republic. Your grade? Vela asked with a soft voice. I won't tell anyone else if you want to keep it private. Stupid artifact and stupid knight. Could he trust her? If she believed half of what she said about propriety and honor, she might keep his secret, if only to safeguard her pride. Pieces of their previous conversation in Silspring floated in his mind. She had promised to keep his privacy then, and no one came to bother him. Well, except Zareth perhaps. Was he the one who wrote the report about him? Fuck. Whatever the little princess chose to do, it didn't change that the Republic was keeping tabs on him. Better knowing than not, I guess. The brisk walk through the upper city helped cool his mind and panic. Kai reached Ring Road and made his way home. The rapid back and forth had been closer to an interrogation than a friendly conversation. Let's be rational. What's the worst that could happen? If the governor learned of his grade and profession, he might be forced to sign a shitty contract he had wanted to avoid it, or it could only turn into a minor inconvenience. He had bet on worse odds. What he needed to avoid at any cost was revealing his spatial ring and the stupid silver disc that landed him in this situation. Both were worth more than anything else he possessed put together. The chances they would let him keep them were below none. What a headache. Flynn found him not far from their house. I was coming to look for you. Are you okay? Yes, did our house burn down? No, the accidents were following you, but there is something you should see. He underlined with a meaningful look and refused to elaborate until they were back in their house. I found this inside one of the pieces of your puzzles. Flynn offered him a folded piece of paper with a wry smile. If it makes you feel better, it was quite well hidden. Kai stared at the folded paper in his hand and fought not to feel like an idiot. Vuria had actually left a note. I almost wish she didn't. It's blank. I've checked with a backlight too, Flynn informed him. Is there some secret ritual to read it? Do we need to spill blood on it and chant a secret incantation? Oh, that's boring. Most magic is, we just like to pretend we're wise and mysterious to fool you peasants. Kai theatrically waved a hand while he separated a strand of mana from his channels and prodded the sheet. Rows of dense and precise writing glowed to life, spreading on both sides of the letter. That's not very impressive. Flynn looked skeptical. I still don't see anything. Kai gave him a mysterious smirk. That's because you're a peasant without mana sense. The writing faded as soon as he retracted the strand. It's some kind of invisible ink that reacts to my mana signature. Neat. Flynn squinted at the paper as if he could balance the lack of a sensing skill through sheer concentration. When that failed, he snorted his annoyance. Now I get who you took after. Your teacher is even more paranoid than you. It wasn't a compliment. What does it say? I don't know, there are quite a few sentences. Reading with mana sense was an unfamiliar experience. The letters rapidly moved in and out of focus if he moved his concentration. Not only had Vuria left a note, but she had also fit a surprising number of lines on the small piece of paper. Why don't you go cook dinner? I'll tell you everything while we eat. I'm still starving. Not that he could feel much hunger after the interrogation with Vela, but he'd rather not have Flynn hanging over his shoulder. Patience and silence weren't some of his friend's virtues. Not that I am much better. But you better not leave out any details. Flynn punctuated with a suspicious glance. You also owe me half of that silver we found. Your crazy teacher's pranks aren't very funny. Sure, just leave me alone. Flynn blew him a kiss before disappearing into the kitchen. Blissfully alone, Kai sprawled on the couch. The wooden pieces of the puzzle lay inert on their coffee table where Flynn had left them. Spirits, I feel like such an idiot. All the trouble could have been prevented if he had checked first. The hollow pocket that had contained the letter seemed impossible to miss now, a physical reminder of his failure. She could have put a clearer warning. How was I supposed to know the disc would activate with a light touch? It was so like Vuria to give him an artifact with no explanation and expect him to figure it out. Kai had not stopped to question it. He had spent countless hours working on the puzzle, lured by the promised reward. When a shiny artifact finally appeared before him, could he be blamed for not seeing anything else? Am I making up excuses? Next time he found an unknown magical artifact, he was going to take every precaution before touching it. Lesson learned. So perhaps Vuria had done it on purpose. She let him put his hand on the stove to teach him how fire burns. One final loving lesson. Nothing like a traumatic experience to make the lecture sink in. Damn crazy witch. Kai inspected the paper for the beginning of the message and tuned monosense to read the minute calligraphy. No point playing what if, it was time to get some answers. My warmest regards, Kai. I'm pleased you've found a way to solve this puzzle box within a year. Resourcefulness and flexibility are hard lessons to teach. Sometimes, to achieve an important objective, we must be willing to make sacrifices. The object contained within this mana puzzle is known by most as a fate fulcrum. Through my centuries traveling Elides, only one fate fulcrum has fallen into my possession, the one currently in your hands. An entire book wouldn't be enough to explain everything there is to know about this artifact's history and purpose. If you're curious to research its origins, I won't discourage you, but I'd advise you to be discreet about your inquiries. Many organizations would consider the very existence of this artifact heretical, and all would deem it too dangerous to leave it in the hands of a child. At its most fundamental level, a fate fulcrum's purpose is simple. It gathers fate from its possessor to funnel it in a burst. The process comes with some caveats. While the artifact can control the amount and direction of the release to a degree, it can't control the result. Unbound fate is inherently unpredictable. Beneficial, harmful, and anything in between. You can picture throwing 100 dice in the air. Remote coincidences and outcomes will rain upon you, while you can't choose on which side the dice will land. A higher favor will skew the odds slightly in your favor, but a single unfortunate roll is enough to land a blade through your heart. Like any tool, the outcome largely depends on the person who wields it. By wisely regulating the parameters in your control, a fate fulcrum can be an invaluable asset to redraw the board and create opportunities. But every use always carries a risk that can only be minimized, never erased. P.S. I'd advise you not to activate the fate fulcrum inside a densely populated area, if not as a last resort. Despite his eagerness to read on, Kai stopped to ponder the new information before his thoughts escaped him. As usual, Vuria had said a lot and left even more unsaid, hidden between the lines. The mention of a sacrifice in the first paragraph confirmed he needed an extra advantage to solve the puzzle. The mage might not have predicted an early profession, but she had expected him to pick up general skills to solve the puzzle and discard the ones he had painstakingly trained. It's always like this with her, Kai groaned, massaging his eyes. A test within a test within a test. He had sidestepped the problem by taking Mana Child, though Kai couldn't tell if it was a stroke of genius or pure foolishness. It had been a drastic decision, perhaps more so than discarding one of his prized skills. Time would tell if he had made the right choice. Fate fulcrum. He took out the silver disc from his spatial closet. The cold metal reflected a faint golden hue, highlighting the mysterious script that covered both sides. Each sign flowed into the next in an unbroken chain. It is certainly priceless. An artifact that could affect fate itself was beyond his wildest imagination. Kai had never heard or read even a vague mention that it was possible, and his teachers hadn't mentioned it either. In the archipelago, people barely knew how favor worked, let alone ways to alter it. From the tone of the letter, it was unlikely the Myrian Republic thought any different. In his hands, he held the power to make coincidences pour down on him with a single click. The applications were endless, yet it was a double-edged sword. While he could skew the odds in his favor, the outcome rested in the hands of fate. The question is how much control I have. The remainder of the letter contained instructions on how to use the artifact in a few dry lines, and the answer was not much. The fate fulcrum's ability to alter chances wasn't endless. It needed to gather favor from him to charge. All he had to do was keep it close. It worked in his spatial ring as long as it was on his person. The higher his seventh attribute, the faster it would gather. There was no other way to speed up the process. He could check the charge with Mana Sense on one of the outer circles of flowing scripts. It was glowing faintly, like candlelight about to go out, and if he was reading it correctly, it was as good as empty. Great. I blew whatever charge it held by accident. Kai checked the letter again. There was no clue about how much fate he had wasted, or how long it would take to recharge the same amount. Would it take a day, week, month, or year? Plenty of time to find a use for it, I guess. Kai wasn't particularly eager to jump back into the streams of fate anytime soon. The so-called parameters he could control consisted of the 3 silver nubs along the edge of the disc. Unsurprisingly, the one he had accidentally clicked was for activation. The one on the lower right controlled the amount of fate channeled, and one on the lower left was to anchor the release of fate to him or to the location where it was used. Overall, not a huge amount of control. Then again, if this artifact was a reliable tool, he doubted Vuria would have given it to him. The fate fulcrum sounded like the birth child of a mad genius or the prototype of some heretical research, though if it was possible to weaponize fate itself, someone would have already conquered the world by now. Maybe this was the best that could be achieved. She did mention fate was unpredictable by nature, whatever that means. The artifact was like throwing a poorly rigged dice, a bet with ultimately no way to guarantee success. There was too much the notes didn't mention, lack of details on its workings, or how far could its effects reach and last. Only a small part of the flowing script appeared to have a purpose. Was the rest simply decorative, or was it undiscovered? Is it because Vuria doesn't know either, or did she give me the basics and expect me to figure out the rest by myself? Kai couldn't stop the growing feeling he had been cheated. He should have known the witch would never make things easy. Her gifts were never straightforward, and her reward for success was another test. Yes, he could imagine situations where the fate fulcrum could be useful, but it could also get him killed. Dinner distracted him from his mounting irritation. Kai sat down in the kitchen with no appetite. That bad, huh? Flynn raised his brow. It's not his fault. Kai took a spoonful of stew to stop a snappy response. He chewed grumpily, using food as an excuse to postpone his explanation. After he forced the first bites, his hunger gradually rose. They were supposed to dine hours ago, and his stomach demanded his due after a day of full work. It's not bad, just frustrating, he grumbled. While Flynn didn't probe him about the artifact, Kai could feel him vibrating with curiosity. Scraping the bottom of his plate, he half explained, half ranted the contents of the letter. He was glad he didn't have to deal with this by himself. Venting his annoyance noticeably improved his mood, and so did the disbelief and awe on Flynn's face. If his friend hadn't witnessed the effects of the fate fulcrum tonight, there was no way he would believe a word. Can I see it? I told you it doesn't work right now. It needs an unspecified amount of time to recharge. Vuria might not be omniscient as he believed years ago, but she must know that for sure. She just chose not to share that information to make his life harder. I know, I just want to look at it. Flynn extended his grubby hands with a pleading expression till Kai caved in. He accepted the silver disc with a look close to reverence, eyes wide with awe. His long finger held it lightly as if he feared the artifact would smite him if he grasped it tightly. I can keep it if you don't want it. He said with a cheeky smile, nice try, not a chance. He had worked too hard for it. Even if he found a common pebble inside the puzzle, he would keep it. You said you didn't want it. I said I was frustrated with it. Hand it over. Suddenly, Flynn didn't worry about being delicate with his touch, and Kai had to pry the disc free from his hands. Honestly, he thought his friend would be scared by it. Flynn always liked shiny objects and betting well. Too late for regrets now. What are you gonna do with it? Flynn asked. I haven't decided yet. It's dangerous. We were lucky no one got hurt tonight. Well, beside me meeting a stalker and almost having my skull cracked open. If he understood how the artifact worked correctly, the coincidences it caused were neither good nor bad, just random events with a low chance of happening. Still, crowded cities were already prone to accidents without him turning the wheel and tinkering with fate, and people were fragile things. We need to be careful, Flynn agreed, though his tone made Kai suspect they had reached 2 different conclusions. I asked around. The front door was actually poorly built, and the vase that fell on you wasn't properly secured to the railing. Flynn tapped on the table. The disc just makes unlikely things happen, right? Maybe none of these would have happened tonight, but they were always a possibility. We couldn't have found a purse of silver if someone hadn't lost it earlier. He was considering what happened before I even came back. Kai had already made these considerations himself, but he had no time to confirm them yet. Even if you're right, no one can predict every possibility. Not in a city, Flynn agreed again. So we need to find an isolated place where something rare we want could happen. Like, I don't know, we can go look for pearls and treasures at sea. Then click, you use the thingy and increase our chances to find something precious exponentially. And the chances that an awakened beast will emerge from the deep sea to eat us. Why was it that, for once when he wanted to be cautious, someone else tempted him with a crazy plan? Well, take the proper precautions and prepare an escape plan. Flynn talked like the decision had already been made. We can go when the tide is low. You can't meet dangerous beasts if there aren't any nearby. And the sea isn't the only option. There are plenty of places in the archipelago where there are no beasts. He must have thought this through. Kai followed the reasoning. The plan put order among messy ideas floating in his own head. Maybe it was what Vuria meant about controlling the parameters. She wasn't just talking about the nubs on the disc, but about the environment. The time and place where he chose to use the fate fulcrum. It's not that easy, is it? There would always be some threads he missed. The meeting with Vela was fresh in his mind. it was better if he restricted his reckless ideas for the time being. So he continued to play devil's advocate. What if we get hit by lightning? The sky is pretty much everywhere. Just choose a sunny day. Flynn easily dismissed the objection. Do you think the disk can affect the weather? I don't know. Was there a maximum distance that the fate fulcrum could affect? Then we should test it and find out. You said you could decide how much fate to release. We can start with a tiny one. Kai considered the idea. He might need to use the artifact again, be it only to create a distraction. Better if he knew how it worked before then. Even if I agree, and I'm not saying I am, the disk is empty. It will need time to recharge. Flynn shrugged. More time for us to plan. Is it such a bad idea? Kai burned the copy of the mage's letter he had transcribed for Flynn. The candle flame consumed the paper, and the winding wisp of smoke thinned and disappeared. The faint, acrid smell lingered in his bedroom before dissolving through the open window. During the last 2 days, they had poured their minds over those short paragraphs. While Vuria's open statements could imply a lot of different things, they gave away no solid information, just conjectures. I had his doubts about Flynn's methods, though he agreed they'd need to test the fate fulcrum. There was a whole wide world out there, and High Arbor was no more than a provincial capital of a backwater territory. If he wanted to explore it, he couldn't discard a viable weapon in his arsenal. The artifact might be risky and unreliable, but he could choose when and where to activate it. He wouldn't wait for an external force to swoop down and wreck his life, as had often happened. It was time to play ahead. There was barely any change in the glow of the silver disc that indicated its charge. The flowing script still had the intensity of a dying ember, though it didn't flicker anymore. How much did I blow by accident? Kai hoped the cube had stopped the disc from collecting fate. He didn't want to contemplate the possibility he had wasted close to a year's worth of charge by accident. It was possible Vuria had put some kind of blocking enchantment in her puzzle. If she predicted he would activate it by accident, she might have wanted to ensure the release of fate wasn't catastrophic. That was definitely the only logical conclusion. There was no way to confirm or disprove it. All signs of mana had disappeared from the lacquered wood when he completed the cube. The remaining pieces were no longer indestructible, no stronger than wood from a mana tree, worth a couple silvers at most, since when do 100 copper messars sound little? High Arbor truly twisted my conception of wealth. Are you ready? We're going to be late. Flynn's voice echoed from downstairs. I'll eat my shoes if the twins are on time. I'm coming, just a minute, Kai yelled back. He surveyed the collection of clothes and books on his bed to see if he had forgot anything. Clothes check, potions check, rope and random gear, I'll probably never use check. The trip to the ruins shouldn't last more than a week, 10 days at most. He often used to trek back and forth from the estate, but since settling in High Arbor, Kai had been reminded of the convenience of city life. There was a shop for everything, and people willing to run errands for him if he was willing to pay. Not that he ever tried, that was lavish spending of spoiled people, though he was tempted. If he could brew a batch potion in the time he took to run to the bakery for snacks, wasn't it more logical to pay someone else to go while he worked? That's how they trick you. After the first step, it's a slippery slope. Before I realize I'll be like those insufferable brats of the upper city. Flynn had promised to take care of supplies, and there were enough villages and small towns along the way food was not an issue. No harm in packing a couple snacks for emergencies. Having to fit everything inside a bag is such a hassle. Kai folded everything inside the backpack as orderly as he could. The ring was so convenient, no weight, no risk of wrinkles in his shirts or potential water damage to his notebooks. If he pushed the air outside, the spatial closet was as good as vacuum sealed. But the spatial artifact was the one secret he couldn't afford to reveal. It was invaluable for both worth and utility. It contained the fate fulcrum and his other precious possessions. None of his childhood friends knew about it, not even Lou. While they had reconnected in the last 2 months, their view of the Republic was dubious. He didn't want to put them in a position to choose between him and their beliefs or security. It wouldn't be fair. Then the dilemma was which books to carry. He couldn't go visit a Vastaire site and not bring his dad's old research. Since coming to the city, he had delved back into the messy volumes. He hadn't been able to dedicate the time they deserved between his work on the cube and his business responsibilities to Risey. Yet, the extra levels in Inspect and his attributes had allowed him to make significant strides. He had gotten quite decent deciphering their glyphs. Since several ruins had been demolished for resources by the Republic, many of the writings his father had collected all over the archipelago were the last of their kind. Now that I'm done with Vuria's accursed puzzle, I might finally finish organizing Dad's notes. Maybe pay a printer to make some copies when I'm done. Kai picked 3 books full of notes about the Vastaire glyphs and architecture, leaving the others behind. No matter how careful he was about handling the ring, the only way to ensure he wouldn't be found out was not to use it. Meeting Vela had reminded him he couldn't lower his guard. He couldn't discount that someone might spy on him. Even if the girl kept her silence, an official must have ordered the first report made, and there was no way of knowing whether they would check again. Maybe never, maybe tomorrow. Downstairs, Flynn was pacing in the living room staring at the clock Kai had already regretted buying. Life was much simpler when he could eyeball the sun and say, "Good enough. You take ages to get ready." He lifted his bag on his shoulders. "We agreed to meet outside the city in 22 minutes. That's plenty, and they don't have a clock to check anyway." Kai took the keys to close their house. "You don't need to accompany me, I can manage on my own." "I'd rather not take the chance. You are almost better than me at finding trouble, and that's not a compliment that I give lightly." "I am honored." Flynn chuckled. "You know, I heard they were planning to put bells to ring the hour. Yade have mercy on us, they want to ruin everything." They followed one of the main roads west. The northern coast of Yanlan was rocky and jagged, so the twins had planned to cut inland for the most direct route. The ruins were relatively close, and the terrain was mostly flat with no dense jungle in the way. It should take about 3 days of march according to Lu, 2 if they kept a decent pace. Kai had vainly tried to convince them to take passage on a merchant ship and cut the journey. He even offered to pay for everybody, but the twins insisted they had to go on foot. It was part of the experience like we did as children. Hopefully, this time the trip will be less of a disaster. Is this their way to set things right? Crossing into the outer city, the houses were shorter, stone and marble shifted to wood and plaster, though the buildings facing the main road never grew too shabby. A steady stream of people filled the streets, most heading toward the city. While High Arbor got most of its trade and visitors from the sea, the constant flow of produce from the inland farms was fundamental to feed the burgeoning population. They crossed a dozen carts pulled by stout horses on their way out of the High Arbor. There was a guard post at the city limit, but no wall. Perhaps they considered the heavy presence of the Republic enough, or didn't have the budget for such a large project. They were let through without a glance. Only the people coming in received any scrutiny. Kai looked around. It was only the 4th time he had gone inland, and the first from this road. Usually, he looked for a secluded field to practice his nature magic on the crops, leaving behind lush pumpkins and beets. The farmland extended for miles on soft slopes, greens mixed with browns now that winter was approaching. It was a picturesque landscape, and an alien one to the archipelago. 2 decades ago, most natives wouldn't have recognized more than a third of the crops planted. Reminder that times were changing, and neither the environment nor people would be left unscathed. They stopped in a grassy patch by the side of the road. To Kai's immense surprise, there was no sign of the twins. He choked the "I told you so" threatening to spill from his lips. "They were the ones who organized the trip," Flynn pointed out. "They were the ones who insisted we did this." Kai corrected him. It was to be seen how much planning they actually had done. Despite all the changes, the twins' habits remained the same. It was comforting in a way. "I bet they'll be the first to demand we hurry up when they get here." The grass was wet with morning dew. They sat on their bags to observe the unending line of people heading into High Arbor. With the sun up, the temperature was pleasant despite the season, slightly chilly when the wind blew. They only had to wait about a quarter hour before 4 familiar heads emerged from the traffic. Anna had her nose lost in a map, while Lou surveyed the terrain with a stoic look. The teenager was the first to notice them. He gave a small wave that prompted the twins to flail their arms and shout their names. Surprised by the commotion, Anna missed a step. She slapped Uli and Oli on the back before smiling at them. "What are we waiting for?" Uli greeted them upon coming closer, and Oli dragged him to his feet. "Come on, little shrimp, we have a lot of ground to cover." Kai sent a knowing glance to Flynn, who shook his head. "Have you finally decided on our route?" "We're aiming for Salt Creek Village," Oli explained before he was interrupted by his brother. "Milty is closer. We're never going to make it before nightfall. We are if we cut through." "I see we're in good hands." Kai wondered how they sold him that spending days crossing Yanlan's hinterland would be fun. Sweaty days away from a shower and sleeping on rocky ground when he had a warm bed at home. "I should have fought harder for the ship." Reincarnating in Elides had forced him to adapt to a life without the comforts of modern society. That didn't mean he enjoyed it. It was one thing to make sacrifices out of necessity or to train, but to inflict that upon himself for fun. Lou shared a sympathetic look, mistaking the cause of his gloom. Hoping to reassure him, Anna silently mouthed behind the twins' back, "Don't worry, I've got this." Then she raised her voice. "Either way, we need to go down this road to reach both villages." Uli and Oli threw dirty looks at each other before they both tried to take the lead. "Let's go this way." Positive thoughts, this will be fun. Kai followed them, trying not to think of all the productive ways he could be spending his morning doing. The skills he could have trained, the potions he could have brewed. Taking a break was fine. And sure, the trip could have been cut if they took a ship, but it didn't matter. He allowed himself one last mournful look at the city and the comforts they left behind. Goodbye civilization, welcome wilderness. He had always planned to visit more Vastaire ruins to reconnect with his father, but his dreams didn't include camping in the wild without personal space for days. "I love being social." The group's chatter brought him back to the present. Anna was reminiscing of their last trip together to the ruins before everything went down. "Do you remember how tall they were? I couldn't believe my eyes." What she didn't mention was that a Vastaire site no longer existed. destroyed after millennia because their ivory stone would make pretty palaces, not to mention the rude fuckers they met there. Is this why I am so annoyed about this trip? His 4 friends appeared to have selectively kept only the good memories of that day, but he perfectly remembered what happened. Faced with the childlike grin that split the twins' faces, Kai also tried to focus on the best parts. I heard these ruins are even bigger, Uli said. Yes, enormous. They say it was one of their largest settlements, said Hu. Kai couldn't stop himself. That's baseless nonsense. We're not even sure if the Vastair lived in the ruins that are left, or if their cities had been swept away by time and the ivory towers were simply the only building made to last. Following his outburst, every pair of eyes was on him. His 4 friends shared looks with a certain note of amusement. What? Kai interrogated, but no one answered him. Well, you should know some basic historical facts since we're going there. Where to start? A little lesson can't hurt. Their education went down the drain since I left. The cultivated land continued for miles, dotted with farmers at work. The sun shone in the sky, but the temperature never got too hot. Time passed faster than he expected. They stopped to eat in a field of wildflowers before continuing down smaller paths. Are you sure we're going the right way for Milty and Salt Creek? How much farther is it? I am sure. Anna kept a firm hold of the map. Both villages are this way, trust me. The farmland became a patchwork in the early afternoon. Cultivated fields separated by wild grassland and spare trees. Somehow both villages always remained on the same road, right till the sun dipped over the horizon and they reached Mackley's Rest, a settlement of farmers sprawling on a low hill. It seems I was wrong, Anna said with no hint of shame. Well, it's too late to reach another village. We might as well stay the night here. You did it on purpose. Oli accused, stomping his feet after her. I've no idea what you're talking about. It was an honest mistake. Kai's mood took a leap when they found a small inn with clean beds and a warm meal. He was so happy he tipped the old owner an extra night, and it was still less than what he'd pay for a night in Higharbour. Sitting in the main hall, Kai watched the twins and Anna argue over the map. Lou had gone to refill their water supplies, and they weren't likely to reach an agreement before he played arbiter. Maybe this trip wasn't such a bad idea. I'm glad I've come. I've never visited any Vastair ruins, Flynn said. His tone was casual, but he had a suspicious glint in his eye. You know, tomorrow we'll be in the middle of nowhere. It will probably be sunny again, with no people or beasts nearby. Islanders were defined by their bond to the sea, seafarers living where the waves met the shore. That was how Kai had always seen it before he came here. Along the northern coast west of Higharbour, the shallow sea continued to be uncharacteristically deep, a labyrinth of low trenches and shallows. It was a challenge to traverse it without waiting for the high tide to come in, and even the most seasoned sailors didn't dare sail vessels larger than a boat. Combined with the jagged shore that offered few good docking spots, it wasn't a surprise that most settlements were established inland. The village they left this morning, Mackley's Rest, had been founded by its namesake more than 8 generations ago in the windy countryside. Centuries before the Republic had set its eyes on these remote islands. Talking in the common hall of the inn, more than one person had no problem admitting it had been years since they saw the sea, yet they were no less islanders than him. Kai continued to mull. Ahead of him, the twins were engaged in another argument with Anna. Their options grew thinner the further west they moved, but that didn't dissuade them from quarreling. It must be a way of keeping themselves entertained. When they were children, they couldn't go a minute without asking how far. I guess this is progress. Across rolling hills with tall yellowing grasses and thorny bushes, the occasional tree stood guard over the landscape. The group proceeded west on a series of winding dirt paths. The fading lines in the ground, slowly reclaimed by the vegetation, rarely saw the wheel of a cart or human foot. Close to winter, fields of purple and indigo wildflowers filled the air with sweet fragrance whenever the wind blew. The land wasn't infertile, but far too rocky to be worth the effort for most people, especially when there was plenty of arable land further south. It was a different scenery than any other Kai had observed in the archipelago. Drier, without the vibrant greens, but full of life and critters hopping and skittering in the underbrush. From the summit of the steeper hills, they could spot the sea as a thin blue line on the horizon. With his keen perception, Kai could also smell a faint trace of salt in the breeze, hidden beneath layers of earth and plants. The Baquer archipelago might be a speck in the vast lands under the domain of the Myrian Republic, but it held so many places that begged to be explored. With his gaze locked beyond the horizon, he had forgotten what lay at his feet. We always want what we can't have. There is still so much I don't know here. The largest 3 of the 7 major islands were dedicated to Yade, and the smallest 3 to Kahali, while the 4th was named after one of the mythical founders of the archipelago. Velu, the island where humans could sometimes meet the spirits. Of all of them, he had only been on 2, and he hadn't seen much of Yaddle, where he was born, not to even count the myriad of minor islets strewn around their bigger cousins. Most were little more than rocks that came and went with the tides, but that still left hundreds, some with permanent villages on them, so eager to sail for the continent when he hadn't seen but a fraction of his own homeland. I've got years before my 14th birthday, no risk of getting bored. If he couldn't visit every place, he could learn about them in other ways. We really got lucky with the weather, Flynn muttered to no one in particular, shielding his eyes from the sun beaming in the cloudless sky. The top of another hill granted them a far view of their surroundings. How far is the next village? There isn't a shack in sight. Very smooth, Kai ignored his veiled hints. My answer stays the same. We're about 15 miles from the closest village, I believe. Lou glanced at the trio arguing over the map. It'd have to check to be sure. It's fine, I was just wondering. That's quite the distance. Flynn waved away his own question as if it didn't hold any particular interest. We're basically in the middle of nowhere, you sneaky motherfucker. Walking in the middle, Kai sent a silent threat only his dearest friend would see. He was repaid by a brief smirk. Lou continued to talk, unaware of the exchange of glances. There'll be more villages closer to the western shore, but this region is the least populated area o Yanlan. If we don't count the varied jungle anyway. I didn't know that. Did you? Kai? Nothing but honest curiosity on his face. I imagine we'll have to walk the same path on the way back. Kai glared again. Would Flynn stop pestering him if he gave him false hope? Is there something I'm missing? The bulky teen glanced between them, and Kai was more annoyed he had been the one to slip the act than afraid of looking suspicious. Nah, Kai just isn't a fan of walking. Flynn gave a friendly slap to his back. It's not efficient enough for him. He'd much rather run all the way. That'd be a long run, Lou nodded to himself, pondering the logistics of the proposal. With a last sneaky wink, Flynn changed the topic to what kind of foods they could expect to eat tonight. I think the bean soup would have been better with a bit of pepper. Have you tried the new place, the one they opened just north of Ring Road? They make the best spicy squid in the city. Under Lou's watchful gaze, Kai could only follow suit. He didn't understand why Flynn was so eager to play with fate. I mean, he does bring some good arguments. It was the first time they were this far from any settlement since leaving Silspring, and the low charge of the artifact wasn't an actual problem. At worst, nothing would happen, and they'd know there was a minimum threshold of fate to activate the fulcrum. In either case, it would be a shadow of the night in High Arbor. Flynn might have a point, partially, but he wasn't the one chased through the city by a string of coincidences, without any idea what was going on. Maybe, just maybe, Kai was slightly apprehensive about repeating the experience. He didn't like the prospect of losing control over the situation again, and the fate fulcrum was unpredictable by its own nature. Well, the return trip will give me a better estimate if there is a minimum threshold. I'd be surprised if anything happened with a 3-day charge. Swept in the relaxed chatter, Kai enjoyed exploring the new smells and plants of the countryside. Buzzing bees pollinated colorful flowers, while plump rodents nibbled on roots and nuts in the underbrush. He wouldn't mind running ahead to see more of the region. If he were alone, he could store his backpack in his ring and leisurely skip between the slopes. No one to judge him if he hopped after the hamsters to catch one. I know, being social is important and complicated. They caught sight of yet another village, 24 little houses with thatched roofs huddling around a creek. As they passed by, they returned the waves at the people working in the fields of beans. Into the afternoon, glimpses of faraway villages became a periodical occurrence. It was somewhat unusual that none appeared to reach 100 people. From what Kai knew, settlements of that size shouldn't have survived the culling of the Republic 7 years earlier. Was it too much hassle to relocate them? The sea was miles away, and not even traversable by most vessels. The Republic couldn't simply load them on a boat and go, though it wasn't an insurmountable barrier. If the governor was determined to see it done, they'd have made them march through the island if necessary. Once Kai thought the Republic only cared about freeing the best stretches of shore to sell, and maybe that played a part, but the full picture was more complex. Gathering the natives into towns was about control and wealth. The Republic didn't have the manpower to govern or tax a population spread into a myriad of villages and 7 major islands. It was easier to crush any rebellion if you had to look through a handful of towns rather than 1,000 tiny settlements. Without anyone realizing it, the governor had stripped away the biggest advantage they had. These villages inland are too isolated to have any importance. The sea connects people. Without that, there is no worry they might do something. Kai regretted not stopping in one of them when he saw their destination. Before them stood a rocky hill, the highest they had met in their journey. That was all the good he had to say. Grey Quarry, an uninventive little settlement founded by the Republic to mine stone. One look at the dingy town peeking over the wooden wall, and he knew to temper his expectations. The last stop before reaching the Vastaire ruins further north. And with sundown approaching, also their last option to sleep with a roof over their heads. Kai could taste the stone dust on his tongue a mile before they reached the gate. The square buildings he could glimpse beyond the palisade reminded him too much of his prefabricated house in Greenside. State your name and purpose, a balding guard interrogated, barring the gate with a sneer. The stench of bad breath and alcohol let Kai keep his distance. The twins were right, no decent place can be called Grey Quarry even if it's the biggest town around. We come from High Arbor to visit the nearby ruins, sir. Do you know them? Anna stepped forward with a friendly smile and a squeaky voice. We're looking for a place to spend the night. The man sucked his teeth, spitting at his feet. Do you have an official identification? We can't let dangerous strangers inside in the middle of the night. Amazing. We had to find the frustrated guard who had nothing better to do than to abuse his power. The horizon was still lit by a crimson sunset. It was hardly evening, let alone the middle of the night. Kai kept his mouth shut, knowing his wisdom would only lengthen the time between him and a bed. 6 kids must be an immense security risk to be let inside. Of course, Lou put a hand on the twins' shoulders to quiet them and collected the IDs. Official identifications were another perk of the scholarship. I assume everything is in order. The guard didn't hide his surprise at the papers. His look quickly morphed into distaste as he failed to find anything wrong with them. Yes, he grunted. Do you also have enough messars to stay at an inn? Vagrants aren't allowed in our respectable town. I can assure you we have enough, sir. Anna chirped with a hesitant frown back at them. Even after the journey, a passing glance at their clothes would be enough to tell they weren't hurting for money. Though that wasn't the problem. Who the fuck asks for a bribe from a group of kids? From the way Lou's back stiffened, he must have caught on too. I'd like to trust your word, but how can I be sure? A greedy glint gleamed through his terrible acting. It's my duty to ensure the well-being of our little town, and I'm afraid I can't let you inside after dark without a good reason. Subtle as a ton of bricks. The twins' hushed whispers grew furious, ready to share a piece of their mind if Lou didn't stand in the way. The tall teen looked silently ahead. Kai didn't need to see his face to imagine his observant gaze debating how to solve the situation. I'm too tired to deal with this shit. Kai checked his pockets for the smallest coin he could find. He'd rather throw a silver in the sea than in the hands of the guard. It's late. Can you let us in this charming town? He slipped a single copper messars in the hand of the guard, cursing that he didn't carry chips. The man obtusely stared at the coin, making Kai wonder why he had bothered trying to be subtle. There are 6 of you. Are you kidding me? Improvisation could barely contain his growing contempt and irritation. He searched his pockets for 2 more coppers. That's all my mom gave me. Fine, the man spit again, missing his shoes by an inch. Don't make trouble. Kai slipped inside the gate without looking back. A true example of professionalism, he muttered, not caring whether he had been overheard. The streets were even dustier than he expected, painting the building's lower half in various shades of gray. His first impression wasn't wrong. 9 out of 10 buildings were the same identical boxes they used in Greenside. The few people on the streets hurried along with bent backs and grim expressions. What are the chances that this town has a decent inn? Why did you pay a bribe? Anna steeped in his path with an outraged look. Kai wasn't sure at who. We needed to get inside. He replied matter-of-factly and walked around her. The first inn's broken windows looked like it had seen a murder the same week, so he moved past. We should have called his superiors. Her voice rose behind him. Kai sighed, looking at her idealist expression. It wouldn't have made a difference. If he was so open about it, he must not fear any repercussions. I'd bet his superior will take a cut of the bribe too. Even if that were true, we could have called for the mayor. Not everyone in this town must be corrupted. We sh. Enough. Lou stopped her, holding her gaze calm but firm. Let's look for a place to stay. We're all tired. We can discuss this in the morning. Closer to the heart of the town, the building grew marginally better, though the gray dust was omnipresent. Kai could already feel it grating inside his clothes. Guess there might be a place worse than Greenside. A severe old woman with hair a shade darker than the stone greeted them inside the Lucky Duck Inn. The stark interior was as cheerful as its hostess. How many rooms? Breakfast is not included if you pay for a single night. Kai would bet she hadn't been the one to choose the name. A single night. They'd reach the ruins in the morning, and everything would be just fine. Coming out of the dusty town, a line of carts headed west to load their cargo at sea. The crates glowed with chains of rough spatial enchantments. The stones paving the streets of High Arbor had to come from somewhere. The ivory rock stolen from the Vastaire ruins was easily recognizable across the upper city. It adorned mansions and important public buildings, shaped into statues for the heroes of Myria. The monumental docks welcoming people into the capital were the most blatant example, yet it remained a limited resource. Importing from the mainland was expensive, and there were no marble or alabaster caves in the archipelago. The geography of the islands was flat except for the occasional hill like the one gray quarry had been built on. Ordinary constructions and houses had to settle for more modest materials, granite, limestone, or basalt. None of them were fancy rocks, but they got the job done for the rising middle class of High Arbor. Well, that place sucked. Oli grimaced at the rocky hill behind them. I'd rather sleep in a barn than go back to that dusty inn again. I can still feel the stone powder in my clothes. Uli rubbed his shirt with a scowl. I told you we should have stopped at a village before the town. Then we'd be miles farther from the ruins. No, we should have walked further up and camped under the stars. We've brought tents anyway. It wasn't that bad, Anna muttered with little conviction. The twins gave her a long look and spoke as one. Yes, it was. Anna hung her head low. She appeared to have forgotten about the bribe. Perhaps Lou had calmed her righteous rage for justice while he wasn't looking. Would it have been better to argue with her? The group wasn't as brainwashed as Kai had first feared still. They never voiced any criticism directly at the Republic, not even the twins who had made their dislike apparent. It was always the rude people, the corrupt guard, the general neglect of the town, never the institution governing over them. Why would anyone live in a place like that? Uli and Oli got a shiver of repulsion, agreeing in their dislike. Well, I don't think they had much choice in the matter. Heads turned towards him, mostly with perplexity. He couldn't undo years of biased instruction, but that didn't mean he had to shut up. To not falter under their attention, Kai pulled on improvisation and his forgotten political bone. I talked with the cook at the inn last night. The town was just another tiny settlement before the relocation. Most of the people who live there now had little say in choosing their new home. Now he had the attention of the whole group. Flynn gave him a mindful look while Lou wore his impassive mask. His thoughts were anyone's guess. Why don't they just move to some other place if they don't like it? Uli asked with a frown, echoed by his brother. They don't have to stay there if they want to move someplace else. Anna nodded emphatically. All citizens are free to move to any approved settlement within the archipelago. Her words carried the tone of a rehearsed line. I think you're underestimating how hard and expensive it is to move. Kai kept his voice mild. If they had told him that while his family was stranded in Greenside, the answer could have been a little different. It can take weeks or months to find jobs in a new town. You also need a house, food, and other essentials. Not many people can afford that, especially if they've got a family to take care of. Change was always scary and hard for most people. Till the discomfort surpassed their personal threshold, the misery they knew was better than the uncertainty of a new place. He suspected the quarry miners had to sign some kind of contract to make things harder, though the people at the inn were tight-lipped on that. Many probably did leave. Lou broke the tense quiet. The streets were quite empty for a town of that size. I heard working in the quarry pays well, but yes, they should invest more to keep the place livable. Do you remember how tall those ruins were? Are these as big? Oli wondered out loud after a brief silence. In a blink, they went down memory lane on their trip as children. They should be bigger, Kai answered vaguely. Larger than the Temple of the Seven Moons in the upper city. See for yourself and tell me. His father's notes contained some rough sketches of the ruins and many, many observations. The journal in question rested now in his backpack, easily within reach. Why should I ruin the surprise? There were no more villages on the way. No islanders would build close to the ancestral places, and the Republic hadn't broken that unwritten rule. The ground turned less rocky and the vegetation denser. There were different kinds of palm trees, eucalyptus and bushy shrubbery with leaves ranging from faded purple to deep emerald. The greenery slowed down their march till they found a path cutting through. The group was brewing in anticipation, their pace hastened with each mile covered. When the ground gently sloped towards the coast, Kai knew they must be close. Mana's sense picked up the edge of the greenery. He turned off the skill to not spoil his first impression. He wanted to see the remnants of a past era with his own eyes. Excitement made his heartbeat pump in his ears, his own expectations timidly rising. He had been little more than a toddler the last time he visited the ruins. Will they seem smaller now I've grown up? Kai let the group walk ahead to enjoy their reaction. With a final slant marking the reach of the high tide, the dark ground turned into pale sand. The twins hopped down without hesitation. Blessed moons, shit. What are they like? Anna discarded her dignified poise and scrambled after them. Her face soon mimicked the twins, eyes wide, jaw hanging open. The remaining trio hung back, sharing the amusement. After you, Kai waved them forward like any proper guide should. With a nod of agreement, Lou and Flynn confidently strode forth. Their cool demeanor crumbled into awe. They are so cute. Sometimes I forget they're still kids. Time to see what the fuss is about. Kai locked his gaze on the ground and jumped over the slope. He wanted a complete view when he looked up. His feet crunched on the sand. When his steps were swallowed by looming shadows, his nose rose and he was 5 again. A forest of towers soared from the sands like colossal white bones against the crystal sea. Some ended in broken peaks covered in ivy, others in elegant spires ascending the skies. Kai craned his neck as far as it would go to catch their entirety. The rough drawings in the journal had not done them justice. They were majestic, towering far higher than any building in the upper city. Ivory bridges connected the structures with thin arches. How arrogant he had been to think his doubling in height made any difference before these pillars of bone. Well, shit. I don't remember the ruins in Whiteshore being this high or vast. The skyscrapers on Earth were made from glass and steel. There was something inherently imposing to stone, a weight that the sleek buildings of his previous life couldn't compare. The ivory towers defied gravity with their very presence. With their jagged lines, the broken peaks were still standing firm after 8 millennia. The wind whistled, and the waves crashed vainly against the farthest pillars, hundreds of meters away. He was insignificant, their scale humbled him. Kai basked in the shadows of a faraway past, in something greater that was now gone that had left its skeleton behind. Were they even more impressive in their prime? Falling back to reality, he was surprised to find the twins were missing. Their backpacks and shoes lay abandoned in the sand, drawing a trail to their laughing figures amidst the forest of stone. For an instant, Kai feared to see a tower crumble like when they were children, but no deafening crash broke the peace. No sneering enforcers walked out of the ruins announcing they were to be demolished. It was just them and these ancient giants. "They are bigger than I thought," Lou absently said. The four of them leisurely advanced, drinking in the sight. "How many buildings are there?" 87. Kai jumped on the chance to share his knowledge. His father had personally counted them. At least those still standing, there might be more broken or buried under the sand. "What? I know my stuff." He shrugged off Flynn's judging gaze. "Are they stable?" Lou threw a worried glance at the twins climbing a broken tower. "I remember the ones we saw at Whiteshore were intact. They are as safe as they come. Whatever broke them happened millennia ago, before humans reached the archipelago. I don't think you can damage them without stone magic or specialized skills and tools." Looking at the jagged spires with missing chunks, his imagination ran wild. These hadn't been damaged by a demolition crew. What was powerful enough to break them like that? Was it linked with the mysterious disappearance of the Vastair civilization like his father had speculated? Are they also idiot-proof? Anna asked, looking at the twins squeezing inside an empty window. "Depends how thick their skulls are." Kai gave his professional opinion. "There might be something else that could break those stones after all, though it's more likely that they'll get lost inside. Most of the buildings are linked underground. I'll keep an eye on them." Anna sighed and stalked towards the tower, shouting after Uli and Oli. "Wait for me. Should we set up camp?" Kai asked. "Yes, Mr. Fun, let's go set up camp," Flynn teased. Lou offered no backup, roughing his hair with one big palm. "It's Gudure trying to be responsible." "What does that mean?" "Fine, we can deal with it later. I'll meet you here for lunch." Kai took his notebook and pen and thrusted his bag to Flynn. "Don't let it get wet and scream if you need help. I'll know it was you." "Is this enough fun? I just wanted to take care of the boring stuff first." Kai strode towards the ruins, twirling his dad's enchanted pen. Ivory pillars surrounded him on all sides. Broken boulders created hurdles on the disjointed walkway. Relin had walked these same paths years ago. He couldn't get the grin off his face. "I didn't expect them to be so vast. Where do I even begin?" The written pages could never do them justice. To think he had worried they'd get bored. A week would never be enough for a complete exploration. More so if the structure continued underground and he had to dig through the sand. "I need to plan this out." He had memorized the map his father drew, but he was having a hard time reconciling those messy strokes with reality. The ruins extended in all directions, and a flat paper couldn't properly represent them. Kai wandered the ruins till the discordant information fit together in his head. When he was confident he could tell his way around, he picked one of the structures he knew had access to the underground complex. The doors had long sunk into the ground, but there were broken tops and windows like the ones the twins used. Taking advantage of his small size, Kai squeezed through a hole close to the ground. The sides of the entrance were smooth and sharp, as if the masons had just finished laying the stone. He poked his head inside to look around. He was close to the ceiling. The floor was about 2 meters down, not a problem if he wasn't entering head first. Kai hooked his legs on the window to shorten the jump and landed on a handstand, flexing his arms to absorb the impact. His landing echoed in the chamber. Alas, there was no one to cheer his grand entrance. Standing upright, Kai analyzed his findings. An unblemished white room except for a thin layer of sand and a few hermit crabs skittering away. No glyphs or signs of any kind on the flawless walls. The ruins were definitely more impressive from the outside. There was a hole in the floor and one in the ceiling that gave access to the adjacent floors. On the wall, a regular series of square punctures in a rising arc might have once housed the stairs. Evidently, they had not been made from the same durable material. Kai turned his attention to the passage on the floor, another similar jump. The majority of the Vastair's writings were discovered underground. That was where he had the highest chance to find something his father had missed. The height wasn't a problem. He should then be able to make his way up even without empower. Hopefully, the twins wouldn't be too reckless in their exploration. Anna might struggle to cover the distance without a rope, though the holes of the stairs aligned with the entrance to climb up. Kai hopped down, landing in a crouch. The layer of sand was noticeably thicker, and the air was humid. Sadly, there were no glyphs on the walls of the chamber or any other meaningful findings. Any interesting pebble or splinter must have been looted thousands of years ago. There was no chance to find anything that wasn't etched or chained into stone. Unmoved by logic, a corner of him couldn't help but hope he would get lucky. Something's odd. Kai took a second to put his finger on it. The mana was marginally denser. The difference was close to unnoticeable even with his high skill level. Such tiny changes could be due to natural fluctuations. Is it because we're underground? Eager to prove his theory, he headed for the passage and groaned. The next level was partially flooded. Of course it is, you dimwit, we're below sea level. He didn't want to ruin his new notebook or his dad's pen. His eyes fell on the silver ring on his finger. He had promised himself not to use it unless absolutely necessary, but there was hardly a safer place than this. Apart from them, there was no village or person for miles and miles. A strand of mana linked him to his spatial closet, where an item in particular screamed for his attention. Chewing his cheek, Kai took out the fate fulcrum. The sun was shining, there were no awakened beasts or people for miles, and he would only be using a tiny charge. There might be a way to increase his chances after all. Kai stashed his silver disc and clothes inside his ring and jumped to the lower floor. The knee-deep water was hardly of any help in the landing, but if it wasn't enough to cushion the fall, it was enough to drench him thoroughly. Damned cold water. Away from the sun, the icy droplets sent shivers down his arms and back. Scant rays of light penetrated from the opening in the ceiling. The polished ivory stone reflected the light coming from the windows 2 floors up. A school of tiny yellow fish tickled his legs in their panic to flee to the deeper chamber. The mana density had increased yet again, though it didn't reach any degree that warranted worrying about. Water and shadow particles swirled around him, with a minor presence of his other major elements and the occasional stray space mote he snatched for himself. It wasn't enough to birth a beast, and even if some mollusk or crab got lucky to awaken, a red-tier animal was hardly a threat. Kai used his enchanted crystal to better light the chamber as he mulled over the plan taking form in his mind. If he wanted to use the fulcrum, he had to take thorough precautions. Tapping his fingers on the pale walls, Kai activated Inspect and Mana Sense. Rocks in nature often had tiny fractures where they might break. The stone of the ruins was flawless inside and out. This aligned with the theory his dad wrote in his journals. Relin had believed that due to the way the Vastair built their structures, the stone could be broken but not damaged. Unless a force surpassed their durability threshold, they remained immutable through the millennia, unaffected by weather and time. The fate fulcrum made unlikely events bubble to the surface, even if the chance they would occur naturally was minuscule. But those events had to be possible. It's a theory. I'm not an expert in magic constructions, and neither was my dad. He would verify their stability before proceeding. He didn't feel comfortable betting on any life but his own, and a collapse was only one possible danger. With 5 teenagers climbing the towers, his biggest worry was to find them splattered on the ground. A few slippery droplets falling at the wrong time and place, or a sudden gust of wind could make them lose their grip. Or an osprey mistaking them for prey, a vine coming loose, a swarm of angry bees. Without knowing the limits of the artifact, his mind could conjure an endless number of ludicrous scenarios. That's why I need to test it away from people. No matter how unlikely the deadly circumstances were, he was not going to take any chances. His best bet was to activate the fulcrum when the group was away from the ruins and any potential mishap. The release of fate had lasted about half an hour in High Arbor. Given the smaller charge he would be using, this one might be even shorter. Perhaps he could activate the artifact at night while his friends slept in a safe area. They might not realize anything odd happened. Should I ask Flynn if I missed something? His friend had been the one campaigning to test the silver disc, but Kai didn't want to encourage him towards anything reckless. It might be better to keep him in the dark till all was said and done. He had already told him he planned to use it during the return trip, so Flynn shouldn't suspect anything. Though I'd be super mad if the positions were reverted and he decided for me. He knows the potential dangers of the artifact. Stuck in a flooded chamber underground, Kai decided to set aside the matter and carry on with his exploration. Either case, he needed to become more familiar with the ruins before he used the artifact. He might have overlooked a potential danger. Even if the spirit smiled at him, there was no way to ensure the random coincidences brought him something useful. The artifact might need to gather more fate, there might be nothing to find, or 1,000 other possibilities. It would be useful as a test, but he couldn't wager all his hopes on it. His dad had visited many ruins. It was possible he might have missed some hidden glyphs. Enough stalling, waiting won't make the water any warmer. Wait, does this mean the water is linked to the sea, or is the proximity enough? The edge of the ruins bordered the waves, but he hadn't checked whether they were directly connected. If so, the upper floors might empty with the low tide and make his exploration more convenient. With the oxygen ticking down in his lungs, Kai focused on his surroundings. The chamber he was in brought some variety, with 2 passages branching on opposite walls beside the one leading deeper into the room. Where do I go first? Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Kai picked a corridor at random, swimming in slow, regular strokes for efficiency. He tried to match the confusing maps with what stood before him. Relin had drawn them for his personal use, not imagining someone else would need to decipher his scribbles decades later. The pale ivory tunnel extended into darkness. Sand and debris had filled a noticeable portion of the ruins, having the once spacious passages. Scampering crustaceans and mollusks hid under the sand, scared of the foreign light he carried, while schools of blue and green fishes swam curiously toward him. It was harder to extend mana sense through denser materials. Scouting the waterway wasn't a problem. He could get a rough picture of the complex dozens of meters ahead. but the tiny details buried under meters of sand and gravel were a different story. At least he'll see any beast from a mile away. Most inanimate objects contained a fraction of the mana living entities possessed. While Kai couldn't directly perceive them, he could identify their silhouettes with the flows of mana around them. Each material bent the streams of essence in slightly different ways. He opted to move slow and steady rather than to hurry, and later wondered if he had missed a glyph buried on the floor of a chamber. In a corner, a red crab threateningly clacked its pincers at him. Kai waved back a friendly greeting as he floated over the little guy. A forest of deep blue kelp with a faint luminescence filled the next corridor. Behind the plants gently swaying in the current, a series of side rooms opened on both sides. Their doors were mostly buried, leaving only a small opening he could squeeze through. Kai poked his head inside for anything immediately visible and checked them with his skills from outside. This is going to take a while. I should have filled the ring with air. One after the other, Kai methodically moved through all the chambers. About a third of the towers had access to the underground system. Most of them were in the highest buildings located in the central cluster. When he moved too far from his initial entrance, he found a closer breathing chamber to resurface and note down his progress. A simple water spell ensured he didn't get his notebook wet. The complex hadn't been purposefully built to be a maze, but being flooded and half-buried complicated things. Diving in dark tunnels brought back memories of his underwater hunt with Ale. He had been forced to leave Silspring before he could visit Mama Clam again. She must miss me dearly. I bet she must have prepared another pearl for me. He regularly exchanged letters with his family, though there were things that couldn't be expressed through words. Now that he was done with Vuria's puzzle, he should find the time to visit. But it did take a week on sea counting the back and forth, and his mom wasn't going to let him go easily once he got there. He didn't want to take advantage of Risey's patience. The merfolk had been accommodating with their alchemy business, and Kai planned to give it his full focus for a few months, especially after he had taken time off for this trip. So many things to do in so little time. Without the sun to keep track of time, Kai fell into a rhythm. He dove into the cold waters, explored the dark chambers, scared the crap out of some little critters, resurfaced and repeated. He found an etching on the wall in a half-buried room. A short text praising some ancient monarch with a name he couldn't pronounce, and the blessing he or she bestowed on the vast air. It had already been recorded and translated by his dad, but it proved the squiggly doodle on the maps marked the place of his writings. Most of the etching referred to obscure historical events and figures that made no sense to him. The writers rarely gave any context since their meaning must have appeared obvious to them. There was also the chance he or his father had got something wrong in the translation. Kai broke the surface of the water, taking deep breaths. A patch of reddish algae growing against the ivory walls proved it was a new chamber he hadn't been in before. I should go see how they're doing before they start worrying. Would it be suspicious if I walked out with dry clothes? Lou already knew about his water magic, but the twins and Anna didn't. Then again, they weren't the types to look for a strange explanation like magic when he could have left them in a dry chamber, and he didn't really like having salt in his clothes. I've not brought enough shirts to change them every day. Taking a run up, Kai leaped for the opening in the ceiling. He overshot a little, hitting his ribs on the passage. With a curse, he managed to grab hold of the floor and pull himself up. A jump later, he popped out of a window and landed on the pale sand, just a shade darker than the ruins. The warm rays of the sun banished the chill of the underground waters from his bones. Noon and lunch must have passed by a few hours. Found him, Lou announced, striding towards him. Shit, Kai gave him a sheepish smile. We were looking for you, the teen sighed. There was no anger, just the look of an exasperated parent. Sorry, it was hard to tell time down in the flooded underground. Lou kept his gaze for a second before shaking his head. It's fine. I know the Vastaire ruins were important to your father, but try to warn us if you plan to go out on your own. If I didn't know you, I would have thought you drowned. I will, he promised. It was hard to argue when Lou used his reasonable tone. By the way, have you prepared anything for lunch? His stomach rumbled at the thought of food. There was when I left, but I can't guarantee it will still be there. Simon, I'll show you where we've. Did you fall off while climbing? Anna joined them on their way back to camp. No, sorry for worrying you. Kai noticed they were heading deeper into the cluster of ruins and not toward the greenery. His suspicions were confirmed when they stopped before one of the central towers. You set up camp here. Up close, he had to crane his neck to watch the massive ivory pillar before them. In its prime, it must have been the highest one in the ruins, but now the pinnacle was broken in a clean cut. Uli and Oli insisted it was the only sensible choice. Anna began to climb with little ceremony, making use of the regular holes that once held the fixtures of the building. It's sheltered from the weather and safe from the tide, so it's not a terrible choice. While Kai couldn't dispute their logic, it felt odd to sleep and cook dinner inside the ruins, as if they were violating a sacred place. Following Anna, he entered a spacious room. Their bags were lined up against the wall and an impromptu fireplace lay extinguished. Did you get stuck in a room unable to climb out? Uli asked with weird enthusiasm. Hello to you too. No, Kai tried to explain but was interrupted by Oli. Did you fall off a tower, hit your head, and lay unconscious on the beach? Did I miss something? No, I didn't realize how the hours flew by. Oh, both twins slumped, disappointed. They scowled at Flynn, who lay sprawled by the hearth, enjoying the sunlight peeking through a window. I told you he was fine. He forgets about everything else when he's focused. Kai furrowed his brow. Did you bet on what happened to me? Absolutely not. What gave you that impression? Flynn grinned brightly. But even if we did, and I'm not saying that's what happened, I was right. You can't blame me for it. You can be a bit forgetful. I'm not sure that's how it works. Here, I've kept your lunch safe. Flynn offered him a pot to distract him. It's empty. Kai pointed out the obvious. All that remained were a few crumbs of what might or might not have been a stew. What? He widened his eyes and pulled a hand over his face in shock. I've no idea how that happened. Hey, the twins stood up. You said we couldn't have it because you were saving it for Kai. No, I said I would keep it safe. Flynn corrected them, his dramatic surprise already gone. And I can assure you the food is extremely safe right now. He patted his belly. Uli and Oli shared a glance, slowly advancing towards him. I wouldn't be so sure. Since Lou had mentioned how the food had been left unguarded, Kai had already resigned. He perused their supplies to cook another meal while the twins chased after Flynn. His traitorous friend fled out of a window, granting him the gift of silence. Busy mapping out every nook and cranny of the ruins, 5 days fled him. His dad had been extremely thorough in his exploration. Kai didn't know how Relin had managed to spot every detail of interest, no matter if it was buried below meters of sand. I should ask Mom what his profession was. After inspecting many towers, he hadn't found any signs that could forecast a collapse in the ivory structure. That still left his other worries. There was something weird about the mana density within the ruins. While the increase wasn't significant, it was there. It grew the deeper he went in the chambers and reached his peak in the center of the underground complex. Relin had dismissed it as one of many mana oddities. Small pockets of higher concentration weren't unique. The essence of the world was always in motion and ever-changing. Kai couldn't accept that there was no answer, and he also couldn't find any other explanation. It was incredibly frustrating. He had tried to follow the flows of mana through the maze of corridors, but those streams just looped onto themselves without any detectable source or origin. Lou asked to come with him once. No one else had shown interest in exploring the icy waters below the ruins. The soaring towers with their jagged tops held more appeal, granting incredible views of the coast. The twins made it their mission to climb every peak. Despite Kai's worries, they were great climbers and had managed to complete their mission before the week was over, leaving them temporarily aimless. With just a few subtle hints, he convinced them to volunteer for a supply run in a nearby village, and Anna obviously couldn't let them go alone. Spirits knew what they'd buy by themselves. From the window in their camp, Kai observed Flynn and Lou jogging away along the coast. His friend had shown no surprise when he revealed what he had been planning. Convincing him to keep Lou busy had been harder, but he had ultimately agreed. With a thought, a silver disc reflecting multiple colors appeared in his hand. It was finally time. The circular script on the fulcrum glowed with a soft light. It had gathered fate for more than a week. Kai wished he had observed the artifact before activating it the first time so he would have a reference. It could be quite a bit or a speck of dust. The gathering speed depended on his favor, which was his most impressive attribute. But whatever mad enchanter built the artifact, they probably didn't plan to lend it to the first guy on the streets. There is one simple way to know for sure. Kai descended the broken tower towards the submerged floors. He had debated where to activate it. The structure the twins had chosen to set up camp in was in the center of the cluster, aligned with the higher mana density area underneath. Under the moon's pulling, the tide was leaning against low. The half-flooded chamber was dry, with the layer of sand dark with humidity. Kai dove into the dark waters. He barely felt the biting cold. The anticipation of the moment swelled inside him. Swimming, he pushed himself against the familiar tunnels to gain speed and emerged a minute later in an underground chamber, one of the few not linked to a higher room and only accessible from the flooded tunnels. Kai scrunched his nose. The air was damp and stale despite his best efforts to bring fresh oxygen through his spatial closet. Kai retched a bit when his feet touched the slimy floor. A handful of sand had stopped him from slipping, but it didn't stop the mushy sensation. The ivory walls were almost unrecognizable beneath the coat of algae. Why did I think this was the best place again? He had chosen to anchor the release of fate to the place of activation instead of himself. It might increase the chances of discovering something about the ruin. The dilemma had been where to activate the artifact. Underground, his senses and movements would be restricted by water and walls. While on the towers outside, he could easily survey the whole ruins from his vantage point and have more mobility. Perhaps that would have been the wiser choice, but all the mysteries he was interested in were in the depths of the tunnels. That had sealed the deal. This chamber was in a central position that would allow him to reach the corners of the underground complex in the shortest amount of time. I'm going to feel like a big fool if nothing happens. Checking the nubs of the silver disc had been tuned correctly one last time, Kai swallowed his nervousness and gave a light press. Click. The silvery sound echoed like it was both from far away and right beside his ear. The glow accumulated in a weak dissipated like embers blown away by the wind. As the tiny sparks disappeared, Kai stretched his senses to investigate for any change. The underwater chamber was eerily silent, only disturbed by the occasional dripping of water. Simon, spirits, give me something. I'll settle for anything, no matter how small. Seconds ticked by as Kai spread mana sense dozens of meters in every direction. The strain of the skill was mounting in the back of his head. He just needed a sign that something unusual was going on. Was the charge not enough? Last time the click had barely faded when a storefront collapsed. 5 minutes later, nothing had happened. His shoulders slumped. Dozens of careful preparations to minimize the risks and days of patience to wait for the right moment. All for what? Kai released his hold on mana sense with a sigh. Hallowed intuition had formed a hushed murmur, a constant humming if he focused on it. The skill had also behaved erratically in High Arbor, and had failed to warn him of the vase almost cracking his skull. Its predicting abilities relied on favor to work, and the fulcrum interfered with fate. He had no idea how, but the two things clearly interacted. Perhaps the artifact disrupted the flow of fate and made the whispers of hallowed intuition even more cryptic. At least I've confirmed something. Tests, yay. Kai was about to dive back into the water to see if the fishes inhabiting the tunnels exhibited weird behaviors when the murmurs of the skill hit a crescendo. His skin tingled from his toes to the tips of his ears. A pulse of essence crossed his entire body and continued through the ruins. The mana currents churned below him, wildly accelerating their motion, denser by the moment. The fuck? Kai jumped into the flooded tunnels and pushed mana into Blessed Swimmer to navigate them faster. He had no idea how long it would last, and this might be his only chance to understand what the fuck was going on. The waters themselves were stirred by the wild streams of mana, rousing the sand and reducing visibility. Schools of fish and skittering crabs fled in a panic. The mollusks that couldn't move dug themselves in the ground. Kai relied on Blessed Swimmer to not get swept away as he looked for the origin of the event through the chaos. The ambient mana had already more than doubled, and the density was still climbing higher. His skin had gone numb to the continuous tingle. Spirits, the mana must be 5 times higher than normal now. Kai stopped in a large hall with a single entry where his dad had recorded an etching. Sand and debris filled 2/3 of the space, whirling in the water. Blessed Swimmer couldn't protect him completely. A sliver of rock cut a thin line in his arm, bleeding a red thread. Is this the place? He shaped water mana into a shield to observe the mayhem without distractions. Blue, dark, and iridescent motes swirled. He narrowed down mana sense to see if he could get any conclusive answer. It doesn't make in. A strident cry split his thoughts, breaking through the confused humming of hallowed intuition, hoarse and incomprehensible. The mana storm started abating. The sand filling the chamber stirred, heaved as if something. While that's not possible, another raspy cry pierced the indistinct mass of whispers, echoing in his mind with a somewhat desperate note. Kai abandoned his curiosity and bolted for the door with all the strength he could muster. He smashed into the corridor opposite the entrance and pushed on with hardly a grimace. Empower surged through his body, granting him superior speed. At the edge of his senses, an incandescent mass of mana uncoiled in the chamber. Kai didn't stop to get a better view and pushed harder against the water. Whatever that was, he didn't need hallowed intuition to know it was bad news. Mana overflowed his veins, powering his limbs. Kai reduced the drag with Blessed Swimmer trying to outrun the impending sense of doom. Bruises and cuts accumulated on his body in the hurry to make it out. He charted the fastest path to the surface. He needed to get out of here now. Shit, shit, shit. A low rumble spread through the water from behind. Bones rattled and movements faltered in some kind of primordial fear. Another hoarse cry. Run, flee, hurry. The presence in the heart of the ruins began to move. Kai couldn't spare the mind to extend mana sense. He knew with certainty that it was coming towards him. It reemerged in his range, cutting through the tunnels with terrifying speed. A light shone above. His muscles screamed as he hurled himself out of the dark waters directly into the dry chamber. He had no idea which tower he was in, but Kai didn't hesitate to climb higher. His instincts screamed to run. Kai only dared to stop when he reached the broken top of the building, warm sunlight bathing his body. He balanced on the jagged top of one of the lower towers to survey the terrain. Sword firmly in his grip, his chest heaved to catch his breath. The tower where they camped stood 50 meters away. Overlooking the beach, the vastaire site was entirely untouched by the storm below. The crystal sea glimmered in the sun, calm and peaceful beyond the ruins. Whatever that thing was, it had given up its chase once beyond the water. What the fuck was that? I checked all the underground chambers. They could only be accessed from outs. Hallowed intuition humming rose faintly. A shadow shot from the sands below. It crossed the distance in a blink. Kai surged in power and raised his sword in a defensive stance. Long needle-like fangs and a dark abyss crashed against the steel. Unable to fend off the attack, Kai was thrown back like a rag doll. His back painfully hit the opposite wall. The adrenaline helped him ignore the pain. Nothing appeared to be broken. His sight was slightly hazy from the impact, but he gritted his teeth and stood up to meet the threat. A glimpse of dark blue scales slithered off the tower and disappeared into the white sands. Mana's sense had caught more than his eyes. A signature brighter than any beasts he had fought before faded into the cloud of essence below. That's not possible. There was no awakened beast for tens of miles in every direction. No time for House or wise Kai downed all 4 vials he had prepared for emergencies. The most potent recipes he could brew from Dora's book. Heat radiated from his stomach through his body. His head cleared and the scrapes on his skin stopped bleeding. Then the enhancing potions kicked in, sharpening his mind and strengthening his body. Future Kai will deal with the consequences if I survive. The foul smell of rotten fish filled the air. Kai pinpointed the source to a dark green patch of dense ichor painting the ivory stone. His hopes were quickly dashed. His sword was clean. The beast must have been injured before it attacked him. Damn spirits, I said to send me a small sign, not a fucking kaiju. Peeking over the edge of the tower, the beach looked sunny and peaceful. Mana's sense couldn't perceive anything off apart from the abnormal concentration of mana beneath. Kai didn't trust it for a second. The dense cloud of essence hung below the sands. He might be able to pierce it if he were closer, but that would mean moving closer to the threat. Why did he pick such a short tower in his mad escape? Damn idiot. Jumping to a higher building now would leave him exposed to a strike. Calm the fuck down. What are your options? After its initial strike failed, the beast appeared content to ignore him, perhaps nursing its wound. There was a chance the monster would get bored and go away if he waited long enough. The mana was already dissipating, and the normal ambient essence couldn't sustain beasts of that power. That might take a couple hours if he was lucky. Shit, he couldn't wait. Flynn and Lou would come back before then. Knowing them, any warning sign would draw them closer instead. Flynn had promised to keep the other team busy for an hour. Kai had been sure it would be ample time to exhaust the effect of the artifact and hide any trace. He hadn't considered the consequences might be this dangerous and alive. Guess that leaves only one option. With a single viable path before him, Kai was somewhat relieved. There was nothing to be done besides giving it his best shot and hoping he didn't die. That's a cheery thought. Hallowed intuition had stopped constantly humming, meaning the interference from the fulcrum might be over. Plans huddled in his mind. He chipped away at them till a single, awfully reckless idea remained. He threw the empty vials onto the sand below. A sharp whisper proved his danger-sensing skill was working again. The tumbling glass didn't reach the beach before a scaled tail smashed them to dust. Definitely still there. From the bestiaries he had read at the estate, he could think of a few monsters that might fit the description, unless this was some exotic species. I hope I'm wrong. Kai descended to the lower chamber, senses tense for any sign of danger. Hallowed intuition warned him of the mortal danger below and advised him to go back at each step. I've got no choice. He needed to taunt the scaled monster while giving up as few advantages as possible. He hadn't gotten a good look at the beast, but if the spirits had any mercy, it was too large to squeeze through the windows. That left only the passages in the floors. It'd be far easier to anticipate, though he wasn't looking forward to fighting a monster with that strength in close quarters. The ivory tower was a shield, but also a trap that limited his movements. It's the only way. Kai spared 10 breaths on each floor to see if the scaled beast would make its move. His improved boosting potions should give him at least 20 more minutes before the side effects kick in. He had to close it before then. He spied on the dark waters 2 rooms below, close enough. Kai summoned a stream of seawater towards him. He absorbed half of it in his ring and let the rest pool around him for good measure. His magic was stronger when it could directly control a liquid without wasting power condensing it. Seamon, fishy fishy. Searching the room, Kai gathered a handful of pebbles. Right hand still wielding his blade, he used the left to throw them in the water one by one. Pluff, pluff, pluff. The power of pebbles transcended species and language. Hallowed intuition granted him a brief warning before the beast emerged from the water. There was no strike this time. 2 long feelers broke the surface, lazily testing the air. They were linked to a sharp snout covered in dark blue scales with a metallic gleam. Without haste, the spiked draconic head emerged fully, almost filling the entire door frame with its size. The massive body slowly coiled in the lower chamber without apparent end. 2 icy, blue-slitted eyes fixed on him. Kai stopped breathing. The tail finally emerged from the sprinkling water with its finned ends, and the beast broke the stare. A few specks of white flooring remained visible beneath the massive body. No arms or wings along the serpentine body, and 2 symmetrical wounds along its midsection leaking dark green ichor. The same foul smell of rotting fish filled the chamber. The cuts were oddly straight and deep, judging by the amount of ichor and careful movement of the beast. His suspicions were correct. A freaking sea serpent. I demand a refund. Perhaps early yellow. He didn't have enough experience to tell for sure. The odds he could beat this monster in a fair fight were not in his favor. A forked tongue tasted the air. The snake let out a low, disdainful whistle, revealing a row of glass-like teeth. Its jaw was more than large enough to swallow him in a single bite. Kai tensed his muscles, sword before him, and elemental spells ready. The entire reserves of Mana Spring were ready to be used. Spirits bless me. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to throw a pebble on your stone? The sea serpent struck, ravenous jaws open to tear into his flesh. The water on the floor surged, consuming half of his elemental reserves to form a revolving shield around him. Hallowed intuition whispered in his ear, giving the final go-ahead. Empower flooded his body to bursting. Kai abandoned his sword and dove for the jaws like an Olympic swimmer, following the exact timing suggested by his skill. A sharp pain shot from his left shoulder and leg where the fangs cut into him. Then the world turned dark and even more foul-smelling. Kai didn't wait for the serpent to constrict his body or test its stomach acids. Streams of water gushed out of his ring, forming into a series of sharp blades hacking the beast from the inside. A glass-cracking hiss shook the serpent's body. The sound made his vision go faint for a moment. It might have knocked him unconscious if it wasn't for the water shield around him. The fleshy walls contracted to squish him, but the shield was much more effective against constriction and blunt damage than its piercing fangs. Realizing its efforts were in vain, the snake changed tactics and started to retch. No, you don't. Kai took 2 daggers from the spatial closet and plunged them into the dark flesh to prevent the serpent from spitting him out. His ears rang with the continuous cries. Empower and potions strengthened his muscles to help him hold on while rivers of dark green ichor flowed around him. Just do me a favor and die already. His water mana was the first to run out, forcing Kai to take a more active role. He braced and stabbed his daggers between each contraction. Ignoring his disgust in favor of survival, he began exploring the insides of the beast. The cries of the beast grew louder and desperate, then weaker. Kai continued hacking even when it stopped moving. Finally, a notification blinked in the corner of his vision. The sea serpent was dead. Who the fuck said being small is a weakness? How do I get out of here? Kai fumbled in the dark. Slick with ichor, his hands slipped on the creature's cold insides. He had lost 1 dagger when his water shield had worn out and left the full weight of the beast on him. The gashes on his shoulder and leg became harder to ignore as the adrenaline of the fight wore off. A pungent smell pervaded his nose, and there was a sour taste in his mouth. Knowing he would just swallow more foul liquids, he had to force his lips shut and suppress the instinct to spit and vomit. Where are the jaws of this thing? His skin was stinging with the acids that came up when the sea serpent tried to retch him out. He was lost in the layers of flesh, muscles, and organs. How many minutes had passed since his last breath of oxygen? 10, 15 more. His lungs burned, and he wasn't helped by the blood loss. I'm not going to die suffocated by a stinking dead beast. Mana was running dangerously low. A trickle of empower allowed him to hold on. He had to get out before the side effects of the enhancing elixirs hit him. If he passed out, chances were he wouldn't wake up again. I've won the fight. Not even fate can be this cruel. His remaining dagger scraped the inner layer of the serpent's skin. A faint light pierced the tough scales, promising salvation, close and unreachable. The awkward position made it hard to properly leverage his blade. Simon, just a little M. He pushed everything he had into empower to pierce the tough hide. With a metallic clank, the dagger snapped in half. Shit, no, this can't be happening. Desperate, Kai discarded the useless blade and tried to open a way with his fingers. His nails broke against the tough scales of the beast. The edges of his vision were getting blurry and his mind hazy. Keep your cool, you can do this. Kai stopped his flailing. Panicking was the worst thing you could do underwater, a waste of oxygen and energy. This was just a very murky pool. The long body of the beast offered 2 directions. With his limbs growing heavier each second, he couldn't afford to hesitate. He delved into the dark. Pushing aside another fold of flesh, a beautiful ray of light pierced the rotten abyss. Hope broke his thin control, and Kai dove for it with desperation. The glow brightened, his hands gripped the gap of his prison and pulled him out. He emerged from one of the cuts on the midsection of the serpent, blinded by the sudden light. He didn't need his eyes to heave for breath. Air filled his lungs, sweet and fresh despite the taint of ichor. Spirits, next time I ask for a sign, give me something smaller and less gross. The sun warmed his hunched back. Kai cleaned his hands on the pale sand before attempting to do the same with his face. The beast must have found its way out of the tower trying to squash the bug in its throat. He thought he heard people shouting, but he was too tired to make sense of those familiar voices. He needed quiet to rest. The beach was nice and inviting. Kai lay on the sand admiring the beautiful blue sky over the ruins. The bony pinnacles reached for the clouds, fading as his vision turned dark. Pain returned him to wakefulness. Kai pushed his eyelids open, spotting the familiar ivory ceiling of the towers. His head was pounding, clouded by a veil of fog, but it was nothing compared to the state of his body. If someone had offered him to fall down 3 flights of stairs instead, he would have taken the deal. Is this our camp? He failed to turn his head. Gravity weighed on his body like an unmovable boulder. Flexing a single digit was a Herculean effort. Judging by his sorry state, it couldn't have been more than an hour or two. The side effects of the boosting elixirs compounded with the strain and wounds of the battle. For each extra attribute the potions had squeezed out of him, he would pay 10 times longer. Blessed spirits, Yurei awake, steps echoed closer. Kai squeezed his eyes to focus on the blurry figure hovering over him. We were worried you suffered an internal injury. I wanted to bring you to a healer, but carrying you to town would have risked worsening your wounds. Lu watched him, his usual calm breached by conflicting expressions that Kai couldn't distinguish in his dazed state. Flynn knew where to find your potions, so we decided it was better to wait. Few healers could do better, and none of them are near Grey Quarry. He wanted to reassure him he was fine. His lips parted, but he only managed a low groan. Spirits, I feel like I've just been chewed and spit out by a giant beast. Careful fingers touched his shoulder. It's okay, Yurei safe. Your wounds aren't too deep, but you've lost a lot of blood. You need rest, try not to move or you'll risk reopening your stitches. The teen brought a cup of water and held his head to help him gulp. The pause gave Kai time to catch up to the deluge of words. Already guilty for the situation, he acquiesced to his demands, though he might have managed to move with the help of Empower. The worst of his states was due to the aftermath of the enhancing elixirs, and Lu was right, rest was the only remedy. I'll come back to check on you in a few minutes. After making sure he didn't need anything, Lu disappeared from his field of view. The teenager hadn't said anything, but many questions crowded his face. How the fuck am I going to explain all this? Oh, a huge snake came out of nowhere and tried to eat me. No, it's just a coincidence it happened while I was alone in the ruins. The sword you found, it was laying around. I've no idea where it came from either. It might be a blessing he couldn't move or speak. Lu was no fool, and Kai could use the time to decide on his version of events. Improvisation offered him a sea of possibilities. Honesty and deception wove together. He delved into them, trying to decipher the best course of action. Most of it depended on how much Lu had already deduced. A yellow tear beast in the archipelago was no small thing. If Kai tried to deny everything, the teen might decide to inform the Republic. That had to be avoided at all costs. All my preparations, how did it end up like this? I should have known you can't control fate. Flexing his fingers, then arms and legs, Kai gradually regained control of his body. He rested alone on the lower floors of their tower. They must have brought him there to move him as little as possible. Distraught, Kai noticed the pending notification. He could use some good news. Ding. New feat, Yellow Hunter. Through your cunning and planning, you've defeated a wounded yellow sea serpent before 14. A feat most would consider impossible at your current grade. You are awarded +3 favor. Risk and reward always come hand in hand. As Mui had told him, gaining feats became harder the older he got. Kai had done the easy pickings. Now every milestone was a deadly trial unto itself. It gave me the same favor of the blessings from the great spirits. If ordinary people had to go through such dangers for the same gains, he had starkly underestimated the boons Kahali and Yade bestowed upon him. Only the milestones for his race improvement surpassed them, but those required years of strenuous efforts. I'll forgive you for sending me an overgrown snake, though I'd like a warning next time. General skills, Mana Sense LV 8084. Nothing like risking his neck to improve his skills. In less than an hour, he had made progress that would have otherwise taken months. Hallowed intuition had benefited the most. It was incredibly hard to train a skill that required him to get in danger to work. Breaking through the interference of the fulcrum must have been a challenge, if only it didn't need a threat that meant certain death. And finally, Deng. Profession X Speed, General, 1251. It was the highest amount he had ever gained in a week, and it would have been higher still if he possessed a fighting profession. Mana Child's domain was knowledge and training. He got no direct bonus for defeating a beast except for the extreme use of mana skills. Alas, the pleasant distractions couldn't last forever. A different kind of disturbance hopped in through the window. Took you longer than I thought. Flynn landed with barely a crunch on the floor. His attempts at stealth were made vain by his stumble when he noticed Kai was watching him. How are you doing? Lu told me you were awake. His face was another tapestry of emotions, though this time Kai had the mind to sieve through them. Relief, worry, and guilt. It's not your fault, right? Kai cut to the chase, glad to have an easy problem to solve. I'll be perfectly fine by tomorrow, a week tops. His friend looked in every direction but his, each step a calculated decision, as if he was hanging over a cliff and not a plain solid floor. I was the one who insisted on using that thing again, and I agreed, knowing the risks. We needed to test it sooner or later. Kai gave him a crooked grin. Do you truly think you can make me do something I don't want? Flynn bit his lip before allowing a reluctant smile to appear. Maybe not, but I should have been here to help you. Well, that one was mine. Flynn didn't look entirely convinced by the argument, but still sat cross-legged beside him. And what happened exactly? That snake was huge. You'd have to sail a day into the ocean to encounter something similar. Wouldn't I like to know? I don't think it came from the sea. Where else? From underground. I'm pretty sure you'd have to dig almost as deep. Beasts don't just pop out of nowhere. Kai pursed his lips. Now that he had to say it out loud, he knew it would sound crazy, but it was the only possible answer. I think it did. What do you mean? It appeared out of nowhere, literally. He had been there when it happened, and his memories were clear enough. One moment there was nothing, the next the colossal beast was there. Chewing his cheek, he added, I think it was teleported here. Flynn gave him a long look, trying to spot the sign of a joke. I thought your disc only affected chances of unlikely events that were possible. I think that still holds true. Kai couldn't blame him for his skepticism. Outside the estate, he had never heard mention of any other kind of spatial magic. Well, besides expanded storages. Pass me that cup. This, why? Flynn gave him the empty metallic glass, looking even more confused. Give me a minute and pay attention. Kai closed his eyes to sift through his mana veins. Even gathering the elemental motes was a chore, and that didn't begin to scratch the problems with space magic. He never had any issue imagining water or plants moving and changing, but how do you visualize space bending? It wasn't something humans could perceive. He had a little more success compressing the distance between 2 points, though that wouldn't make for a very impressive demonstration. Focus. Kai closed his hands around the object, trying to recall the trick Dora showed him. The cup was small and sturdy, made for travel. Taking 10 breaths to visualize his intentions as clearly as possible, he let the spell loose. With a pop of air, 2/3 of the cup disappeared from his hands and a ringing clutter of pieces fell a meter away. Here goes a month of motes. Damned ancestors. Flynn jolted to his feet with wide eyes. You didn't tell me you could do that. Well, I didn't do much. I'm not good with spatial spells. Kai offered him the part he had failed to teleport, waving it before his nose to show it was harmless, a clean cut of the glass's lower part. The sight tickled something in his memory. It could be how the snake got injured. Flynn accepted the slice of metal and poked the pile of metallic shavings with his foot. As his caution melted away, fear turned into fascination. You were trying to destroy it, right? He fished out a dozen of the bigger pieces to fit them back together. No, oh well, it's not that bad. I could piece them together if you give me a couple hours and a lot of glue. I feel so much better. Kai glanced at the pile of scraps. Most fragments of metal were smaller than his thumbnail, but there wasn't much metallic dust. It was one of my best attempts. Anyway, there are better mages than me out there. So you're saying that some sloppy archmage could have teleported the big snake here by accident? Flynn continued to play the puzzle game. I don't think it was someone. You mean? The sea serpent appeared inside a chamber of the ruins where Mana was acting weird. That can't be a coincidence, Kai explained. I think we should add mysterious ruins to the list of hazardous places to avoid. He had gone fishing for strange events in the remnants of a race he didn't understand, and this was the result. Not one of his smartest choices, or maybe given that he survived. Space magic was the cause of the accident, no doubt, but that still didn't answer the how. If the fulcrum only increased the odds, it might have happened before. Is it just this Vastair site that is special, or are there others? It must be something linked with the towers, even if I found no runes. Lou's return put an abrupt end to his speculations. I'm glad you're feeling better, but you shouldn't exert yourself. His eyes fell on the pile of metal scraps. Is that my cup? Maybe Kai smiled. It was time to see how deep he had dug his grave. Sorry for the cup, Kai smiled apologetically. What did you do with it? Lou crouched beside the metal scraps, more confused than upset. He failed a magic trick. Flynn teased him, taking advantage of the distraction to whisper in his ear. Don't worry about your sword, I've hidden it. He slipped away, muttering he'd check that no more beasts fell from the sky. What kind of trick does this to a cup? Lou asked, studying the tin shards. It was an accident. I tried to use an element I'm not good at. Kai blushed embarrassed. He hoped to leave it at that, but the spirits must have been distracted. Space. Lou watched him with disbelief. You've also got an affinity for spatial magic. How the fuck? Kai was too taken aback to hide his surprise, and there was no point denying it. How did you know? It's the only option that makes sense. Lou picked up a slice of his cup. There are a few elements that can cut metal like this at your level, and you also said it wasn't intentional. That leaves just a failed spatial transit. Kai arched his brow. Did you learn that in your special class? He thought it was a shadier and more pompous version of the program Flynn had attended, but there might be more to it. There were hardly any mages in the archipelago, and the different types of elemental magic weren't common knowledge. What else did they teach you? You know, I can't speak about that, Lou mumbled uncomfortably. This is not fair. Right? Kai scowled but didn't press, examining his injuries to hide his annoyance. The wounds were hidden beneath the layers of gauze that had been expertly tied better than he or Flynn could have managed, something else Lou had learned in his mysterious class. Kai winced when he moved his right thigh. The creature's fangs had sliced him open just by grazing him. If he recalled the bestiary correctly, about half of the species of sea serpents were venomous. He must have won the coin toss there. It'd already be dead if I was poisoned by a yellow beast. A wave of searing pain flashed up his right leg when he attempted to stand up. Gritting his teeth, Kai pushed the weight on his good leg and got to his feet. Wait, Lou hurried to his side as if he expected him to topple. Y'all risk making it worse if you strain yourself. Kai let him fuss over him, but refused to sit down. They needed to talk before the twins and Anna returned. Spirits only knew what a mess it would be with 4 people poking around. I drank a few enhancing elixirs to help me in the fight. I'm feeling much better now that the side effects are fading. He took a few tentative steps with a relaxed smile. These wounds are barely a scratch. Fuck, it hurts. You still should take it easy. What kind of elixirs did you take? Lou checked him over again. I know it was an emergency, but you should be careful with those things. They can be dangerous. It's fine, I've brewed them myself. Kai grabbed his arm to make him stop. Remember that I am an alchemist. I made sure they have no long-term consequences. Dora said it would be fine if I didn't take too many. You've got anything to eat. There was only so much the potions could heal on an empty stomach, and he had vomited his guts out after the fight. He chewed a few mint leaves to clean the taste from his mouth. It'll get you something, just don't jump around. Deal. Kai tried not to sound exasperated. Lou had to look after the twins for the last 7 years so he could forgive his caution. He sat down to wait and prepare for the inevitable questioning. He needed to check on the beast's carcass and retrieve his sword. The sea serpent's scales had been absurdly tough, and he'd be damned if he let them go to waste. One thing at a time. Lou came back carrying salted jerky from an unspecified animal, dark bread, and a wooden cup of water. Questions and concerns were still apparent on his brooding face, but he seemed willing to wait. Let's rip the band-aid right off. Ask away. I can see you want to. Kai chewed the jerky. He was ready to deal with it, but he wouldn't complain if Lou was hesitant to argue because of his convalescence. Can you tell me what happened? A sea snake tried to eat me and I killed it. You must have seen it. It was pretty damn big. Yes, but how did it happen? I don't know. It was probably hungry. His joke was met with a flat face, so Kai decided to be serious. I'll need you to be a bit clearer than that. I'm not certain of how that happened myself. It was a lie, and he needed to know what Lou suspected. Vague questions were a good way to let someone confess more than they intended. Did he learn this at the camp too, or is this just him? The teen mulled over his thoughts before speaking. Sea serpents shouldn't be found anywhere near here. It's odd it appeared while you were alone in the ruins. His deep tone softened to not sound accusatory. Did you know this would happen? Nope. Kai teased him with a smile before elaborating on his monosyllabic answer. I was lucky the snake was injured and not very bright. If I knew what would happen, I'd have run away and called for help. I don't have a death wish. It'd have certainly made better preparations. Without hallowed intuition, it'd be a little snack in the stomach of that overgrown eel. But did you know that something was going to happen? Lou straightened, glancing at the windows of the tower. Are we safe now? I think it was a one-time event. Kai drank a long gulp of water to take time. I found an unusual concentration of mana in the ruins. I had no idea what it was and still don't. This morning I went to probe it and then, well, you've seen the results. I waited to be alone in the ruins just in case, but I had no idea any of this would happen. Lou nodded, seemingly accepting the explanation. What did you do exactly? I thought you'd be more skeptical. I'm not sure. I was frustrated and played around with my mana. The waters in the ruins started going crazy, and then that snake came out of nowhere to chase after me. I don't know if it's even connected. Do you think you could repeat that? Lou had his usual thoughtful frown. No, and I don't want to try. One time was plenty. You're right, sorry I asked. Lou hurried to apologize. I was just curious. I am glad you're safe. Kai deflected his questions with vague answers as they chatted. Whether because he was injured or Lou simply saw him as the victim, the teen accepted his explanation without insisting. It's hard to suspect something that shouldn't exist like a fate fulcrum, and I certainly didn't plan for a giant snake to appear. Truth be told, the things Kai didn't understand were far more than those he did. Apart from skipping on the fulcrum and the dynamics of the fight, he had been largely honest. Are you fine? Lou asked for the umpteenth time, and I don't mean just physically. You were swallowed by a serpent and had to cut your way out. I'm okay, you know I've fought beasts before. It was lucky the snake tried to eat me whole. Kai shrugged. It wasn't an experience he was eager to repeat, but he had survived. He didn't understand what all the fuss was about. Am I weird? I mean, it was probably the grossest thing I've ever done, but the snake is dead and I've got a feat. All's well that ends well and so on. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it, Lou said. Just remember I'm here if you need me. So damn unfair. This conversation had gone differently from what he expected. When Lou had suspected him that day on the beach, he had been far colder and demanding to get to the bottom of it. Guess he trusts me more now. Damn, now I feel like the bad guy for making him worry. Can you help me go check out the serpent? Kai persuaded Lou to help him climb out of the tower. The dead eel was waiting for him. I'm gonna make a bag out of you. I bet someone in High Arbor would buy it. There must be enough for an entire clothing line. The peaceful beach was marked by messy tracks where the serpent had its death throes. The smell of rotten fish reached him first, making him gag. Memories of struggling in the darkness flashed through his mind. Maybe I'm not completely over it. My poor lunch, don't you dare move out of there. Are you okay? Yeah, Kai stopped breathing through his nose. I want to see it. The carcass of the beast lay behind an ivory pillar, winding at the feet of the towers. Meters and meters of blue scales gleamed under the sun. A short trail of dark green ichor where he had escaped its body. How the fuck did I pull it off? Coiled inside a chamber, he hadn't realized its true length. If it stretched, it would be higher than most pillars in the ruins. He cautiously approached, expecting those icy eyes to shoot open and rush at him. Nothing moved. Mana sense confirmed the serpent was most definitely dead and leaking mana. Dozens of seabirds pecked at its eyes, fins and jaws. More flew in every minute, squabbling to take a bite out of the fallen giant. Kai was happy to let them feast on his prize. He didn't want to have anything to do with the flesh of that beast. Good job killing it. Flynn balanced his steps on the body of the serpent. A flock of seagulls cawed indignantly when he hopped down. It must have been awkward on land. Yarret was also injured. Kai jumped on the chance to downscale the fight. As the name suggested, sea serpents lived in the ocean. Another factor that had played in his favor, though slow wasn't an adjective he would use to describe it. It was much harder to judge the grade of a beast after it was dead without specialized skills. With a little luck, no one would suspect the snake was yellow. He just had to chop it up, and Rise would find a way to sell it discreetly. Wait. Do they think it swallowed me whole by accident? Kai wasn't going to argue with them, though it stung his pride. I think we should warn the authorities, Lou said like the matter held little importance. Why? Flynn and Kai spoke at the same time. That was exactly what they needed to avoid. He would tear the scales off barehanded and drag it on his back before he let someone else steal his spoils. Lou didn't back down under their gazes, but he switched to his reasonable tone. It was your kill, so you have the final say. I'm just wondering how you plan to skin it without the proper equipment. And what about carrying it? The hide alone will weigh a couple tons, to not even talk about the bones or... With hardly a pause for breath, the teen listed half a dozen logistical problems that made the task highly impractical or downright impossible. Even if he used his ring, it would be far from enough. Also, do you have a hunting license? Lou switched his eyes between them, meeting blank gazes. Do we really need one? Flynn grumbled. The Republic doesn't even enforce half of their laws. Damned bureaucracy always needs to ruin things. Lou scrunched his nose. That's true for small game or red beasts. This is not the same. He gestured to the several tons of dead sea monster. How do you plan to enter into High Arbor without the enforcers noticing? Wouldn't that be a reason not to involve the Republic? Kai said, happy to have a solid argument. They'd certainly take it from him with some bullshit excuse. Lou faltered before answering. They gave me a license when I graduated. We could say I was the one who dealt the killing blow, and you supported me. I can get at least half of whatever they managed to salvage. Perhaps I should burn it for the spirits. Kai discarded the possibility just because Kahali might not receive well an offering out of spite. How do we explain finding a sea serpent on land? I don't want the governor demolishing another Vastair site. It's rare, but sometimes beasts stray on shore, and the serpent was injured, Lou said. And they're going to find out either way. It will look less suspicious if we go to them on our own. Kai glared at the deep blue scales, clenching his fists. He remembered how his dagger had snapped without making a dent from the inside, and they'd need more than a little cut. Even if he bought more knives in Grey Quarry, the task would still take weeks and not address any of the other problems. Fuck me. Are you sure they won't scam us? Kai glowered at Lou even if it wasn't really his fault. I'll ask for a contract. Fine, well do it your way, but I'll take out its fangs first. I'm not sure that. Kai raised a finger to stop his objections. You said it came to shore because it was injured. Losing its teeth will make the story more believable. We should also take a few scales to make it look more battered. Simon Flynn, you can keep whatever you manage to take before the thieves get here. The scales were as tough as he remembered, though it was possible to pry them apart along the seams with a sharp knife and a little help from Empower. He used the time to refill his elemental reserves. There was no shot he could dislodge the fangs without water magic. Lou left them shaking his head, but Flynn readily took him up on his offer. It's so long, no one is going to notice if a few are missing. I'm so proud of you, I think I'm gonna tear up. Kai had managed to tear off 5 palm-sized scales when a shout announced the return of the rest of the group. Where did that thing come from? Did it wash up on shore? Uli abandoned his supply bag to run quicker, while Oli stamped his feet towards them, grumbling. Why does the fun shit always happen when I am away? Thank the spirits, Lou reappeared with a backpack to explain what had happened, already including himself and Flynn in the fight. I'll go find someone to take care of this. I should be back before night or early tomorrow. With a final round to ensure they had everything they needed, he disappeared among the greenery. I don't think we should be doing that. Anna looked disapprovingly at them, a hand over her nose to protect her from the smell. The twins didn't have the same qualms, so I can keep every bit of scale or hide I manage to free. Yep, can I keep a fang? Uli stared in wonder at the glass like teeth. Kai grinned, go wild. You said the beast was injured before it came on shore. The inspector surveyed the sea serpent's battered carcass in her dull uniform, her nose wrinkled at the pungent stench of rotten fish that choked the air. Kai couldn't blame her. He had run out of curses for his improved perception hours ago. While a day wasn't enough for the flesh of a yellow beast to decay, it let the internal liquid seep out, forming dark and foul puddles on the sand. The majestic creature had been stripped bare of every shred of its dignity. A thin trickle of greenish ichor leaked from the dark flesh, where the blue scales had been ripped frigidly, the job of some savage predator. Despite the distaste at having to surrender part of his spoils, Kai had limited their harvest to that single section. It allowed them to conceal the straight cuts that had wounded the serpent and preserve the hide. No one would suspect spatial magic had anything to do with the jagged mess. The ruinous injury was almost negligible before the work of seabirds. Flocks of ravenous feathered friends pecked without mercy every ounce of flesh not protected by the metallic scales. Even the crown fins circling the draconic beast had been reduced to a series of stark bony spines. Yes, Mom, Kai dutifully bobbed his head. We were very lucky the beast was weakened, or we would have stood no chance to put it down. He had offered to do the talking to arouse less suspicion. Who would suspect such a naive and honest little kid? We tried to shoo away the birds, but they kept coming back. He hung his head in shame. The inspector watched him closely, but failed to find any fault in his act. With a curt nod, she continued her examination towards the jaws, evading the pools of foul liquids around the sea serpent. As she was about to crouch before the head, she jolted back with a frightened shriek. She somehow managed to keep her balance, but couldn't avoid walking into a pool and splattering her clothes. An osprey covered in ichor stumbled out the jaws, a strip of dark flesh firmly in its curved beak. With a proud screech, the bird of prey flapped its wings and flew away to secure its price. They've been getting bolder since there is no more food on the outside. Kai nodded emphatically from a respectful distance. Mana's sense had warned him of the intrepid bird, but it would have been rude to butt in the work of a professional. The inspector looked at her soiled clothes with a grimace of disgust, her fingers flexed on empty air with unexpressed frustration. Kai didn't doubt she'd wring the bird's neck if it were within reach. If they asked him, the dark spots were an improvement over her dull uniform, though she didn't seem to share his fashion sense. With a harumphed breath, the woman schooled her posture. She advanced towards the beast, checking there were no more surprises. A flick of her wrist and 2 men of her crew approached and lifted the mighty jaws. Looks like it skimped on the dental insurance. Kai had to bite his cheek to not laugh at their befuddled expressions. A total of 13 lonely spikes remained in the mouth. Half of them were chipped, the others, shorter than a dagger, minuscule compared to the ones that had been packed away. It had been hard work to relieve the serpent of its fangs. The glass-like teeth were sharper than his knives and tougher too. He had to spend long hours finely manipulating water into the thin seams of the jaws to extract them. You must have been lucky indeed to run into a toothless sea serpent, she commented. I've never seen anything like it. The fangs look almost surgically removed. Kai drew a circle on his heart, bowing reverently to the sky. Bless the 7 moons. The priest always says the gods work in mysterious ways. Blessed be their light. The 2 workers chanted by instinct, staring dumbly at the serpent. The inspector echoed the invocation, but her narrowed eyes stayed on him, lips pressed in a thin line. What are you looking at? I am the picture of innocence. Kai played naive and unaware of her mood, enjoying her frustration. The contract had been signed in double copy and safely stored. With no evidence, there was nothing she could do, and she knew it. Everything all right, Mom. Lou took this time to step forward with a pacifying expression. His squared shoulders and stature made him look years older than his age. The kids are tired and scared after this experience. I'd like to bring them back to High Arbor as soon as possible. I am sure you understand. The woman broke into an understanding smile that didn't touch her eyes. There are a few simple matters to finalize, and we'll take care of this. Of course, we need to evaluate what can be harvested. The teen gave him a pointed look. Kai, why don't you go prepare with the others? You ain't no fun. Kai left Cadet Lou Denul to deal with it. They just needed the inspector to sign on the specifics of the beast to ensure they didn't get cheated. There was little to argue with measuring tape and numbers. He hadn't had time to go through all the clauses of the contract, but Lou had already proved himself a skilled negotiator. Their final earnings were closer to 2/3 of the serpent rather than half as he had promised. A cheap price to not come close to the putrid carcass again. Guess he was being modest. He waited to reach the inner circle of the ruins before whistling a happy tune. The healing potions had done their job. His right shoulder and leg were still tender, but he had no issue climbing the ivory tower to their camp. The twins lay snoring in a corner, looking oddly innocent in their sleep. They had worked through the whole night to secure their unofficial stash, and then spent the morning masking their work to make the tears look believable. Flynn had left earlier in the morning to keep their harvest away from the Republic's crew. While it was unlikely that someone would check their bags, it was better not to test a scorned official. Flynn would wait for them in a village on the path back to High Arbor. Is it done? Anna asked, her tone ringing with disapproval. You know, we didn't do anything illegal. Perhaps it was poor form to reap the most valuable parts before signing a contract, but not strictly illegal. Well, probably. I should check, but it sounds reasonable. Anna stopped packing her bag and turned to face him. It's immoral. No more than charging ridiculous fees for a service because they're the only one who can provide it. Kai rummaged through their supply for a snack. We were the ones who risked our lives to put that serpent down. Is it not fair that we decide what to do with it? Anna bit her lip, mumbling something under her breath. I've kept you a bowl of stew, you just need to reheat it. Anna launched herself into a lengthy explanation of why the route she had charted was the superior option. Unsurprisingly, Uli and Oli were still not willing to relinquish command of the map. Though Anna was keeping her tone low, the brothers continued to blissfully sleep. They occasionally turned or mumbled about sea beasts and cakes. He wasn't sure a roaring monster would be enough to wake them up. Kai watched the twins with envy. He wouldn't mind getting a nap himself, but their time in the ruins was coming to an end, and he still had work to do. After Anna reached the 9th reason to follow her route back to the capital, he fled with the excuse of relieving himself. Yeah, she would definitely make PowerPoint presentations if she knew they existed. Descending the towers towards the flooded levels, he left his clothes behind and dove into the dark waters. His senses spread through the labyrinth of tunnels looking for any threat. Nothing. Some ripped fronds of kelp and messy sand dunes, but the underwater world had returned to its peaceful state, not the shadow of a red mollusk. The dense cloud of mana had dispersed, and even the minor essence anomaly had vanished. Slowly, Kai made his way to the chamber where the sea serpent had appeared. He hesitated in the doorway, doing a double check on hallowed intuition to get the all clear. He swam inside, lighting the dark room with his enchanted crystal. A school of vibrant yellow fish fed on a patch of algae on the ceiling. The sands descended towards the center, forming a shallow crater. This was the place where the beast had emerged, though the concentration of mana was now the same as on the surface. He inspected every inch of the walls, floor, and ceiling to see if he had missed something the first time. He had not. There was no rune, no scratch. The chamber was immaculate except for the etching his dad had recorded. It was one of the shortest writings, 3 lines of glyphs, a prayer for a god whose name he couldn't pronounce to display gratitude for their mysterious blessing. Our murderous sea serpent's a gift from some forgotten god. Kai ignored the sting of disappointment. If it were an easy mystery, someone else would have already solved it. He released a bubble of air from his ring to breathe and continued his search. There must be something. Floating in the chamber, he closed his eyes and switched off his crystal to focus on mana sense. The lulling, muted washing of water drove him into deep, attuned meditation. Among thousands of particles swirling around him, the elemental motes shone brighter. The colors of his 4 highest affinities were all represented. Flowing blue was the most abundant, vibrant green the least. That wasn't why he came here, though. Kai searched for his most frustrating element. An iridescent mote blinked in the corner of his view, and then more, some close enough to be converted by his will, others teleported away before he could reach them. 28, 29, 30. It could have been a useful place to gather space mana, if it wasn't away from any decent city and buried meters underwater. The problem with space magic was that, by the time he gathered enough mana to cast a cantrip, he hardly remembered his last test, and the complexity of even the most basic spells. By the time he was forced to remerge for air, he was sure space particles were more common down there than anywhere else he had visited. While still not being a tenth as plentiful as Earth motes, beggars can't be choosers. This wiped out any remaining doubt. His theory was correct. Spatial magic was responsible for the sea serpent's appearance. If it was a clue for something, he just had to find out what that something was. Kai scoured the underground system for any other sign. There was nothing else. Checking the same halls for a 4th time would just waste his time and make him lose more of his sanity. Perhaps there was some mention in his dad's journals or in another Vastaire site, neither of which he could check at the moment. He found an isolated tower to read the deal Lou had made with the Republic. There was no place safer than his ring. On the 3rd page, there was a clause that prohibited scavenging the carcass of the sea serpent, though the wording only included the person who had signed the contract, i.e. Lou. Good enough. Lou was indeed recognized as the sole owner of the beast's parts. It wasn't weird since he was the only one with a hunting license. No, Kai didn't worry. The teenager was hesitant to accept a potion from him. There was no way he would steal materials worth close to a gold messar. No, he wouldn't. Kai put away the contract to go look for Lou, just to check on how he was doing. Maybe he needed help. No other reason. On the beach, there was no trace of the inspector, though the crew she brought was already at work. In no more than a couple hours, they had managed to saw the scales on the underbelly of the serpent, and they would soon begin to skin it. He couldn't help but stare as they sliced open the impenetrable hide, their hands and tools glowing with mana. How does that work? His eyes intently observed them as he attempted to make an echo of their skills. Kai, the voice interrupted his skill. Kai turned to see the hulking teenager marching towards him. Lou, I was just looking for you. He smiled brightly. The teen stopped within arm's length, throwing a glance at the workers behind. The sea serpent is yellow-grayed. Oh, that guessed the inspector knew her job after all. Really, that's great news. It must be worth more than I thought. Damn, stupid mouth, don't give him strange ideas. You didn't know? Lou suspiciously narrowed his eyes. The snake refused to tell me when I tried to pet him. Then I was focused on not getting eaten. That's not a no. Damn, he caught on fast. It's not really a secret. Its grievous injuries must have weakened it a lot before it got here. Kai waved at the workers, getting an awkward nod in return. Thankfully, you were here to save the day, right? Have you thought about how much you want to keep and sell? Lu resisted only a moment before he let himself be led through the towers for some privacy. We don't need to discuss about shares. Kai struggled to keep his grin. We don't. No, it's your kill. You can have it all. Oh, I didn't doubt you for a second. No, you were right. It would have been a mess if I tried to deal with it on my own. The twins already have their stash. You should get at least a third. Don't joke like that, Lu darkened. Have you any idea how much that's worth? Probably better than you. You said it's mine, so I can give it to whoever I want. Okay, you can give me 5% for the help, Lu said like the words caused him physical pain. No way do you want people to think I'm a miser. You get 20, 10, 15, last offer. Kai raised a hand to stop his objections. It's decided. I'm not sure that's how it works. Well, that's how it should work. As they say, my money, my rules. Kai ignored his protests. Simon, Anna wants to leave tomorrow at dawn. We need to pack. It had been an eventful journey, but he was glad to go back to civilization. Found anything to your liking, young man? The owner of the shop rubbed his hands with a salesman's smile. Here at Salisbury's, we only acquire the very best goods for our clients. Each blade is a unique piece enchanted by a master runesmith. You and every other store in the upper city. Do you also sell Excalibur, or is that not good enough for your shelves? Really, Kai gave his very best performance as an impressionable kid. Mouth opened in wonder at the shining knives and short swords on the ebony counter. It was undoubtedly the worst collection of tacky weapons he had ever seen, not an easy feat. He had become something of a connoisseur of ornamental junk since returning from the trip 2 weeks earlier. He picked a dagger with a curved handle inlaid with silver filigree, purple amethysts, and polished quartzes. It was a marvel how someone could fit so much useless clutter on a single weapon. A dagger was supposed to be fast and flexible to strike in close quarters. This thing was the exact opposite, unbalanced, cumbersome, and unwieldy. The merchant slickened his receding hairline, showing a golden tooth. I could tell you had a good eye, young man. That's an excellent choice. One of the finest daggers that has graced my establishment. You see, he tapped on the chain of runes that lined the gleaming steel. With these enchantments, the blade will never lose its edge or rust. You cut a dragon's scales and not. Kai tuned out the nonsense pitch. Mana Echo needed time to copy the enchantment, so he was forced to play along, but he didn't need to listen. Judging by the inefficient linkage between the runes and the sloppy composition, the blade had been crafted by an apprentice, not a very skilled one at that. Every weapon shop he visited was the same story. As soon as the owner saw his jiggling bag of coins and young age, they tried to saddle him with a piece of flashy garbage. And every time he had to perform his wide-eyed acting. At least it's good training for improvisation. I think I might like this one best, playing the indecisive. Kai moved through the entire display and made an echo of each enchantment. None of them were particularly interesting, but the more runes he collected, the more ideas he would have to create his own designs. Inscribing a weapon presented a different set of challenges than what Kai was used to. The enchantment had to be reliable, able to endure some punishment without breaking. No one wanted to have their sword fizzle out while they fought for their life, which was why most runic chains were short and stable. The skill of the runesmith lay in the precision of the runic inscription and in the efficiency of the integration with the material. With Mana Echo at level 47, he could copy and store them without worrying the skill would reach its limit. Kai pursed his lips. Do you have anything else? I don't think any of these is the one. Of course, of course. The man suspiciously glanced at the window before pulling an ornate red leather box from the shelf behind him. He leaned on the counter and whispered, "Why don't you take a look at this?" Kai noted the man must have eaten onions for lunch, a bit of wasted brain space he wouldn't be getting back. The velvet interior revealed a double-edged blade encrusted in cheap gemstones. Unless this one boils water and does my laundry, it'll pass. It's a Taiwanese knife, the man explained, offering him the blade with both hands. It might have piqued his interest 2 weeks ago if he was drunk and blind. Now Kai knew Taiwan was just an independent city-state famous for exporting cheap weapons, and not some mystical dwarven foundry. Like any other, Taiwanese blades could be priceless pieces or crap. It's a must-have for every young man on the mainland. The salesman continued to speak too close for comfort. It must be the moon's grace that I got my hands on one. I'm only willing to part with it because I see the seed of a great warrior in you. Well, the other guy said I could be the second coming of Quirt, the broken blade. Maybe I should go back to him. Kai hung his head low. Then it's not for me, I want to be a baker. The merchant faltered, his eyebrows formed curious wiggles as his brain failed to compute. A baker. Yes, I want to open the greatest bakery in the Myrian Republic. He nodded emphatically with total seriousness. The blade is a gift from my father, I see. He collected himself with another oily smile, crouching behind the counter. In that case, I've just received something that would make the perfect gift. Trust me, your father will be the envy of the city. Where did I put it here? Nothing too flashy, if possible, Kai recommended. My dad doesn't like showy blades, says it alerts his targets before he guts them. Targets. The man hit his head in his hurry to stand up, biting down a curse. I mean, awakened beasts, he's a hunter, Kai said with an innocent smile. What else could I be talking about, mister? Beasts, right. It doesn't matter. The man dried the sweat on his forehead with a silk handkerchief. Why don't we check a different selection? An hour later, Kai walked out of Salisbury's wares with a straight dagger of dark gray alloy and a head full of new schematics. He had now visited all the major shops in High Arbor. He always made one purchase to not arouse suspicion and repay the donation. His hands twitched, eager to write down the echoes floating in his mind. He hid them in his pockets and strolled down the hill towards his house. Transcribing the enchantments before the shop was too brazen even for him. Once again, he was treading a gray line. No merchant would welcome him in their shop if the story got out. In his room, the walls were covered in sheets of paper. The rune section was encroaching on the walls devoted to the Vastaire mystery, with more piles stacked on his floor and desk. It was impressive how many he had gathered since he came back from the journey, dipping one of his quills in a bottle of Kai's handy mixture. Kai adjusted his breathing and let the skill take over. The replicas came out better after he meditated. His hands moved with precise and quick motions, copying the runes he had observed earlier. And done. 2 hours had flown by. Kai put the last paper down and hung the ink to dry. There were always tiny imperfections, but he could fix those later with runes and inspect. Phase 1 of his project was finally completed. He had gathered the available knowledge. Now he just had to figure out the best design for his weapon. Looking at the stacks of papers, he massaged his eyes and lay on his bed. Why does every project get out of hand? A gleaming crystal fang hung over his desk, longer than his arm, almost transparent and wickedly sharp. 2 more dozens of different sizes lay in a crate below his bed. The rest he had sold to Rizey with the shares the Republic had delivered. He had just kept enough hide to commission a few sets of armor. Let me know when you want to take another trip. I'll pay for transportation. The merfolk had shown his pointy grin, laughing when Kai tried to convince him it had been an accident. Yet Rizey's enthusiasm for the unexpected goods hadn't stopped him from demanding the backlog of potions, and he has the nerve to call his father a greedy fish. The coins from the beast's sales were still flowing in. Lou had been right. Kai had underestimated how much a sea serpent was worth. He had received his first gold messar 3 days ago, a fat piece of yellow metal worth 100 freaking silvers. It was completely impractical to use since most shops had no goods that pricey, but he had no intention to spend it. It was a reminder of how far he'd come from starving in Greenside. Rizey estimated he would make another coin. Yellow beasts were rare and expensive in the archipelago. Okay, this project isn't going to complete itself. It was good training for his skills and fit the domain of Mana Child. The clash with the serpent had left a dent in the sword Elijah gave him, so it was only fair the beast provided the replacement. He'd start by designing a dagger, a smaller challenge before the main course. It would have been easier to commission the entire work, but he was too deep to turn back now. He had tested how sharp and durable those fangs were on his flesh. And let's be honest, there was nothing cooler than making a weapon out of the beast that had tried to eat him. Initially, he had planned to complete the whole project by himself, but reality made him readjust his ambitions. He couldn't draw the runes with a quill, and without an etching skill, he'd waste the material. Shuffling the new papers, Kai added another layer to the wall. It was easier to get his ideas in order if he could see them. He would design the schematics himself. Sharpness and toughness for sure, they are a staple for a reason. And then maybe a wind rune to reduce air friction. Lighting my sword on fire could also be cool, though I don't think it's compatible with the fang. Kai sifted through his collection of borrowed designs, narrowing down the list of options to his favorites that were also compatible. Probably. He'd have to consult an expert to make sure. He was left with a thick stack of papers. Starting from the basics, he got to work sketching different combinations. There are too many variables to consider. He raked his fingers through his hair and wondered if pulling them would make him feel better. Are you okay? Flynn poked his head through the door with a double knock. Kai put his hand down in his lap. Why wouldn't I be? He said, sitting on the floor surrounded by loose papers and arcane sketches. It's just my creative process. You wouldn't understand. Sure, just remember to mention me in your will before you go insane, Kay. Flynn tiptoed into the room, trying to avoid the sketches, and picked up the dagger from Salisbury's wares on the desk. Hey, is this for me? You didn't have to buy me another gift. He balanced the blade on one finger before making it disappear in one of his pockets or sleeves. Same as every other knife Kai had bought in the last 2 weeks. Guess I can take a break. I didn't. He collected the papers and stood up. Why do you even need another one? Weren't the last 5 enough? You can never have enough knives, Flynn said like it was obvious. I'd like a serrated one for my next present. I am done visiting shops for now. Kai was about to gather another stack of paper from the floor when he noticed a blinking notification. Go play with your toys downstairs. He shooed his friend out of the door. Ding. Gifted Novice has reached LV50, requisite for the first milestone met. Congratulations. Nothing like some good news to cheer his mood. He had been looking forward to his first profession skill upgrade. Gifted Novice was a strange skill to train. Anything that made him gain XP with Mana Child worked, but nothing could make it jump a level or progress faster. Slow and constant, its effects were equally hard to test. Gifted Novice LV 4250. When passion meets diligence, true talent is born. A Mana Child is naturally gifted at developing knowledge and skills of the arcane. It made him better at anything in the domain of mana and magic. With such a wide-ranging ability, it wasn't surprising the effects were subtle. He was progressing faster in his mana skills, though it was impossible to tell what was due to the skill and what to the bonus attributes in mind and spirit. An upgrade can't hurt. Gifted Novice LV 50. As you reach the first milestone, you are presented with two choices to continue your journey. This choice might influence the future of your profession, improve your comprehension and memory when learning new disciplines. The bonus doesn't apply when using a skill over LV 30. Improve your comprehension and memory when delving deeper into known disciplines. The bonus only applies when using a skill over LV 30. That's refreshing. The guide went straight to the point without the ambiguous wording it often used for general skills. He only had two options, though there might not be a third considering they covered everything. Get better at learning new or old disciplines. The choice was easy, another welcome change. He already had his hands full with alchemy, runes, and spellcraft without branching into new areas. Doubling down on his specialties was better in every way. Confident in his choice, Kai reread the options out of habit. You sneaky bastard. Do new disciplines also include those I have no skill for? It simply said he couldn't use a skill over level 30, not that he needed one in the first place. Like that, the options were much more balanced. The benefits of improving his strong suits were obvious, but new disciplines included a myriad more areas that his 14 skills couldn't cover. Ultimately, it didn't change his decision. He was already enough of a generalist as it was, but it made him feel the sting of giving up on a useful ability. Damned guide, you couldn't give up the last laugh, could you? Ding. You chose to improve your comprehension and memory of known disciplines. Gifted Novice LV 50 can now reach LV 75. Perhaps now I should be able to tell the difference. Before procrastination could get a hold of him, Kai picked a clean notebook and noted down his skill levels with the last time he had leveled them. While the guide had no mercy, it never lied. He tracked his progress to see the effects of the skill. His eyes fell on the pile of runes. He was going to get plenty of time to test it. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to consult with a runesmith to analyze the fangs. Work smarter, not harder. The stocky building nestled between its soaring neighbors. Plain granite walls, windows covered by dark curtains and a sturdy oak door, an unassuming oddity in the opulence of the upper city. Kai had walked past it twice before he realized this was the place. His eyes slipped over the gray cube. Everything in the upper city was made to impress, to showcase the wealth and status of their owners. Everything except this house. There were no metal ornaments on its facade, no blooming flowers or sculpted heroes. He had seen public bathrooms that looked more ostentatious. So this is the place. Kai rechecked the address on the slip of paper. Rizey had written the note himself. There were no mistakes. The supposed best runesmith in the whole archipelago lived here. Is this why that sneaky fish was smirking in the end? He had to coax the merman through 5 cups of tea to get the address and a letter of introduction, and he agreed to bring forward his next delivery of potions. Kai had thought Rizey's reluctant act was a ruse for those benefits. Once again, he had underestimated that devious mind. Spirits willing, this runesmith guy is going to be easier to deal with. Kai straightened his clothes and climbed the steps to the door. There was only one problem. Where is the doorbell? Do I just knock? Every house on the hills had one, usually of sparkling brass or silver, shaped into the head of some animal. Kai examined the oak door with inspect. Not only was there no doorbell, but there was no handle either. The only feature of the front door was a peephole at his eye level. Simon, that wasn't even a proper jinx. Out of better options, Kai did a double knock and stepped back with his best smile. Even if the smith was eccentric, Rizey's letter of introduction should get him a deal. He just had to be patient and respectful. Easy. A minute passed, then 2. No answer. Maybe the smith hadn't heard. There was a reason why people who lived in big houses had doorbells. Resting his cramped jaw into a neutral expression, Kai knocked again, if a bit more forcefully, still within the bounds of politeness. Minutes ticked by, the street filled with a small traffic of passers-by as he awkwardly stood there, though no one paid him attention. He pulled his backpack at his feet to look less inconspicuous. It bulged with his designs and a sample of the sea serpent's fangs. Excuse me, is anyone home? There was no sound of footsteps or voices from inside. What do I need to do? Damn Rizey, I bet he's laughing right now. Kai tried to peek inside through the peephole. There was just darkness. Was he making a fool of himself in front of an empty house, or was he being ignored? His pride didn't allow him to give up just yet. Fine. It was rude to probe private possessions with mana sense, but he was running out of options. If the owner wasn't home, no one would know, and if they were, they had been rude first. The skill surged forward at his command, ready to sweep through every crack in the building. there was. That's weird, Kai furrowed his brows in confusion. According to Mana sense, there was no house at all. He stood before a void of empty darkness. The harder he tried to look, the more his attention slipped away to its flashy neighbors as if the squat house didn't want to be looked at. It wasn't a chance that I walked by without noticing this place. Either there wasn't a drop of essence in the building, or it had been hidden. Judging by the motes of ambient mana that seeped through the granite walls and vanished, it was the latter. Cloaking enchantments were quite common. The clothes he was wearing had one to hide his profession. Most distorted or altered the mana signature. To make something disappear entirely was different. He had only seen it with the items he received from his teachers, though they didn't work in quite the same way. His spatial ring let a few motes pass through to look like a piece of ordinary silver, which was perhaps more subtle. Still, enchanting a whole building would be anything but simple. Rizey wasn't hyping up this guy's skills for nothing. Frustrated by the situation, Kai skipped introductions and reached for it with his will and skills. No matter how hard he pushed, the pinprick stubbornly refused to move an inch. "Why don't you move?" he snapped. "Just what I needed, now I am arguing with a door." Kai puffed his cheeks and exhaled slowly. As a last resort, he extended a tendril of mana. The stubborn mote of light disappeared at his lightest touch, and an identical pinprick appeared on the other side of the door. "What's going on?" He repeated the action with the same result, only this time it moved in the upper right corner of the oak frame, away from his reach. In his moment of hesitation, the point of light moved back to the initial position. With his interest piqued, Kai kept testing the puzzle. Every time he touched the mote, it reappeared in a different spot unless it took him more than a second, then it reset. You want to play hard to get, have it your way. Kai cracked his fingers and molded his mana into a dozen tendrils to cover the door gate. If the door wanted to challenge him, he was happy to oblige. With a light tap, the chase began. The mote ran away blinking all over the wooden surface, and he followed, playing a game of whack-a-mole with his mana. Compared with Vuria's puzzle, this was laughably easy. After 20 touches or so, the motes became 2, then 3, 4, and finally 5. He was starting to have fun when the point of light reset in the initial position. Kai wondered if he had been too slow when an empty compartment sprung open from the side of the door, making him jolt and almost trip down the steps. Blessed spirits, he cautiously approached. The metal locker was 2 palms across and 3 fingers high, seamlessly disguised in the granite wall. "What am I supposed to do?" Kai asked out loud, hoping for a hint. There were no further instructions or answers. The compartment could fit a hand or a letter. Cursing Rizey again for the lack of clear directions, he put the letter inside. The paper had barely touched the bottom when it sprung close with the same sudden movement. Kai thanked the spirits he had not put his fingers in. He expectantly looked at the door, forcing another polite smile. 5 minutes later, his face hurt, and the door soundlessly opened. There was no one to greet him, just a hallway shrouded in darkness. Not spooky at all. "Should I come in?" Kai hesitated a moment before jumping inside. He wasn't going back empty-handed after all the hassle. As soon as he crossed the entrance, the gate slammed closed behind him, plunging him in the dark. For fuck's sake. When a series of crystals lit up on both sides of the hallway, Kai squinted at the blinding lights, lowering his gaze. His skin gave a familiar tingle, warning him the mana density had jumped several times, similar to Dora's greenhouse at the estate. A red carpet embroidered with intricate geometric forms and runes covered the floor. They shaped a preserving enchantment, a variation he hadn't seen before. Fascinated, he observed how the runes were woven for both decoration and function. There were a series of closed doors on both sides of the hallway, spaced out by short marble plinths housing all kinds of enchanted artifacts glowing with mana. There was a golden chalice, a bone-white sword, a vase covered in runes, and more he couldn't identify. Kai looked down at a pink spiraling shell covered in holes. He could almost hear a voice singing amidst the washing. "Stop gawking and come inside," a deep voice rumbled. "And don't touch anything, I don't like people snooping around. Geez, and Flynn says I'm grouchy." Kai reluctantly stepped back from the pink shell flute. That mesmerizing voice echoed in his ears, beckoning him to come closer and listen to the song. Maybe another time, he couldn't study it anyway. Each plinth was enchanted to scramble his mana senses, and something nastier if he touched the items. The enchantments also cloaked every wall inside the house. It was clear the owner had a way of watching him. Kai considered flipping his middle finger at the air. No one on Elides knew what it meant. He had the inkling this guy wasn't very well versed in societal norms. If he passed it as some form of foreign greeting, it might just work. I can always do it on my way out. With a cheerful wave at the polished walls, Kai strolled down the corridor. Every door was barred, leaving a single path forward. The carpet ended upon black onyx stairs that, instead of leading up to the second floor, spiraled underground. "Hurry up, kid, I don't have all day." The voice rumbled again. "Why does it feel like I'm walking into a trap?" Kai descended. The light grew dimmer with each step. He'd bet the blinding welcome had been no accident. Images of old, grotesque men flashed in his head. Rizey wouldn't send him to an unstable individual, right? The steps ended before a large bronze door, where chains of delicate glowing runes intersected to form larger symbols. The sight was enough to make his head hurt. He hadn't seen anything with the same level of intricacy since Vuria left. He recognized perhaps a tenth of the symbols, and he couldn't begin to guess their use. "Come in, kid, I don't bite. Well, unless I'm hungry. You better hurry." A raucous laughter echoed from some unseen enchantment as the gate opened with a creaking. Just enough to let him squeeze through. "Rise, owes me an explanation." Steeling himself for whatever waited inside, Kai entered brushing against the cold metal. The smell of old paper, ash and iron washed over him. He stood before a large round hall with a vaulted ceiling. A dozen different desks and an uncountable number of chairs and stools filled the floor in no detectable order. No surface was left unoccupied. Papers, books, and scrolls covered in runes, pointy metal, and glass tools that looked like torture devices, and a number of what were probably half-finished products glowing with mana. The amount of chaos made his room look like the embodiment of neat and tidy. I should have known that Merman would sell the information. Well, he can forget I'll buy another fluffy pillow from him. A squeaky voice grumbled. "What do you want, brat? Did the basilisk get your tongue? I've no time to waste." Kai searched the hall for the origin of the strange voice. His eyes zipped over the clutter, coming up empty. That was until a crumpled paper flew at his head and a pile of scrolls moved. All the images he had conjured in his head collapsed, and Kai could only stare with wide eyes. He had been right about one thing: the runesmith was old. The gremlin was no higher than him, probably shorter. White tufts sprouted from a head that sported a pair of protruding bulbous eyes too large for a human. The iris was a thin orange stripe around his black pupils focusing on him. "What are you staring at? Never seen someone so handsome." The gnome scratched one of his hairy, pointed ears, showing his sharp teeth. Kai woke up from his stupor, resisting the urge to scan him in the entire hall. The runesmith was certainly shielded, and he might take offense if he tried to steal his secrets. "Sorry, sir, you're very handsome." It wasn't a lie, in an ugly, cute kind of way. "Will he bite me if I try to pet him?" "You betcha I am. Now tell me why you're here." He beckoned him to come closer, cursing under his breath. "Broken gods, I came to this archipelago to get some peace, not to be disturbed at all hours of the day." Kai tiptoed around the papers and scraps of metal filling the floor. It was impossible not to step on something, but the gnome didn't seem to mind. He was seated on a plump pink pillow embroidered with dancing sirens. "I am Kai." He offered his hand in greeting. The runesmith studied his extended arm like a strange type of insect. "Edgar," he finally said, pulling out a knobby hand with 6 fingers and a knuckle too many. "If you think flattery and manners will get you anywhere, you're dead wrong." "Edgar," Kai blurted absently, fascinated by the strange hand. The palm was surprisingly soft, and each nail looked carefully manicured. "You can also call me Edgarmulus Catorius Z Talovoy if you prefer." "No, I thought so." He pulled his hand back, cleaning it on his worn robe. "Now say your piece and go. I hope your parents didn't waste too much money paying that merman, cause I'm not taking orders." "Oh, I didn't pay Risey, he's just a friend, whom I'm going to strangle as soon as I see him." Edgar narrowed his bulbous eyes and burst into laughter. "A human with a fish friend, you're a funny one. I'm not lying. I know you're not, that's what makes it funny." Kai masked his annoyance by rummaging through his backpack. He took out his designs and a crystal fang, looking for a place to put them. "Here." Edgar pushed his scrolls back, making something clatter to the floor at the other end of the table. He flipped through the papers with a disinterested wave and focused on the fang. "A sea serpent's tooth, early yellow grade. I don't recognize the variety." Kai tried to explain when was silenced with a finger. "I'm going to help you make whatever knife or pointy thingy you want." "Really? That was easier than I thought." Suspicion began to tickle him. "How much is it going to cost me? I just want to study your cloaking enchantment." "My shirt? No, the one for your race grade. Is it the ring or one of those pendants?" "Don't worry, I'll help you remove it if you have implanted it under your skin. I am an expert." "Do we have a deal, kid?" Edgar gave him a crooked smile. His bulbous eyes scanned him, looking for the hidden enchantment. "Is there a point in denying?" Kai discarded the possibility. Confidence could be faked, but the gnome had been too precise in its assumptions to be bluffing. He might also possess a lie detection skill, or more likely an artifact. From the metal contraptions poking out of the pockets of his yellow robe, to the rings on his fingers and earrings on his pointy ears, everything the gnome wore glowed with mana. "But he doesn't know which item is disguising my grade." It was a relief to know Vuria's concealing amulet worked with an experienced runesmith. The problem was that the enhancement made him still appear as orange. If someone watched him closely, it wouldn't take long to notice his skills and attributes didn't add up. "How did you know?" Kai went straight to the point. "'Cause Mama gave me a beautiful pair of eyes." Edgar blinked and let out a squeaky laugh. "You should ask what didn't give it away." He hopped off his stool and put on a silver-rimmed monocle that enlarged his black pupils to comic proportions. "No one ever notices until I tell them." Kai crossed his arms, trying to not flinch as the gnome came closer, peering through his enchanted glass. For once, he wasn't the short one. Edgar's wild tufts of hair might just reach his nose if he stood up straight. That's because most people are idiots. It's obvious to anyone with a brain and the attributes to back it up. The gnome fingered the golden hoop on his flopping ear. I've never seen such a seamless cloak. It's quite clever, I'll give you that. You use a shitty enchantment on your shirt so no one would suspect the good one. Is it some kind of family heirloom? Is that why it doesn't fit you? Darn it. How did you find out my evil plan? Kai smiled. It was a gift. If the gremlin was interested in it, he'd keep the cards close to his chest. Edgar grunted, displeased at the short answer. I'll give you a free piece of advice, kid. Everyone worries about hiding their strength, but it's dexterity that gives one away. From how you walk and balance on those spindly legs, it's written all over you. It might work with ignorant bumpkins, but anyone with a little enchantment knowledge and an observation skill can tell. You were watching me the entire time, weren't you? Kai narrowed his gaze. He had barely taken a few steps into the hall. Even if what he said was true, the gnome had been too confident. Edgar curved his lips, showing just a sliver of his sharp teeth. I saw you ring my doorbell. The door puzzle. I should have made it look harder. He must love peeping. Why did you make it so easy if you don't want visitors? You haven't seen other people's attempts. I'd pay gold to see you call it easy in front of them. Edgar chuckled and hopped back on his pink pillow. You're the second kid who made it through this year. If I made it any harder, people would throw a fit and start yelling. When it's achievable and they still fail, most are too ashamed to tell anyone or come back. The gnome pulled a handful of purple nuts from a pocket and loudly crunched them. Lend me your cloaking enchantment for 1 month and I'll inscribe whatever weapon you want. Deal. I think I know where you hid it. Kai bit his cheek, trying to look conflicted. If Rizey had taught him anything, it was to always haggle even when the deal was good. Runesmiths were rare in the archipelago, and good ones rarer still. I can agree on that, but I have 10 fangs to enchant, and I need a substitute to mask my grade to orange. Always start high and work down. You'd be proud of me. Edgar scrunched his wrinkly forehead. Don't push it, kid. I find your trinket a bit interesting, but it's just an odd cloaking enchantment. As you can see, I can craft them too. He gestured to the house around him. I can give you another piece to disguise your grade, but I'll only inscribe 2 blades. With improvisation, Kai hid his surprise beneath an impassive look. The gnome must desire to check his amulet pretty badly. Edgar's house said a lot about his skills and interest in the field. 4 fangs and I'll lend it to you for 2 months. My trinket must not be so worthless if you can't even find it. Did I push it too hard? The gremlin pulled on his ear again before he broke into a disquieting large grin. Let's make a bet then. If I can point out your trinket, you just get the cloaking and the sea serpent's tooth you brought. If you win, I'll inscribe all the yellow fangs you have. Deal. MHMM, I could take the 2 blades. That should be enough, or... Deal, but I also want an enchantment to hide my profession. Kai shook his 6-fingered hand. Vuria, don't fail me now. You've got yourself a deal, kid. Don't cry if you lose. Edgar gave a large, victorious smile, his bulbous eyes wandering over the accessories on his finger, wrist, and neck. He slowly raised his hand to point. It's your ring. Kai exhaled a breath of relief. Nope. Spirits, for a moment I thought I made a mistake. That's impossible. Edgar squealed. That ring is definitely cloaked. Yeah, but it's not the one that hides my grade. Kai repaid his victorious grin. Since the ring had been enchanted by Elijah and not Vuria, it had been a risky but not a blind bet. Sorry, butler, the witch wins this one. The white hair on the gnome stood up like a vexed cat, so Kai pulled the metal amulet over his neck as proof. See. Gimme, the gremlin had snatched it away, deflating on the sirens of his pillow. How? This almost looks like his ears quivered in excitement. He shuffled with a multitude of lenses and mechanical gadgets to probe the pendant. With a brush of his finger, the tools appeared and disappeared from pockets too small to contain them. Kai narrowed his focus. Oh, is the robe a spatial artifact, or is he using it as a disguise? He switched weight between his feet as the gnome ignored his existence, the exclamations growing louder with each minute. Kai had never been able to glimpse a wisp of mana from the pendant, though the gnome was clearly seeing something. Where did you find this? Do you know who made it? When Edgar looked up, his left eyelid trembled hopefully. It was just a sign of excitement. Kai retreated a step, considering the chances the gnome would pounce on him. I'll be happy to answer all your questions about the amulet in exchange for a favor when I need it. His brain couldn't think properly with an unhinged gnome staring at him. Edgar considered it for a split second before agreeing. It must be something of similar value. Don't come asking for an invisibility hat or an elemental bomb. Okay. Vuria be angry if I told him about her. Well, she's not here. I don't know much anyway. Kai kept his explanation to the witch alone without elaborating on the estate or its other inhabitants. The gremlin looked surprisingly pleased with the information. He smiled like a giddy child on Christmas Eve, clutching the amulet to his chest. If he starts to whisper sweet words to it, I am out of here. Let's see what I can do with this tooth. Edgar made the pendant disappear in one of his pockets. With a wave, the papers Kai brought flew in his hand. These designs are a bit subpar. His frown and grimace deepened as he browsed through them. The rune composition is creative, I suppose, but that's about the only thing I can say. This sword would break down in a week, and this one would be absurdly inefficient using a sea serpent's tooth. And this, how could anyone? The gnome rambled on the numerous foolish mistakes in the designs, taking out a red bottle of ink to scribble over the gravest errors. Where did you get these? Looking at Kai's embarrassed silence, he got his answer. Oh, these are yours. Looks like your teacher truly left, or she would have chopped your hands off to prevent the embarrassment. No need to sugarcoat it, asshole. I've never enchanted a weapon before, Kai defended himself. Edgar didn't look impressed. Then you shouldn't have started with a fancy yellow material. You can't build a golem if you can't dig a hole. I came here to ask for advice, and that makes you slightly less foolish. Most of these designs need to be redrawn from scratch, and the others were made with as much luck as skill. You'll need to see the fangs you have to fit the runes. I said it'd enchant all the ones you have, which only includes the yellow sea serpent's teeth currently in your possession. How many did you buy, kid? I don't know, about 25 or so. Kai enjoyed the blank look on the gnome's face. Edgar pulled on both his ears, grumbling about spoiled brats. Why did your parents let you buy so many? They didn't. I hunted the serpent myself. A yellow beast in the archipelago. Wait a second. The gnome pulled off the golden earring, slammed it against the desk a couple times, and put it back on as if nothing had happened. Could you repeat that? Guess now I know what he uses to detect lies. Kai remained vague on the details of the hunt. The runesmith didn't seem to care either way, mumbling curses in a foreign shrill language and pulling his ears like he wanted to rip them off. Fine, I'll do it. Bring me the materials tomorrow. I'll fix your disgraceful designs and get them done when I get the time. Actually, I was hoping to work the runes myself. Kai's best smile was met with cold shoulders. You're unqualified to work with material of this grade, the gnome said disdainfully. I know, but maybe with your help. No, our deal doesn't include babysitting. I'm too busy to take on an apprentice. Well, I doubt I'm going to get anything better. You do owe me a favor. It looked like my answers were very valuable. Kai reminded him. He had thought of getting a free item in exchange, but tools and weapons could be bought with messars. Knowledge was much more precious and harder to obtain. Give me a moment. Edgar walked to a corner. Hidden behind the cluttered desks, his squeaky voice still echoed clearly in the underground chamber. Broken gods and rotting titans, why are you punishing me? Okay, I stole a piece of iridium from the altar, but I only did it twice 50 years ago. I'm a changed gnome now. If a god was listening, they didn't answer. The gnome walked back with a resigned look, his ears flopping lower than usual. I'll give you a few tips, but no apprenticeship. Y'all do what I say when I say it, and I don't want to hear you whine if you're too dim to learn. Fine by me, Kai nodded. Good, what skills do you have for enchanting? Besides those for basic mana perception and manipulation. Runes, and does inspect count as one? I evolved it to make it better with runes. The gnome blinked twice. I'm starting to see why your teacher left. I'm busy right now. We can start your lessons in a week or 2 or 3. No rush. He rummaged through his pockets and took out 2 stud piercings with a moonstone each. Here, take them and get lost. Kai frowned at the pair of enchanted earrings. What are these for? Didn't you want a disguise for your grade and profession? Edgar raised a bushy white eyebrow. I didn't promise you a custom job. Those will work just fine and improve your squalid fashion sense on top. Free of charge. They are earrings, Kai said. Your deduction skills are astonishing, though I still fail to see your point. Why don't you reflect on it outside my house? I hear they sell a wonderful apple pie across the street. I can't wear it. Kai pointed to the sides of his head. My ears aren't pierced. The gnome snorted and took out a long, pointy needle. The metal was marked with dark spots of either rust or blood. Fine, stay still or I might miss. You might feel a little pinprick. Do you want them on different sides or on the same ear? Kai jumped 3 steps back, nearly tripping on a broken horn left on the floor. His hands rose to protect his ears. Don't you have anything that doesn't require making a hole through my body? Edgar rolled his bulbous eyes and put out the needle with a disappointed sigh. You're such a baby, there are just a couple of tiny holes. He rummaged into his robe. Does this work for your highness, or is your wrist too soft? He squeezed through the bronze door and didn't look back till he left the granite building behind. Sun and fresh air welcomed him outside, though he missed the enhanced mana density. Damn, I knew it. There was no bakery that sold apple pie across the street. Not as painful or exhausting as his days at the estate, but infinitely more frustrating. Kai had to stretch his patience threefold to study under the gnome's tutelage. Edgar made clear he had no desire to teach him. From abstruse explanations to tedious lessons on material composition and rune synchronization, the little gremlin put more effort into trying to make him quit their arrangement than teaching him. His favorite assignment was to have Kai draw a rune combination 300 times and ignore him for the rest of the day. It might have worked if it wasn't for a detail the gnome couldn't have predicted. Mana Echo made any repetitive task trivial. Kai grasped the true potential of his profession skill when paired with an obsessive teacher. He could rest his mind and let the ability take over his hands, improving the quality of the copy as he grew more familiar with the runes. It was true his progress was slower than doing it manually, but he also gained muscle memory with a lot less effort. If he had to do 100 more repetitions to balance it out, it was still more than worth it. Pulling on his ears, Edgar grunted something about cheating brats, but he couldn't deny the results. Between a grumble and a curse, he pointed out each foolish mistake and what he needed to improve, be it just to let him know how inept he was. "You are supposed to draw runes, not abstract art. What are these sloppy angles? My great-great-great-nephew could do better when he was 5, and his mother had dropped him on the head in the crib." There was value in figuring out things for himself, though Kai would always pick having a competent teacher if given the choice. The gnome could point him in the right direction and avoid pitfalls miles ahead, too prideful to give erroneous instructions. Kai had never progressed so rapidly since Dora left. "It'll all be worth it. It'll all be worth it. It'll all be worth it." Drawing perfect runes was the basic requirement, then he had to combine and tune them to the material he wanted to enchant. Kai couldn't complain. Mana Echo had drastically reduced the boring part, and he enjoyed the problem-solving aspect. If he wanted to design the enchantment for the sea serpent's fangs, he had to do it properly from start to finish. Edgar demanded the schematics meet his standards. No two pieces of steel or bone were the same, and so should each weapon or tool be uniquely fitted. After 2 weeks, Edgar begrudgingly accepted that Kai wasn't going to quit, and they reached a sort of understanding. The runesmith would give him an hour of proper education if Kai didn't bother him for the rest of the day. An hour and a half if the gnome liked the baked bribes he brought. "I've checked 7 times and there are no mistakes." Kai anxiously chewed his cheek, awaiting judgment on his latest dagger schematic. The previous 22 attempts had been deemed inadequate to be inscribed by the runesmith. Too sloppy, too unbalanced, too ugly, drawn by a 1,000-year-old grandma with dementia and trembling fingers. Kai had heard them all. He had taken every criticism without complaint within earshot of his teacher and adjusted. His 23rd design was the culmination of a month of learning and abuse. The design had been reduced to its most fundamental components, oceans away from his lofty dreams of flaming swords and invisible daggers. The gnome had made clear Kai had no business setting his sight on the stars if he couldn't make a proper knife, and so he did. The dagger would cut really well and last for a lifetime without losing its edge. Simple and effective. What else did you need from a knife? Each enchantment had been fitted for the 3-palm crystal fang and its mana capacity, the stroke of each rune arranged according to the essence composition of the material. Edgar's bushy white eyebrows rose and fell as he examined the sheet of paper. The runesmith could judge the designs with a glance, but enjoyed the torment of drawing out his verdict. "Stop being an ass and tell me." With no small effort, Kai smoothed his features and commanded his hands to stay put at his sides. He wouldn't give the gnome the satisfaction of seeing him squirm. The bulging eyes left the schematics to land on him. "I see you've finally listened and simplified your enchantment. Using a yellow-grade material is still beyond foolish, but I've learned to temper my expectations. You can't beat sense into a rock hog. It will always gorge itself to death if given a choice. Is this the best you can do? Try again." He watched him unbothered. Edgar plucked another H-shaped donut and chewed with excruciating slowness. His 6 fingers hovered over the pink box of sweets before cleaning the hand on his robe and turning back to the paper. "You could have made it without these linkage segments, and it's always better to hide the core runes beneath the handle," he pointed out with a disapproving look. "But I suppose this might be considered an acceptable try for a novice." Kai couldn't stop himself from exhaling in relief, though he cursed himself when he noticed the satisfaction that crossed the gnome's gaze. "It doesn't matter. I did it." He wouldn't let the gnome sour his achievement. The sweet wave of triumph swept through him, melting the headache for skill strain. Maybe I should try inscribing it myself, he wondered out loud. General skills, inspect LV 6368. Runes LV 40, 755. While he had refused to specialize runes for a particular task, his skills had improved greatly. Engraving enchantments on a weapon had looked like a risky task, but after his recent progress, it was just another step to create his own weapons. He had a few ideas on how to do it, and a runesmith ready to offer his reluctant help. How hard can it be? Broken gods, Edgar pulled on his jeweled ear with a groan. "Just as I was thinking I had managed to squeeze some sense into your tiny human skull, you prove me wrong. Listen to me, kid. You're not gonna touch a red turd without a proper engraving skill and equipment, understood? Always so dramatic. I've got more than enough spares even if I fail my first attempt." "Yes, teacher." Kai respectfully bobbed his head. He had learned to carefully word his answers to work around the gnome's lie detection earring. "Don't yes teacher me and bring me that fang." "Damn distrustful gremlin. I read there are inks that allow you to draw on bone like you would on paper," he said with the reasonable tone borrowed from Lou. "I could make some replicas of the fang to practice before trying the real thing." Directly from Dora's alchemy book, N42, Kai's unforgettable signature. The first time he saw it, he couldn't figure out why he would need ink that could seep into stone, bone, and metal. It was one of the most complex recipes since it had to be adapted to the material. He should be able to make it with the extra attributes from Mana Child. From his disdainful scowl, Edgar wasn't impressed by the idea. "Let's assume you get your hands on something like that. Those inks are notoriously fickle to use and never last as much as a proper job. You'd have a better chance drawing runes with a scalpel. Id still liked Takai was silenced with an imperious finger. We could try to crack your head on a book and see if you gain years of crafting experience. I heard it worked with my cousin Eugenie, well right till he jumped off the walls of the Zon Kurle, believing he could fly. The gnome pulled a thick volume with an iron spine from his pockets. Wanna try? Fine. He threw an annoyed glance at the gremlin. Pity. Edgar extended his bony hand. The fang, now. Kai weighed his chances to make it out of the underground hall with the tooth, somewhere in the realm of 1 in a million or 2. With a sulky frown, he went to fetch the fang from the corner of the desk he was allowed to use and reluctantly surrendered it. Was that so hard? In a flash of mana, 2 thin slices separated from the yellow-grayed fang where the handle would be placed. Edgar wiped the scraps off the desk, though Kai knew better than to believe his nonchalant attitude. The gnome was a show-off. Now let me show you why you're a fool. To inscribe an essence-rich material, the right ink and drawing perfect runes are not enough. He pulled out a strange tool with a needle and a vial containing a midnight blue liquid. When he pushed mana into it, the pointy end moved up and down, drawing on the ink like a tattoo needle. Pay attention, kid. The runesmith began working with a steady hand to engrave the tooth. The lines were tiny and precise as if they had been drawn by a sharp pencil. Despite the time spent in the lab, Edgar had never let him witness the actual process. Kai didn't waste time and focused on mana sense. The world burst alight with color and swirling motes. While there were 1,000 shiny distractions in the underground hall, his eyes were firmly on his teacher's work. The engraving needle glowed with hundreds of runes, distorted to protect its secrets, and the ink shone brighter still, leaving behind incandescent lines that bent the mana of the fang. Is he? Amidst the spectacle of light, it took some tuning to notice a more subtle display, 100 delicate filaments melting into the fang. Kai thought it was part of the tool function before he retraced them to the gnome's hand. His attention immediately sharpened. He stared intently to not miss a fraction of the process. There are many ways to enchant a weapon. It advised using one that leaves a physical mark for a novice, but that's not the most important aspect. Edgar talked without diverting his eyes from his work. The only way to ensure an enchantment will hold is to shape the runes directly into the mana of the material, so the structure won't crumble if the runes get damaged. You only get one chance at this when you are inscribing. You can do without a skill for the physical etching, but you need one to engrave the mana of the substrate. The runesmith molded the essence of the fang before the ink arrived to fix it in place. Depending on your skill, the runes will be able to endure more damage before cracking. You can still break mine with a scalpel, but won't have to worry about them getting chipped in battle. I suppose I can let him do it. I don't think I've seen many enchantments made like this. The difference became obvious as the work proceeded. Instead of simply linking them, the runes and the essence of the fang fused to become one. You can only do it with mana-rich materials, and it's a lot of extra work. If the runes are safe inside the walls of your house or on a self-heating pillow, most don't think it's worth the effort. Edgar said with disdain, they always laugh right till something breaks. Can you imagine having an itchy back when your favorite automated back scratcher stops working? Absolutely dreadful. I can't imagine the horror, Kai agreed. Even red-graded materials were rare in the archipelago, and if his heating mug broke, he could just fix it. Most weapons I saw weren't made like this either. In his wanderings through the stores of High Arbor, he could hardly remember any sword engraved that way, and those always came for 3 times the price. Why make a weapon that will last a lifetime when you can have it break after a year and sell it again, especially if your customers can't tell the difference? Edgar sneered. Listen to me, kid. The world is full of people with no integrity who will sell you garbage if you let them get away with it. Not everyone is a virtuous gnome like me. More like prideful, though I guess it works the same. I'll remember your advice. Kai painted his face with sincerity. Whether for pride or honesty, Edgar would never sell something half-baked. You should. This is done. The gnome wiped the excess ink off the fang to reveal a network of dark runes, the lines so fine they looked braided from threads of spider silk. Admire, this is how a proper enchantment is made. The blade shone with a dangerous blue light. The mana of the fang had grown stronger, and Kai had no idea how that was possible. Edgar relished in his awe, grinning gleefully. He pulled a piece of carved wood and a leather string from his pockets. His fingers moved in a blur and fastened the handle with incredible dexterity. Here, keep it away from strong mana sources for a day to give the runes time to settle. You're welcome. Now scram and see if you can avoid stabbing yourself while you're out of my house. I don't want any blood on my carpet. I'll do my best, Kai said drily. He left without complaining that the gnome had hardly given him half an hour of his time. Didn't matter, not when he gained something so much more valuable. The day was bright and chilly outside. He greeted every passerby with a smile on the way home. It had been a close call, but Mana Echo had managed to create a copy of the inscribing skill. It was a rough, cumbersome thing that occupied more than half the space in his mind, but Kai would give it up for nothing in the world. The gnome had never seen him copy anything but runes, and presumed that was the extent of his ability. Indeed, it was much harder to copy skills, his echoes a shadow of the real thing. That was unless he had time to refine them. With 24 other fangs and a teacher who loved to show off, Kai couldn't wait to finish his next design. My evil schemes are coming to fruition. The bells of Hyarbor filled the streets with their festive clangs as if to celebrate his success. He didn't mind their clamor. The sounds continued past the 15 rings for the hour, though he didn't worry since they didn't follow any of the warning rhythms. Probably they are just testing something, or someone is pulling a joke. Did you hear? A girl loudly whispered to her friends. The Temple of the Seven announced the moons are going to align in 7 days. News of the alignment swept through the streets, faster than his feet could carry him home. The bells eventually quietened, and excited voices rose to take their place. It was rare 6 moons aligned for any length of time, not counting the lost sister that was unpredictable by nature. Beyond the celestial spectacle, the phenomenon carried numerous meanings and omens, superstitions like those of the elusive wandering moon, though these held more truth. Kai had seen the alignment 5 times before and witnessed his share of unexplainable events. Temperatures dropped to freeze water, spirals of sand and leaves floating unchained by gravity, and wild fluctuations in the mana currents. Some claimed to have had premonitions of the future, seen the spirits of the ancestors, or received mighty gifts. Magic being real on Elides didn't stop people from making shit up, it just made it harder to parse the lies. The grains of truth were drowned by hordes of superstitions, with no way to test or verify them. Blessings. A woman with graying hair greeted him at the limit of the ring road. She had set up a stall outside her bakery, offering sweet buns to every passerby. The smell of warm food made his mouth water. Kai couldn't tell if it was a pious act or a marketing strategy. In either case, who was he to refuse free food? Blessings. He repeated, the word was already filling the city in the background. The woman gave him a chubby bun and turned to another man. She must be a believer. He had never been particularly interested in the faith of the Seven, though it was impossible to live in Hyarbor without picking something up. The alignment was only more important in the Republic, where the moons were worshipped like actual deities. I guess they are real. Such a weird thought weighed heavy on his mind. With 70 million believers across the mainland, there must have been miracles and blessings aplenty. Kai stole a glance at the clouds. A pale yellow moon hung uncaring in the winter sky. If the gods were watching, they gave no sign of acknowledgement. Knowledge of deities was even harder to come by than information on fate and favor. Or better, people were only willing to discuss the virtues of the 7 moons, how and when to pray and show your devotion to the faith. He had never found a bookshop in the capital that had less than a dozen volumes on religious doctrine. Before the gods, people were supposed to bow down and worship. They weren't supposed to question them. What were they? What was the extent of their power or the limit of their actions? Had the 7 always been there, born with the celestial rocks orbiting the planet, or had they appeared later? Not a scrap of paper or a broken sentence on the topic. The books he was allowed to browse at the estate hadn't contained more than vague passing mentions, and after his teachers had left, he had known better than to ask out loud. Vuria's attitude of treating deities like forces to be studied and negotiated with was considered heretical by islanders and mainlanders alike, and Kai was in no mood to be burned at the stake. Away from the hills of the upper city, the echoes of blessings grew fainter as the population tilted in favor of the natives. Besides the mystical shenanigans, true or otherwise, there were more direct consequences to 6 moons linking. That was why the alignment went by another name in the archipelago, the Festival of the Tides. Depending on the timing of the alignment, the sea could rise to swallow coast and towns or disappear beyond the horizon. His mom could probably tell him which with her moon's charts. The door closed behind him. Kai enjoyed the sudden silence of his house. How could anyone survive the noise of the city without a soundproofing enchantment? It had been one of the very first editions when Risey handed him the keys. A few circles of shining runes hidden behind paintings and bookshelves to quiet the clamor. Did they always look so ugly? Every line was inadequate, sloppy, inefficient. In light of his recent progress, every tiny oversight had become a glaring mistake. Kai diverted his gaze before the impulse to redo could win. If he started to look for flaws, he could spend the next week redrawing every enchantment in his house and still have more. It doesn't need to be pretty as long as it works. Edgar might have rubbed off his perfectionism on him, but the gnome wasn't there. He would rather starve than leave his home. No one would know how absolutely terrible his work was. Damn, stop thinking about it. Have you heard the news? Flynn strode in the living room with a toothy smile. There's going to be a festival of the tides. It's been so long since the last. It does feel like a lifetime ago. I was still at the estate. It was hard to miss on the streets. They rang those damn bells for 5 minutes straight. Kai wasn't surprised his friend already knew. Flynn always had a knack for gathering information, even without leaving the house. He must have known what the noise meant, but I'm not sure they'll celebrate the festival here. It had been the faith of the 7 moons to give the news of the alignment, not the local tideseer. Kai didn't even know if there was one. The traditions in the Republic were different. While they might not care to actively convert the population, the city was the heart of their power in the archipelago. You know, High Arbor continues beyond those flashy hills, right? Flynn asked with complete seriousness. Have you spent so much time walking among the clouds that you've forgotten about us lowly mortals? Very funny. Yes, the place had a few nice shops and a scenic view of the city, but that wasn't the reason. He went to the upper city because of Edgar. I don't like it there any more than you do. If you say so, Your Highness. Flynn gave a teasing bow. Maybe you should try going out for reasons that don't include training. I do that all the time. Buying food or shopping for materials to train doesn't count. When was the last time you went out for fun? Just to walk, see the sun, or talk to people. I can do all those things while I run my errands. Flynn gave him an exasperated look as if he had just proved his point. Let's focus on the future. There will be plenty of celebrations for the festival in the outer city. I can show you around. I found this tavern with the most interesting people. You need a referral to enter, but he stopped and narrowed his eyes on something at his back. Is that for me? No, Kai answered before understanding what he was referring to. The handle of his new blade slightly poked from his satchel, a sliver of polished wood that could have belonged to 1,000 different things. How did he spot that? He cursed himself. There had been no time to hide it. The gnome could see every angle of his house, and he wasn't going to use his ring in the streets. Was it made by the grumpy gnome? Can I try it? Flynn approached with his beaten puppy look. When that didn't work, his grabby hands dashed forward. Kai was ready to dodge him, but the space inside the house was limited. They ended up wrestling on the couch and then the floor. It's mine. He clutched his satchel with no intention of letting go. Simon, don't be stingy. Flynn tried to pry his fingers open against Empower. I just want to see it. The things you watch have the tendency to disappear. Kai snapped back. He would trust those words more if they came from a giggling toddler. It's not my fault if you always bring such interesting things home. I've listened to you rant about that grumpy gnome every night for a month. I've the right to be curious. Flynn suddenly let him go and stood up with a sulk. You've even forgotten my birthday last week. Shit, did that pass already? Guilt and shame washed over his reluctance. Kai ordered his hands to release the bag and pull out the blade. The dagger was the first of many. He had a chest full of fangs waiting to be enchanted. He was already planning to give most of them away in his terms. Flynn patiently waited till he deposited the crystal knife in his hands, or maybe he was too stunned to move. It's beautiful. Are these the enchantments you designed? He stared at the chains of delicate runes with wide, innocent eyes. It was a pity he couldn't admire the mana hidden inside. The first enchantments Edgar approved, pride surged through his veins. And I am sorry I forgot your birthday. I was so busy it slipped my mind. Don't worry about it. Flynn waved him off. It's next week, but it's nice for you to bring a gift ahead of time. Kai took a second to compute the words. What? He wished his gaze could burn, equally furious at himself for having fallen for such an old trick. Give it back. Nope, it's rude to take a present back. Flynn had darted out of reach with a cheeky smile. He stood with the kitchen table between them, and if you believed me, you had actually forgotten about my birthday. Tell me how many days are left and I'll give it back. Kai pressed his lips. His stupid brain couldn't recall the information. FTH, his friend gave away no information. 3-7. It falls right on the festival. Damn it, where is my luck when I need it? I wrote it somewhere, I would have checked. He was almost sure he did, a good 85% confident. You mean in one of your 100 notebooks or in one of the 11 stacks of loose papers in your room? Flynn gave him a skeptical look. Do you want to bet if you can find it before midnight? Okay, you might have a point. I won't forget again. It's fine, I know you're terrible with those kinds of things. Flynn ruffled his hair, chuckling at his glare. You've other qualities. Like I don't know you're rich, fun to tease, entertaining to watch, and did I already mention the money? I already feel much better. Kai pushed away his hand. It makes me wonder why you don't just rob me and run away. That's because I'm playing the long game. Do you take me for an amateur? Flynn stood back in dramatic shock like he'd received a grave insult. I'm a professional. I am gonna let you fatten properly before I make my move. You already earned a gold messar. Who knows how much more y'all make next year? Kai rolled his eyes. And you're telling me this because it's all part of my evil masterplan. Flynn facepalmed at the foolish question. Your mind is just too limited to see it. Right, that makes perfect sense. He didn't point out the tiny flaw in the reasoning. The ring and his teacher's gifts were worth more than anything he might have earned in a decade or two. I should be the one to give him lessons on evil schemes. Do as I say, and one day you might be able to see it too. Now I need to go live a life of crime. I heard they're giving out free food on Ring Road. You're welcome. Faced with the mess of paper in his bedroom, Kai plunged into the tedious task of bringing order to chaos. Countless pages covered in runes for practice, messy notes on new alchemy recipes Rizey provided, and a considerable pile where his dad's journals mixed with his own writings. How did I let it get so out of hand? It's Edgar's fault for making any amount of chaos look trivial compared to his lab. He had almost gone through Rellen's whole research, looking for mentions of spatial phenomena and beast sightings. Thus far, he had come up empty-handed. There was mention of other small mana anomalies in 5 other sites, 2 of which had been demolished by the Republic, but nothing about the true mystery. Did Dad never notice? No matter how rare, there must have been other spatial events through the decades, though it was possible they didn't carry a large yellow beast and no one noticed. Kai grumbled in annoyance as he ordered the books. If no one found out in 8 millennia, it won't be easy to solve. By the time Kai was done, the crystal lamps lit the streets outside. While the chaos was nowhere near defeated, he had dealt it a heavy blow. He could even reach his bed without the risk of tripping on a book. A neat stack of letters from his family rested on his nightstand. His mom non so subtly suggested he should visit. There was still a large pile to sort through, especially Rune's stuff. Deciding what was worth keeping was going to be a grueling task. What if he lost the schematic for a heating pane? It was always better to save an extra copy, wasn't it? No, I'm not going to become a crazy hoarder. He wouldn't allow himself to end up like Edgar. Each visit to the runesmith was a fresh reminder of how insane he might end up if he wasn't careful, helping him keep his resolution. Back in the underground chamber, Kai was ready to tackle a new schematic. He planned to add a little more flavor to the enchantment this time. Edgar offered to take care of it, instead likely to see him gone sooner, but there was no way he would accept. The gnome might not let him witness the enchantment if he didn't design the runes, or decide he had fulfilled his teaching duty. Both unique opportunities he couldn't squander. The test with his copied engraving skill had been an utter failure. His mana separated into tiny filaments, swaying like an epileptic octopus. Despite his best efforts to control them, he had completely botched the red drake tooth he bought for experimentation. Part of it might be his lack of experience with an advanced skill, but he could only manipulate the copy so far. He needed every new chance to improve the echo and see how the skill worked in the hands of an expert. Profession skills, gifted novice LV 5060. Mana Echo LV 4766. He had used the last Mana Echo upgrade to improve the maximum quality of his copies, but they were still not as flexible as the original. Perhaps if he reached the second milestone. Making use of the week before the alignment, Kai managed to complete 2 designs for a pair of daggers with wind and water enhancements respectively. Finally, it was the day. Outside his window, the sky had filled by an unusual number of moons. Dawn rose from the sea over a city that already buzzed with life. Flynn stumbled out of his warm bed, stretching his limbs. He opened the window, the chill air stung his skin, and the sounds of the capital rushed in to wash away any sleepiness. The boisterous caws of seagulls perched on the rooftops, the subtle creaking and groaning of the buildings. Each noise was crisper after a night shielded by the dampening enchantment, but it was the people he was most interested in. It had become a ritual of sorts to begin each day listening to the city and its inhabitants. In the relative quiet, his skills could pick up distant voices that would be otherwise lost in the later clamor. The chatter of daily life as people prepared to go about their day. Now and then he also overheard interesting nuggets. Enforcers complained about their superior. A man left his lovers to return to his family. Sailors commented on a new merchant ship carrying precious cargo. Today was different. The preparations for the festival made the bubble burst with anticipation. Children prattled in high pitches to their families, asking what was going on. Then the milder voices of parents and older siblings patiently explained the significance of the alignment. Flynn could hear the smiles in their voices with painful clarity. What was his family doing? Would his sister stare at the moons in wonder like she used to? No. The naive toddler with her little nose pointed up at the sky had been replaced by a sour child burning with hate. Celia would be 14 this year, a grown woman. No doubt she planned to pick a profession that would help their crusade just like he did. For years he had wanted to believe his little sister was still there, buried beneath the layers of resentment. If only he could say the right words or do the right thing, she would come back. He had tried smiling for both, filled the silences with talk and laughs. He had offered the spirits everything he had for a sign. When that didn't work, he had even prayed to the 7 moons for help, but the gods were uncaring. No matter what he tried, she kept slipping away. They had hardly seen each other after he was accepted into the program, and every time they met, she was a little more like their mother, her smile cold and calculated. She watched him as if he were another piece on the board instead of her brother. Spirits know where they are now. No doubt their mother had interpreted the moons as a sign of favor from the ancestors. Had she worried when he disappeared, come looking for him? She probably did, though he couldn't say if she had come looking for her son or for the traitor. Don't disappoint me was the last thing she said to him. It had made her priorities crystal clear. He had spent years deluding himself that they could go back. He just had to be patient and do as he was told. Swallowing the truth had been a slow and bitter process. No matter what he did, his family was gone. They had been irremediably broken the night his dad was murdered, and his words couldn't do shit about it. His mother was dead, and the sweet sister looking up at him with large eyes only lived in his memories. I had to leave, they left me no choice. The wind carried more laughter and smiles. Flynn shut the window, but the dull ache lingered. It wasn't supposed to hurt anymore, yet it did. The memories refused to leave him alone. Will they even remember it's my birthday? Another stupid thought. Why couldn't his mind listen? Why would they start remembering now? His best birthday had been at Hawkfield, surrounded by the enemy, and his present an extra portion of stew in the mess hall. It was a very tasty stew, though. Forcing his thoughts on the present, Flynn hurried to the bathroom. While Kai would already be up, he always stayed in his room meditating. That should leave him enough time to get ready. He had promised to show him around the outer city, and he intended to deliver. He turned the knob towards cold water, letting the freezing jet wash his face till the skin was numb. Drying himself off, he raked a hand through his brown curls to make them intentionally messy and smiled at the mirror. It was his birthday. People expected him to be happy. Good enough. Happy birthday, old man. Kai ambushed him outside the door. His grin grew wider when he jolted in surprise. You were supposed to still be in bed meditating. Damn thoughts, Flynn cursed himself, wearing a confident demeanor as if nothing had ruffled him. When had he stopped paying attention? He should have heard the steps or seen him through the wall with mana sense. Kai was right, the skill opened a whole new world. It was worth the slot just for the secrets it could reveal, especially in a city like High Arbor where every second person carried an enchanted item. He's gonna be so smug when he finds out. Here's your gift. Kai pulled out a tiny square package with an oversized golden ribbon. The crimson wrapping of the package looked expensive, likely from one of the shops in the upper city. Flynn furrowed his brow. Thankfully, there was no glow of mana, so it must not have cost too much. You already gave me one. The sea serpent's fang was the prettiest and sharpest blade he owned, which were the same thing really. He had taken it as part of their game without realizing how much it was worth. He felt a pang of guilt, but Kai would have hidden it in his ring when he got home if he didn't want him to have it, or knock me down. It was amusing to think a kid who was a head shorter than him could beat him up to a pulp. Time and painful sparrings had made that lesson clear. His pride hung on the fact he could do the same with most adults. I can bring it back if you don't want it. Flynn clutched the little box and sighed. It's fine. I'll make this sacrifice for you. Such honor I'm not sure I am worthy. Kai rolled his eyes, watching him in anticipation. Don't worry, y'all make it up to me, he graciously conceded. Untying the ribbon revealed more wrapping, and a second box inside, and then a third, smaller box. Finally, his present stood in the palm of his hand, the tiniest and cutest pastry he had ever seen. It wasn't much larger than his thumbnail, but had been decorated like a real cake. Tiny red and white stripes with a golden 15 on top. Do you like it? Kai grinned, letting a speck of mirth show. I wish I could see what poor clerk was forced to package it. Flynn hid his relief and pursed his lips. Are you trying to tell me that I am fat? Hidden, I love it. Since I was a child, my deepest desire has always been to celebrate my birthday with a tiny cake. How did you know? He took one of his pocket knives to cut the pastry precisely down the middle. Here, your share. Do you sleep with a knife? Kai delicately picked his half between two fingers. You don't. Flynn threw his present in his mouth. For a moment I could almost taste it on the tip of my tongue. I know, can you believe it cost 1 silver? Flynn almost choked. Rich people are crazy, I am rich. Kai smugly grinned, bringing out the gold messar he was obsessing over. Exactly my point. Midway through breakfast, Kai brought out a normal-sized mango cake. It was always mango with him. Flynn preferred almost any other fruit, but it was the thought that mattered. Let's go, I'll show you the festival. Kai groaned. Do we have to go this early? I know it must be horrifying, but y'all survive a day without training. How do you know? Are you going to take responsibility if I drop dead? No, I'll leave you in a ditch and deny knowing you. Now get ready. Today no reading dusty tomes, no designing runes, and no alcheming. My birthday, my rules. We're going out. Kai flinched at each word till he slumped defeated. As you command, birthday boy. Despite the daylight, Kai could see the shadows of 6 moons inching closer among the clouds. The alignment wouldn't be till the evening, but the effects were already notable. The port was the first destination for the day. Theirs and of another few thousand people, judging by how packed it was. The smell of salt filled the air like when tropical storms blew from the sea. Everyone wanted to check the mysterious seawall. You okay? Flynn shouted to be heard over the crowd. We can come back when there are less people. Kai forced a nonchalant smile, pushing away the claustrophobic feeling of the crowd. It's fine, I can do it. Despite his words, he felt immediate relief when Flynn led him away from the human wall. They headed for the statue of an imperious Mirian hero on horseback. A dozen teenagers had the same idea, waiting their turn. They managed to climb on the horse. Who would have thought these statues weren't completely useless? Flynn watched with wide eyes. I didn't think it'd actually work. It's not bad, Kai begrudgingly admitted. Everyone knew the governor had promised to stop the high tide from submerging the city, though it was different to see it in person. A line of meter-high pillars had been planted along the shore. The sea stopped against an invisible wall like in an aquarium. A few spurts hit the crowd when the waves surpassed the boundary of mana. Schools of fish and large hulls were visible through the barrier, swimming and floating over the children. Even knowing that each vessel was firmly anchored, Kai couldn't stop the feeling that the ships were about to crash over everyone's head. Fine, it's quite impressive. He squinted and activated Mana Sense. The network of runes on the pillars morphed as he watched, never making any sense. The enchantments had been obscured and covered in white plaster to hide the physical engravings. According to Edgar, it was a mediocre cloaking that could be pierced by anyone with a little time and patience. It was the only part of the project for which the Republic hadn't consulted the gnome to cut costs. Either way, Kai knew he would have no luck. The line of enforcers didn't allow anyone to get close enough. I think it's some kind of movable array, linked through an elemental resonance tube. Don't make it boring, Flynn complained. Magic doesn't always need an explanation. Actually, it does. Not today. I invoke my birthday privileges. Power is already going to his head. Looks like I was wrong. A mage wrote magic scribbles on the ancient stones and waved his wand to push back the sea. Kai delivered with a flat tone. I knew you'd see the truth. Spirits, what have I done? It would have been cool to swim through the streets of a flooded city, though it would have caused considerable damage. The last alignment had generated a low tide like the one before that. He vaguely remembered the high tide during a festival in Whiteshore. Their village had been high enough to avoid the worst of it, and the wooden houses were easy to move and repair. He had cried when his parents forbade him from swimming through the flooded forest. Can we go home now? Kai had been planning on exploring the festival, though he was beginning to understand the other boy had no intention of going home before dark. Simon, this is just the beginning. Try to have fun. I'll do my best. Kai put on an oversized smile and helplessly followed Flynn. Away from the port, it got less crowded as they entered the maze of streets. Every citizen of High Arbor was outside for the festival, but they could walk without squeezing other people. Here we are, his friend excitedly announced. Both sides of the road had been filled with colorful stalls with no apparent end, and the air filled with chatter, laughter, and merry songs. You can always get the best deals and food during a festival. When was the last time I went to a market instead of a shop? He had stopped by in his first week in High Arbor, and he never came back, charmed by the shiny stores in the richer districts. Seeing the improvised stalls and merchants shouting their wares, Kai had to admit he had missed the feeling. Scour the stalls for hidden gems, laugh at the ridiculous stories of the sellers, and haggle on every piece. The smell of spices and fried snacks. It wasn't just about buying, but an adventurous experience. Here, Flynn paid a copper and a handful of chips, realizing that Kai only had silver. May the spirits smile on you. The woman manning the stall gave them 2 coconut drinks with a warm smile. So how is it to walk around us mortals again? Flynn teased him and took a sip. Think you can survive another hour away from your dark chambers? We can go back if you need to recover. The crowd wasn't suffocating with the winter air. Kai pressed his lips before letting the smile show. Only one way to know, birthday boy, show me everything. If that's what you want, I'll make sure to not leave any pebble unturned. Flynn gave him a toothy smile. This way we have much to see. I know where we can find an appropriate offering. The rising waters meant the Festival of the Tides would honor the great spirit of the sea, Kahali. They bought a straw basket and went browsing for 7 offerings that spoke to them. Symbolism and personal meaning mattered more than value, though the merchants offered plenty of expensive knickknacks. It wasn't necessary to pick a theme, but Kai went with shells like his dad did on their first festival. A purple star-shaped conch for his innocent childhood, a black pointy one for the first year in Greenside, a white spiral for change at the estate. One by one, he looked for the right shape and colors to represent every stage of his life. Flynn chose a more eclectic mix, a cracked mirror, a blade with no handle, a creepy doll with no eyes. Each item looked to be broken or damaged in some way, except the final spyglass, though Kai didn't get the chance to look through before it disappeared inside his basket. He swallowed his questions, ignoring his burning curiosity. Flynn appeared to be enjoying himself despite his somber collection. They continued to explore the endless alleyways as the moons drew together. If there was something the market didn't lack was food, especially of the unhealthy variety. They found an old man who sold some kind of fried pancakes that could be filled with their choice of cream, honey, fresh fruits, and nuts. After the third, they were both bursting. The sun dimmed and the moons shone brighter. With their baskets full, they joined the procession of people out of the city. They had to move inland to bypass the seawall and reach the waters, though they didn't need to go far since a large part of the surrounding vegetation had been flooded. When 6 moons became one in the sky, the islanders walked into the sea to let their baskets float away and reach Kahali. There was no request. The great spirit of the sea would provide as she saw fit. Flynn looked lost in his thoughts on the way back. A stream of lanterns soared from the upper city, bringing prayers to their gods. I'm really glad we did it. Now I want my bed and to not see anyone for a week. Kai looked for the signs of a joke. His mischievous eyes were strangely innocent. You're welcome, but for what exactly? It was the best birthday I had in a while. You did most of the work. I should be the one thanking you. Wait, am I a terrible person? Was that the best you could do, brain? Good night, Kai. Flynn echoed after him, a smile in his tone. On his way to Edgar's lab, Kai could hardly take a step without hearing the passersby discuss some odd event. Some guessed the meaning of the vivid dreams they had during the alignment, Others had heard a mysterious wail in the night or found a golden egg on their balcony, and more men and women than he cared to count announced they had found their soulmate. I swear it's true, Nina. My cousin's friends gave birth to triplets last night. It must be a sign from the gods. I'm not sure that's how it works. Kai was skeptical. Most of these claims had nothing to do with the moon's conjunction. The cheerful atmosphere and the rivers of alcoholic drinks offered a convincing explanation. He had also heard a few merchants advertising mystical experiences, though Flynn had steered him away before he could learn more. He had witnessed a few unusual events himself, but nothing that flashy. Large whirlwinds of mana, the ambient density rising and falling, and he could swear hallowed intuition had whispered twice before turning silent when he paid attention. Maybe the alignment can actually influence fate. Edgar's house was forgettable like usual, slipping out of his mind if he let his attention waver. Before he could knock, the oak door swung open with a creaking. Kai was convinced every sound inside the granite house was designed to fuck with the visitors. Back already. The grumpy gnome greeted him without raising his gaze from Vuria's amulet. You said you'd leave me alone for a day. I did. The alignment was yesterday. Rotting titans, why do good times always pass so quickly? Edgar groaned and distractedly waved to the chaotic lab. Take your pick of a seat and don't disturb me. You sure know how to make me feel welcome. Kai wandered the hall for a new desk corner. His usual spot had been filled with clutter. Careful not to cause a chain reaction, he moved a pile of papers and books and a half-melted silver wire to free some space. Perched on a stool, he pulled out his design and got to work. The warm, mana-rich environment and the blessed silence. Kai fell back into the rhythm, runes assembling in new configurations in his mind and on paper. The day off had given him with plenty of ideas and time to recover his strained skills. Their work was interrupted when a package flew out of the wall with the gnome's lunch and later with his dinner. Once empty, the hidden compartment disappeared behind the impenetrable cloaking of the house. How does that work? I want home deliveries too. Chewing on a spiced chicken thigh, Edgar seemed to remember he wasn't alone. Let me see what you've got, kid. Yes, grumpy. Aim is it racist since he's not a dwarf? Kai swallowed a curse when the gnome touched his notebook with his oily fingers. He pressed his lips shut and patiently waited for the runesmith to watch over his work. It's good, Edgar muttered between the bites. Kai perked up at the unexpected praise before the gnome went on. I mean the food, this design is garbage. You completely butchered the balancing and… Kai accepted the pointers with curt nods. Despite the harsh words, his schematic wasn't that catastrophic and the mistakes were fixable. Nice try, but I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, I know. I'm such a generous gnome to help dim kids. He scowled. If you're having a hard time, I could write you a referral to another runesmith. They might be more amenable to your slow progress. He struggled to suppress the hopeful light from his bulbous eyes. Kai feigned to ponder. I don't know. Is there anyone as good as you in the archipelago? The gnome scrunched his face like he had eaten a lemon. Maybe. His eyes widened in mock surprise. Oh, so there's a better runesmith in High Arbor. No, Edgar snarled before lowering his tone with unnatural gentleness. I didn't say that. Artistry and genius are just so difficult to define. It's not impossible that there is a field where they might excel. I think I'll stay with you. His pointed ears flopped down. Great. I'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow, teacher. Please be late. Over the next few days, news from the edges of the archipelago reached the capital. The twin islands, Canlan and Kauai, had been hit by a mana storm during the moon's conjunction, while a kraken's tentacle washed up on the shore of Sanborn on Yahweh. Amidst stories and rumors, Kai was particularly interested in sightings of high-tier beasts. He had asked Flynn to look out for them, and the boy brought quite a catalog. Everyone's talking a lot of bullshit after the festival, so it's harder to confirm them. Flynn checked the edge of a blade on his thumb before sharpening the next knife. The stories always grow larger and more ridiculous as they spread. By the time they reach High Arbor, they've gone through a dozen tellings. Kai chewed his cheek, frustrated. It was always difficult to obtain information beyond the city, and the Republic was never forthcoming. So you think they're not true? Flynn shrugged. I doubt a storm of Thunderbird flew over Eastern Edge or that a sea dragon capsized a vessel. But there were 11 sightings from the opposite sides of the archipelago. There was probably a beast involved in at least some of them. You think they could be connected to the ruins? It was Kai's turn to shrug his shoulders. I don't know. They say beasts often get confused during mana events. It's possible it was just the moon's influence. Or maybe the alignment caused more ruins to spit out beasts. Am I just seeing what I want to see? Let me know if you hear more news. Yes, boss. Despite Edgar's attempts to get rid of him, Kai continued to smile and learn. As his knowledge of runes and enchantment grew, he became ever more certain he had gotten an amazing deal out of their arrangement. The gnome's bottomless pride wasn't without reason. Out of all the enchanting shops Kai visited in the upper city, no one could hold a candle to Edgar's work for efficiency and precision. Flynn told him there were exclusive shops and artisans that worked on commissions. He needed a contact in the Republic and an invitation to be allowed inside. I could track down Viola. She definitely knows how. No, it was too much hassle just to satisfy his curiosity. The little princess would demand something in exchange, and he would receive more scrutiny than he was comfortable with. They were probably still not as good. He already had his hands full between alchemy and enchanting. Blade at a time, the number of sea serpent's fangs was dwindling, and so was the time for his secret project. Kai had hit a ceiling with the mana engraving copy. Each new level in Mana Echo improved it a little, but the skill was still too unwieldy to make lasting enchantments unless something changed. There was only one way to salvage his evil schemes. He needed to reach the second milestone. With a bit of flattery and a box of cream puffs, Kai convinced Edgar to let him train on the discarded sketches scattered around his lab. He had to leave the copies in the underground chamber, but it didn't matter. The sketches offered a limitless source of new material to copy and experience. He drew countless pages of runes till each muscle and tendon in his hand hurt, and his head pulsed with skill strain. Finally, he saw the blinking light. Mana Echo LV75. As you reach the second milestone, you are presented with 4 choices to continue your journey. This choice might influence the future of your profession, greatly reduces the time to create and improve an echo, greatly increases the number and size of the echoes that can be preserved in your mind, allow the creation of more complex echoes through repeated observation, obtain improved results depending on your comprehension of the mana construct. Greatly improves the speed, precision, and accuracy when copying a runic pattern or chain. Thank the spirits, I thought my hand was going to break. Still inside the underground lab, Kai hid his elation. Edgar continued to ignore his existence, grumbling over his cloaking project. What do we have here? The first 2 options were the same he had received in the previous specialization with the addition of greatly, still not enough to make the cut. The last one was a surprise, proving the options were influenced by his actions. He might be tempted if he wanted to become a runesmith, and that leaves. Kai smiled at the third option. It was an evolution of what he picked last time. He didn't hesitate to select it. Ding. You chose to allow the creation of more complex echoes. Mana Echo LV75 can now reach LV100. Muhahaha, I did it. What are you chuckling about, kid? Did you finally lose it? Edgar asked, sounding vaguely hopeful. I warned you not to fry your brain with your cheating skill. I won't take responsibility. Oh, it's nothing. My brain is perfectly healthy. Just finished fixing another design like you told me. Kai pulled the sheet he had completed 3 days before. Can you spare a little time to engrave it? Let me see if you can follow instructions. Edgar snorted with exasperation. He glanced at the paper. Passable. Give me that fang, I'll do it now, but you leave afterward. Of course, teacher. Evil always triumphs. Kai couldn't stop grinning. On his way home he hopped like gravity had no hold on him. He had managed to pull it off. The upgrade had worked as anticipated, raising the ceiling of what Mana Echo could imitate. Now he just needed to witness more engravings to perfect his copy. The gargantuan skill Echo hung in his mind like a beautifully complex machinery. It can't be a green skill, can it? No, my profession is still red. It must be a yellow skill, probably quite high level. The success lifted a weight off his shoulders. He had neglected everything to pursue Mana Echo, and it paid off. I could take some time off as a gift to Edgar. With the twins and Anna back at Hawkfield and Lou busy with the job he couldn't talk about, Kai had rarely visited the beach or the cultivated fields to practice nature magic. It was time to catch up. He had quite a few skills waiting for the last push to reach a milestone. When he proposed the idea the following day, Edgar imposed a single condition, that he would take a week instead. Kai managed to talk him down to 3 days by threatening to not leave. Time to go for a swim. Water magic had been on the brink for more than a month. The skill easily overcame the bottleneck after diving into the waves and trying a few ambitious spells. Kai swam to shore to consider his choices. A flick of his wrist left him dry to sit on the sand. Water magic LV50. As you reach the first milestone, you are presented with 3 choices to continue your journey. Stay the course on your current path. You won't gain new significant benefits, but you'll greatly deepen the insight into your path. Make full use of your surroundings. Improve your ability to draw water mana and cast spells inside a body of water. Attuned to the element. Allows to summon and manipulate water in all its states. Contrary to profession skills, general skills could continue unchanged if he didn't want to specialize. He had feared he wouldn't get the option he craved and be forced to delay his choice instead. Thankfully, it was there. Improving his magic inside a body of water was interesting. It was the first specialization that mentioned a straight-up improvement to his spells, and at Orange, the upgrade was sure to be notable. Maybe if I were a merfolk or a sire. It wasn't viable since it lacked flexibility, and it would leave him powerless if he didn't hang around the ocean. The greatest benefits always came with the greatest drawbacks. If someone chose to specialize their skills and profession for a single task, it would be hard to predict what they could achieve. Something to keep in mind. The third option was the one he planned to get since he found it in Vuria's library. Ding. You chose to attune to the element. Water magic LV50 can now reach LV75. The hand of the guide was barely perceptible, just the slightest touch of warmth. Understanding appeared in his mind as if it had always been there. It could be clearer. The stretch of beach was deserted. Kai summoned a small marble of elemental mana and visualized the desired effect of the spell. Ice creaked into existence, forming an opaque blob. He stared transfixed as the ice melted into his palm. It was smaller than he expected for the mana he consumed, and definitely not in the shape he had in mind. None of that mattered. I'm going to have so many cool drinks this summer. It would have been such a game changer during his stifling time in Greenside, or after an exhausting training at the estate. He had learned to make do with enchantments, but they were awkward to carry and slow to use. It will also be nice to have something hard to throw. Liquid water wasn't the most offensive element. Kai continued to experiment with his new ability. He could also summon steam, though it was even harder to control and immediately dissipated. He had known it was possible to expand his major affinities to its most adjacent neighbors, though it wasn't the same thing as having an affinity for ice. Each spell took more mana than it should have, and it didn't intuitively follow his desires unless he perfectly visualized each step. It was easier and more efficient when he tried to freeze water instead of directly condensing ice from the air moisture. I just need to practice. Spells grew more intuitive with use and repetition. It was why it was so hard to get the hang of space. MHMM Blessed Swimmer is also close to evolving. With an objective in mind, Kai focused on the skills close to the next advancement. Making use of the attributes he gained from Mana Child, he stretched his abilities in inventive ways for the last levels. It was addicting to see the blinking notifications marking his progress. He messed around with the guide to add a celebratory jingle, so he'd immediately know when he reached a skill milestone. Blessed Swimmer LV50. As you reach the first milestone, you are presented with 4 choices to continue your journey. Stay the course you want, gain new significant benefits, but y'all deepen the insight into your path. Treasure Hunter, follow the whispers of the sea to find its treasures. Vigilant Diver, heed the warning of the sea to avoid the dangers that lurk in the deep. Reckless Diver, call the sea to your aid to delve into treacherous waters. The specializations doubled down on his underwater instincts while branching in different directions. Once he discarded the vanilla option, Kai was left with a torturous choice. Treasure Hunter whispered of the marvelous prizes that waited to be discovered underneath the waves. When he went pearling with his sister, Blessed Swimmer had given him an inkling of where to look, a faint direction that something valuable was nearby. Kai could only imagine the benefits of strengthening this ability, probably increasing its precision and range. I want to take it so bad. I bet even Ale would be envious if she knew. The idea of adventuring underwater charmed him like a siren's call. Kai wished to take it without overthinking, but the stupid voice of reason demanded he consider all angles. Why am I like this? I hate myself. I can never make an impulsive decision with these things. Yeah, I would probably regret it later, but it would feel so good for a little while. Yes, there were some drawbacks to this specialization. The low mana density of the shallow sea didn't produce many treasures. There were exceptions like Mama Clam's golden pearl, but those were rare. Treasure Hunter couldn't make precious prizes sprout from nothing, not even with his favor. He would need to try different hunting grounds and deal with his worst nightmare, the Republic's bureaucracy. Spirits, I won't be surprised if you need a permit to breathe on the mainland. That still didn't answer the most important question. Did he really need the money? More messars never hurt. A stroll through the upper city was enough of a reminder. However, if wealth was the issue, he could make more coins with alchemy and enchantments. It was more reliable and carried fewer risks. The reason Treasure Hunter appealed to him was the thrill of the adventure, the infinite possibilities promised by the unknown prizes. He already had enough hobbies weighing on his limited time. He'd need to delve into higher mana areas away from shore to be worth it. Danger and treasure always traveled hand in hand. If he came across anything like a sea serpent underwater, he might not even realize what killed him. I hope you had fun destroying my dreams. Damned reasonable Kai, go get a life. And the guide was clearly conspiring against him with reasonable Kai. Vigilant Diver was another devious taunt. A reminder that Blessed Swimmer and hallowed intuition couldn't protect him from every danger. Like Ale loved to say, it didn't matter if he saw the shark if he couldn't avoid it. Perhaps this was the smart option for a treasure hunter, a protection to search more dangerous areas and insurance for a long career. Boring option, pass. What's next? Reckless Diver, Your Honor, I rest my case. The guide is colluding with reasonable Kai. This is baseless slander. I'm not reckless, I just take calculated risks with a high mortality rate, and I don't even do it intentionally most of the time. The treacherous guide didn't come forth to apologize or change the description. While the effects of a skill were the same for everyone, descriptions were personal, influenced knowledge and experience. What did call the sea to his aid mean? Could he control the oceans and shape the water against his foes? That sounds far too overpowered. No matter how rare, Blessed Swimmer was a swimming skill and Reckless Diver its specialization. It likely strengthened the blessed sixth sense he received underwater and the mana enhancement he could use. Whatever the case, it would improve his combat potential. A very compelling argument, and it sounds cool. Treasure Hunter would be another time sink he couldn't afford, while Vigilant Diver was boring and overkill with hallowed intuition. Like the butler said, the best defense is getting stronger. Ding. You chose to be a reckless diver. Blessed swimmer LV50 can now reach LV75. A trip to the sea confirmed his suspicions. The cold water embraced him and dampened every sound. Besides boosting himself with unattuned and elemental mana, Reckless Diver offered a third option that consumed both. Let's see. He became one with the ocean. Safe, protected, aware of every current and creature in his surroundings. Master of his body, like he had been born with fins and spent a lifetime underwater. The waves parted to help every stroke and movement. The sea guided him towards his objective before he knew what it was. Even his water spells were slightly stronger and reached farther without being hindered by the sea. How much mana am I consuming? Responding to his worry, the water particles surged into flowing streams eager to join and aid him. They formed a revolving shield before being absorbed. In minutes, he had replenished his reserves, though he felt the first signs of skill strain. It would be too good if I could use the skill and replenish myself endlessly. The guide is such a miser. Commanding the streams of water mana to stop, the headache also abated. He could probably sustain the basic boosting for hours without feeling the strain, and the essence expenditure wasn't high. Guess I can accept this, but I still want compensation for slandering my name. Did you hear me, guide? Stop ignoring me. Between one blade design and the next, Kai continued to grind the skills close to evolving, eager to push the old timers over the last stretch. Alchemy was probably the hardest orange skill to level. It was time-consuming and required expensive new ingredients and coveted knowledge to progress. The recipe's rise he brought him rarely pushed his abilities, though the constant stream of production eventually added up. With one last level, the trumpets blared a triumphant tune and awarded him the awaited milestone, Alchemy LV50. As you reach the first milestone, you are presented with 4 choices to continue your journey. Stay the course you want, gain new significant benefits, but y'all deepen the insight into your path. Master of Herbs, learn how to extract every drop of potential from plants and fungi to perfect your recipes. Novice Researcher, become adept at modifying recipes and learn the uses of new ingredients. Master of Production, improve efficiency and yield when brewing with large amounts of ingredients. Long years of brewing had not gone unnoticed. He had gotten 3 options besides the basic one, 2 possibilities that he would have to pass up. At least I don't see any slanderous lies. Now what do I pick? It was easier when I had a single option. Master of Herbs sounded like the responsible choice, probably what Dora had picked if she hadn't been hiding her skills. Alchemy was a vast and complex discipline. Even those who dedicated their entire lives to its pursuit could only tackle a small. In High Arbor, merchants supplied beasts' parts and infused minerals from areas with a higher mana density. While Dora had given him an introduction, Kai had to spend weeks figuring out how to process and mix them in a brew. He had forced himself to use odd ingredients to gain the last level, pushing the boundaries of his comfort zone. He could never quite predict their reactions during the brewing process. Even when he fucked up, herbs didn't explode or shoot up in flames. Minerals sometimes did, and beasts' parts were arguably worse. He would die a happy man if he didn't have to scrape another shark's bladder from his walls. He could still smell the pungent stink. Mango cake, fried pancakes, coconut ice cream. Kai banished the memory from his mind. Would it be so bad to only use herbs? Ingredients were only part of the equation. Since selecting their first profession, most alchemists picked a field of specialization, healing remedies, enhancing elixirs, poisons, enchanting inks, or alchemical explosives, just to name a few. The possibilities were endless. Less than a third chose to remain generalists at Red, and the number fell to a 10th when choosing their orange profession. Specializing in an ingredient type instead was a bit unconventional. Master of Herbs would help him use every mana weed, and it didn't mean he couldn't reach beyond his field. While he wouldn't improve much with them, he could still grind minerals and squash all the spider eyes he wanted. Let's see the others first. Novice Researcher intrigued him. Modifying recipes required tens if not hundreds of tests to isolate the variables. It was tedious work, but there were few things more rewarding than creating new recipes. Never settle, always strive to refine a potion, Dora's words echoed. Alchemy was a journey with no end. There was always something that could be perfected. Even the book she left him was waiting for the day his skills could improve upon it. Novice Researcher would serve him to get familiar with new ingredients, which would help him learn new recipes and shore up his deficiencies. It was the option he found more appealing. And the million-dollar question is, how useful is it? It was easier and faster to buy recipes than to make them, and Dora's book could provide him with what he needed. When both options failed, the potion was usually beyond his alchemic abilities. Experimenting was sometimes fun and always expensive. Even if he succeeded, it was difficult to recoup the cost and make a profit. I could ask Rizey to finance it, we'd need to choose something with market potential. Unable to make up his mind, Kai moved to the last option, Master of Production. He would need to thank the merman for it. The efficiency boost would increase his earnings, though he wasn't really interested in money, not in the small margins the specialization would net him. If he needed a few more silver, he could work an extra hour. Master of Production would make little difference in the short term. Sorry, Rizey, I know you'd love it if I picked this, but mass production is kinda boring. Kai discarded the option with little regret. Now came the hard part. Master of Herbs would improve his skills the most, though it limited his possibilities, while Novice Researcher was well fun. It had an uncertain earning potential and might or might not get him some useful recipes. Those are a lot of ifs. He could also stay the course and not pick anything, but it was a waste when there were viable options. What do I need from my alchemy? An endless source of potions and a way to earn a living. Those were the main points, and neither specialization would influence them much. Alchemy was more than a hobby, but not his main pursuit. Even if he ended up changing his profession, he wouldn't become a full-time alchemist. He could afford to make unpopular choices. Ding. You chose to become a novice researcher. Alchemy LV50 can now reach LV75. It's for the best. He still had his second milestone to specialize. For now, he saw no problem being a generalist. Novice researcher was more interesting and encouraged experimentation. Pushing his boundaries always made skills grow faster. Kai rummaged through the drawers on his desk to find the Tear of the Deep, a deep blue crystal infused with water mana. Flynn had bought it cheap from a merchant who thought it was a pretty rock. Examining it with mana sense and inspect, he got a few ideas on how he could grind it and mix it in a potion without wasting its potential. He could have achieved the same with some thought, but it now came easier and faster, and I can get even better ideas if think about it. Kai smiled satisfied. Testing the specialization influence when he modified a recipe would be a much more laborious process. He first asked Rizey if there was a potion he wanted to alter. The merman never lacked ideas to make a profit. We'll have plenty of time to discuss it on the ship. He'll probably have to wait till we get back to test it. Ready to go? Flynn's voice echoed from downstairs. Just a minute. Kai turned to pick up the large brown bag. It had already been filled with everything he might need for his journey home. Alana's subtle hints had become more obvious in her letters. His 12th birthday was like a nice time to surprise his family with a visit. Edgar had engraved the last fang 2 days ago, and Rizey was about to go back to Silspring to check his business there. It was the ideal time. The perfected copied skill lay like a monolith in his mind. I hope they're doing as well as Mom says. The final sea serpent's sword lay on his bed, the culmination of months of work. The gnome had fused 2 fangs to make a double edge. The fusion was so seamless that Kai wouldn't believe it had once been 2 pieces if he hadn't seen it himself. It had complicated the balancing, but he had managed to pull it off with a little help from the runesmith. Both sides were covered in intricate chains of delicate runes. Edgar had carved them with transparent ink, so the runes were almost invisible on the glass-like surface. Even a 3x fool couldn't chip the enchantment. The gnome insisted he had used the special ink to celebrate getting rid of the stubborn pest infesting his lab. I think he might like me. Beneath the leather braiding, the ivory hilt had been engraved with a cloaking enchantment. Another idea of the gnome, since his professional pride would hurt if someone stole his work. Kai picked up the sword and gave a few practice swings. He couldn't wait to sneak into the varied jungle and test it properly. He put it back into its sheath and stored it in his ring. Time to go. Flynn leaned on the railing near the prow of the ship. The wind blew back his hair and fluttered in his ears, the taste of salt on his lips. The silver edge cut through the waves so smoothly it seemed to glide. He had always found being trapped on cramped vessels stifling. Now he was beginning to see their appeal. The sea continued endlessly in every direction, a canvas in shades of blue and teal, wrinkled by the white ridges of the waves. A smattering of puffy clouds dotted the sky, while the lively wind filled the silver sails. There was freedom at sea, a different kind from the maze of alleys of a city, but freedom nonetheless. He might have learned to like it under different circumstances. He had never been on an enchanted vessel before. The hull and deck shimmered with a web of bright lines. It was a wonder anyone could make sense of it, while the Silver Edge wasn't the biggest ship he had boarded. It was certainly the fastest, rapidly advancing to their destination. At this pace, we might make it in 2 days. Soon the pastel houses of Silspring would emerge from the horizon. The town he grew up in. The town that changed from a prosperous community into a slick tourist attraction. The town that gave him everything and then took it away. He never thought he'd come back, not for a long time at least. Maybe that was why he had agreed to accompany Kai, to prove to himself he was over the past. I'm not scared. Intrusive thoughts of his family kept resurfacing no matter how many times he pushed them down. Were his mother and sister hidden in the cellar of a dingy house in Silspring? or in one of the camouflaged shelters throughout Virid. The Republic had employed significant resources to scour the jungle, but he couldn't imagine they had found every buried shack and treehouse. The Voices network extended from Virid and beyond to the islands where different independence groups were nestled. He had never been told much about them, not intentionally at least. Last he heard, there were more than 10 factions scattered all over the archipelago. His family could be anywhere. His mother and sister wouldn't be welcomed by all of them, but Mela knew how to be convincing. Or maybe they've been caught by the Republic months ago and are dead, or rotting in some forgotten cell. Guilt stabbed him for leaving his sister. His hands tightened on the railing. Familiar conversations replayed in his head. He should have convinced her to leave or brought her away whether she wanted it or not. Once they were on a ship for the mainland, it didn't matter if she hated him. It had all happened so fast. He had been stupidly confused about what to do. He didn't know where she was and lacked the resources to escape. I should have done better. What are you doing to my poor ship? Flynn turned to see Risey stroll towards him with his confident gait. The merman had stayed in his cabin for most of the journey and discussed alchemy messars something with Kai. He could have stayed there a little longer. The embroidered silk robe flapped in the wind behind him. He could buy a mansion in the upper city with the shining jewels and gems the merchant wore. What? Flynn realized his nails had dug into the railing, leaving thin crescents on the pale wood. He tried to smooth the damage and awkwardly put his hands in his pockets. Sorry, I didn't realize. It's fine. The ship will heal itself. Risey gave a loving pat to the wood. The merfolk slanted on the railing beside him and stared at the sea with a lazy smile. You are not looking forward to going back home. You were born there, right? As if you don't know that already. He gave an ambivalent shrug. Not particularly. I like High Arbor better. Merfolk were hard to read with his skills, but Flynn would never fail to recognize the sly intelligence hidden in the pale blue eyes. Really, nothing you're looking forward to seeing. Maybe the house you grew up in or your old friends. There's nothing left for me in Silspring. Flynn pressed his mouth in a line and clenched the hands in his pockets. He was about to walk away when Risey stopped him. You know, my father is also a merchant, like my grandfather and every other Senyu in the last 40 generations. Risey caressed the wood with a sigh. It took me a while to realize I was modeling this ship after the Fortuna. That's his vessel. I've always found him insufferable, but it seems I can't avoid following in his steps. A thin wrinkle appeared on his scaly brow, his hands gesticulating a difficult concept. Well, not exactly like him. I'm not a hypocrite, but in the same general direction. How could I have lived without knowing that? Very interesting, Flynn said with a flat expression. When he tried to leave again, the merfolk grabbed his arm. My point being, it's hard to escape our origins. There was a sad look on his face that skirted dangerously close to pity. And we can never really forget where we come from. I'm not you. Flynn abandoned the pretense of politeness. He was about to yank himself free when the merman let go of his sleeve. No, that you certainly aren't. Risey nodded with a thoughtful look. Enjoy your stay on my ship. Let me know if you need anything. He sauntered away to talk with the sailors. Did you also take the pretentiousness from your dad, or did that come for free? I shouldn't have promised not to steal anything. He's so loaded he'd never notice. As if summoned by his thoughts, Kai sprouted from the bowels of the ship with a perplexed look. Did I miss something? Just chatting. Risey was telling me about himself. Oh, are you making friends with him? If you mean snooping around in each other's backgrounds, then yes. We've been friends for a long time. Something like that, Flynn smirked. Kai bit his cheek, suspiciously squinting at his friend. There was definitely something Flynn wasn't telling him. They were making fun of me, weren't they? No, his grin was amused, not teasing. When Flynn turned towards the sea, a shadow covered his face. Kai couldn't explain what it was, just something he picked up after living with him. But the reason behind it was obvious. I am such a fool. I shouldn't have asked him to come. He had read his mom's letter and organized the trip home without thinking twice. Naturally, Flynn would come too. His friend had been off since they came aboard the Silver Edge. Unable to figure out what to do, Kai spoke up. What are you thinking, the future? Flynn continued to gaze into the horizon with a slightly somber air. What about it? I'm not sure what I want to do. Does he want to leave? Kai had an unexpected spike of panic. Would he be left in High Arbor alone? Lou and the others were away most of the time. No, that couldn't be it. Anything I can do to help, I'll share my wisdom if you ask nicely. He smiled brilliantly. How generous. Please forgive the tears in my eyes. Flynn said tersely, his attention on the far seas, his frown smoothed. Actually, there is something you might help me with. What? I'll do my best to help unless it's something boring. In that case, you are on your own. Oh, it'll be interesting, trust me. You've studied how to discard a profession, right? Kai blinked. Did he mishear something? Yes, why? 'Cause I want to change mine. Flynn grinned like it was the best news in the world. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Flynn pursed his lips. Weren't you also going to discard Mana Child? I was considering it, but it's not the same thing. Please enlighten me. How so? He said with a skeptical look. Well, first, I have a higher grade and I want level mana child too high. Kai confidently nodded. My race is just one enhancement behind. I've also been siphoning the XP into my race, so my profession is level 4. How high is yours? Flynn challenged, already knowing the answer. Shit, that's not the point. Changing profession is an unnecessary risk. You won't be getting any more skill slots. You'd be lucky if you get half an attribute. That was the same reason Kai hadn't made up his mind about mana child. It was likely he could get a profession with higher bonus attributes, but a handful more stats would make little difference in the long run, especially after he evolved his profession to orange and advanced his race. What mattered were skill slots and boons. Those benefits added up each time he evolved his profession. If he had one less skill slot at red, he would always have less skill than people who had taken a better profession. The question with Mana Child was if he could get better. He had been offered one with 2 boons, though that was due to the blessings from the spirits and came with serious drawbacks. That was a problem for another day. I've never heard of a profession that grants 3 skills at red, and Flynn already has 2. You don't have anything to earn, just the risk of crippling yourself. I can decide what risks to take for myself, Flynn snapped in anger. You do reckless shit all the time, and I don't tell you how to behave. If you don't want to help, just say so. I'm doing it anyway. Kai failed to respond. The words stung him even more when he couldn't come up with a counterargument. He might be a bit of a hypocrite indeed. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Of course, it'll help you. It's just that you might not get offered anything better. His reasoning didn't make much difference judging from the boy's stubborn look. It's not about skills and attributes. I need to do this. I took Keen Spotter because my mother told me to. I can't forget it if every time I look at my status it's there as a reminder. Flynn took a deep breath, voice quivering slightly. I need to cut with the past to move on. Is that why he didn't want to tell me what it was called? It'll help you, Kai exhaled slowly. You will, of course, but we're going to do this properly. Kai began to pace on the deck. While it's good that Keen Spotter is only level 4, it's not enough. You'll need to find the correct potions and a healer to oversee the procedure. We might as well aim for a better profession if you want to do this. Well, focus on training the skills you prefer and look for a chance to get you field experience. What kind of profession are you hoping to get? Flynn's gaze wandered around. I'm not really sure, excuse me. You plan to discard it and just wing it. Flynn had the decency of looking embarrassed. I made up my mind on the spur of the moment. I would have thought about that next, obviously. Obviously, Kai massaged his eyelids. This was going to be harder than he thought. Is this how people feel when I propose an idea with calculated risks? There's no time like the present to start. What would you like to do? You want to be a potter, a fisherman, a farmer, a sailor. He leaned closer to whisper, a thief, stop overreacting, they're watching us. Flynn smiled at the sailors, observing the commotion. Kai nodded thoughtfully. So you want to be a thief that's going to complicate getting field experience, but I've a few id. I don't want to be a thief. Flynn grabbed his shoulders to keep him still. I want something with combat potential. Apart from the bonus in dexterity, Keen Spotter doesn't offer much. I don't want to feel useless when the next sea serpents fall on our heads. There will be no next time. Kai scowled. He had learned his lesson. Obviously, Flynn smirked. And you're plenty good already. Apart from Lou, I can't think of a better fighter at our age. Vela might too, but she doesn't count. Flynn didn't beam with smugness like expected. I know that I blind people with my awesomeness, but there are stronger teens in High Arbor if you look around. What does it matter? Remember you told me no one can be good at everything. You can do many things better than me. Fighting isn't the only thing that matters. Maybe not, but I don't want to be a burden. You're so far ahead of me, you might as well be on the mainland, and I can't keep up with my current profession. Are you worried I'll ditch my faithful sidekick for someone stronger? Kai grinned. Flynn held his gaze, speaking slowly. No, and we're never going to talk about this again, unless you want to wake up naked before the Temple of the Seven Moons with not a chip to your name. That's oddly specific. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, focus on your knives and sparring. Y'all need to give me a list of your other fighting skills. Kai tapped his foot. Do you have any mana skills? Maybe an evolution. You do. What is it? Flynn bit his lip, suddenly hesitant. It's a skill. Yes, that explains a lot. No pressure, but you said you wanted my help. No one is going to hear us over the wind. Fine, it's mana sense. I'm going to strangle him. Why didn't you tell me? I could have helped you train it. Yeah, that's exactly why I didn't say anything. You always go on about how great mana sense is. You'd have chained me to a chair and forced me to do boring exercises if I told you. I mean, probably. Just a couple hours a day for his own good. That also explains how he always finds the cool box with my stash of ice cream. I would have respected your wishes, Kai lied through his teeth. What level is it and how long did you have it? A little while, Flynn answered vaguely. Land, a shouting interrupted. Sill Springs within sight. Kai saw the sailor perched in the crow's nest over the sails. The woman pointed at the horizon with her spyglass. When he turned his attention back down, Flynn was gone. Sneaky bastard. This isn't over. He scoured the deck with inspect without success. He debated going on a wild goose chase, but with land approaching, he had a better idea. Kai marched through to their cabin. Their bags were all there. Let him come to me when he gets hungry. He could faintly see Silspring through the window. They had made it in time for his birthday. He couldn't wait to see his family's faces when he appeared. Mom will be mad I didn't give her time to prepare. A year in High Harbor had flown by. There were just 2 more till he officially became an adult at 14. It always sounds like a lot till it's gone by. He had made a nice dent towards yellow, but the goal was still far. He had used his entire profession experience to level mana child except a little to round the numbers. The higher his stats, the faster he would progress. After he got to level 8, he would siphon them towards his grade. That would increase his pace, though it might not be enough. As his skills grew, they netted more XP, but also advanced slower. Gifted Novice will help a little. And he still had to decide what to do with Mana Child. It was a generic mage profession without any obvious strong point, though that also meant he could evolve it in the direction he preferred. Was it possible to get more than 2 skills and 1 boon? And if yes, could he get it? What would I even take? He wanted to be a mage, but that could mean 1,000 different things. He'd need to make a choice. He always hated picking one thing since it meant closing the door on everything else. And what about after he gained that power? Like Flynn, he had no idea. Traveling the continent seemed too vague of a goal. Well, figure it out. First, I need to survive my birthday. Kai first glimpsed the quaint wooden taverns of the docks with their bright and suggestive signs. The best place for sailors and locals alike to get drunk. Further up, the pastel houses grew in rows, rarely rising more than 2 stories high. Everything looked so tiny and picturesque after staying in High Harbor. From the prow. Silver Edge, he could grasp the entirety of Silspring in one look. Don't even think about it, he said tersely. There had been no sound of footsteps, but Mana's sense had picked up the fool trying to sneak up on him. Did he think he could get away with it? Flynn froze, hand midway to recovering his luggage. I'll just take my bag and be on my way. Stay put and carry my luggage too while you're at it. Kai passed the bags to him. With all that weight, he would be too slow to run. Kai turned to nail him with a look. I am happy to help, he nodded. Good. Kai channeled his best Elijah impression. I'll give you till after my birthday to decide what you want from your next profession. Then we start your training. Better to wipe out any dissent from the beginning. If they were going to do this, he wouldn't settle for a half-assed attempt. I didn't. You asked for my help and now you're going to get it. All of it. From now on, I just want to hear yes, sensei. How many laps do you want me to run? I don't have a running skill. Running builds character. You're going to write me a list of your skills and we're going to review it later. Kai straightened to make every centimeter of his height count. Are we going to have a problem? Flynn held his gaze. He looked about to retort when he pressed his lips shut. No. No, what? No, sensei. What does that even mean, that you must do what I say when I say it if you want to achieve greatness? I'll make a man out of you. I think I can perfect this persona. The butler would be proud. Yes, sensei. Flynn acquiesced with a dramatic bow. Don't think I'll lower my guard so easily. Y'all start by using mana sense till I tell you to stop. Flynn scowled. You said it'd get 2 days to think about what I want. Unless you plan to discard mana sense, you might as well start training now. We have so much to catch up on since you lied to me. I'll get a headache if I keep it going for long. And I didn't lie, I just didn't share a fact and made sure you wouldn't find out to avoid persecution. He said with a cheeky smile. Kai wasn't amused. Pain is weakness leaving the body. He said, proud he managed to say the line with a straight face. Didn't you want to get stronger? If it were easy, everybody would do it. Flynn scrunched his brow, mulling the words. Fine, I'll do what you say. But stop acting like a drill instructor. I got enough of those in Hawkfield. Also, I won't do any nonsense training. These are my terms, either take it or leave it. Damn, I was beginning to have fun. Oh well. We have a deal then. They shook hands. Kai could perceive the faint touch of Flynn's mana sense. It was subtle, far more delicate than Anna's. He might have missed it if he didn't know how to look for it. Sneaky bastard. I can't believe he managed to keep it hidden for so long. As the Silver Edge closed in on the dock, the crew furled the sails and carefully guided the ship through the moor. Risey stood at the railing to ensure the hull wasn't scratched against another vessel. Don't mention it. It's always a pleasure to have you on board. What's the point of buying a fancy ship if I can't show it off to my friends? Risey gave him a pointy smile. Moving goods and making money. Kai, I didn't know you were so materialistic. The merman shook his head in disapproval. He lasted a whole 3 seconds before they both burst out laughing. Send my regards to your family. I'll let you know when I can organize the materials for your experiments. Take your time, I left my equipment in High Harbor. Kai waved as he and Flynn made it on shore. Risey stayed behind to supervise the unloading of his cargo. Heading into the throng of activity of the port, Kai was assaulted by the familiar sight. There was a knot in his chest, anticipation mixed with a little apprehension. He had spent almost a year apart from his family. How much had they changed? Would there be any awkwardness? Was Kia going to challenge him to a death duel when she saw him? If Flynn saw his hesitation, he didn't say. Simon, y'all have a lot to catch up with your family. Stop being foolish. Yeah, Kai exhaled slowly and led the way. He remembered the streets well enough, and the town planning was straightforward. After months in the upper city, the ornate buildings of Pashton looked tame by comparison. Closing in on the afternoon, people hurried to finish their work or idled by chatting and laughing. Passers-by exchanged friendly nods and waves with every person that crossed their gaze. There was an atmosphere of quiet contentment that had always been lacking in the frantic capital. It's more peaceful than I remember. Too soon they stood before the white door. His family's home was as good as the day they bought it, with a few signs of use and furnishings that made it look warmer. There's someone inside. Flynn closed his eyes to focus on Mana's sensey habit that would need to be fixed. I better go find a place to stay. I'll meet you tomorrow morning. He was about to lay down his luggage when Kai stopped him. Don't be ridiculous, you're staying with us. He wouldn't leave Flynn to wander alone through depressing memories. We gave no warning. I don't want to burden your family, and I don't think there is room for me. Well, make space. My mom always asks how are you doing. She'll disown me if I let you go to sleep in an inn. Come on. Before Flynn could protest again, Kai knocked on the door. One moment, a muffled voice called from inside, the shuffle of steps followed, and the door opened. Alana looked perhaps healthier than he remembered, with bright eyes and long hair tied behind her. She looked distractedly over her shoulder before her eyes narrowed on him. Kai, hi mom, I was in town and I thought I'd stop by. He smiled brilliantly. Getting over the surprise, Alana squeezed him in a tight hug. After she tested the sturdiness of his bones, she took a step back to examine him from head to toe. Oh spirits, look how much you've grown. Are you eating enough? Why didn't you send word you were coming? The house is a mess and tomorrow's your birthday. Yade's mercy, I've not prepared anything. Mom, Kai had to call her 3 times to pause the deluge of words long enough to speak. It's fine. Whatever you have will do. I didn't come here to visit the house or get a party. I know, sweetie, but it would have been easier if you had sent a letter. Her scolding frown fought with the smile that kept pulling at her face. It was a sudden decision. I wasn't sure if I would make it in time. Kai grabbed Flynn, who was slinking away. I told Flynn he could stay with us. I hope it's not a problem. Flynn awkwardly stared at his feet. Oh, it was nothing. You don't need to lie to me, she winked. I know my son can be a handful sometimes. He always has his head lost among the clouds. Come in, come in. You can take Kai's bed tonight. Mom, that was not what he had in mind. That's not necessary, Flynn agreed. Alana waved the outcry away. Kai, you know it's the duty of the host to make the guests comfortable. You're smaller, you can comfortably sleep on the couch. Didn't you say I've grown a lot? Seeing his mother's stubborn look, the protests died on his lips. Fine, he tried hard not to sulk. This must be for arriving with no warning. They barely had time to deposit their bags when Alana dragged them into the kitchen. Plates of snacks and drinks appeared. His mother prepared dinner and interrogated him about everything that had happened since he left. Is that the truth? She asked Flynn for confirmation, not for the first time. His friend smiled, amused. More or less, I think Kai really bought groceries once or twice. Damn brain, why did you think bringing him along was a good idea? Kai glowered at him, regretting his decision more and more. It was at least 6 times. 6 in a year, not a great look. Yes, he had left most of the chores and errands to Flynn, but he had never complained. That was their deal in exchange for paying 1/3 of the rent instead of half. He didn't think money talk would convince his mother. Alana pursed her lips disapprovingly. Is that how I raised you? No, Mom. It's also true he could have stayed in a cheaper place if it wasn't for me, and I insisted on paying rent to rise. The sound of 2 pairs of steps came from the door. Mui barely showed any hint of surprise when he saw him, greeting him like he expected him to be there. Welcome back. He scratched his neat beard, sharing a look with Alana. Kia sized him up like she was readying for a fight. She had sprouted in height, being only 6 months from getting a profession every new girls grew up faster. Her hair was in a practical pixie cut. From her athletic figure, it was clear she hadn't spent her time idling. She hasn't pulled out any knives yet. It's not the worst-case scenario then. Nice to see you, sis. Did your hunt go well? Decent. She watched him unblinking. After their mother cleared her throat, she added, It's nice to see you too. I'm happy you're here. Her smile was unnerving. Are you happy because you can hug me or because you can stab me in my sleep? The chatter in the kitchen continued till dinner. While Flynn never failed to point out any embarrassing moment, he skillfully avoided mentioning the calculated risks Kai had taken. They all laughed at the odd behavior and extravagance of the capital. His friend had a talent for telling stories that Kai couldn't help but envy a little. Even though there wasn't a low tide, Ale was the last to arrive. I missed you, little brother. She beamed, pulling him into a hug. You should have told us you were coming back. Tomorrow's your birthday, right? You must tell me everything that happened. Her transformation wasn't as obvious as Kia's, though Kai found it more profound. Ale had shed her youthful appearance, looking more like a woman than a girl. She carried herself with confidence. While still simple, her clothes had clearly been chosen with care, and her hair braided with a blue ribbon. She's got a boyfriend, Kia whispered after dinner, confirming his worst suspicions. She has completely lost her mind. Flynn almost choked on an apple. Kai ignored him and forced his expression to remain casual. Do you know where he lives? He muttered back. It's my duty to check if he's a lout. Yes, but she'll suspect me if something happens, so don't try anything. Damn, he went to Pokalev for information. His sister must have noticed them talking because she immediately exposed him. Kai, I appreciate the worry, but it's not necessary. Sabe's a nice guy and I don't want you messing with him. Sabe, A vague face emerged from the depth of his mind, obnoxiously outgoing and annoyingly handsome. Isn't that the name of that pearl diver you couldn't stand? Alette played with a lock of auburn hair. People change. He's kind and sweet and I like him. Her gaze turned serious. Promise me you won't try anything. Kai thought he might be ill. Under his sister's gaze, he could only force the words out. I want. Promise me. She continued, unmovable. He is right, she has lost her mind. Fine, I promise I won't intentionally try anything. Alette smiled and kissed his forehead. He'll be excited to finally meet you. I could bring him tomorrow. Yay, what a nice birthday gift. I'm dying to know him. They talked well into the night, telling stories and anecdotes too long for the letters. Silspring had been blessedly boring since his departure. The voice of the ancestors appeared to have been driven away for good, and the new captain of the garrison was a stickler for rules but fair. Finally, Alana decided it was time to retire. Tomorrow was Kai's big day. The birthday boy opted to sleep on the floor of his bedroom. It was the only place where the soundproofing was still held up, and it would offer more privacy than the living room. He'll need to fix and upgrade the enchantments. They're just embarrassing. Are you sure you don't want to sleep on the bed? Flynn watched down from his puffy mattress. I can take the floor, your mother doesn't need to know. Kai pursed his lips. He definitely didn't want to, but Alana was right. It had been his idea to invite him, and so was his duty as the host. It's fine. I've got enough blankets and pillows, he'll barely notice the difference, but I still notice it. Are you doing okay? Kai asked, trying to make himself more comfortable on the blankets. I know coming back must be complicated for you. I'm good, Flynn said, though he remained hidden over the bed. Are you sure? He sighed. No, not really, but I will be. The voice came steady, perhaps too steady. It was good that I came back, and before you ask, yes, it was nice to spend time with your family. You don't need to worry. Hell, tell me if something's wrong. Okay, good night. Good night, Kai. Your bed is like a cloud. I know, you jerk. Tired from the journey, he quickly drifted off despite his accommodation. When he woke up in the morning, the room was empty. He could perceive 5 glowing figures bustling about downstairs. Kia's slacking. Flynn must have also been using mana sense because they suddenly looked at the ceiling when he prepared to go down, or maybe it was his sisters. Cheers and smiles caught him on the stairs. Surprise. Happy birthday, little brother. Happy birthday, sweetie. Kai improvised his surprise. They cheered him till he could feel his ears heating up. He let himself be dragged to the living room where a mango cake already waited for him. Mom, I told you there was no need to do anything. Your 12th birthday is an important day. You say that on every birthday. That's because they are all important. Alana nodded sagely. Kai let go of his mock exasperation. He couldn't deny he enjoyed the treatment, a little. When did they even get the time to prepare his favorite cake? His family was sneakier than he thought. I hope you didn't waste money on a gift. I've got everything I need. Kia did look a little relieved, though none of the others gave any sign. Don't worry, our present didn't cost anything. Alana smiled at Mui, hand resting on her stomach. No, I can't jump to conclusions. Mom, guess the secret's out. You're going to have a little brother. Or little sister, Mui added lovingly. I told you it's a boy. Alana looked lovey-dovey at Mui, who embraced her from behind. I can just feel it. The hunter gave a patient smile, crossing his hands with hers. He'll be happy with whatever they are, but I think it's a girl. Kai was frozen in shock, and he wasn't the only one. Kia watched their mom with comically wide eyes, while Flynn was like a deer caught in the headlights, awkwardly standing by the side. Alette alone was unaffected. Congratulations, Mom. I am so happy for you and us. She dried the tears in the corner of her eyes. You knew? Alana glanced at her daughter with an exasperated look. I just became sure of it myself. His sister giggled happily. I had some suspicions. Focusing on mana sense, Kai saw a feeble swirl of mana on Alana's belly. It was interwoven with his mom's grade and profession, and he might have never noticed if he didn't know where to look. Blessed spirits, it's true. He was going to become a big brother to a baby noodle. He knew his mother wasn't yet 40 and looking younger still due to her orange grade, but somehow the possibility had never crossed his mind. Yade, help me. I can't fuck this up. When Kai wet his lips, clearing his throat. When will the baby be born? It couldn't be soon. The bump wasn't visible beneath her dress. Alana came closer, guiding his hand on her belly. I am at about 9 or 10 weeks. He should be born in about 7 months or so. Her eyebrows furrowed. Did you not like the surprise, sweetie? Sorry I didn't get anything. Of course I loved it, Mom. I just can't believe I'm going to have a little brother. Kai grinned, doing the math in his head. That's odd. Was the baby conceived during the moon conjunction? Alana shared an amused look with Mui. I think it's possible. What do you think, dear? Is our baby a blessing from the spirits? No, Kai raised a hand to stop them. I don't need the details. Sorry for asking. Mui chuckled, ruffling his hair. I am sorry, kid. I would have bought you a gift if I knew you were coming. It's fine. You didn't need to get me anything anyway. Congratulations, Mom. Kia still looked dazzled. Are we going to eat this cake or are waiting for it to melt? She always knew how to break the tension. The mango cake tasted as good as it looked. It was his mom's best recipe. A slight acidic note complemented the sweetness with a cream filling throughout. After eating 2 slices, Kai was shown outside without much ceremony to let his family scheme his birthday. Flynn was tasked to keep him busy and away from trouble. So much for a welcome home. You okay? Flynn asked, worried the baby will take over your youngest privileges. Kai raised his eyes to the cloudy sky. My mom doesn't give me special treatment. No, I was simply taken aback. I can't imagine having a little fragile baby with how messed up the archipelago is. There is never the perfect moment, Flynn philosophically mused, and the archipelago is doing well enough. I don't like them any more than you do, but there are plenty of opportunities as long as you don't mind bowing your head. Maybe, but do you have any idea what the islands will look like in a decade or two? No, probably quite different. Things are changing rapidly. Exactly my point. Change is unpredictable. For all I know, the Republic can drag us into a war tomorrow, or abandon everything, or sell us to slavery, or... Stop overthinking, you can't control everything. Flynn took advantage of his distraction to put an arm around his neck and ruffle his hair. We can only fix what we can see, well deal with new problems when they arrive, Kai freed himself with a glare and fixed his locks. Was that necessary? It would be a challenge to reach the head of the taller boy, but he could be patient. Yes, you were being a dummy. Remember, it's my burden to remind you when it happens. Flynn seriously said with a fist over his heart. Simon, what do you want to do, birthday boy? Today I am at your command. He crumbled into his usual nonchalant gait. Kai narrowed his eyes, calculating. What if I want to ride you around town? Then you better hold on fast. Flynn performed a theatrical bow and let him climb on his back. Where do you wish to go, your highness? To the shopping district. Kai got his revenge by messing with his friend's hair. He had only made one miscalculation. Flynn was less embarrassed than him, running the streets with a kid on his back. Erg, the shamelessness is strong with this one. Kai stared back defiantly at the judging passers-by. He opted to walk on his own two legs when they entered Poshtown and an enforcer moved in their direction. Sylphie's herb shop was still there on a corner street, and old Selly alive and kicking. She greeted them with the syrupy look of a granny. What can I do for you? Looking to make those muscles even stronger, she dramatically leaned on her cane to peruse her shelves and picked a box of shiny crimson vials. Latest delivery, the perfect potion for a dashing young man such as you. Oh, Kai, you're there too. I hadn't seen you, my sight is not what it once was. And to think Flynn stole from her while I was the one she robbed. Kai hid a grimace. There was not enough justice in this world to make her blind. We're not here to buy. Just thought it'd pass by to say hi to Tello. How's he doing? Oh, great. My dear nephew is away apprenticing with a merchant. Selly tapped her invisible tears with a silk handkerchief. Why don't you take a look around? Let me know if something catches your eye. I sell many interesting potions nowadays. He'll give you a discount. Somehow I doubt that. Despite his skepticism, Kai gave a passing glance with inspect. The shelves were full of merchandise organized in neat rows, though the most interesting stuff was locked behind the counter. Not that it made any difference when using mana cents. There were some decent high-tier red herbs, but he would get better deals buying in bulk through Risey, and the few low-orange ingredients weren't worth experimenting with. He had outlived the small shops. I'm good unless you got some interesting herbs from the heart of Virid. Old Selly pursed her wrinkly face in disapproval. You know, those get directly sold to special buyers. Yeah, Risey gets most of those for me. Kai pouted. Too bad then. We better get going. Don't be rude, Kai. Maybe your handsome friend wants to buy something. Old Selly winked at Flynn, bringing out several boxes of potions. Here at Sylphie's Herbs, we only sell the best. He'll give you a special price for a smile. Kai jumped in front before Flynn's ego began ballooning. These are quite good actually. He examined the collection of shiny, colorful vials and jars. Do you know who made them? A prestigious master alchemist, of course. I'm not at liberty to reveal their identity. Old Selly smiled, greed dripping from every wrinkle. She was already calculating how much she could spill from them. Kai nodded, leaning over the counter to hide his smirk. Here, Flynn, how no one told me I have become a master alchemist. He looked up as Selly's confusion turned to shock. It was nice seeing you had such high regard for my products, but my friends can get them for free. Send my regards to Tellu when he comes back. Kai left the shop in a good mood. Okay, they weren't all his products, but close enough. It would have ruined the moment to specify 15 out of 20. So where are my potions? Flynn asked with a mischievous smile. Oh damn, we better go back. My mom hates tardiness. Kai strode back home without looking back. He had never been stingy with his potions when there was a good reason to use them. He'll need to brew more health and recovery potions if we are going to train together. The house was noticeably tidier when they got back, though Alana ushered them outside again. It was time for their almost tradition, a trip to the sea. Everyone grabbed a bag with beach towels and home-cooked food. They chose the northern beach. It was usually busier, but in early spring the tourists were still sparse. Setting up in one of the more secluded spots a little further up, there was enough privacy. They sat talking by the sea and later had a picnic. Kia convinced him to go swimming. The waves were cold, though Kai quickly warmed up, obliterating any competition his sister proposed. She didn't look too distraught. Perhaps she had learned that comparing herself with him was pointless and she should put her self-worth elsewhere. Is that too much to hope for? We go for a run, Kia informed him with no room for compromise. Okay. Kai easily beat her at every challenge on land. You've improved. He congratulated her honestly also to prevent her from coming up with something else. Kia looked for any sign of mocking. When she found none, she bit her lip. It doesn't feel like it. You beat me at everything, and it's not even close. That's because I've improved too, Kai stated with no smugness. How are you doing compared to other kids in Silspring? Can you make orange before 14? Naturally, he had already confirmed the answer with Mui before asking. They're your target, not me. I will, she nodded to herself with a resolute look and marched away. That went well, I think. I feel bad for your sister, Flynn mused, munching on a sandwich. Did you have to beat her so badly and make it look easy? Trust me, this is for the best. He had already made the mistake of holding back once and it didn't go well. Also, Alez's boyfriend is here and he wants to meet you. Where? Kai jolted to scan the beach for the threat. Over there, Flynn pointed with his sandwich. The tall interloper was easy to spot. It was exactly how he remembered, a 20-year-old guy tanned with a stupidly handsome face and sculpted muscles. His hair was cut off on the sides and styled into thin braids, a tribal tattoo wound up one arm. He was chatting in an overly friendly manner with his family and they were laughing, Mui included. Spirits, am I too late? Well, at least she has good taste. He's gorgeous. Flynn nodded in approval at the new arrival. Kai glared at his treacherous friend. What? Flynn was unapologetic. I do have eyes, I can't stand him. Kai marched towards the group. Ella noticed him first. Hanging from her boyfriend's arm, she sent him a meaningful glance to douse his fire. Here's my little brother, she introduced him cheerfully. Sabe showed a smile with shining teeth. I was looking forward to meeting you, Kai. Happy birthday. Your sister always talks so much about you. I am Sabe, don't know if you remember me, we met once a while ago. He offered to shake his hand like adults had adopted from the Republic. Under Alez's continuous gaze, Kai couldn't crush his hand. With the age difference, he would need to use Empower to succeed. I remember, you were the guy who insisted on pairing with my sister after she turned you down. Kai Alez's voice rose dangerously high, but Sabe interrupted with an embarrassed laugh. It's fine. I was a bit of an idiot back then. She was the best pearl diver I've ever met, and also the most beautiful. He looked lovingly at his sister. I couldn't stop thinking about her. Stop it. Alez slightly slapped his chest, blushing. I want to burn my eyes and pour salt on them. That would hurt less. Anyway, I like to think I got a tiny bit better now. Sabe winked at him. We could go pearling together one of these days. Alez said you loved the last time. He'll be happy to show you around. Aren't handsome guys all supposed to be douchebags? Y'all slip sooner or later. Sure, one of these days. Under his family's gaze, Kai maintained an air of politeness, and Sabe ignored any of his subtle jibes. Maybe he was too dim to recognize them. Instead of a quick greeting, the interloper showed no intention of leaving. Thankfully, he made no attempts to touch him or pick him up, probably Alez doing. Sabe amiably chatted with his family. Even Flynn seemed to have fallen under his charm. Kia was the only one to share his dislike, mainly because she couldn't stand friendly, outgoing people. She excused herself at the first chance with an appointment that Kai was sure was made up. When the sun kissed the jungle to the west, he reasoned it wouldn't be rude to close it. Mom, can we go home? I'm not feeling great. I think I'm still tired from the journey. Tired of watching the interloper. Sure, sweetie. Alana combed his hair and checked his forehead for fever. Sabe, why don't you dine with us? What? I don't want to intrude. It's no bother at all. We can add a seat at the table. Alana shared a complicit look. My children always complain that I cook too much food. You'd be helping us. Okay, if Kai doesn't mind. It's his birthday. Sabe looked at him with an honest look, though it wasn't really a choice with the eyes of his entire family on him. He gave a smile that not even improvisation could save. Of course, the more the merrier. Best birthday ever. Kai let them go ahead to finish the preparations, suddenly not tired at all. Alana gave him an admonishing look, but was mollified when Mui offered to stay with him on the beach. Try to give him a chance. Sabe's a bit vain, but he's a decent guy, and he adores your sister. The hunter rumbled while Kai made stones skip on the calm sea. I did, he threw a pebble. 6 skips. Really? His uncle's look made clear he wasn't fooling anybody. 3 skips. He went looking for a stone that wasn't faulty. I just don't like him. Would your reaction have been any different with anyone else Alette chose? Mui let the silence hang long enough to prove he was right. You just don't like change, especially with our family. It's understandable, but try to make an honest effort for your sister. 9 skips, decent enough. Fine, father. I'll give him a shot. Mui looked as if struck by lightning. Kai felt satisfaction in piercing his stoic persona. It will be odd for the baby if I call you uncle. Better if I get used to it now. The sound was weird in his mouth. He'd need to would learn with experience. Relin would always be his dad, but he couldn't let his guilt shackle him in the past forever. Right, the hunter bobbed his head. That's very thoughtful of you. Why do you sound surprised? Are you worried about the baby? Kai probed, inverting the roles. With a pensive look, Mui picked up a stone. 13 skips. I'm terrified. I never thought it'd be a dad. I'm sure y'all do fine. Kai patted the shoulder of the giant. You were a great uncle. Y'all be an even better dad. I doubt it. I probably won't be here most of the time. There isn't much I can do. A father I need to stop by Rises. He had a present for me, it shouldn't take long. Sure, I'll tell your mother. The butler in a maroon uniform scrunched his nose in distaste but let him inside. This way, Master Risey is waiting for you. Would you like a wet towel to make yourself presentable? Risey was slouched on his plump chair, a leg hanging on the armrest. He fumbled with the document on his desk to recompose himself. Then he noticed it was him and slumped back down. I know it's your birthday, but you could have knocked. Did you come to get your gift? The merman waved a wrapped package. No, I mean yes. Kai fumbled to put his thoughts into coherent sentences. How much do you know about elixirs? Those that can enhance the grade of a baby before they're born. Can you get your hands on them? Why don't you close the door and sit? Risey put down the package and massaged his scaly temples. How I let myself get carried away. It's a book. He wished he could sound more enthusiastic. The tome looked old and expensive, worthy of his collection. The yellowing paper was protected by a carmine leather cover filigreed with floral motifs. He would gladly spend hours browsing the contents if his mind wasn't occupied by his unborn sibling. Not just any book, the merman scowled. It's the diary of Master Alchemist Liliana Lively, and it contains some of her recipes. The name didn't ring any bells. His education on important personages was quite poor since his teachers didn't want to give away their origins. This Liliana must have been notable. The title of master carried a certain weight on the mainland. Many would be outraged by how it was thrown around in the archipelago. He leafed through the pages with a growing suspicion. Did you give me a recipe book so that I could brew them for you? The merman gasped. Do you have such a low opinion of me? He shook his head ruefully. You don't have to do anything. Sure, it'd be a waste to not brew some of those potions, and they would sell really well, but that's entirely up to you. Kai gave him a flat look. I am surrounded by shameless people. And pray tell, did you also happen to get your hands on the ingredients required? His pointy smile broadened. Isn't the world full of wonderful coincidences? Tell me that's not the perfect gift. No. Failing to elicit any reaction, Risey pivoted to the previous topic. You wanted to talk about enhancing elixirs, right? He composed himself in his armchair, long fingers crossed on the desk. In a blink, he wore an impenetrable businesslike facade. Yes, Kai let his thoughts flood freely with rising excitement. I read there are elixirs to increase the grade of an unborn baby, or at least improve the odds. There were also others for different benefits, but that's what I'm most interested in. I don't care about the cost. May I ask where you learned about them? Any trace of mirth was gone from his voice and demeanor. Kai took a second to recall. Yep, it was definitely at the estate. I read it in my master's library. The merman nodded without surprise. And I assume this sudden interest isn't simply academic curiosity but necessity. A new family member perhaps, my mom's expecting. The baby is due in about 7 months. Spirits, I can't believe it's really happening. Risey tapped his nails on the mahogany table. Well, congratulations to your family. It's good you came here now. These types of elixirs need to be taken at a specific time to be effective. Kai leaned forward in his chair with trepidation. So you can get them. It's not that simple. Rishi's icy eyes fixed on him. You need to promise this conversation won't leave this room. Again, he was taken aback by his seriousness. Yes, I swear. He must be missing a piece of vital information. Risey exhaled a slow breath. Any elixirs to improve the grade, affinities, attributes, or other qualities of an unborn is a strategic resource and heavily regulated. The Myrian Republic is no exception. Unless you can get official permission, we'd need to skirt the gray line of the law heavily. Of course, it's the government meddling. Why did I even wonder? He had underestimated his request. Grades determine people's future and social status. Naturally, the Republic would keep both hands on the market. I don't want to put you into a difficult position. It's fine, Risey reassured him. But it will be very expensive even for the red elixirs and risky. Smuggling the most precious elixirs is a capital offense. We won't deal with anything that rare, but you need to understand they don't treat these kinds of things lightly. Another way for the people in charge to cling to their power, I assume, something like that. The merman confirmed with a humorless chuckle. Let me be clear, I'll deny knowing anything if they find you out. Are you sure you want to do this? That's only fair. He should probably spend long days thinking about this, shouldn't he? And definitely ask Alana and Mui. But Risey also said the timing was crucial to use them. Nothing worthwhile is ever easy. Kai chewed his cheek. Higher attributes meant more life experience, faster skill leveling, and a cascade of other benefits. The progression feats were a nice consolation prize, but between saving crucial years of effort and a few points of favor, there wasn't a question at all. It was a massive advantage for the children on the continent. Kai had envied them since the day Vuria told him about it. He wouldn't be able to be present for the childhood of the baby, but if he could do this, he could give him or her a better start in life. Even red meant being years ahead of his peers. I want to try this. Get the option ready if my family agrees. Kai held his gaze, determined. If you're sure it won't put you in danger. I wouldn't have offered it if I wasn't comfortable with the danger. Risey waved him off. Enhancing elixirs for red grade should be accessible to anyone with money and connection, but the governor has been keeping an iron grip on them. I imagine the mana situation of the archipelago makes them more precious. How much is it going to cost? Risey made a non-committal grumble, rummaging through his drawers. I don't usually deal with these types of commodities. I'll make some inquiries and we can discuss the details when I know more. If my contacts don't fail me, I should get back to you by the week. Why can't I ever think first? True, he hadn't known what his request entailed, though he could have guessed a lot of it, and asked in a more tactful way instead of a rash demand. Guess I'll have to brew whatever's in this book, and then some to make it up to him. Reaching home saved him from further speculation. His birthday wasn't over yet, and 6 people were waiting for him inside. Time to smile. The white door opened, and Kai dove into a flurry of voices. He got a brief respite to deposit his new book in his room before he was dragged to his birthday party downstairs. 2 tables had been pushed together to make room for Sabe and Flynn, plates with steaming food at the ready. Alana had ensured everything was delicious and abundant. Between each bite, Kai fended off an unending stream of questions about High Arbor. He had been telling them about the mysterious capital since he came back, but their curiosity was insatiable. When they cleared the table, his family and Flynn shared embarrassing stories about him. Kai couldn't really be mad at him since his mom and Ale were the instigators. He was such a cute baby, always glowering at people. They laughed like it was the funniest thing in the world. It was not. Why did I expect anything different? And why does Sabe need to be here? It was one thing being teased by his friends and family, another to have Ale's new boyfriend here and chuckle at his less stellar moments. Worse yet, the tall guy didn't even have the decency to offer a good reason to hate him, never showing the perverse colors he was sure to be hiding. I'm on to you. Kai, this is for you. Ale pulled him aside and offered him a tiny velvet pouch. I told you I didn't need anything, Kai kindly reproached. A dark sapphire pearl tied with a silver thread fell out of the pouch. His palm tingled with the telltale signs of mana. Happy birthday, little brother. I know it's not much, but I immediately thought of you when I found it. Do you want me to add this one to the other? Ale gestured to the green bead at his wrist. The first mana treasure she had found while diving in Greenside in the gift for his 7th birthday. From the deep blue glow, the pearl was well into orange grade, made more precious by its water affinity. Elemental treasures were rare and harder to use since they required the crafter to have the same affinity. With the latest upgrade to alchemy, he had a few ideas on how it could be done. No, I'm not going to grind my sister's gift with a mortar. Shut up, brain. It was worth a small pile of silver, but it was what it represented that moved him. Ale must have dove into one of the deepest pools off the coast to find it, and instead of selling it, she kept it for him. Do you like it? She smiled brightly. Sabe helped me find it. Of course he did. It's perfect. Kai grinned. I also have something for you. Wait here. He hurried up the stairs to pick up a large bundle he had left in his bedroom. What have you got there, sweetie? Alana noticed him coming back down and attracted every other pair of eyes. I come bearing gifts. He grinned, short of laughing oh, and giving his best Santa Claus impression. They already had enough ammo to make fun of him. You didn't need to buy us anything. It's your birthday, Aless said, though her eyes studied the bundle with thinly concealed curiosity. What is it? Kia perked up from the couch to get a better look, something I made while experimenting with my skills. He put down the bundle on the table, untying the latches with cruel slowness. I had a few spares and I thought, why not give them to you? Are you bringing us your magical scraps? Kia pursed her lips. Well, you don't have to take them if you don't want to. Kia was about to respond when Flynn whispered something in her ear. Her eyes narrowed on the bundle. I'll take whatever you give me since it's your birthday. How magnanimous of you. Why did he have to ruin my fun? Mui silently observed, barely shifting in his seat beside Alana, but Kai could feel multiple people brushing him with mana scents. His heart swelled with pride. Not that they would see anything. Edgar had told him how to enchant portable cloaking amulets. Better not to let strangers peek in his luggage. Sensing the curiosity in the room had reached its peak and was about to turn into annoyance, Kai opened the last latch. He put his arm inside and extracted the prizes one at a time. For you, Mom. He offered her 2 crystal kitchen knives. They were definitely overkill, but his mother had never been interested in weapons. If only the sea serpent could see its fangs being used to chop vegetables or fillet a fish. The thought put a smile on his face. They were enchanted to never lose their edge. The room filled with ohs and ahs. They had minor variations in the rune schematics with his first dagger to still make them a challenge. It's not a big deal, Mom. I bought a large set of materials to train, and I found an enchanter who was eager to help me. They really didn't cost me much at all. He thought it wise to skip the part when he was swallowed by a hungry yellow beast. And these are for you. Kai gave the next pair to Ale and explained their peculiarities. Besides the set of sharpness and toughness runes, one was enchanted to reduce water drag and the other to light dark caves. Probably. I got the deal of a lifetime with Edgar. He's truly a generous gnome. What's the point of making money if I can't spoil my family? I'll let you figure out how they work. The hunter was using mana sense to examine them, though he would probably not be able to tell the true value of Edgar's engraving method, let alone what the runes did. Guess were done. Kai made a show to close the bag. Kia cleared her throat, arms crossed before her chest. Yes, dear sister. He smirked in the most infuriating way possible. If she wanted her present, she could at least get over her pride and ask him nicely. Is there anything you want? Her lips pressed till they became bloodless. Flynn whispered in her ear again, making her face contorted into a grimace. Don't you have anything for me? More whispering. Please. The words seemed to cause her unspeakable pain. Of course, sis. How can I deny you when you ask so nicely? Kai pulled a final pair of glass-like daggers and retreated before she tested them on him. He watched satisfied as his family marveled at his gifts. Indeed, what was the point of being wealthy if he didn't share? He didn't dare hope this would help the talk about the elixirs for the baby, but that could wait till tomorrow. He needed a battle plan to go into that conversation. Why is that guy still here? I designed these specifically for you. Kai walked up to Ale as she was offering one of her knives to her boyfriend. His sister cocked her head with a smile that made him certain he had just committed a huge mistake. I was just showing him, though maybe he should just take one. It will be difficult to use both at the same time underwater. Sabe watched uncomfortably between the two siblings. I don't think your brother wants. They're a gift. I should be able to do what I want with them, right, Kai? Okay, maybe I deserve this. Yes, I. Unless Sabe had his own knife, his sister reasoned aloud. In that case, I would have no reason to give him one of mine. That bag still looks quite full. She smiled sweetly, looking at the blade poking out of the bundle. Kai cursed himself under his breath. Wasn't this supposed to be his birthday? He marched taking inventory of what was left, quite a lot really, but what was he willing to part with? This one will do. There is really no need. Sabe tried to refuse the blade, or maybe just get out of swinging range. Take it. Ale and Kai said at the same time and shared an amiable glance. You can push mana into the rune on the hilt to activate the fire enchantment, he helpfully explained. It had terrible compatibility with the sea serpent's fang, but he had wanted a challenge. It's better if you don't use it inside a house. It has a fire enchantment. Ale pursed her lips, quickly catching on. Kai played innocent. Yes, why? I thought it'd be cool, and extremely fun to use underwater. His ears burned fiercely. Worse yet, Sabe sounded sincere. He must have a very high acting skill. Fine, he would give this guy a chance. It's nothing. I'm glad you like it, he mumbled before excusing himself. He recovered his bundle and bid everyone good night. Sleepiness was making him sloppy. But don't think I'll let my guard down. I'll be watching him. Flynn reached him on the stairs, throwing a friendly arm over his shoulders. Going to bed already? The party can't go on without the guest of honor. I'm sure they'll manage. You seem to be getting on well with my family, bonding over my misfortunes. They're very nice, though your uncle always watches me when he thinks I don't notice anyway. You should take it as a compliment that we talk about you and that you're so entertaining. Kai glanced at the arm still around his shoulders. Flynn, what do you want? Well, you see, everyone seems to be getting a knife tonight. Even that guy you don't like, so I thought that maybe. Kai rolled his eyes. You can play with any blade I have apart from my sword, just put them back when you're done. Really? He said with a toothy smile. Well, see if you still like knives after I am done with you. Remember, training starts tomorrow at dawn. I need to see what skills you have to help you. As you wish, boss. Flynn followed him to their shared bedroom and produced a wooden box. This is for you. For me, it's your birthday. Did you think I'd forget to buy you a gift? He raised a question eyebrow. The answer is no. Come on, open it. I did tell him I didn't want anything. Kai casually flipped open the lid and froze. Is this really? It's just a little scratch. Stop being such a baby. Kai scowled under Flynn's weight, careful not to trip in the underbrush of Virid. We'll have the whole jungle after us if you don't lower your voice. I got bit by a fucking drake. I want to see you shrug that off. Flynn leaned heavier against him, limping over a broken branch. That stupid lizard almost chomped my leg off. Now you're being dramatic. It was just a little nibble. You were good at dodging at the last second. If you were slightly faster, it wouldn't have touched you at all. Now you're being an asshole. You told me you wanted to get stronger. Did you think it would be easy? No, but why did I have to fight a goddamn drake? He sulked. I had never seen one that big. It was probably mid or late orange. There were 100 easier options. You know how the guide works. The reward is proportional to the risk. I wanted to ensure you'd get a decent feat, and it worked, didn't it? Yeah, Flynn snorted and gritted his teeth when a branch brushed his bandaged leg. But what if I was slower? Would you have gotten there in time? I was ready to intervene the moment things went wrong. Kai reassured the sullen boy. I mean, I was at least 70% confident I'd make it in time. Flynn made a curious choking sound, hands tightening on his shoulder. What about the remaining 30%? I was confident in you. Kai grinned brightly. Now hush, I think another beast is following us. He helped Flynn sit on a fallen trunk, while the teen silently stared daggers at him. Hallowed intuition tingled his mind, narrowing the direction of the threat. A burning presence entered his mana sense range, moving towards them in fluid strides. Kai pointed to a thick shrubbery where the beast was coming from and raised a finger to his lips. If they spooked it, the animal might stalk them for miles before it struck. Flynn furrowed his brows and concentrated on finding the mana signature. His muscles tensed ready to dash, fingers tightening on two daggers. Trees covered in moss and vines surrounded them like gnarly pillars. Their canopies greedily caught the sunlight before it reached the ground. Kai withdrew the glass sword from his ring and channeled shadow mana into the enchantment. It was a low orange beast. It likely had far higher base physical attributes than him unless he used Empower. He didn't. Kai casually stood in the beast's path-slanted posture, not looking directly at where the predator would emerge. He hummed softly, forcing himself to stay relaxed. The presence got closer, the graceful body of a jaguar, just their luck. It must have followed the smell of blood from the heart of Virid. The constant dripping of humidity and the rustling of leaves covered its steps. Simon, little kitty. There's absolutely nothing suspicious here. A murmur in the back of his mind, the crunching of twigs. Feline pounced, a shadow out of the underbrush. Empower blazed through his body, magnifying his attributes, enough to turn halfway, adjust his stance and brace for impact. The jaguar's deadly jaws gaped to rip his throat out. The fangs stopped short. His veiled sword impaled the feline straight through its heart. The impact sent him skidding on the wet ground, almost losing his balance. He was close enough to smell the rank breath of the jaguar. There was confusion in its golden eyes as life slipped away. Crimson droplets flowed down the invisible surface toward his grasping palms. Kai stopped channeling shadow mana and freed the weapon from the dead beast. A glass-like blade appeared in his hands, blood dripping off its smooth surface. He had wanted to try this trick out since he had designed the enchantment. Shadow concealed and diverted attention. In the half-light of the trees, the sword was undetectable. It actually worked. A pity I couldn't fit all my affinities. Even with Edgar's help, a sea serpent fang had poor compatibility with certain elements. The runes needed to be reliable. The gnome wouldn't allow it any other way. It'd need another target to test the others. That was stupid. Flynn cheered him, slumping on the trunk. What if you missed the heart? It could have clawed your throat before it died. I didn't miss. He couldn't stop a little smugness from seeping through, and the strike would have slowed it enough to dodge. Probably. It was a calculated risk. He would have gotten his head out of the way, not sure about his arms and torso, but he could survive a scratch there. Kai quickly harvested the fangs and claws of the jaguar with water magic. They didn't have time to skin it properly or carry it with them. The spare space in his ring was already filled with the drake's remains. They had immediately dismissed using the fate fulcrum to attract awakened beasts. Best to venture deeper into the forest and search patiently, even if it took a couple days. One time had been enough to learn their lesson. It was a shame to leave the jaguar behind with how rare they were, but the jungle would take care of it. Some lucky beasts would feast on the carcass and advance their grade. By morning there wouldn't be even the bones left. Let me see your leg. Kai crouched to check Flynn's injury. Away from the heart of Virid, they had a little time before other beasts caught the scent and mustered the courage to investigate. The bandages were covered in dark red patches, mostly dry. Flynn cursed like an old sailor as he untied the gauze. Would it cost you to be gentle? You've got a blacksmith's hand. It'd be easier if you stayed still and didn't nag me. He uncovered a series of gashes on the tan skin. Thank Yade, the drake didn't get the chance to thrash, so the wounds were reasonably clean. The hemostatic balm had stopped the bleeding. They would need a few stitches, but Kai preferred to avoid testing his sewing skills unless it was an emergency, for both their sakes. Okay, it's a little worse than the one I got. How bad does it look? Flynn kept his gaze up to not look at the injury. Will I need to wear pants when I go swimming? Didn't you say scars were cool? He sighed. It depends. Not all scars are made equal, and I would have chosen a better spot than my thigh. Kai rolled his eyes. If Flynn could be this dumb, he was fine. Alas, your leg still looks unremarkably boring. The healing potion is doing its job, and there are no signs of necrosis, so the antidote must have worked too. Like you said it would. I'm not going to die from the drake's venom, right, Kai? Well, I didn't have time to brew a fresh batch, but I'm reasonably certain. Kai, stop whining. I gave you the whole vial to be sure. Kai cleaned the wound and redid the dressing. A stronger healing potion could knit the flesh together, but it would also sap his strength, and they still have miles to trek. Let's go. Had a nice time exploring the jungle. Alana put a plate of freshly baked cookies between them. It was fun to be back. There is nothing quite like it near High Arbor. Kai crunched on one, mint berries and coconut, worth burning his tongue. His mom gave him an exasperated look and a glass of water. A crease formed between her brows when she looked at Flynn. Are you sure you don't want someone to take a look at your leg? I know a really good healer. If you're worried about the cost, I'm sure Kai will be happy to help. He buckled under his mother's gaze. Of course I will. They hadn't hidden hunting a drake, though they hadn't specified its strength or grade. While they shared equal blame in the retelling of their encounter, Alana deemed him responsible for corrupting Flynn into reckless behavior. He'd feel offended if she wasn't right. He kept his mouth busy eating. Flynn smiled pleasantly. That's very kind, but I am fine. It was barely a scratch, and the healing potion already took care of it. He blew on the cookie before munching, earning a look of approval. These are great. You need to tell me how you made them. It's my secret recipe. Alana beamed proudly and winked at him. But I'll write it down if you promise not to tell anyone. On my heart, Flynn shared a conspiratorial grin. Food had squashed his surly mood mostly. He didn't forget to glance at Kai when no one else was looking. The meaning was clear, you owe me one. Damn flatterer. Kia had fixed the stitches on his injuries, delighted they needed her help though Shed rather die than admit it. With the potion Flynn took, it'd be like it never happened in a day or two, minus the pain he went through. No plan is perfect. It had been a successful expedition. Mui had once mentioned a yellow basilisk stalking the heart of Virid. But the central area extended for dozens of miles of dense jungle, and with hallowed intuition in his favor, the chances of running into trouble were close to none. Mui and Kia arrived as if summoned by his thoughts. His sister hummed cheerfully while the hunter observed them closely. I heard the hunt went well. It's a pity you couldn't bring back that drake, he said. Maybe next time I should come with you. That's a wonderful idea, Kai surprised him by agreeing. He wasn't worried Kia would snitch on the gravity of the injury, but Mui knew the jungle and its beasts better than anyone else. He might poke holes in their story if he gave him the chance. Kai thought fast. Oh, I almost forgot to ask. It's just a rumor, but did you see any trace of Vastair ruins inside Virid? Was that too obvious? You mean the ones Dad studied? Kia said, grabbing the last 3 cookies. He silently thanked her for smoothing the change of topic. Yeah, I've been going through his research journals. Apparently an old hunter told him he saw broken towers deep in Virid, but Dad was never able to verify it. There is no name for the witness, and he's probably dead by now. Relin had reported many such rumors that were impossible to confirm, from folk tales with feeble links to the ancient civilization to strange sightings near the Vastair sites and stories of underwater ruins. Nothing helped shed light on the greater mystery of the sea serpent's appearance. Mui scratched his beard, successfully diverted from further inquiries. I don't know about towers, but I've seen ivory constructions. That's really. Kai hadn't expected a straight-up confirmation. He had spent hours poring his mind over the journals without success, only to stumble onto a new lead. What did they look like? Can you tell me how to find them? Too deep for you to go. Mui regretted speaking up already. I only went there once and it almost cost my life, so that means near the very center. It'd be useful to know their location for my research. If you aren't planning on going, why do you need to know? To match the position with other sites. His confident answer didn't sway the hunter. I might fund an expedition in the future. If you do, I'll tell you then. Mui said, unmovable. We're getting nowhere. Kai went to fetch a notebook and tried a different approach. Can you tell me what you remember? He quizzed Mui on any shred of information he recalled, hoping he would slip more details. No such luck. From what the hunter said, the ruins were greatly damaged and covered in vegetation. He hadn't gotten the time to examine them closely. Though he didn't say it outright, Kai suspected it had been on the same hunting trip when the hunter first met the basilisk. Wait, did that basilisk come from the ruins? The story of the mysterious king of Virid had always left him puzzled. Few knew about it and fewer from personal encounters. It was logical that a strong beast lived where mana was the densest, but how had it gotten there? Everyone agreed there was only a single basilisk in the heart of the jungle. As far as Kai knew, basilisks couldn't reproduce asexually. Had all the others died off? Was it the last member of its species? Some beasts lived far longer than humans, but that sounded highly unlikely, as much as it appeared from nowhere. New theories and suspicions, but no answers. Maybe he'd actually need to fund an expedition or wait till he could defeat a yellow beast in a fair fight. Neither of them was a short-term goal. I wish I could go ask it. Hey, Mr. Basilisk, do your anger issues come from when the hunters murdered your family while you were just a baby lizard? No, you can't eat my leg. We need to talk about the time your father went to buy milk and never came back. It might work. The intrusive thoughts didn't bring any sudden revelation. They were washing the dishes after dinner when Kai thought to ask his mother. Did Dad ever mention strange spatial events around the ruins? No, never. Alana looked lost in the soapy water. I guess it's possible. You know your dad, he muttered to himself about his research, but he wasn't the best at explaining what he was doing. Mana manipulation LV75. As you reach the second milestone, you are presented with 4 choices to continue your journey. Stay the course you want, gain new significant benefits, but you'll greatly deepen the insight into your path. Elemental novice, become adept at controlling elemental mana. Fine-tuning, become adept at controlling small quantities of mana. Diligent student, become adept at mana patterns and spells through repeated usage. He had shaped mana in 1,000 exercises to get that last level. It turned out all he was missing was to use the skill in a fight. Without even trying, he broke through the hurdle. Let's take the win. What did I get? There were 3 decent options, none of them excessively restrictive for his future. Going by exclusion, Kai eliminated fine-tuning. It must be the result of solving Vuria's puzzle. Controlling tiny, precise quantities of mana would be useful in alchemy and enchanting, not much in a fight. When a beast or pirate charged at him, his spells needed to be simple and powerful. There was no time for artistry. On the opposite end, Elemental Novice would be extremely useful in a fight, and not at all for crafting. There were very few recipes that required controlling elemental particles at his level, and less for runes. Even in the long term, unattuned mana was the foundation of crafting. The reason why people with poor affinities turned to it, so that's a no too. Ding. You chose to become a diligent student. Mana manipulation LV75 can now reach LV100. Dora and Elijah had drilled in him how training and preparation were the keys to success. If he had to improvise in a battle, things weren't going well. The same with crafting, only constant exercise could lead to perfection. With the decision made, Kai easily slipped into the world of dreams. The next morning, an errand boy brought him news from Rizey to meet him at his mansion. Under the disapproving gaze of old Alfred, Kai knocked twice before walking into a different study on the upper floor. The room was gaudy and welcoming. Lacquered furniture carved from expensive wood, blue curtains woven with silver threads and incredible lifelike paintings. On the desk, a shimmering crystal lotus was used like a paperweight. Rizey waited on the velvet sofa, holding a book and a cup of tea. He didn't turn to look but poured another cup. "You came quickly. Please sit." He had waited a week for this, slowly warming his parents to the idea of the enhancing elixirs. He had fixed and upgraded every enchantment in the house, adding a condensing array in every room when he heard it might help the pregnancy. They all wanted what was best for the baby. A higher grade would give the child a substantial advantage. Alana and Mui had agreed to go ahead if the troubles of getting it weren't too great. When Kai opened his mouth, the words came in a flood. "I told my parents they could come talk to you after we work out the deal. They want to ask you a few questions. I hope that's okay. I know you're very busy. I'll make it up to you. Just tell me what you need." It was a gamble to give the merman an open request, but Rizey had already been so helpful that Kai couldn't bring himself to care. The future of his sibling was on the line. He would spare no expense. Slow down a moment. The even tone of the merman dragged him back to Elides. Rizey rarely showed excitement. Today his tone also lacked his usual wry amusement. "I'm sorry I didn't ask you first," Kai said. "When they agreed to the elixirs, I was too thrilled and didn't think it through." "That's not a problem." Rizey put down his cup and met his gaze, pensive and serious. His colorful crest flopped with signs of tiredness. "But acquiring the elixirs might be more complicated than I thought." Kai cocked his head. He tried to ignore the foreboding that loomed ever stronger. "Do you mean you can't get them?" "No, that's not." "Thank the spirits, then what's the trouble?" He had the worst thought. "Can we not verify their quality?" That was one major problem when buying from unofficial sources. There was no guarantee on the quality of the goods. He had stupidly thought Rizey would solve it like always, but if they couldn't work it out, the deal was off. He'd never give his mother anything dubious. "Kai, shut up and let me speak." Rizey punctured the sentence with a dab of irritation. Kai mumbled an apology nailed by those icy eyes. "As I was saying, there is a problem. I told you I didn't deal with these kinds of wares. I trust the supplier on the quality, but I severely underestimated the cost." Oh, a weight lifted off his chest. Kai slumped into the plump couch. "It's fine. I told you I don't care about the price. I'll pay all the silver and gold that it takes if the product is legit, and I can increase the alchemy production." Kai, the word rang again like a command. "Maybe I wasn't clear enough. Unless you've hidden a pile of gold somewhere, you can't afford this. Expanding our alchemy business won't change that." The merman waited for the words to sink in before continuing. His thin blue lips pursed in distaste. "The government put an embargo on any kind of enhancing elixir. What's worse, they're enforcing it to ensure their hold on the supply. Merchants always find a way when there is a demand, but my acquaintances are charging a steep premium. The supply is limited, and there is no way to lower the price since there are families in High Arbor willing to pay. Why does the Republic always need to ruin everything? Damn jerks. How much is it?" Kai braced for the blow, ready to wish goodbye to his newly wealthy status. He still wasn't ready. A bottle, blood drained from his face. His precious shiny coin. No, it didn't matter. He was willing to bleed for his sibling. "That's not too bad." Kai forced himself to chuckle. "You almost had me worried." "How many do I need?" Rizey gave him a pitying look. "Your mother needs to take a bottle every week for 3 months to be effective." That's the math carved a trench in his soul. That was way too many messars by a long shot. If he poured together his savings of years, he might get to 4 golds, perhaps a little more. Double that if he sold his serpent blades, though he would need to accept worse trades to sell them rapidly. "What are the chances to improve the grade of the baby by using them for 2 months instead?" "I'm favored. I can take the bet." "Too low to matter," Rizey stated mercilessly. 3 months is the minimum period. Ideally, it should be closer to 5 or 6. Enhancing elixirs are always unreliable. Even if your mother took them from the day she conceived to when she gave birth, there is no guarantee of success. Given that would be extremely unlikely for the baby to get no benefits, but still possible. The merman took out a fold of papers and offered it to him. "I researched the numbers for you. By taking a standard red elixir for 3 months, you have a 50-50% chance for the baby to gain red and 10% for red. It increases by about a fifth for each extra month." Kai raced through the papers. The report was extensive, a lot of words and details for what Rizey had already told him. He had been sold on the idea. His mind had already envisioned the future of the child. In a blink, it was ripped away from him. He couldn't accept it. there was still a possibility. I can't afford it, but you can. Kai reasoned out loud. You can lend me the money and I can pay it back in time. It would mean drastically altering his plans for the next 2 years. He'd have to spend a large share of time brewing and enchanting. It's doable. What's a couple of years for a lifetime of benefits? I am sorry, Kai. Risey sounded truly regretful. I should have been more cautious before making promises, but I can't lend you that much money. Why not? I know you can afford it, he snapped. He didn't know the exact net worth of the merman, but it was definitely enough. I'll pay interest on the loan. How much do you want? It's not about that. Risey massaged his temples. Hiding the purchase from the Republic was already problematic before I knew they took it that seriously. What if you get into debt and then your sibling is born at the beginning of Red anyway? It's a terrible deal with dubious benefits. I won't do it. Blood pumped in his ears. Kai forced his mouth closed to maintain a semblance of calm. You don't get to decide for me. Am I your friend only when it's convenient? He immediately knew he wasn't being fair, but the words had already left his mouth. Instead of losing his temper, Risey turned to frozen stone. Think however you like. Hate me if you want, but it's my money and my choice, the merman said icily. I imagine you also wanted me to lie to your parents about the cost. There was no way Alana or Mui would accept it if they knew. Fuck. The thin thread of hope snapped, letting the future he envisioned fall into darkness. His anger deflated to nothing. He was empty, void, watching his body from the outside. His accusing words sounded more and more like a childish tantrum. Unfair, unreasonable, stupid, spirits, I'll cringe at this for years to come. I am sorry. A whisper through the quiet room, shame choked his throat. He stared at the embroidered carpet beneath the coffee table, following its golden swirls, anything to avoid Risey's gaze. I can't believe I actually said that. Elijah was right, I'm a brat. Silence stifled the air, the merman sighed heavily. It's fine. I know human kids can be temperamental during their teenage years. Maybe I'll tell your mother to spank you more often. The smirk was evident in his tone. Maybe you should. Kai made a mighty effort to look up and meet the mocking blue eyes. I'm sorry. I had an idea in my head and couldn't accept there was no way. He added a sugar cube, stirring slowly. The only option would be to get on the Republic Good Boy list and buy from them at a fifth the price. You might have a chance if you show them your status and sign a contract, though it advised that even less than taking a loan, and you might still not get the elixirs in time considering their bureaucracy. Yeah, after avoiding them for years, Kai wasn't going to walk up to them like a wrapped present. That might be a choice for a lifetime. And can't you buy them for me? Don't you have contacts in the governments? The merman shook his head ruefully. I would have considered that if it had any shot of working. My friends are happy to take my money off the book, but the sales of restricted items end up in the official records. You're not important enough to get on their good boy list. I can't imagine there are many better merchants in the archipelago, if any. And I know for a fact the governor likes money. Kai raised an eyebrow, teasing him. Did you do something naughty? Or do you need to prove you're pregnant to buy them? Neither of those. Risey gave him an awkward smile. They're happy to let you pay for the elixirs for someone else if you don't abuse it. Then what is it? Kai leaned forward to sip his spicy tea, desperate for anything that might distract him from his shame. The merman searched his face as if he expected to find the signs of bad humor. Kai, you know I'm not human. These shiny scales aren't just a handsome quirk. What does that have to do with buying elixirs? Kai frowned, genuinely perplexed. Risey gave him another long look and burst out laughing. Oh, glorious waters. He fell into another bout of hilarity upon seeing his continued confusion. Did anyone ever tell you how adorable you are? Please don't change. He produced a purple silk handkerchief to dry his tears. Kai felt his face heat up from embarrassment and annoyance. What's so funny? Do you know the Myrian Republic is a human kingdom? Yeah, I know humans are the majority. They're not the majority. Humans are the only ones who can become true citizens. That's how it goes for most kingdoms. The Republic tolerates merfolk since we bring gold and trade, but they won't sell us any item on the restricted lists, even the least of them like red elixirs. Kai gaped dumbly, unsure how to respond. He had rarely seen the merman interact with anyone apart from his underlings and sailors. Due to the isolation of the archipelago, the islanders didn't really have stereotypes of other races. They gawked at anything and anyone different, from the merfolk to the humans from the mainland. Eventually, they got used to it and moved on. He had always attributed it to the shock of a country bumpkin rather than discrimination. He had no idea of the disposition of the people on the continent towards the other races. Was it about distrusting people from rival nations? What were the relations between humans and gnomes, elves, or any other sapient lineage? Were there racial wars going on? Do I need to call a healer? Risey observed him amused. I didn't want to cripple your mind. Kai nodded. How did he ask the merman any of that? I mean, no, there is no need for a healer. I am good. I should probably go. I don't want to take more of your time. With 1,000 thoughts swirling in his brain, he opted for a retreat. Do you still plan to sail back to High Arbor in 2 days? Yes, I'm happy to give you a ride, Rishi answered the implicit question. And Kai, you should really consider expanding our alchemy business anyway. Better to be prepared the next time you need a pot of gold. Trust an expert on this. Wealth can't solve every problem, but it's damn convenient to have. It was fun to explore new avenues. Rizey waved him away. See you soon. Kai didn't notice where he was going till he reached his house. He gathered the courage to explain the news to his mom after he sold her on the idea. Alana didn't seem to mind as much. It wasn't fated, sweetie. She cupped his head gently. Don't worry, the spirits will take care of your little brother. Neither Yade nor Kahali bothered to answer. He spent the morning training with Kia. Her progress was notable, inching closer to Orange, but the distance between them had not closed. Kai was still figuring out how to best help Flynn get a decent profession. The main question was if his friend wanted to discard Keen Spotter as soon as possible or aim to enhance his grade first. That would impact how many skills they could change. In the meantime, Flynn had plenty of catching up to do with Mana Sense. Years of fun exercises he had missed out on. Who was Kai to deny him any longer? It's all for his sake. Hell thank me one day. Speaking of progress, Kai even learned to look at Alez's annoying boyfriend without the impulse to punch his perfect face. He didn't forget to impart a few words of wisdom, in case Sabe thought to break his sister's heart. The tall man looked amused when he heard Kai's reasonable warnings, a little less when the temperature dropped and the water dripping from the docks froze. And that's done too. He performed a final check of the enchantments around the house and left a little pile of silver that would only be found after he was gone. Flynn's gift would help them keep in touch over the distance and mollified his mom's displeasure at seeing him gone. It was time to sail back to the capital. Aboard the Silver Edge, Kai was still lost in his thoughts. He had had little interest in making money since there wasn't anything he cared to buy. He hadn't realized the Republic hoarded the good stuff. He couldn't do much about it right now, though it would be different on the mainland. Rizey had confirmed the government didn't control the market there. I'll need to get my finances in order. How fun. Did your mind recover? Rizey appeared in a flutter of silk on the deck of the ship. I'll call the ship medic if you need. I know you really wanted them, but buying those elixirs off the books is asking to be robbed. If you want to help your sibling, you'd be better off hiring tutors with that gold. Kai nodded. You're right. I just had a random bout of curiosity. How closely tied to the Republic do you need to be to buy them? Like, would the daughter of a counselor in High Arbor have access to them? It's possible. It depends on how influential they are and their ties to the governor. Rizey peered at him. Why? Do you have friends you didn't tell me about? MHMM more like a stalker. No harm in asking. Bidding goodbye to the Silver Edge, Kai and Flynn stepped on the ivory docks. The shuffle of people and voices washed over them. No matter the place or the hour, silence and privacy were foreign concepts in High Arbor. I already miss Silspring peace and quiet. Goods and news from all over the archipelago and the mainland flowed through the capital, and it was also where a certain stalker lived. With her fame and reputation, the little princess shouldn't be hard to find, though getting her help might prove more problematic. One step at a time, he had missed his own house more than he thought possible, clean and spacious if a little messy. While he enjoyed spending time with his family, 6 people were too many, especially when they had to share a single bathroom. Happy to be home, Flynn put down their luggage and went to check the rooms for any signs of intrusion. Sometimes I wonder who's more paranoid. I'm happy to have a bed and not sleep on the floor every other day. Kai took in the familiar atmosphere and smell of herbs. Do we have anything to eat? Remember you told your mother you'd take a fair share of the chores. Flynn mused, coming back from his inspection. I wouldn't want to tell her you lied next time we talk. Kai narrowed his eyes. I should have seen it. You only bought me the communication cubes to blackmail me. You're catching on to my schemes. The teen gave him a sly grin. Unfortunately, it's too late to save yourself. Groceries are on you. I'll rest my poor bones here. He stretched out on the couch, kicking off his shoes. His lower thigh had healed well, and he had deemed his scar cool enough for him. If you want to play, let's play. Okay, but before I go, have you decided to keep your perception and social skills? Kai inquired. Yes, his voice was lined with suspicion. Why? Most of your skills need other people to work. I wouldn't deprive you of such a chance for valuable training opportunity. I've plenty of ways to train from here. He produced a throwing knife, juggling it between his fingers. I'll keep myself busy. I am sure of it. I do have a few mana sense exercises that would be great to practice. Counting the mana filaments inside a tangleweed is extremely rewarding. You should be getting a level soon. Now, where did I put that herb? He began taking out random plants from his ring. You promised to do as I say if it's useful, and I wouldn't want to make you a liar. Flynn pressed his lips together and put his shoes back on with a sulk. Fine, I'll go. Only this time, of course. Well, share the duties that don't interfere with your training. Don't forget my mangoes. Kai waited for the door to shut before he slumped on the couch. Home sweet home. Kai was proud he had managed to track down Viola without Flynn's help. He kept an open ear and made some discreet inquiries. As the daughter of the High Counselor, everyone in the upper city gossiped about her. Their estate occupied the largest swath of land after the governor's family. The lavish complex of ivory stone and imported woods spread over the top of the hill towards the sea. enclosed by a dense edge and a cloaking array that barred his mana sense. He only caught a glimpse of the high buildings and flowering trees inside. The private guards patrolling the ground stared down at anyone who walked closer than 10 paces. They strode towards him with steely faces when he didn't move along. Selling your soul to the Republic must pay well. He had known she was filthy rich since she buried him in silver to satisfy her curiosity, but he had underestimated the scale. It confirmed she would have access to the restricted list, and that she wouldn't be moved by any amount of money he could dish out. At most, she'll say no or demand an outrageous price. The problem was getting her alone to talk. The little princess rarely graced the streets used by common mortals. When she did, she always moved from one place to the next escorted by a pack of guards and lackeys. He didn't want to discuss such a private request in front of everybody, and he couldn't knock on the gate of her estate. Well, technically he could, though that would attract unwanted attention. Odds were the guards would shoo him away before she knew he was there. His possible embarrassment played no part in his choice to discard the option. Kai strode through the paved roads of the upper city. Getting enhancing elixirs for his mom was a timely matter. He had given himself a week to find a semi-discreet way to learn her habits and figure out a way to contact her. If he failed, he would swallow his unease and approach her directly. I can't believe I became the stalker. What a world. 5 days passed with little meaningful progress. Despite his misgivings, he had grown a begrudging appreciation for the immaculate streets and parks of the upper city. Little oases of green and quiet with stunning vantage points to admire the sun setting over the capital and the sea. Lines of orderly lights ran through the lower city to fight off the darkness and tinged the capital in a soft glow. If he stretched his perception, he could hear the faint echoes of people having fun in the ring road. It's probably the closest anyone can get to peace in the capital. A week wouldn't be enough to ascertain her routine. Stalking without social media was a hard job. He might succeed in a month, or maybe someone would take notice of his suspicious behavior and arrest him. Both sounded equally likely. I admit it, I should have taken Flynn's help from the beginning and endured his teasing. Happy, the damn jerk will be so smug. Kai stifled a yawn. He had gotten a little sidetracked and wandered aimlessly. Globes on sculpted iron poles illuminated the tree-lined avenue while the blue shard of a pale moon hung lonely in the sky. A rose marble mansion with bronze statues near the porch helped him get his bearings. He headed towards the residential area Vela was known to frequent. At this point, his best shot was a meeting by chance. He had stocked up on favor and it was time it paid rent. Blessed spirits, Kai blinked twice. The girl walked by herself at the intersection of his street. He hadn't thought it would actually work. He took a few hesitant steps and squinted to confirm he wasn't mistaken. The figure was female and young, perhaps a couple years older than him. She wore a blue lace dress that was relatively plain for the standards of the upper city. Her face was hidden by a wide cream sun hat. Given the absence of the day star in the sky, there could be few reasons to carry one. A runaway princess. Being constantly subjected to other people's attention must be exhausting. Each step increased his certainty. Despite her discreet attire, her walk exuded the quiet confidence of someone who didn't need to raise their voice to be heard, a stark contrast with the shy girl who hid under a hat. Vela, Kai sprinted after her before she could disappear into another street or mansion. His favor might not give him a second chance. The runaway princess turned to watch him with mild surprise. She looked more mature than he remembered, fully inhabiting her royal demeanor. She wasn't a girl playing dress-up any longer, though her young age was noticeable in the soft curves of her face. Another figure blocked his way. Kai dodged, but the nameless stranger moved to stand between them and grabbed his arm. A middle-aged woman, plain face and stony expression built like a gnarly spike. She regarded him with a cold gaze like a buzzing insect. Mana gathered in his palms. Empower was ready to surge through his body. Only hallowed intuition's lack of warning held his hand enough for Vela to talk. "It's fine, Furla, I know him. He's not a threat." The woman brusquely let him go. "Let me know if you need help, miss." She gave Vela a nod and a stern look to Kai. "This one is more dangerous than he appears." Then she was gone. Kai caught a swirl of shadow mana and a slippery presence camouflaging into the night. What a charming lady. He peered at the trees, trying to follow the rude woman. "Furla's my bodyguard. She doesn't like when strangers approach me without permission." Vela strode up to him, her bright emerald eyes unmistakable behind the brim of her wide hat. "What are you doing here, Kai?" "How could I not prepare for this part? Stupid brain, I could ask you the same question." He stared back suspiciously. "Have you been following me? I thought it was a strange coincidence to find you here." Really, improvisation. Was that the best you could give me? Though her expression didn't change, Kai could feel the skepticism flood down from her high nose. "I was nearby and needed to get some air." "I didn't know you also lived on the hills." Vela challenged him. Kai held up her gaze. "So you know where I live." "I don't remember telling you that last time. It was a reasonable assumption given your financial situation. You know, the Republic has a file on you, which has not been updated since last time, by the way." Kai had lived long enough with Flynn to notice the tell signs of high social skills. He let the matter drop in a tie. Well, since we're both here, we might as well walk together if you're fine with it. Vela considered him from her height advantage, unreadable thoughts churning behind the surface. Why not? The air is pleasant tonight. Is your bodyguard listening to us? She glanced at the spot the woman was hiding in. Furl is a professional, and she knows how to be discreet. Nothing we say will be shared with others unless I choose to. Of course, your majesty. And why do you even have a bodyguard? Kai asked. The enforcers regularly patrolled the upper city and checked every person coming and going from the hills. I doubt there is a safer place in High Arbor, or is it a rich people thing? Can't be seen walking around without a servant. It wouldn't really work if Furla hides in the shadows. Her hand fell on the left side of her stomach with a complicated look. A moment later, she was self-assured again. You can't expect us to keep every pest away by ourselves. She gave him a wry smile. And why do you always worry about being overheard? One might think you have something to hide. Damn, she's gotten better. I just like to be mysterious. Kai gave her a cheeky grin, hoping she wouldn't dig deeper. I'm sure that's the entire reason. Vela seemed close to rolling her eyes, only slightly shaking her head instead. Why did you come looking for me? Don't get me wrong, it's nice seeing you, but you usually run away like a startled cat when you see me. Kai briefly debated denying his reasons for being here. It'd be a terrible idea. There was a subtle difference between teasing and treating someone like an idiot. Something told him Vela wouldn't appreciate the latter. No beating around the bush, eh? Why is it so hard to say? I need a favor, Kai muttered, looking for her reaction. Vela didn't give anything away and waited for him to continue. Would it kill you to say something? And why is the night so warm? He dried his hands on his shirt and took a breath, bracing for rejection. Do you have access to the list of restricted items of the Republic? I need something I can't buy anywhere else. Of course, I'd pay for it. Her eyebrow arched, face still impassive. I want to ask how you learned about that list. But I wanted to. You need to register before making a purchase. And I won't lie for you. I understand. Kai hung his head low. So you can't get me the enhancing elixirs. Vela faltered the rhythm of her steps. You mean the potions for an unborn baby? Yes, what else did you think I wanted? The princess looked away, examining a tree that had suddenly caught her interest. The items on those lists are restricted for a reason. They could pose a security risk in the wrong hands. Kai didn't stop himself from rolling his eyes. Of course, never be that some peasant babies are born with a higher grade. The Republic would be overrun in a day. That's not what I meant. She said, flustered. The elixirs aren't even supposed to be there. You don't know the other items that are on those lists. Communication tools, bombs. Did she think I was planning to burn down a town? What exactly is the Republic keeping for themselves? Yeah, sure, what could even be that dangerous? Vela didn't take the bait. Unfortunately, it's restricted information. I can't talk about it. Pity. Maybe Rise he knows. Does this mean you can get the elixirs for me if I pay you? It depends. I would need to know who they are for. She looked at him with her brows furrowed. You're a little young to be having a child. Kai replied with a flat stare. I am not. My mom's about 12 weeks pregnant. Oh, congratulations to your family. She strolled along like nothing. Then I could get you the red ones, but they won't be cheap. The price won't be a problem. Are you saying there are higher grade elixirs? Number Vela bit her lip, lowering her voice. Well, not on sale, and not that anyone in the archipelago could afford them anyway. I'd also like your discretion on this. I'll keep silent like a fish. Kai smiled. He wanted to quiz her for more information, but first he needed to secure his prize. How much do the red ones cost? She had a pensive look, likely knowing an answer would mean she was agreeing to help him. 2 golds, 2 for a bottle. His eyes bulged. Was the Republic stock supposed to be cheaper? A bottle, it's 2 golds for a 4-month supply. What would you even do with 1 dose? Only a scammer would sell them individually. Vela peered at him in realization, playing with an auburn curl that had escaped her hat. The elixirs need to be consumed consistently to be effective. If you want more, it's 70 silvers for every extra month. I knew I wasn't stalking you for nothing. His heart pumped in celebration. When can you get them? You know it's a timely matter. Vela pulled the lock of hair behind her ear. I've yet to agree to anything. I only said I could, not that I would. The Republic doesn't want people to abuse the system, so I can only buy restricted items for someone else twice a year. And I've already used it once and the year is far from over. Kai pressed his lips in a line. He didn't know whether this rule was true or just an excuse. Either way, there was no arguing when one person held all the cards. What do you want in exchange? I can pay you in gold. My poor shiny coins. I don't want your money. Vela pursed her mouth as if offended by the notion. Let's just say you owe me one favor. I'll come to collect it when I need it. Do we have a deal? How did your date go? Flynn greeted him with an irritating, cheery mood. He was practicing his evolved throwing skill across the living room, the blades embedded with a thud into the wooden board he used as a target. Kai answered with a scowl. He had succeeded in his goal, yet it didn't feel like a win. That bad, he hit the bullseye and went to retrieve his knives. She must have chewed you up thoroughly, something like that. Kai headed to his bedroom, not in the mood for more conversation. There had been no haggling with Vela. After a pitiful attempt at negotiation, he had managed to snatch a few assurances. The favor he owed her couldn't get him arrested or killed and had to be collected before the year was over. That had been the most contentious point. He wouldn't let an open favor eternally hang over his head like a sword of Damocles. To his surprise, she hadn't demanded a contract, but settled for his word that he'd respect their deal. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could still see her infuriating half-smile, curiously observing him like a mouse in a maze. Is it some kind of test? Is she having fun with me? Breaking his promise was out of the question. Even if Kai was willing to disregard his integrity, she had the power and connections to complicate his life. He didn't expect she would demand something outrageous, but not knowing vexed him. Just what I needed. Now I can't stop thinking about it. It had been the only way to get what he wanted, and at quite a modest price. While it was by no means cheap, the Republic demanded a fraction of the money he would have paid on the black market. He also didn't need to worry about being saddled with faulty products or to hide the results when the baby was born. It was maddening how easy it was. After the officers confirmed his mother was pregnant, the Republic would deliver the goods to their house in Sill Spring. Kai just needed to meet with Vela to complete the transaction, and they'd be done. A 6-month supply of red elixirs for 3 golds and 40 silvers, most his mom could use. He could have bought a house in High Arbor for that amount, but such was the price to influence natural grades. Unless the gods of luck decided to fuck with him, the baby would be born at least red. In the morning, Kai used the communication cubes to contact his parents and pitch the deal. With an official source and a price he could afford, Mui and Alana gave their go-ahead with some reluctance. They were bothered by the cost, but they couldn't forbid him to spend it on his sibling. "This is extremely kind of you, sweetie." Alana's voice echoed from the metallic cube, heavy with emotion. "Your little brother is lucky to have you." Kai fiddled with the hem of his shirt, uncomfortable and embarrassed. "Stop being dramatic. I just spent some money. That's what they are for." "I didn't lose an arm or a finger. I don't know many people who would do the same for their families," the hunter mused. "We really appreciate it." Mui's right. Don't sell yourself short. "Oh, the light is blinking. I think your magic box is about to turn off. It was nice talking to you. We love you, sweetie. Love you too." Kai watched the magic animating the cube petering off. Their words made him guilty, like he was buying off his unborn brother. He would have spent the same amount if he didn't plan to sail away to the mainland, but he couldn't shake off the feeling he was a fraud. "I wouldn't have minded if Ale or Kia buried me in gold before I was born. Maybe I am overthinking this." That evening, Kai met Vela in Blue Birch Park near the top of the lower hill. The wiry trees weren't any different from ordinary birches, but for the bluish tinge of their leaves. They contained faint traces of mana on the cusp of a low red plant. Vela sat poised on a wooden bench. She'd on a red dress brocaded with raging flames that didn't have anything discreet. Tonight she wasn't hiding. While he couldn't see anyone else, he was sure Furla stood nearby, hiding in the shadows. "You've come," she greeted him, standing up. "No second thoughts. It must be a considerable expense for you." "I am good." Kai hauled a fat purse of gold and silver on the bench. He couldn't brush off the impression he was about to sign a deal with the devil. "I'm going to regret this, aren't I?" The contract was a single page of straightforward text, made for his convenience rather than hers. An assurance she wouldn't run away with his money. Her name was already signed in precise letters at the bottom. Kai checked the paper with mana sense for any catch. It was as simple as it looked. "Have you decided what you want from me?" he asked, adding his signature and pocketing the contract. "Not yet." Vela gave him another infuriating smile and made the money disappear into her squid-shaped spatial purse. "I'll contact you when I make up my mind. I'd like to stay and chat, but I need to go before they notice I left the party. Have fun." The water sphere swirled mysteriously on the table. Kai could now appreciate the masterful craftsmanship Vuria had put into the enchantment. A delicate web of runes covered the surface to enhance the reading precision, the lines so thin they were barely visible to his senses. She didn't use ink to do the engraving, that's for sure. He had been brewing different variations of Kai's unforgettable signature to test Edgar's skill. The results were promising, though he had only drawn simple designs on low-grade materials. "So I just need to touch this thing." Flynn peered at the orb, perhaps hoping to glean an anticipation of his test. "It's not gonna smite me or something. It's totally safe." Kai smirked to peeve him. He had almost forgotten about the sphere. After he had managed to convince Flynn to aim for orange, they had decided it would be worth it to check his affinities. Even if he didn't learn spellcraft, professions could bridge the gap with a little work. "Let's do this." With a firm nod, Flynn grabbed the sphere with both hands. "I don't feel anything." "Oh, it's shining." The waters inside the blue orb stirred like a gathering storm, a very modest storm. 24 marks glowed around its surface and dimmed when he pulled back. "Huh, is it good?" He couldn't avoid an insidious sliver of hope in his tone. "It's decent." Kai signed the value on his notebook. It was 1 point better than Kia and less than half of Alez. Most islanders tended to have an affinity for water, lending credibility to the theory of environmental factors. I see. He didn't betray any emotion. Despite his uncaring act, no one could avoid a little disappointment. It's not bad. Kai attempted to cheer him up. You won't become a water mage, but it's better than average. There are close to 100 affinities, and most are lucky to get one major affinity over 30. Having a middling one is a good start. Flynn looked at him with suspicion. How many do you have? Because I remember seeing you move the sea, make mounds of dirt and plants grow. He drummed his fingers on the couch. I am forgetting something, right? There was also that weird teleportation trick, and the time when. That's not the point, Kai hushed him. This isn't about me. We'll know more about your affinities after a proper testing. Flynn slumped onto the couch. Are you sure it's even worth doing that? I'm not going to cast spells anyway. You don't need to become a mage to make use of affinities. I've already found a specialist to perform the ritual and made a down payment. It was his duty as a mentor, and Kai couldn't deny a little curiosity. A few silvers were hardly worth mentioning after the elixirs. Better knowing than not. At most nothing will change, but it could help in your next profession selection. When your mana sense reaches the first milestone, you'll also be able to perceive elemental particles. Fine. Flynn surrendered, trying to slink away. I better go train my mana headache then. Aren't you forgetting something? Nope. Unless you mean your congratulations for being such an amazing student. They're completely deserved, but there is no need. Flynn grinned, his eyes covertly darting around the room for an escape route. I'm gonna go practice the exercises you showed me. Flynn, you agreed to learn mana manipulation. I must have been drunk. I remember doing no such thing. Simon, stop whining and trust me on this. You know how useful mana sense is. Shaping essence is just as fundamental. Everyone should take them. Unattuned mana is the easiest way to upgrade all kinds of skills. I've got enhanced dash without it. I am good. An intentional upgrade is better than relying on a bout of luck. You have many other skills closing on a milestone and more that you could learn with mana manipulation. Kai held his eyes with honesty. You know I'm right. Flynn huffed in exasperation. Fine, I'll do it. He stomped back like a child needing to take a sour medicine, grumbling to himself. At this rate, I'm gonna become a training-obsessed hermit like you. I also need to discard a skill. Can't wait to deal with the headache. Still going for subterfuge. Yeah, I don't need it anymore. His eyes unfocused as he looked at his status. Okay, here it is. Wait. Flynn slumped to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. Kai barely reacted in time to make him fall towards the couch. I forgot this could happen with orange skills. Perhaps I should have warned him earlier. How long is he going to stay out? Subterfuge was one of his lowest skills, but Flynn was at orange, which meant Kai didn't have the faintest idea. There wasn't much to do in these situations except wait. Fainting is better than vomiting and retching over the carpet. We could have thought this through better. Do I need to carry him upstairs? No, he'll be fine. The answer turned out to be longer than he hoped and less than he feared. The guide took its toll for every second chance it offered. Flynn remained unconscious for a day and bedridden with a migraine for another. If a single orange skill was this harsh to discard, it wasn't a point in favor of dropping a profession. The somber stories of excruciating pain and people ending up crippled flashed in his mind. Well, I can use Flynn as a test run and see. What are you smiling about? Teen narrowed his eyes on him and interrupted his fun mana manipulation exercises. Nothing, just stray happy thoughts. Are you ready to find out your affinities? Kai jiggled the house keys. Their appointment was in less than an hour. He ambled towards the door, brows scrunched in thought. What happens if water is the highest? In that unlikely case, I'll craft you a better blade to stab things. It's a win-win. Flynn grinned. Okay, I am ready. Will you let me choose the enchantments on the blade if I fail? Sure, remember there's no failure or success, just chance. It doesn't mean anything. I know, but if it's really bad, could you make me 2 daggers? I'll think about it. Why am I getting the impression he's wishing for it? To no one's surprise, the ritual specialist they were going to meet lived in the upper city. Showing their IDs, the enforcers let them through the hills. Though Kai had never met him personally, Risey recommended him as the best unless they wanted to spend a fortune. Since when did 10 silvers feel like copper chips? What he was less pleased with was the lack of words from Viola. It was to be expected since it had only been a week, though he had hoped for a fast resolution. Aim spirits, how much do you want to make her forget? No, it's not a bribe, see it as a friendly exchange. I scratch your back and you scratch mine deal. They reached their destination before the spirits got the chance to answer his query. Kai wouldn't hold the grudge. Evidently, they must be really busy doing important spirit stuff. Just get back to me at your earliest convenience. No hurry. They stood before a black onyx mansion. While it wasn't the flashiest building in the street, Kai could recognize the signs of wealth in the quality of the materials and the layered arrays that covered the property. Are you sure we're in the right place? Flynn fiddled with a pen he used in place of a knife, betraying his nervousness. It's not ominous at all. You should have seen Edgar's home. This is homely. Kai knocked on the lionhead doorbell. It looked like it was made from gold. We're in the right place. A pretty woman in her 20s opened the door, quickly hiding her confusion behind a smile. She gave Kai a once-over and checked the paper folder in her hands. "Are you Flynn Sovely?" They were led to a large hall. 10 plush black chairs lined both sides of the room with a white door at the opposite end. 7 adults and 3 young kids were already waiting there, all from the mainland, judging by the tone of their skin and features. They gave them a cursory glance, then ignored them to quietly chat among themselves. Is this where dreams come to die? Every rich parent in High Arbor wants to know if their child has a talent for spellcraft. I should ask Rizey if I can learn to perform the testing myself. With a few more polite words, the woman left them. They sat in the first free chairs, awaiting their turn in silence. The queue moved rapidly. There was some drama when a little girl with golden curls came out crying and ran into the arms of her mother. After a brief argument where the parents insisted there must have been a mistake, they were politely but firmly led out by the assistant. I don't envy her job. It must be why they ask for payment first. Flynn Sovely, Master Falter will receive you now. Can I spectate? Kai asked. Of course, the secretary smiled. There is a small fee of 5 silvers. You must understand that Master Falter is an esteemed professional and you could glean many things from observing his work. I think he'll wait here. Kai was pretty sure this Master Falter just didn't like people watching him work. Good luck. Flynn gave him a weak smile, disappearing behind the white door. Minutes stretched interminably while Kai waited. The teen walked out with a somber look, not meeting his gaze. What happened? Did you get a major affinity? No, he broke into a grin. I got 2. Relaxed in a comfy armchair, Kai smelled the sweet scent of coral flowers. The sun filtered through the matte windows, suffusing the hall in a warm light. Pictures of natural landscapes hung on the cream walls and an unseen harpist played a tune in the background. He had to admit the House of Enlightenment could almost justify its price tag. Built to combine coziness and sophistication, the dampening arrays blocked any trace of the clatter and noise of the city outside. There was no sign of the screams, blood, and stench that were sure to inhabit the building. From the lowest peasants to queens and emperors, the House of Enlightenment offered assistance for a fundamental step in everyone's life for those who could pay. If the receptionist was to be believed, they had been offering their services for over 3,000 years. It had been the talk of the capital when they opened a branch in the archipelago, a sign of civilization, highly experienced staff, and the best facilities to ensure a pleasant transition to a higher state of being. Across Talvin, the House of Enlightenment brings the process of advancing down to an art. Flyers and announcers had flooded every corner of the inner city for a week. It had a bit of a pompous name for a place where people came to progress their race. When Flynn finally hit the end of Orange, they decided to check what the fuss was about. Better than using their house or a patch of shrubbery. Pity, that would have been fun to watch. While enhancing wasn't as bad as advancing to another grade, no one would call it pleasant. Gross, messy, and excruciatingly painful maybe, but not pleasant. And still, people would give anything to reach it sooner. He was no exception. With the second milestone of Gifted Novice, which doubled down on the skills over level 50, his mana skills had progressed smoothly. He had made decent strides towards yellow and kept alive the flickering hope of advancing before 14. It was possible teaching someone else helped too. Vuria always said how it offered new perspectives. How long is he going to take? Waiting for Flynn's return, Kai broke the seal of the letter he had gotten this morning. His mom hadn't stopped writing just because they could talk every 2 weeks. The pages were brimming with her neat writing. The pregnancy was going well. The baby was due in a month, and Ale had gone to live on her own to free her room. They were all excited, but that wasn't the main piece of news. Kia had celebrated her 14th birthday. Breaking the second seal, she became an adult. To no one's surprise, she had chosen a hunting profession. Mui beamed with pride, though his mom didn't say anything about herself. Did she still hope Kia would choose a safer career? While Kia was never going to settle for a crafting path, she seemed to have calmed down a little. With a relaxed sigh, Kai put the letter away and basked in the serene atmosphere of the House of Enlightenment. Things were going well. Flynn emerged accompanied by a motherly woman in a staff uniform. He had a brilliant smile, his skin glowed and his eyes zipped around. Unused to his new strength, his steps took him further, hopping instead of walking. Ah, they grow up so fast. A little pride swelled in his chest. Despite his dramatic complaints, Flynn had taken the training seriously, eager to leave behind the profession that had been imposed on him. As Kai stood up to meet them, the staff member fired up a selling pitch. The sudden increase in attributes can be a lot to take in. We can shorten the adjustment period by weeks. Trust us, the house has been doing it for millennia. Sure, do you just charge gold or do you take kidneys as well? With people on the high of their new grade, they must make a killing. I think I'm good, Mom. Flynn turned her down, his words noticeably faster than usual. Maybe there's hope for him. Are you sure we can't interest you in any of our services? The woman showed a little disappointment, like a mother who saw a stubborn son making the wrong decision. We have the best gyms and instructors to get used to the change. We also hired a chef. Getting accustomed to your new perception can be tricky without help. You have snacks, it will just take a moment. We can package our best samples. We have a manual with useful exercises to practice at home. They've all been perfected through the millennia. You won't find. They do love to say that. We're already running late. Maybe next time. Kai fended off the assault of products and dragged Flynn out. His friend was still in his own world, gawking at every potted plant and tile as if he had never seen one before. The rush of stats could be inebriating, but Kai was starting to suspect it was more than the euphoria of a new grade. Did they drug him? They must have given him something to help the pain. Or is it a profession skill? The last months had been a painful reminder of how quickly he could burn through his savings. He had dipped his toe in the circle of private sellers of High Arbor and redefined his idea of wealth. There was a whole world of luxury goods if you had the right contacts. They needed to save money for what really mattered, like the potions to boost mana sense. Come back from the moons. Kai pulled Flynn out of the way of another pedestrian. The woman murmured something about drunken teenagers. How are you feeling? I'm great. His wide smile was not reassuring. I've never felt this good in my life. You need to try it. I didn't feel a thing. Well, I felt plenty of things, but I can't remember any pain. It was like floating on the sea on a sunny day, like he stared transfixed at a seagull flying over them. Kai grabbed him before he could chase after it. Can't wait for it. Just let me snap my fingers so I can reach yellow. It didn't work. Right, we're in the same grade now. I can't believe I actually reached you, he said with a stupid grin, trying to poke his face. Kai slapped away his hand. He had gotten faster and nimbler on top of his longer arms. Yes, we are for now. Enjoy the moment while it lasts. He didn't point out that he was 3 years younger, with a higher profession level and almost halfway through yellow. Everyone knew the last upgrade was the hardest since skills slowed down the closer they got to evolving. Better skills trample stats. Ill need to remind him. Whatever concoction Flynn had taken wore off quickly. Reaching home, he had stopped gawking at every shiny object that took his fancy. He ate for 3 people and returned to his usual annoying self, plus the peacock pride for his achievement. Kai didn't have the millennial experience, but he knew one easy way to get used to a new grade. He didn't need to argue to convince Flynn. They were both eager for some sparring, if for different reasons. Flynn wanted to test his new abilities. Kai wished to remind him who was the wise mentor and who the young trainee. They walked to a secluded location in the greenery near the beach further west. Tall and stout palm trees grew from the sandy ground surrounded by leafy shrubbery. It made for more interesting terrain than a plain field. While Kai could shell a target with spells and slashes, Flynn's abilities were more suited for surprise attacks and brief exchanges. They changed into their training gear, stiff leather protections for the head, limbs, and torso, and an arsenal of blunt weapons. That had been a wise purchase. They couldn't always borrow from Lou and the twins. Half the year, his friends were at Hawkfield or working Spirits knew where. They should be back this week, or was it the next? Flynn secured a wooden throwing knife to his bracers. Want to change the rules now that we're the same grade? The usual will do fine. I pick water. I put down his sword, opting for spellcraft. They varied the restrictions to make the fight safe and challenging. The aim was to train and improve, not to win. Going with your best affinity, afraid y'all lose. Flynn teased him. Envious cause you need half an hour to cast a cantrip. I've evolved my mana sense for like a week. You yourself said that elemental mana is tricky. It's been 9 days, almost 10. Flynn gave an annoyed grunt. About a week. I've not trained all my life to become a mage. I bet you were not much better than me in the beginning. I kinda was, Kai said factually. I was 7 and had trained seriously for about a year, but I was quite a bit better. Mental warfare is part of fighting. Instead of snapping back, Flynn got a mischievous glint, perhaps catching on to what he was doing. Don't cry when I kick your ass. I'll believe it when I see it. Kai taunted him forward. Simon, you can have the first move, if you insist. Instead of rushing forward or throwing a blade, Flynn disappeared into the underbrush. Damn, I should have been more of a jerk. Mana sense swept around him in the agreed 5-meter radius. Obviously, there was no one there. His repertoire was limited to water magic and empower, adding the unfavorable terrain. A foolish mistake could cost him the fight. He'll be faster and stronger unless I overcharge empower. Maybe we should have revised the restrictions, but it'll be more fun this way. Flynn wouldn't be used to his improved attributes yet. Kai assumed a wide stance and focused on his surroundings. Not knowing what to expect, his blood pumped in excitement. How long has it been since I? The wooden projectile brushed his cheek below the helmet and hit the ground. The impact sent a wave of splinters and dirt flying. Kai moved to avoid getting blinded. When the dust settled, he gaped at the small crater. What the fuck? The soil was crumbly in this area, but still, if he had been hit, it would have been more than a scrape. The dagger had been reduced to a few chips of wood. Sorry, Flynn yelled, then his voice lowered in embarrassment. I'm still not used to my mana and strength. Oh, y'all be sorry soon. Kai drew on his elemental reserves, condensing and freezing blobs of water with a gesture. The volley of ice shards shot in the voice's direction. Each one was no bigger than his pinky, blunt and fragile. They couldn't break a bone, but they'd hurt like Kahali's wrath if they hit the gaps in the armor. The underbrush was shredded by the horizontal hail. Leaves and bark rained down, and Kai heard a satisfying yelp of pain. I said I was sorry. It was an honest mistake. Flynn sounded indignant. The echo of his voice moved rapidly. Just making sure y'all remember the lesson. I made a mistake too. I thought you dodged since we're in the same grade and all. Flynn didn't rise to the bait and remained silent. If he made any sound at all, the far waves and caws of seabirds covered him. They were both unwilling to lose and playing it cautiously. If either of them failed to estimate their strength difference incorrectly and committed to an attack, they'd lose. Where did you run? Usually Kai would chase him after the initial strike, but this was uncharted territory. Could he catch up to him? With the bubble of mana sense around him, he might corner his opponent, which made it tempting, though running on the uneven terrain would leave him open to ambushes too. So damn annoying. Kai stayed put, counting Flynn would be impatient for a confrontation on the back of his enhancement. He was right. Wooden daggers shot out of the underbrush, aimed at his chest and back protections. Projectiles were fast, but they didn't have the same destructive power as the first one. Kai pushed aside his pride and used hallowed intuition to evade them. The volleys of projectiles he sent in response didn't have any more luck in hitting, but he knew Flynn would run out of throwing knives before he ran out of mana. Guess he had some sense in saying you can never have enough daggers. He could think only of one way he could lose. That's why when Flynn dashed from a tree covered in shadow, Kai was expecting him. The magic shroud was patchy and ineffective against his high-level mana sense. It was more than the increase in spirit and mind could achieve. The sneaky punk must have trained in secret. Since he didn't think Flynn would be capable of casting a spell in a fight, he gave him an extra instant to commend the effort, then he pelted him with water bullets. Got him. Defying common sense, Flynn twisted in midair and managed to dodge most of the grape shot if not for a few hits on his armor. He kicked a palm trunk and redirected his momentum away with a somersault, hiding again in the shrubbery. Come play with me, you coward, Kai yelled to little effect. Sometimes he regretted not having taken acrobatics too. He did give it some thought when he reached yellow. There are never enough skill slots. What followed was a series of more desperate attempts to close the distance. Flynn was indecently fast, using enhanced dash and his dexterity to move in unpredictable ways. Kai had no blind spots with mana sense. He could conjure an attack or a shield from any angle. While water was the most offensive element, it was flexible and could slow down his opponent. I've got a pillow if you need to cry. Kai strolled around the trees. Don't be shy if you come out now, I'll buy you an ice cream. Is it wrong that I'm enjoying this so much? Hallowed intuition whispered. He avoided another dagger. The metal glinted past him and embedded in a tree. It was one of Flynn's main weapons. The twin blade followed soon after in a desperate throw with more strength than finesse. Kai relaxed slightly. He had been counting and was certain Flynn had no more knives to throw. Ready to give up? You gave it a good try. I've still won. Maybe I shouldn't gloat, but... A swirl of shadows entered his range behind him. The shroud was far less patchy than the first one, losing Kai a moment before he noticed it. Surprise cost him another. He hastily cast a volley of bullets. Flynn dashed out of the way, faster than he had ever moved before. He zigzagged, using the trees to take sharp turns, dodged the second volley and took the third head-on. It slowed him down, not enough for a fourth. Shit. Flynn tackled Kai on the ground. The impact punched the breath out of him. He flared in power, flailing to push him off. He conjured a hasty water spell, but they were too close to be effective. He needed a moment to focus and find leverage. A hand grabbed his exposed wrist. Got you, Flynn grinned triumphantly. A possibility made its way through his mind. Kai knew he had fucked up. Shadow cloaks must not have been the only thing he had practiced. The grasp was too strong to free himself in time. A second later, lightning coursed through his body. Don't be a sore loser. Flynn brimmed with satisfaction. I won fair and square. It's not a victory if you knock us both out, Kai grumbled and pulled away. He walked ahead on the beach. High arbor rose in the distance beneath a cloudy sky. His defensive water spell had made electricity course through both their bodies. Lightning was one of the trickiest elements to control, and Flynn was far from mastering it. Kai hadn't been too surprised when his friend got an affinity of 54 for shadow. Scholars had found some correlation between people's behavior and their affinities. It happened often enough to be noticeable, but not to be reliable. Not sure what 5 major affinities say about me, that I have a split personality. It sounds like this world's version of an astrological sign. Lightning had been the real shock. It was an uncommon element, and at 47 it was a small affinity. Kai would have much rather done without being hit by a human taser. Who knew lightning could be so painful? Despite the healing potion, each step made him wince like he had received a beating. Must be why villains used it to torture people in movies. Flynn caught up with him, still with that unbearable smile. Simon, I didn't use that much power. No. Tell me how much elemental mana you have left. Well, I knew it, Kai pointed an accusing finger. You used everything in a single spell. Not that much power, your empty head. How long were you saving mana for that? And don't you dare lie to me. His eyes wandered around guiltily. I don't know, about 5 or 6 hours. Lightning mana is sparse and I'm terrible at absorbing it. Honestly, I didn't think it was a lot. Spirits, I wasn't even sure it would work. 5 or 6 hours of accumulation, he says. Not a lot, he says. You didn't know and decided to test it on me. His voice rose with each syllable. Kai clenched his fists at his sides and marched away from him before he might commit murder. I tested half the charge on myself a couple days ago. I knew it wasn't dangerous, just fucking painful. How many times have you hit me with a spell in the last months? I was helping you train vigilance and your perception skills. Kai defended himself. He might have gotten a little trigger happy, but the situation was totally different. You were happy with how rapidly your skills were advancing. You know how the guide works, no pain, no gain, and a little water pebble doesn't hurt nearly as much. Maybe not one, but I got hit by hundreds. I was pelted with bruises for weeks. Try explaining why you didn't want to get touched on a date, Flynn said with dead seriousness. Don't laugh, it's not funny. People either thought I was in a gang or got beaten by my family. I had to beg a girl not to go to the enforcers. Kai burst out laughing, imagining the scene. They would have thought him crazier if they knew the true reason. You have to admit it's a little funny. You could have said something, I would have aimed where it was less inconvenient. Such as, Flynn raised an irked eyebrow. I need all my body parts, and they are quite hard to hide on a third date. I'll think of something. Kai chuckled, then he remembered he was supposed to be upset with him and firmed his face in a scowl. That still doesn't change the matter. You agreed to that training. I didn't agree to get electrocuted. We were sparring, and I was trying to win. I respected every restriction we agreed upon. I admit I might have underestimated the effect of the spell a tad bit, but I got hit by my cast too. That's because you used an element you had no idea how to control. I told you lightning was dangerous. Kai sent a withering look, though the anger had left him. Worse than his body, what had been hurt was his pride. He could argue it was a tie. The truth was it had been his match to lose, and he had lost it spectacularly. Elijah would have kicked my ass to the other side of Virid, and he'd have been right. He had broken one of the fundamental do-nots of combat, growing overconfident like an idiot. He was lucky it had been a spar and not a real fight, or the consequences would have been deadly. And worse yet, he had panicked when Flynn rushed him. There were so many things he could have done better. Thrown up a wall of ice, ran away with empower to take time, not fucking stood there casting the same ineffective attack. That's why you do sparring, genius. Flynn had played it perfectly. He baited him the entire fight for a shot at victory, days if they included his preparations. It seemed so glaringly obvious in retrospect that Kai wanted to put his head underwater and scream. The teen held back his full speed with dash and ran around to get used to his attributes. Then he used a clumsy shadow spell, so Kai would think his higher grade had made little difference and his magic wasn't a threat. He held back till the last moment and used the opening he created to full effect. He played me like a damn fiddle. They were halfway back when Flynn awkwardly broke the silence. Kai, listen. He cleared his throat, looking for the right words. I shouldn't have cast the spell blindly to win. I am sorry, the words hit him like a slap. He had made him apologize for winning like a sore loser. Kai couldn't remember the last time he had felt so pathetic. You don't need to be sorry. You've won fairly. I did? Yes. Now wipe that grin off your face and let's go home. That victory puts our sparring to a few 100-1, and it won't happen again. Kahali smite me if it does. I've gotten complacent living in a city. Theory isn't enough if I don't put it into practice. Apart from the sea serpent, I've not had a decent fight in forever. A globe lit the bedroom, the door was shut, and the curtain drawn tight to not allow any outside distraction. Kai sat stiffly at his desk, his entire focus balancing between Edgar's skill and the modified stylus in his hands. He methodically engraved the runes on the dagger of yellow alloy. The slightest wavering would ruin the enchantment. This was his 10th and last attempt. Infused metal could be reforged only so many times before it lost its natural mana and degraded. It was a double engraving, drawing the runes in both ink and essence simultaneously. Both presented their unique challenges. Kai's unforgettable signature could penetrate any material, but the ink was finicky to use. If he indulged a moment too long, it would eat into the alloy and splotch. If he moved too fast, it might dribble off the surface. Shaping the runes inside the alloy was more straightforward, but it grew harder with each second. Mana Echo grinded against its limits to manipulate a copy of a much higher grade, the strain rising behind his eyes. Edgar made it look so easy. He had double engraved 10s of red tools and a dozen orange with his copied skill, but he had never managed a proper enchantment on a yellow material. The mana was denser and harder to shape, rapidly exhausting his skill and causing him to make more mistakes. Don't rush, don't slow down. You've got this. Kai linked the last runes and inspected the dagger for any mistake. Flaws could appear after the ink had settled. The mana flowed smooth and uniform. He let go of the breath he had been holding. As if to confirm his success, the guide sent him a notification. I did it. It was the design he had created for his first sea serpent fang, modified to work with the alloy. Not the most challenging enchantment, but still up to Edgar's standards. Huh, what did I get? Ding. New feat, talented engraver. You've engraved a lasting enchantment on a weapon beyond your grade without a specialized profession. You are awarded +1 favor. The spirits haven't forgotten about me. Like Mui promised, feats were becoming harder to obtain as he grew up. Talented engraver rewarded him for an accomplishment and not a fixed milestone in his status. You could have given me more favor, stingy guide. Why is the notification still blinking? Ding. Mana engraving LV1 master enchanters know how to shape runes directly into the essence of their craft to create everlasting enchantments. Oh yeah, I accept your apology. His archive had collected plenty of orange skills over the years, including the orange version, superior engraving. The possibility of an upgrade had crossed his mind, but he hadn't dared get his hopes up. This was the second yellow skill he had ever got. Edgar's definitely going to kill me if he finds out. Then a worse realization hit him. What skill was he going to discard? He couldn't refuse it, could he? Mana engraving was yellow grade and not something abstruse like hallowed intuition. He could actually train the skill, gain 700 XP for each level, and free mana echo for a new project. You evil guide, how could you do this to me? His status had been honed to the most essential elements years ago. There was no fluff or skill for emotional comfort. Every ability was there for a precise reason and function. Kai opened the curtain to let some air and light in. He could add mana engraving to the ever-growing list and forget about it till he advanced to yellow. That would be a shame and a stress-free choice. No, I need to consider all the possibilities. He picked out his notebook and began the tedious task of writing pros and cons. Having them on paper always helped clear his thoughts. Outside of his fundamental skills, there were maybe 3 skills that might not cripple him entirely if he discarded them. Not to say there would be no consequences. They stood at the end of the list, still fulfilling an important role. Kai massaged his eyes. He technically didn't need herbology to practice alchemy, but his brewing would suffer significantly. The do was already a barebone combination. Most alchemists had 7 or 8 slots dedicated to the craft. I can't abandon it. Herbology might not be flashy, but I need it. What's next? Improvisation wasn't strictly necessary. While he tried not to use it with his friends and family, it had saved his ass countless times when haggling with merchants or dealing with officers. He couldn't always fight his way out of a situation. Sometimes his fate hung on picking the right words to say. He would encounter plenty of powerful people and unknowns on the mainland. A social skill offered an insurance when his favor failed him. So that's a no too. Great. Seems like past Kai knew what he was doing. Last was attuned meditation, the first skill he had ever learned. It had carried him through his darkest and loneliest days as a baby. He had no idea how his life would be if he hadn't learned it the day he reincarnated on Elides. It wasn't a stretch to imagine it might look very different. The skill had been his silent helper all along. It had helped him push through when his dad died, and helped him at the estate when he was about to crack under the expectations. Meditating in the morning had been an ingrained habit to focus his mind and gather elemental mana since it evolved to orange. I don't need a skill to do either of those things. While he wouldn't be as effective without it, the loss wasn't going to hinder his abilities like herbology. The specialization of inspect would help him absorb elemental motes. Attuned meditation was too slow to level, at second to last place in his status despite 12 years of training. If he were to be honest with himself, he had outgrown the skill. It would be nice to keep it if he had the space, but between attuned meditation and mana engraving the choice was painfully obvious. Damn it. This is the emotional choice, isn't it? Kai sighed. He had found the last flaw to hone off his status. The decision was made. It would hurt to lose 30 levels, both literally and metaphorically. He informed Flynn in case something happened, made a quick stop in the bathroom and retired early for bed. He got cozy on the soft sheets and fluffy pillows, making sure blood would flow to all his limbs. It's not going to get any better than this. Ding. Do you wish to discard attuned meditation LV30? Be aware that this choice is irreversible and may have adverse effects. Instant sleep, here I come. Kai woke up in the late morning of what he thought was the next day. His head pounded, vertigo and nausea hit him when he tried to stand up. He had been cheated. Getting knocked out by the guide was nothing like sleeping. I didn't miss the discard one bit. It's not fun when I am the one to do it. A knock at the door and Flynn walked inside carrying a steaming cup of mint tea. I heard you wake up. I thought this might help. Maybe it's better if you lay down a little longer. I can bring you lunch too. I'm good, I'll come down in a bit. He ordered his head to stop spinning and attempted a smile. Meditation didn't go through any milestone, so it should pass soon. Flynn gave him a long look. You remember we agreed to meet with Lou's group tonight, right? Shit, was it today? Of course. Do you want me to warn them you're sick? We can postpone it to another day. No, it'll come. They had organized the meetup months ago. He couldn't stand them up when they came back to town. Kay, call me if you need anything. When the door closed, Kai put down the mug and rummaged through his ring for a potion that could help. Dora said it was better to wait out the headaches, but it couldn't hurt to try. He swallowed a mix of healing and invigorating potions. It was time for dessert. Ding. New skill learned. Mana engraving LV1 master enchanters know to shape runes directly into the essence of their craft, to create everlasting enchantments. Kai faltered, his fingers brushing the golden pommel. The oak door was engraved with growing plants and runes. Cloaking, sturdiness, and polish enchantments, the complete package. Is this the right place? When he received word a healer at the House of Enlightenment had accepted his request, he pictured many scenarios. This wasn't one of them. He had followed the directions of the receptionist to the largest door on the highest floor. I didn't send them any requests. You can come in. A voice with a musical accent commanded. The cloaking runes only stopped people outside from peeking in. Is it too late to run? Exhaling a slow breath, Kai put on a neutral, polite expression and pushed inside. Light filled the spacious study with no apparent source. The air was sweet and fresh, as if he were standing in a flower meadow. Despite the curious paintings and a bookcase containing ancient tomes, his attention was taken by the woman sitting behind a cluttered desk. She wore a silver robe woven with runes, inky black hair in a ponytail, and a pair of enchanted spectacles on her straight porcelain nose. Her skin was paler than any he had seen, giving her an ethereal appearance. She must not be from the Republic. An aura of power exuded from her, bending ambient mana with her presence. There were few high-ranking Republic officers at that level in High Arbor, though Kai hadn't gone close to any since Zareth died. Despite the runes obscuring her from prying eyes, he didn't doubt she was at the late stages of yellow, perhaps even half-stepped to the next grade with her profession in green. She put down a yellowing parchment to look at him. You're the one who was looking for a healer to supervise a class removal. Sorry, I think you call them professions here. Realizing he was staring, Kai blinked away and ordered his legs to approach the desk. Aim yes, to both. Up close she looked younger, not yet 30, though appearances could be deceiving. She could be 35 or 105. Her dark eyes examined him from head to toe with a glance. I assume the request wasn't for you. Clearly you don't have a physical profession. What are you implying? His large reservoir of patience had been consumed by his friend's incessant teasing last night. He was ready to snap when his skin tingled. She wasn't looking at his physical body. Can she pierce Edgar's enchantments? He needed to tread carefully, denying would attract more attention to the matter. Kai tried to recall Elijah's attempts at imparting him a modicum of etiquette. This woman was dangerous. I apologize if my request was unclear. The healer isn't for me. Was the information provided correct? A glimmer lit her eyes. She didn't seem to realize she had interrupted him. Level 4 profession with a late-stage orange grade. Yes, Kai pursed his lips. I think I'm in the wrong place. I didn't forward my request to the House of Enlightenment. It was a pleasure meeting you. Now I'll take my leave. Get that butler. My manners are immaculate when I need them. Her gaze nailed him in place. You're in the perfect place. I am the best healer in this quaint little town and the entire Baquare archipelago. She stated the fact as commenting on the weather. Unless those quacking hawks smuggled in someone without my knowledge, but that's unlikely. Is it worse or better that I think she isn't bragging, Miss Yako Ayakave, administrator of this branch of the house? Yako is fine. I found formality to be a waste of time in most cases. She offered her hand with indifference, a few ink stains on her pale fingers. You're the boss who got my money. Kai shook her hand long enough to not be rude, conscious her dainty hand could snap his neck like a twig. Yako, let me be straightforward too. I can't afford to pay for your services. You must be rather busy, so I won't take any more of your time. I wouldn't have called you if I didn't think it was worth my time. I'm willing to supervise the removal process for free and provide the facility. She gestured at the building around them. She did say for free. He halted and narrowed his eyes. What will you get in exchange for such a generous offer? Data for my research. Yako crossed her fingers on the table. I'll need to know the attributes and benefits of the patient's current profession for the removal. Also, general information such as age and other physical parameters. The more details I can get, the better. Obviously, there was a catch. I had to run into the mad scientist. What are you researching exactly? Blood sacrifices. Experimental procedures on unsuspecting victims you lure with false promises. I'm studying how the guide and attributes affect the human body. I can go into more specifics, but I doubt you'd understand. There was no disdain or arrogance in her tone, just dispassionate logic. Her gaze made him feel like a little mouse. Spirits, I got soft living in this city. Kai stared back with the fire of defiance. Compared to Vuria, this woman was a kitten. Said kitten could claw his head off, but still. Try me? Yako raised her eyebrow the slightest bit. Are you familiar with the healing arts, the 7 founding principles of mana veins, and the influence of the Hyperial realm on the guide? I've heard of them. He couldn't say he understood any of them, but he had heard the terms. Very well. I'm trying to determine how the guide weaves mana through flesh and soul to create a resonance. Words flew straight over his head together with his confidence. Kai maintained an attentive facade to safeguard his waning pride. From the 10th he understood, he was reasonably sure she wasn't lying about her motives. Those are my main research goals, Yako concluded, the hint of a smirk pulling at her lips. Do you have any questions? The search for knowledge should always be encouraged. When can I expect to see the patient? I'll need to ask him if he's willing to share the information you're requesting. I can't make that choice for him. There would be little harm in revealing the details of Keen Spotter since Flynn planned on discarding it. It was different for attributes, especially favor. While stats could be deduced by an attentive observer and were less important than skills, they were still private information. That's acceptable. Send a letter to the house within the week and they'll fix an appointment. People willing to discard a profession are rare, but so are my skills and time. She took out a piece of paper from a drawer filled with neat writing. Here's the contract I use. The terms inside are non-negotiable. The door swung open on silent hinges, and Yako turned back to reading her parchment like he wasn't even there. Why do I always attract such strange people? Or is it a prerogative of powerful individuals to act weird? They went over the contract in detail, not finding any shady wording or hidden clauses. Apart from providing the information Yako mentioned, Flynn would need to do a couple checkups and report any unusual symptoms. There weren't any solid reasons to refuse the offer. Caution was good, but it didn't pay the bills. True healers didn't come cheap, especially if they had to guarantee the safety of a delicate process like a profession discard. 4 days later, they entered the welcoming halls of the House of Enlightenment. The middle-aged woman who manned the receptionist's desk was expecting them. Please, this way. She led them to a room with no windows. It had an empty table and a simple bed freshly made with white sheets. It looked somewhat hospitable if a little bare. That was until Kai noticed the leather manacles linked by chains to the frame of the bed. Not creepy at all. The administrator will be with you shortly. The receptionist bowed, leaving them with the door open. Still in time to change your mind. Kai stopped himself from pacing. It wasn't his time to be stressed about the healer or the discard. We can run out of here. I want to do this. Flynn didn't show the slightest wavering, face firm with determination. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Spirits make it so. This is the patient. Yako appeared in the doorway like a ghost, black hair and porcelain skin. Kai jolted and cursed. She wore a white robe that didn't help the impression, likely some kind of healer work uniform, while she carried a chest and a notebook. That's me. I go by Flynn. If the teen was uneasy by her presence, he didn't show, shaking her hand with confidence. You look like a competent healer, miss. Yako, I'm the best y'all find. She arranged her tools on the table with used motions. The chest was a spatial item that contained a wealth of vials and odd enchanted instruments. She put aside 3 potions, pale green, sludgy black, and deep blue. Each one shone at peak orange grade. Y'all need to take these to soften the backlash of the removal. Kai stepped forward and took out his own 2 vials. We've already bought the elixirs to help the discard. Their murky glow now looked inadequate. Profession removal elixirs were niche goods. He had to pay a premium to order them from the mainland through Risey's contacts. Yako snatched them out of his hand before he could react. Her eyes narrowed, observing the potions behind her gold-rimmed spectacles, mouth scrunched in distaste. Y'all use mine. This wasn't our deal. We're not paying for those. You don't have to. They're a free. Yako stated, still acting like Kai and Flynn were some odd-shaped furniture. How do we know what's in them? The woman stopped tinkering with her tools and turned to regard him with cold boredom. It's part of my healing duties. I can't get reliable data if the patient uses random garbage. Mine are much higher quality than anything you might find. They'll make the process considerably less risky and painful, so you say. He was getting irked by her manners, adding to his dislike for the whole affair. And what was he supposed to do with the potions he bought? They were specific to discard Keen Spotter and impossible to resell on the archipelago. Should he just throw them away? Kai, it's fine. Flynn stopped his reply, placing a calming palm on his shoulder. I'll take them. He bit his cheek. You don't know what's in them. She's the expert. Hall oversee the process. I am already in her hands. And I doubt the head of a famous institution can afford to go around poisoning random people. Yako gave him an appreciative nod. Indeed, while there are plenty of potions I'd like to test during a class removal, it's not worth damaging the house's reputation over them. I'd risk losing my position or getting transferred again. Again, that wasn't as reassuring as Kai would have liked it, though it sounded honest. Seeing the tension Flynn had been masking rising in his stiff shoulders, Kai didn't want to make things harder for him. Fine. Risey knows where we are in case we mysteriously disappear. Yako proceeded with a quick fire of questions about his profession, attributes, and history. She noted everything down with precise strokes in an unknown language. I'll know if you lie. She communicated with the same apathy. The glint of challenge in Flynn's eyes was washed away by the weight of the situation. While he didn't volunteer any information not explicitly asked, he also didn't lie as far as Kai could tell. That's everything for now. She put aside her journal and picked the 3 vials. Take the black one first, then the green. Wait to take the blue one till I tell you. The first 2 are to strengthen your body against the backlash of losing attributes and half your mana veins. The last one will numb your senses. Will it knock me out? You can't faint during a profession removal, but it will ensure the pain doesn't break your mind. I understand. His voice tightened. He gulped down both potions, making a disgusted expression at the taste. I'm getting all tingly and woozy. That's normal, just lay down and relax. It will take a minute for the elixirs to have full effect. Yako turned to Kai. You can watch if you don't mind blood, but you need to stay out of the way. I don't want interruptions when the procedure begins." He pressed his lips together. "I'll stay." Flynn lay in the bed, opening and closing his hands with a giggle. Kai lowered his tone. "What are the chances that something goes badly?" Kai thought the healer had ignored the question when she finally spoke. Her tone contained the tiniest sliver of warmth. "No matter how many precautions you take, there is always a chance for something to go wrong during a removal, but I don't foresee any problems today. I've done this before. Low-level red professions are easy to remove. Losing dexterity brings the mildest repercussions after strength. The backlash from perception is trickier, still nothing to worry about." Spirits, so she does know how to be reassuring. What would be something to worry about? Kai asked since she was willing to share her knowledge. Mental stats. Mind and spirit are the worst. Protecting the conscience and soul is more complicated than the physical body. If something unexpected happens, you can find ways to mend a crippled arm or learn to live with it. A broken mind is a different story. Fuck, but it can be done. Yako gave him a long look. Yes. As long as you have the appropriate grade and take the proper precautions, anything can be done. I've successfully assisted such patients. The true danger is when you lose boons along mind and spirit. Boons affect the body in unpredictable ways, and you never know what type of backlash to expect. Kai had no time to ponder or curse the new information. The healer went to stay by Flynn's bedside. "It's time. Pull up the guide and prepare to discard your profession. After you drink the blue potion, you'll only have seconds before falling unconscious and wasting the elixirs." She made Flynn repeat back to ensure he understood, and secured his limbs with the latches on the bed except the arm who held the last vial. "The less you move, the fewer chances you injure yourself. Bite this one as soon as you drink the potion." She gave him a stick covered in leather. By far the most anxious-looking person in the room, Kai dried his sweaty palms on his shirt. Following instructions, Flynn gulped down the blue potion and bit on the stick. The teen's body tensed in anticipation. Tendons showed on his neck, hands gripped tight on the white sheets. The hint of fear that had slipped in his eyes soon morphed into drowsy perplexity. That was when the screaming started. Flynn's screams tore through the room, barely muffled by the piece of leather between his teeth. His eyes shot open, awake, but they did not seem to register anything he saw. Muscles tensed against the bonds keeping him tied to the bed as he wanted to rip his arms off. His skin turned red and his mana veins swelled like roots ready to burst. He didn't curse, didn't ask for help, didn't beg for the pain to stop. He just screamed like an animal being hacked limb by limb. "Stay back." "You can't help him." Yako's cold voice cut through his shock. Kai looked at her with wide-open eyes, only then realizing he was standing beside the bed. He needed to help him, ease his suffering in some way. Another scream brought him back to reality. There was nothing he could do except get out of Yako's way. Reluctantly, he stepped back, his gaze glued to the writhing form on the bed. "What's going on? I knew it would be bad, but this." Mana sense didn't bring him any relief. A swirling of chaotic essence raged inside Flynn. His mana veins were unfolding from the thinnest capillaries, ripped from his network and seeping out his skin. Thousands more filaments rose from Yako's hands, moving with intent over her patient. Some were thick and solid like ropes, perhaps elemental in nature. They wrapped around Flynn to stop him from hurting himself further in his thrashing. Others were thinner, ethereal, passing through his skin, losing themselves in the maelstrom of mana. Blinded by the chaos, Kai couldn't begin to guess what she was doing, but it was more than he would be able to. Flynn screamed his throat raw till his yells turned hoarse. His body slacked on the bed like it had lost all strength. Maybe it had. His eyes were still awake, darting around aimless and full of tears. "Yade, have mercy." Why? When Kai thought the worst was over, blood started pouring out. Crimson droplets flowed from his eyes, nose, and ears, then from the pores on his skin. The white sheets were stained red, and the smell of iron choked the room. "Do something." Kai snapped, nails digging into his clenched fists. "Help him. I am." Yako spoke with infuriating calm. Her attention never wavered from her task. "It will only make it worse if I intervene before the guide is done. Stay silent or leave the room." Kai tasted blood in his mouth, teeth clenched. He must have bitten his cheek without realizing it. He couldn't feel pain or much of anything. There was so much blood, more than a person should have outside their body. Flynn convulsed against his visible and invisible bonds. Muscles and tendons strained like twines about to rupture. Mouth opened soundlessly. Pain contorted his features and blood blinded his eyes. Why does it have to be like this? Why can't the guide make it painless? Is it to discourage people from changing professions? Mana sense showed Flynn was still alive, heart obstinately beating. The mana channels of his profession unraveled one by one. Kai didn't know how much longer he could bear the sight, despite being only a powerless spectator, or maybe because of it. He wouldn't wish this on his worst enemy, and certainly not on a friend. Why is it going so slow? How much longer is this going to take? The healer scowled at being interrupted again. It's a mercy. He wouldn't survive if the guide went any faster. Since he has a low-level red class, the whole process won't take more than 10 minutes. And how long has it been? About 2.5 minutes, she said curtly. How is this just a quarter of the way through? Knowing Yako was about to kick him out, Kai swallowed his questions and quietly observed. He wished he still had meditation to bring him away from the present. Instead, he focused on mana sense to monitor the discard and Flynn's conditions, perhaps to not see the bloody spectacle too. Keen Spotter had woven an intricate network of channels through his mana veins. Now they were being undone one by one. Kai lost himself in the unraveling stream of light that flowed away. His whole existence focused on their shifting glow. "It's done," the healer announced at last. If someone had told him an hour had passed, Kai would have believed them. Opening his eyes, he shivered at the sight. Blood covered every inch of the wiry body on the bed. With the process over, Flynn had slipped into unconsciousness, his eyes closed, almost peaceful. Will, Kai swallowed to firm his voice. He didn't dare take a breath in the blood-soaked air. Will he be fine? The healer stood impassive, not a stain of crimson on her white robe. A nebulous green glow surrounded the bed, her hands moving between a series of precise signs, probably a language of power. The discard went well. There is no permanent damage to his body or channels, though I can only be certain when he wakes up. You should go hell sleep for a few days. Her tone made it clear he had consumed her patience. The house will take care of him till he recovers. Hell be fine. He must be. Kai thought it'd be hard to leave. It wasn't. As soon as he opened the door, he ran out of the building without stopping. It was a lovely late summer day. The sun's warmth caressed his skin but couldn't make him stop shivering. He puked his breakfast on the side of the road. The acrid stomach juices filled his mouth. A few passers-by muttered in disapproval at the uncivilized peasant who came where he didn't belong. Kai glared back, daring anyone to meet his gaze. None did. Cowards. He recomposed himself, cleaning his mouth with water magic. Guilt took the chance to catch up to him. He shouldn't have left that room till he was sure Flynn was okay, but his legs refused to move towards the building complex again. The staff won't let me back in. It was an excuse, he knew. Kai strode down the hill. He needed to get away. He didn't stop till he found himself aimlessly wandering in the streets of the outer city. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Flynn had reached Orange and kept his profession at level 4. They had taken every precaution possible, done everything by the book to make the discard go smoothly. Maybe that was smooth. She said it went well. What does bad look like? Everyone had told him discarding a profession was dangerous, and he had also read accounts about it. Nothing could have prepared him for that. He had naively thought they were exaggerating or hadn't made proper preparations. So much blood. No matter how far he ran, he could still smell its metallic scent. Kai had never considered himself squeamish or scared of pain, not the physical kind. Injuries and wounds healed, suffering passed. But this was on a different scale. Mana Child was at level 8 and it had a boon on top. How would it be for him? Even if he bought the best potions and hired the best healer to make it through unscathed, could he bring himself to go through with it, should he? Kai visited, though, House of Enlightenment each morning and evening. Flynn had been transferred to a pristine recovery room with a window on a park. The administrator had sent word that he would make a full recovery and ignored any other inquiry. Guess she got what she needed. Apart from his pallor, Flynn slept peacefully. Half of his mana channels were gone, and the remaining flow was stilted, showing the damage wasn't just physical. Kai had learned the basics of medical diagnosis from Dora, but his skills felt wholly inadequate for the task. Hell be fine. On the 4th day, the receptionist informed him Flynn had woken. Kai raced to the room, uncaring of her protests. Yako stood over the bed, interrogating the patient about the process. She froze him in the doorway with a glance. Flynn sat with his back on the headboard of the bed. He looked tired despite his long sleep, but his eyes were alert, darting to him with a weak smile. We're done for now. The administrator finished writing down her notes and closed the journal with a snap. I'll be expecting you back in a week. Don't overwork yourself and don't consume any mana if possible. With a curt nod, she was gone. Kai closed the door and waited for her steps to disappear into the distance. How are you feeling? Good. Kai arched an eyebrow. Now the not bullshit answer. It's like I've been grinded to pieces by a clumsy butcher and then put back together. Only some parts went missing in the process. Don't worry, the scary woman said there shouldn't be any long-term consequences and I should recover in a month. Shouldn't never thought I'd wish for someone to lie. Do you remember what happened? He needed to ask. The blood had given him nightmares and he wasn't the one who lived through it. Sorry, you don't have to answer. It's fine. His gaze wandered, lost on the trees growing outside. I do and I don't. My memories are fuzzy, worse than the time I got into a drinking competition with a sailor. I remember the very beginning, the pain and screaming, then it all meshes together. It's probably better this way, but I don't regret doing it, Flynn added with a bright smile. You should see the feat I got, not to even mention my list of professions. Kai advanced till he loomed over the bed. You went through them without me. You need to tell me now which professions. How much favor did you get? Calm down. My head hurts and I can't really recall with you this close. Flynn held his empty skull with a look of dramatic suffering. Also, they said they'll start charging me for the room if I don't leave within the hour. Damn cheapskates. Let's go then. Do you want me to carry you home? I can run with you on my back. Well, be faster. Stop stalling. I need to know. No, not home. I've not eaten any real food in 4 days. I want to go to that fancy restaurant, the one where the waiters offer you tiny snacks at the entrance. Kai rolled his eyes. Of course he wanted food. Fine, get off your lazy ass and start walking. I know the place. I'm still convalescent. I don't think my memories will come back if you treat me like that. It's written right in your guide, you sadistic monster. Floor of the house had not been swept and dirty pans waited in the sink. It had been a frantic few days, and who knew dust accumulated that quickly? 5 points of favor. Kai almost didn't believe him. Can you stop yelling in my face? Flynn buried his head beneath a pillow on the couch. I wasn't joking when I said my head is killing me. Sorry, I didn't expect the feat would give so much. I mean, he just had to go through excruciating suffering, possibly crippling, and a small chance of death. I had the right idea to have him do the test run. Favor would weigh on the list of pros for the discard, though images of blood were still fresh in his mind. He wasn't sure which way the scale was leaning. What about your professions? How many did you get? That's personal information. Simon, just a few hints. Don't make me beg you, or I might think torture could be more effective. Kai poked his ribs. You can't even defend yourself in this state. You wouldn't dare. I just woke up from a coma. Kai's grin widened. Try me. Spirits, you're terrible when you want to get something. I got 4, one more than last time. He sulked, hugging a pillow. But the scary lady said I shouldn't take one for another week since my mana veins are still weak. That will give us time to discuss what's the best option. Flynn narrowed his eyes. Isn't that just an excuse to get more details? Yep, Kai confirmed with no shame. You tell me more and I'll buy you ice cream. I'll tell you something about my awesomeness, but it better be some damn fine ice cream. And you need to use your tricks. I don't want to get it half melted. We have a deal. Now talk. Well, let's say it was a good idea to take the magic skills. Flynn gave his information like a greedy merchant with his coin. Before the discard, Flynn had traded vigilance and close combat for shadow and lightning magic. With 2 high-level perception skills, he would notice danger without an ability to stay alert. And daggers covered most of the fighting in close quarters. It hadn't been an easy choice. There was no useless skill, just some that were less valuable than others. Kai couldn't deny he was a little envious of his higher affinity for shadow, but it was lightning that burned him. Of all his elements, he didn't have anything that was naturally offensive. Evolving water magic to create ice had padded the problem, but it still wasn't as efficient as a bolt of lightning. Even without a skill, it could easily incapacitate a person. After he managed to tease enough information out of the greedy bugger, the discussion ended up being shorter than expected. 6 months of training in a higher grade had not gone unnoticed. There were 4 options, but only one offered a boon, so it was no choice at all. Kai took 5 more days and 3 barrels of ice cream to coax the description out of Flynn. Finally, he had the words written down on paper. Profession, shifting shadow. Main requirements, daggers LV 50+. Controlled appearance LV 50+. Shadow magic LV 1+, defeat 5+ stronger opponents with a stealth attack. Description, you've learned to hide in the shadows or in plain view, so no one sees until you strike with your cool daggers. Become a badass fighter, infinitely better than any shorty mage, and stab your enemies in the butt. Attributes, 0.5 strength, 1 dexterity, 0.5 mind, 0.5 perception per level. Boon 1. Skill slots 2. So this is what it says. Kai read the description and gave him a long look. Shorty mage seemed oddly specific, word for word. Flynn solemnly nodded without a crack, hand on his heart. The values are correct. Cheeky bastard. You better tell me what boons and skills y'all get. They still had to wait a few days for that. Promising he would have his revenge, Kai retired to his room to brew some potions before bed. He was cleaning his cauldron when someone knocked on the door. I didn't even cause any explosion or noxious fumes this time. Damn neighbors. Kai stifled a yawn and headed downstairs. The knock grew more insistent. I'm coming, just a moment. When he unlocked the door, he froze. A pair of burly enforcers locked eyes on him. The older one in his 30s stepped forward. Kai Thailand. Instead of waiting for an answer, he consulted a paper and gave him a once-over. You need to come with us. Heart racing, panic twisted his guts. Kai suppressed the impulse to run. This was straight out of his worst nightmares, kidnapped by the Republic to be never seen again. It's not the time for foolish ideas. I need to think about this rationally. Improvisation wrote surprise and a hint of fear on his face. He needed to stall without alerting them. From the way the 2 enforcers were eyeing him, there was no chance to convince them they had the wrong guy. The paper they checked must have his description. It's the damn file they have about me. Don't worry my ass. The guy in his 30s was in charge. He had a crooked nose, probably broken in a brawl and never healed properly. The other one in his mid-20s stood a step back, trying to look stern, though the attempt was somewhat defeated by his ridiculous mustache. The recruits stationed in the archipelago were all relatively young except for high officers and those sent here as punishment. The 2 enforcers had reached orange in both race and profession. He might beat them or at least get away if he took them by surprise. Don't be rash. Think, if I attack an officer, the Republic will chase me to Elid's Edge, and I'll have to reveal my grade and skills. Aim, why do you need me? Am I in any trouble, sir? Kai looked up at the two men looming over him with wide eyes. From the way they postured, it was more than a courtesy visit. Still, they hadn't grabbed him, so they didn't see him as a threat. It's quite late. If you tell me what it is, I'll be happy to come to the precinct first thing in the morning. Just a little kid with a reasonable request. Have a little decency. The two men exchanged a look. Broken-nosed guy took the lead again. The order to bring you in for questioning was signed by the commander himself. Look, kid, I don't think you're in any trouble, but you must come with us now. We have clear orders. He flashed an official-looking paper, an illegible signature over a hawk sigil at the bottom. Kai only managed to read a few lines, not that it would have made a difference. This wasn't Earth. If the Republic wanted to take him for interrogation, they didn't need a reason. Resisting would just give them excuses to arrest him. He frowned, hoping to look naive and puzzled. Can't you tell me why I have to come, sir? He observed their reaction and carefully extended mana sense to read their energy flow. It was considered very rude, but only if he got caught. When Mustache Guy looked uncertain at his partner and his flow stilted, that was all the answer he needed. I'm not at liberty to say, the other enforcer replied, impassive. They wouldn't make it a mystery if I was some kind of suspect. They don't know. Is this about Vela? No, that doesn't make sense either. She would have come herself or sent a message if she wanted to collect her favor. It must be some other shady bullshit. He didn't have the time or information to figure it out. The enforcers were getting impatient. Can I go put on some proper clothes? Kai gestured to his loose shirt and bare feet. I imagine soon didn't mean naked. Broken Nose gave him a once-over and grunted. Be quick, kid. It'll take just a minute. Kai closed the door before they could think of coming inside and raced up the stairs. Flynn was standing in the doorway of his room. He rubbed his temples, still weakened from the backlash of the discard. Everything's okay? Who was it? Two enforcers asked me to go with them. His gaze focused, suddenly alert. I'll keep them busy. He nodded with a determined look. You run from the window and don't stop till you reach the western beach. There'll still be a crowd around, and the guards at the gate never stop anyone. Did he already have an escape plan? Wait. Kai raked a hand through his hair. If I was in trouble, they wouldn't have left me out of their sight. It might be just some bureaucratic nitpick. But if it's nothing, why the urgency and secrecy? High Arbor is a city of tens of thousands. The captain won't deal with minor cases. What do I do? Damn it, are you sure? Flynn's eyes kept darting to the door, his hand fiddled with a throwing knife. If you go with them, we don't know where they'll bring you. You might not get another chance to leave. If I run away, they'll know I have something to hide, Kai reasoned out loud. He headed to his bedroom to get dressed. That would be useful either way. He'd have to leave the city and hide or find a way off the archipelago. But all the ships that sail for the mainland leave from here. And if they have a file about me, they'll know to keep an eye on Risey too. Fuck, calm down. Flynn stopped him from pacing, a deep frown on his face. I know a way to get into contact with the right people if you need to hide. His brain caught up with him and he stared in disbelief. You mean the voice, he whispered even though the soundproofing muffled his voice. Did you keep in touch with them after what happened? I don't have anything to do with them, I just know they're out there. Flynn crossed his arms. I'm not talking about Mela. There are many groups of the voice that cut contact with her, and now I suspect I know the reason. His eyes wandered, lost for a moment before they snapped back to the present. Anyway, what's important is that a group is in High Arbor. It's not hard to find them in the lower city if you know what signs to look out for. From what I gathered, they deal in contraband and steal from the governor's warehouses. They'll know how to make people disappear. Kai bit his cheek. His choices were too limited to discard the possibility. Do you trust them? Not really, but more than the Republic. I didn't have any dealings with them, so I can't say for sure. I just put together the hints and rumors. They want mind helping you if it hinders the Republic, and with your abilities, you can make it worth their while. They might also offer a way out of the archipelago. A way out. Loud knocks came from the door. The enforcers were getting impatient. The capital only employed the best for themselves. It was possible they were monitoring the windows. Kai checked his reserves. His mana was almost full. I can lose them if I use Empower and Shadow spells. Running would give him time to figure out what the Republic was after. There would be ways to patch up the situation later if he didn't commit any grave crime, though it would wreck every plan he made for his future. I guess that's out the window either way. If he went with them, it might be nothing or it might get him forever entangled in the governor's schemes. They might not give him another chance to escape. Spirits, why couldn't they mind their own business for one more year? The knocks got more insistent. He needed to make a choice now. Fuck it. Kai headed down the stairs toward his doom. He couldn't predict the response of the Republic if he ran. His family, Risey and Flynn, might get involved. With a baby on the way, he couldn't do that to his mom. Are you sure? Flynn stopped him. I am. It was a gamble he needed to take. Here, keep this safe for me. Kai took off his silver ring. He couldn't risk getting caught with it and all it contained if he got searched. One thing was hiding his grade and profession, another was carrying two priceless artifacts. His hand felt wrong without it. Kai didn't linger and opened the door with an embarrassed smile. Sorry, I needed to use the bathroom. The senior enforcer eyed him, lowering the hand used to knock. It's fine. Let's go. Mustache guy came back from the nearby alley overlooked by the windows of his house. They made him walk between them, deflecting any other question with monosyllabic answers. Not like I'm going to run now. Tipsy people filled the streets. The nightlife of the capital was in full swing. Crossing the ring road, they got looks, loud whispers, and even some giggles. Kid sided by two burly enforcers. It might have looked funny if he wasn't the one getting escorted. They continued into the upper city to the garrison headquarters. Kai reckoned the architects must have used up their creative energy designing the town hall and the council assembly. The large, squat building was made of a familiar ivory stone, looming over the road like a boulder. It was imposing for sure, though quite plain compared to its gilded neighbors. Since we're here, I can scratch the secret murder possibility. This way, the enforcers led him through a side entrance. Kai was firmly guided through the corridors with a hand on his shoulders, uncaring of his curiosity. Mana's sense grinded against the invisible bonds of warding the building. It was like watching through mud. His vision and range were restricted to a skill of half its level. Shit, I truly walked into the dragon's den. A shiver ran down his spine. The reality of the situation started to sink in. He almost regretted his choice. Hallowed Intuition's silence was only partially reassuring. There were plenty of awful things they could do without technically harming him. Bless Yade, I didn't discard improvisation. Most of the personnel in the building were high orange. Yellows weren't rare either, many with a fighting profession. His fate hung on his acting skill, and they might also recognize I'm using one if I'm not careful. Great, wait here. Kai was shoved inside a plain gray room with no features except a table and two chairs. The door clicked shut behind him. He was trapped. His hands moved to fiddle with his ring, only it wasn't there. And I thought things couldn't get better. He paced the 3 meters of the room before sitting down. Was someone watching him? The walls were enchanted, blocking his senses from piercing. The runes were meticulously drawn but uninspired. There was no art in them, as if the enchanter had followed a textbook line for line. He could probably unravel the design in an hour. A nice way to kill time. Kai was halfway through the process when the door opened and 2 people in uniform walked in. A man with graying hair hunched by age and a woman with a stone facade. You didn't tell me it was a mutt child, the man sneered in distaste, showing his yellowing teeth. Kai didn't need to read the shiny badges on his chest to know the geezer must be the commander. Despite his average stature and physique, the aura of power was unmistakable, about at Yako's level. You said to follow all possible leads, sir. The woman browsed through a folder. From our record, he's quite accomplished for his age. Given our situation and his proximity, I thought it would be worthwhile to check. She gestured casually with her papers. The geezer stared down to read. He scratched his beard, taking a second look at him. Fine, find out what the mutt knows. I've already wasted enough time on this. He strode out of the room grumbling. Well, that's somehow relieving. He doesn't look too sharp. I might sleep in my bed tonight. The woman closed the door and took the seat in front of him. Forgive his manners. Being in charge can be very stressful. Yurei Kai Thailand, correct. The son of Relin and Alana Thailand. Her smile looked so genuine Kai trusted it less than Flynn's description of shifting shadow. Yes, Kai was pretty sure the badges on her uniform weren't those of an inspector, but he managed to clump his mouth shut before it could blabber. He bobbed his head. Can you tell me why I'm here? Yes, you must excuse the sudden summon. We're investigating a difficult case and could use all the help you can give us. There is no need to be nervous. I'll ask you a few questions and send you on your way. That answered exactly nothing. What are they hiding? Yes, Mom. I'll do what I can. Excellent. There might even be a little reward for you if you know something important. She winked with a conspiratorial look. So don't hold back on any details, no matter how minor they are. You were born in Whiteshore, correct? Kai answered a series of random questions about his life, his parents' occupation, and personal interests. He couldn't tell what she was after apart from muddying the waters. She focused on mundane details and then flew over the estate. This can't be about me if the commander didn't think I was worth his time. Was it all a ruse to lower my guard? Despite his ego, he wasn't important enough to require such measures. He left improvisation in charge of his body, while sticking mostly to the truth, not counting his feelings on the Republic. Flynn told him being entirely honest was as suspicious as lying when talking to someone with a truth detection skill. Enforcers loved taking those abilities. Surai noted down his interest in history and turned the page. You were involved in an accident with a sea serpent about a year ago. It was in the Vastaire ruins on the western coast. It was surprising they knew since they had harvested the remains. Yes, I was there with my friends to visit the ruins. Did you notice anything peculiar before the beast attacked? I don't know. Kai scrunched his forehead. It all happened so quickly. The serpent came out of nowhere, and I thought it would eat me. Thankfully, it was already injured. Surai nodded sympathetic. You were lucky indeed. Do you have any idea where the sea serpent could have come from? It came out of the sand near the ruins. I see. Then one final question. You've been very helpful, Kai. She pulled out a sheet from her folder, placing it before him. Do you recognize any of these symbols? He observed them intently. I think they are Vastair glyphs. My dad had a few of them, and do you know what they say? No. Surin smiled again, a wide grin. Why don't you take a second look, Kai? I think you might remember something. Surin leaned in, seeing through his act. Was it a truth-sensing ability, or did she notice contradictions in his answers? It might also be any number of strange professional skills. Fuck it, I'm so tired of this shit. He had played their game for years, tiptoeing around and playing dumb. Despite his efforts to mind his own business, he still ended up in an interrogation room. What was the point? If the Myrian Republic was going to screw him over, it wouldn't matter if he was polite. He might as well get some satisfaction. Let's try a different tactic. A glint of excitement flashed in her eyes, quickly hidden. You're quite a smart young man, Kai. Did your father teach you to read them? I can tell what they say in broad terms most of the time. We lack the context for a proper translation, and some glyphs are too rare to decipher. He slouched back in his chair. Why do you need to read the Vastair scripts anyway? What makes you think we need that? Kai rolled his eyes. It's quite insulting if you call me smart in one sentence and stupid in the next, Inspector. Surin, we both know you need my expertise with the ruins. It'll be faster if we don't talk in circles. The smile washed off her face. The inspector drummed her fingernails on the table, studying him. The reports didn't lie. You're quite something. I imagine you wouldn't have been taken in by the Lady of Blood if you weren't. You mean Lady Vuria. I knew that witch practiced blood rituals. That's one of her names. She appears to have left the archipelago for good and has been sighted on the continent. But this isn't about her. We could use your assistance with our investigation. Finally, we're getting somewhere. I see. What are you willing to pay me? My time is limited, and I already had plans on how to use it. Isn't helping your country and the safety of the archipelago reward enough? A shadow of mirth in her tone, so subtle he almost missed it. No, I want to be paid in gold and get access to the lists of restricted items. The mood in the room froze in an instant. Cern pressed her lips in a line, amusement gone. Those are some lofty requests for a child. I said we could use your help, not that we necessarily do. You're just one of many threads we're pursuing. Then you won't mind if I leave? Kai stood up, the chair rattling behind him. I would very much like to return to my bed if you don't need me. Stay where you are. We're not done. The inspector waved him to his seat, annoyed. Kai held her gaze long enough to make his point before sitting. It was a balance between self-confidence and arrogance. He had a few good cards in his hand, but so did she. If he played rashly, she might decide to arrest him with some bullshit excuse. If you're determined to be uncooperative, we can go ask your sisters or mother to help. Perhaps they'll be more inclined to earn the Republic's gratitude. She can't read your thoughts, just your reactions. His fists clenched beneath the table. Whether it was a veiled threat or subtle probe, he couldn't give them a weakness to exploit. Go ask them to translate the glyphs, he snorted. I am the only one who took up my dad's research after he died. They want no more than the grandma across the street. There isn't another Vastair expert in the archipelago, or the continent for that matter. I am the only living person who can help you with this task you want mention. He stared back in defiance. Clues and snippets of information had begun to paint a picture in his mind. He wasn't going to let her walk over him. You seem to have thought of everything, kid. She regarded him with a pitiful look. But we don't need you, just your knowledge. I can send a team to retrieve the notes and journals your father left you and solve the problem without you. Damn cheaters. Kai gritted his teeth. I didn't know the Republic was into thieving. We are duty-bound to confiscate any material for the common good. Surin smiled coldly. You'd receive a fair compensation for your contribution, of course. Yeah, fair like merfolk's generosity. Kai exhaled a dramatic, slow breath. She hadn't won yet. I guess you could do that. Given that you would never find the entire research, and you'd lack the information my dad told me personally. But yes, if you're lucky and have a good scholar at hand, you might decipher the notes and get a half-decent translator in a year or so. You're underestimating our resources. We have a team ready to study the material. Good luck with that. I left the most important volumes in my ring, and you underestimate my dad's notes. But sure, want to do 6 months. 5, I don't think you have even one. Kai spoke with a confidence he didn't possess. You came to get me in the middle of the night without knowing if I would be of any help, and you don't strike me as a common officer, yet you are willing to spend all this time on a tiny chance. You're not the only one who has been listening. Surin's face was a mask of ice. The fact she didn't let anything show was telling. Kai tasted victory on the tip of his tongue. I'm going to guess your situation must be quite desperate, or maybe it worsened today. That would explain the sudden summons, so how close am I? The inspector observed him in silence. Coming to a decision, she gathered the papers into her folder. Withholding information against public safety is a serious offense, even for a minor. Maybe a night in a cell will make you more cooperative. I'll check if your father's research is as complicated as you say. Shit, I pushed too far, good job, brain. Kai felt himself sinking in the chair. No one liked cocky brats. He had let years of irritation surge forth at once. If he annoyed her beyond reason, he was done for. Keep calm, she could be bluffing. You could just pay me and spare yourself the hassle. The Republic can afford it. He struggled to keep his voice firm, showing panic would seal his defeat. You could do without me or coerce me to help, but they'll both take time and not be as effective as my willing cooperation. Did I overestimate my value? The rhythmic drumming of her fingers filled the gray room. Surin made a show of pondering the matter, enjoying how the scale had shifted in her favor. It's late. Perhaps it's better if we talk again in the morning with a clear head. Damn it, I won't be so agreeable tomorrow or any other day. Kai crossed his arms like a stubborn child. The impression wasn't hard to sell. He had a vague idea of what was going on, but his knowledge and value would fall off if he got stuck in a cell. He could only hope her urgency was higher. The inspector halted, pensive again. You aren't worth being paid in gold, and at most I can grant you temporary access to the red list while you work for us. Why would I work for someone who pays me less than what I am earning? Surin broke her stony facade with a chuckle. Welcome to the world of public servants, Kai, do you think? I get paid in gold. No one joins the military to get rich. Great. Now I am an underpaid government employee. His nerves loosened a degree. Since they were haggling, the worst crisis had been averted. Still, the situation wasn't ideal. But you must get other benefits on top of your salary, probably a promotion if you solve this investigation. It's not the same for me. You're right, she unexpectedly admitted. With your grade and qualifications, I could find you a spot in my department, so you'd get those benefits too. What do you think? They're trying to hire me now. She sure doesn't waste time, then you can't complain. She dismissed the rejection without missing a beat. Y'all get paid in silver when you show your worth. Well, she got me damned misers. He could only make the most of his situation. His carefree life in High Arbor was over. What do you need my help for? I assume the governor didn't develop a sudden passion for Vastair's glyphs. Sadly not. It's a delicate matter that can't be allowed to spread among civilians and cause panic. And I thought you kept avoiding the topic just to be annoying. You were hurting my feelings. His mouth bladdered faster than his brain, and Kai cringed under her icy glare. Sorry. It's hard to discuss my temporary employment if I don't know what you need from me. Yes, I was getting to it. She pulled another file from her folder. Kai suspected it was spatially enchanted to contain so many papers. There have been a series of accidents around the archipelago. He flipped through the sheets and froze halfway through. There were several lifelike drawings of dismembered bodies. Swollen fishermen floated on the waves on shore. A family lay in a pool of blood in their broken house. A couple was nearly ripped in half on the jungle floor. I heard rumors, but I didn't think it was so bad. He didn't allow himself to show any reaction. He wouldn't be surprised if the subjects had been picked with purpose. Closing the file were pictures of dead beasts, a massive harpy eagle, an overgrown horned drake, a tentacled something, and a familiar sea serpent. As you can see, the situation is urgent. These are just some of the most recent accidents. Ordinarily, there would be nothing to worry about. Beasts' attacks are inevitable, but the numbers have been increasing at a worrying rate. Surin produced another paper with a grid filled with numbers. She didn't wait for him to read and started explaining. In the previous 60 years since the Republic started recording, there has been an attack from a yellow beast every 3 years on average. In this last year alone, we've already reached 11 confirmed cases, and we might have missed some. Despite the mild temperature in the closed room, cold sweat ran down his back, and you think these beasts had something to do with the ruins. Spirits tell me it doesn't have anything to do with what I did. Almost every sighting has happened around a Vastair site, and in your case, inside one. It's a pretty strong correlation. We need you to confirm if the ruins are indeed the cause and find a way to stop it. We have quarantined the ruins, but we don't have enough personnel to safety guard them all. Kai raked a hand through his hair. Can I examine your investigation so far? Looking for me probably wasn't your first idea. Y'all be presented with the information you need in due time. I'll assume you have accepted the task. Can I refuse? Kai rebutted, not that he planned to. If the attacks were getting worse, he couldn't ignore them and sleep at night. You can pass your father's research and any other spare piece of information to my team. Naturally, you'd have to sign a contract of silence. Yeah, hard pass. I wasn't lying when I said it would take months. My dad wasn't the most organized writer, and his research was never completed. I'll help you however I can for proper compensation. He wasn't foolish enough to work for free. With the excesses he had seen in the upper city, the Republic could afford to pay for a good cause. Inspector Surin snorted a laugh. I'll do what I can, but you'll have to prove you're worth it. She began to gather back her files when Kai stopped her. I've not finished reading that one. He snatched the paper with the number of accidents per year. Kai needed to know if his tinkering with the fate fulcrum had been causing this. His eyes darted through the grid of numbers, looking for the right columns. It wasn't the most intuitive system and lacked a graph, but he made sense of it. 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 4. He leafed through the papers and caught himself before he could sigh in relief. The upward trend appeared to have started around 6 or 7 years ago with 1 or more sightings. It reached 6 last year, but half had happened before they visited the ruins. The increase was becoming almost exponential. Guess the chance to summon a sea serpent was higher than I thought. Did you notice anything interesting? Inspector Surin observed him closely, just confirming when the attacks started increasing. They've gone over one every 3 years for a while. Anyway, we were discussing my compensation. He was at a disadvantage since he had to accept, but Surin wasn't haggling with her money and was impatient to close the deal. Used to negotiate with a merfolk, Kai was able to squeeze every last chip and benefit she was allowed to give him. It was a 2-week contract for a flat 20 silvers to be reviewed based on his contributions, a bet that he would surpass their expectations. It was far less than he would like, but when life threw him lemons, he could only freeze a lemon sorbet. He'll be expecting to see results. The inspector unlocked the door. Another enforcer with icy eyes was waiting for them outside. You can go retrieve all the material and essentials y'all need for your work. Officer Mackin will help you carry your belongings. Yay, I got a babysitter. I imagine he's here just to carry my bags. Do I need to sleep here in the precinct? Where did our trust go? I thought we had an understanding. You look away, and I promise to only steal half of what I see. Surin checked a silver pocket watch with a worrying smile. No, not here. Y'all be leaving for the ruins on Kawe. The Zeppelin leaves in less than an hour, so you better hurry. Officer Mackin is authorized to drag you if you're late. Kai slumped his shoulders. I've already signed your papers. I can reach my house and be back on my own. I don't doubt that, but the streets are dangerous at night, and we can't risk any unintentional leak of information on a mundane contract. I'll see you on board. Surin vanished down a corridor with unhurried steps, likely enjoying how their extensive negotiations had left him no time to pack or argue. Damn her. Let's go. Kai strolled to what he thought was the exit. The walk to his house would take 10 minutes at a steady pace, which made 20 to get to the airdock. He had a library of journals and loose papers to gather, not to mention clothes and other necessities. I'm going to strangle every single one of them one day. The exit is this way. Officer Mackin gestured to a door in the opposite direction. The man was in his late 20s, eyes like shards of ice, short military haircut, spotless uniform, and no funny mustache. He could have used one. He looked cold even by the garrison standards. Kai decided he would break that fod. This was the only petty revenge available to him, caution be damned. All he wanted was to be cozily wrapped in his warm bed instead of out here, bullet into helping. What's the point of worrying about tomorrow when you can have satisfaction today? He turned on his heels in the direction indicated. Do you mind walking before me? People will clear the way faster when they spot your friendly face. With a grunt of confirmation, stoic boy took the lead. Did I get rusty? It has been a while. Nagging was an art he had honed through many years and hefty sacrifices, Elijah, and Mui's especially. It was essential to determine how far he could push his target before they bit back. So what do you do in your free time? I mean, apart from perfecting your menacing gaze in the mirror. Any hobbies? I bet you're an enforcer like Surin is an inspector. Stoneface ignored his amicable attempts at conversation, walking faster. He could have used a few lessons in etiquette. Tough crowd, eh? Worry not, I never give up on difficult cases. Curious about his grunt friend, Kai extended mana sense through the wards of the precinct to probe him. The results shocked him almost as much as the man turning on him with the murderous look of a cornered drake. These stupid wards are messing with my skills. Why the fuck did I get a yellow babysitter? He must be at Mui's level. That's complete overkill. I thought we should get to know each other since we'll be spending time together. Kai smiled sheepishly. You must be good at beating the soul out of people to reach yellow so young, huh? Or are you older than you look? What kind of moisturizer do you use? Do you have a sample? I dabble in alchemy so I make my own. The blabbering nonsense worked its magic. Grumpy Dude lost his homicidal glare and stood back, looking almost repentant. Do not do that again. I don't like to be startled. Duly noted. He's sensitive about his age. Kai was welcomed by the chilly night air and familiar surroundings. He strode down the most direct road to his house. They must have spent a couple hours inside the headquarters. Taverns and pubs were alight with voice and music, but the streets were deserted. Do you know how much longer we have? About 46 minutes. The Zeppelin leaves at midnight. Shit. Hurry. Kai sprinted down the hill, uncaring of his demeanor. He'd get half an hour to pack for an indefinite stay. Shirts, notebooks. Can I pack my cauldron? I'd also need to carry herbs. This is a nightmare. Do you want me to carry you home? Serious boy offered. Wed move faster. The door opened on his first knock. Flynn stood there with disheveled hair and spirited eyes. Kai, are you okay? I thought his gaze fell on his stoic companion. They were so taken by my expertise, I got hired to tend a nest of grouchy snakes. Kai slipped inside and shut the door. Quick boy already inside. Damned distrustful babysitter. I'd curse you if you weren't totally right. Snakes. Flynn looked between them, brain trying to catch on. What are you talking about and who's this? Hell, piece together the clues later. Yeah, that's why the Republic kindly recruited me. Kai theatrically winked within the boundaries of the contract of silence. I've no time to explain. I need to pack my notes of the Vastaire and leave. The friendly neighbor who's giving me the stink eye is my porter, Mabin. What Mabin? I've kept your identity secret, and he's going to see which books are missing anyway. Mabin struggled to respond to such solid reasoning. We could have taken them all. You have no idea how many books I have. Why don't you sit down and relax while I get my things? Have something to drink, eat a snack. We should still have some mango ice cream. I'm here to assist you. Spirits, why did I need to get the zealous, paranoid officer? I already signed their stupid contract. What does he think I'll do if he let me out of his sight? He shouldn't suspect an innocent 12-year-old. Everything will be fine, he gave Flynn a reassuring smile. Kai marched up the stairs with Clingy Guy stepping on his shadow. There was no time to scheme or ponder, perhaps that was why Surin wanted him to leave tonight. Here's my room. Don't touch anything unless I tell you. The place was decently tidy apart from his work desk where his cauldron and tools waited to be cleaned. Every paper was neatly piled in its place, and the scent of herbs filled the air. Kai rummaged through his wardrobe for his old spatial backpack. The runes were double engraved and holding strong. Less gaping and more helping, Mabin. We need to pack every piece of paper and leather on these 6 shelves in 2 boxes. Be careful, some of these books are old. I'll hold you responsible if I find any rips or wrinkles. Snoopy Boy stopped contemplating the alchemy and engraving equipment and got to work. Kai had made no secret of his crafting abilities through his sales, though the Republic might not have been paying attention. They'll do it now. I bet this will go straight into my file. He was going to yell at the unfairness of life later. First, he needed to gather every scrap of information on the Vastair. He wouldn't give the Republic any excuse to search his house by missing something. The journals were on their shelves since he had made little progress researching the space anomaly. Kai combed his bedroom for any stray paper while his porter fit the bulk of the material inside the backpack. Mr. Suspicion never took his eyes off him, as if he'd leave unsanctioned clues. I can't be too obvious. Hopefully I've given Flynn enough hints. That's everything. How much time's left? 14 minutes, Clock Guy answered without hesitation. 5 till we go. Kai bit back a curse and darted around his room. He threw random clothes, potions, and equipment inside a second bag. His mom would have disowned him if she saw such sloppy luggage. Done. He forced the flap closed, tying the latches. Note to self, keep a bag ready for emergency evacuation. Damn, I wanted to bring my cauldron. His handy porter grabbed both bags, jaw clenched when he lifted the spatial backpack. Even with the enchantments having the load, it must weigh half a ton. At least he doesn't go out of his way to be an asshole. Or is he just committed to being here to help? Don't hold it by the straps or y'all risk tearing it. The beast leather would hold, but why should Kai take the chance? Simon, it's my favorite spatial bag, and I wasn't the one asking for this. Do not try anything stupid, Paranoid Guy muttered before switching hold. Does he think it's a plot to slow down his reaction when I stab him? Can't say I didn't consider that, though that's a bit much. Maybe he's just thinking I'd run. I'm incapable of doing something stupid even if I tried. Time, 30 seconds. There was a 100% chance he had forgotten something he would remember as soon as they left. They headed downstairs to find Flynn waiting with 2 bags of his own. I'm coming with you. You're not. Kai's heart warmed at the attempt despite its foolishness. There's no reason we both go feed grouchy snakes. Even if he could convince Surin he needed an assistant, which was doubtful, it was a terrible idea to drag them both under the scrutiny of the Republic. Flynn was the last person who should attract their attention, especially when he was weakened from the discard. We need to go now. Officer Mackin picked this time to act bossy, right when I was starting to like you. It'll take a minute. Go wait outside or we'll end up wasting longer. Kai held his gaze, wondering if Mr. Deathstare would bump him on the head and carry him with the bags. 1 minute, I won't ask again. Nosy Boy left the door ajar, standing within earshot. Could be worse. Flynn nervously chewed his lip. I won't let you go alone. There is no need to stab yourself in the leg for solidarity. Kai wished he had the time and privacy to explain. Alas, you can barely stand on your feet without a profession. Y'all be more helpful here. Someone needs to warn my family, and rise he'll be away for a while, and keep an eye out for the usual things. Kai looked straight into his worried eyes. It's the best way and you know it. Stubbornness and conflict struggled before falling to begrudging resignation. Fine, Flynn deflated, leaning against a wall. At least take my lucky ring. I'll feel better if you have it. I've kept enough luck for myself. Kai took a second to get his meaning and 2 more to decide. He grabbed his spatial artifact, confirming the fate fulcrum wasn't inside anymore. It'd be a risk if discovered, but he wouldn't be burned as a heretic. The secret closet contained the notebooks with his investigation in the ruins, his best potions, and an arsenal of weapons including his enchanted sword. What's the point of having good stuff if I don't use it when it matters? Same for you. Flynn gave him a smirk that was only slightly forced. I'll take care of things and continue my work. You be careful. Always am. See you soon. With a curse for the forced timeline, Kai closed the door behind him. His trusty sidekick waited below a lamplight, sizing him up with an inscrutable look. Hold on, we can't be late. The man didn't wait to lift him like he was another bag. What are you do? His protests were swallowed by the wind. Without warning, Mr. Jerk raced up the streets to the air dock at breakneck speed. Shit. He held on for his life, ribs grinding against his steel grip. Muscle Dude carried his luggage on one shoulder, spatial backpack in one arm and him in the other. There was some mana skill going on, but Kai couldn't focus enough to examine it without getting discovered. They must have looked ridiculous. Thank the spirits, there was no one to witness his indignity, except for a man hugging a tree too drunk to remember them. The ride got bumpier up the hill. It was a relief when vengeful Guy put him down in front of an enchanted fence. Kai wobbled on his legs, heaving like he had been the one running. Was that necessary? You bruised my ribs. Is this what it's like to have a physical yellow profession? I should have asked Mui to show me his limits. You wanted time to say goodbye and told me not to carry your backpack by the straps. The insolent porter explained with cold logic. Kai was sure he was being made fun of, though there was no sign in the tone. He's more devious than he looks. Can you walk to the berth? I can. Kai stumbled forward, hands raised defensively to prevent being grabbed again. The enclosure around the air dock blocked perception skills and was patrolled by guards that interrogated anyone who strayed too close. The berth tower was a critical infrastructure through which the wealthiest mainlanders traveled, and hundreds of gold coins were transported. No expenses were spared to ensure the safety of the facility. And yet the obstacles that had thwarted his curiosity for so long proved no match for a sheet of paper with a hawk's sigil. They were easily waved through, though Kai got no chance to snoop around as they raced the last stretch. The air dock sat at the top of the smaller hill. It occupied the space of 3 mansions on Prime Estate. Anchored by taut chains to the berth tower, a silver zeppelin floated 10 meters off the ground. Shrouded by darkness, its large oblong shape covered the moons. Kai couldn't stop himself from gawking. He had always seen them zip by in the sky, often no more than a dot on the horizon. Up close it was the size of a blue whale, a behemoth placidly hovering in the air. 2 pairs of rotor blades buzzed on tiny fins and a slim gondola with round windows cropped underneath. Our ride leaves in 2 minutes. Officer Mackin rushed him inside the high building. They climbed several flights of stairs and popped out on a narrow platform near the top. A hanging bridge linked them to the gondola of the Zeppelin. Kai stepped on the swaying wooden boards, the troubles of the night forgotten before the flying vessel. He wanted to sail on one since he had set foot in High Harbor. The night turned to day when he used mana sense. The ship was covered in a web of cloaked arrays brimming with power. Despite their similar appearance, its workings differed greatly from helium balloons used on Earth in the 19th and 20th centuries. Kai recognized delicate air runes and obscure gravity runes. Their shapes shifted as he looked to hide their workings. He wouldn't have minded staying on the suspension bridge to admire the marvel of magical engineering for days. Unfortunately, he had impatient Guy pressing him forward. With one last step, the door locked shut behind him. Crystal globes suffused the area in a soft light. The room was sparsely furnished with engraved alcoves and paintings that made it look fancy without taking up space. Crates stamped with the hawk sigil lay neatly piled in a corner. A woman in a blue and silver sailor uniform came to talk with Officer Mackin. Kai eavesdropped on the conversation till it was clear they were talking logistics. I'll get the chance to see what the Republic is up to and solve the mystery of the Vastaire ruins. I just need to not get gutted till then. The floor of polished wood swayed gently when the chains and the bridge linking them to land were loosened. Kai wouldn't have noticed they were moving if he wasn't looking at the morphing landscape outside the glass window. Among the arrays that encased every surface, some must be responsible for cushioning shocks and vibrations. Thus far, Kai was able to conclude one thing: the cloaking was irritatingly good, rivaling what he had seen in Edgar's workshop. Runes shifted and clouded his sight. He had no idea where to start cracking them. Did you see something interesting? Inspector Surin spoke up behind him, wearing an affable smile. You cut quite close to our departure. I had a lot to pack and little warning. Kai reciprocated the empty expression. He was relieved to notice his backpack was still nearby. He had no doubts the Republic would get their hands on his research eventually, but there was no need to make it easy. Well, Dad would have wanted to freely spread his research far and wide. The guilty thought rose unwarranted and true. The bulk of the books weren't his work to hoard, though Kai hoped his dad would understand the situation. When dealing with an overpowered party, he couldn't give up any advantage. Surin followed his gaze to the bag. Her composure cracked when she tried to pick it up. If she was yellow below her cloaking, she hadn't picked a physical profession. This is quite heavy. Your father's research is more extensive than I thought. Is everything about the Vastaire? Yes, most of them are accounts of little use and extensive theories on their language and culture. The important bits for your investigation are about a quarter of the material. Unfortunately, I had no time to sift through them. I see it's better to be meticulous than to miss something. You did well. Was there anything you forgot to bring, maybe in Silspring? I could send someone to get them for you. This is everything. Kai grabbed his backpack, dragging it on the floor. As I said, my family gave everything to me since I was interested in the research. She had better stay away from them unless she wanted to make him do something reckless. Actually, there are a few volumes missing. My dad sold them when the governor's relocation left us stranded in Greenside. It would be great if you could recover those. Surin ignored his jibes. It has been several years, but I'll see what I can do. I can store your spatial bag in the cargo hold if it's too unwieldy to carry. Over my dead body, the woman scrunched her sharp brows, perplexed. What do you mean? Why do people love wasting time in pointless games? I thought we agreed not to talk in circles. No ordinary inspector would command a yellow-grade officer who is not a simple enforcer be put in charge of this operation. So who are you? He was certain of his first deduction, while the latter was more of a gut instinct. That was why he bundled them together. Surin stood unruffled by his claims. Who told you I was in charge? I'm just following orders. That confirms she's not an inspector. Don't tell me the garrison commander is running the ship. If not by name, then you do it in practice. For all I know, you brought him to see me, so he'd lose interest. It was a risk to pass a suspicion as fact. If he was wrong, the whole charade would crumble. Just have to be right. I won't get anywhere if I play it safely. Kai gestured tiredly to the Zeppelin around them. Simon, it's not like I can go anywhere. We're stuck together, isn't that lovely? The woman regarded him, impassive. I'm military intelligence and one of the people overseeing this operation, she said. It was a vague answer, though that fit her role. I will look forward to your contribution, Kai. Her eyes looked over his shoulder. Officer Mackin will show you to your accommodations now. Nice talking to you. Don't miss me too much. This way. His stalwart porter lifted the backpack and led him towards one of 3 doors with a hand on his back. He didn't push but didn't allow him to wander off. Either they didn't want him to snoop, or the guy was eager to get rid of his charming company. Kai was too exhausted to protest. The last few hours had been a mesh of anxiety and frenetic runs. Now that everything was done, his problems could wait till morning. The corridors were well lit and lined with windows to reduce the cramped feeling. While the walkable area occupied more of the Zeppelin than he thought possible, the vessel was the size of a 2-mast ship. Every inch of space was precious. A one-way ticket to the continent cost gold had checked. Traveling inside the archipelago was cheaper, but the flights were monopolized by the Republic. There was no way to get in without connections or bribes. It hadn't been worth the investment to satisfy his idle curiosity. The Zeppelin was gaining altitude and speed, gliding away from High Arbor North. Streams of lights crowded the hills below, growing sparser into the inner city and then fraying into darkness at the edges, with just a few pinpricks in the farmland. The aerial view brought back old memories of his first childhood, nose glued on an airplane window to watch cities grow tiny. It had been so long. On the bright side, ill fly for free working for the overlords. 2 turns and a set of stairs later, they stopped in front of a door near the tail of the vessel. It looked like one of the smaller cabins, but there were no cheap rooms on board. If he didn't have to share with anyone else, he'd consider it a win. Ouch, and I thought we had something. Watching the man disappear beyond a corner, Kai considered exploring the ship, but the space was too cramped to move stealthily. If he acted suspicious on his first day, they'd never lower their guard, and he was sleepy. He managed to lift his backpack with empower. The lock was open. Kai turned the handle, ready to run into the warm embrace of Morpheus. He halted. The room was little more than a closet, with no window and requiring him to lean over to not hit his head. That wasn't the problem. A girl, sat on the narrow bed with a book on her knees. Her emerald eyes rose like she'd been expecting him. She wore normal clothes instead of a dress, though they still looked more expensive than his entire wardrobe. Taken aback, Kai dropped his backpack and empower surged in the nick of time to save his feet from being crushed. Hi Kai, long time no see. Vela put aside her book. Stop gaping and come inside. No. He shut his eyes, wishing her away. He had enough surprises for a day. Why couldn't he get some peace? The lack of sleep must be giving him hallucinations. Yeah, that was it. When he peeked between his clenched eyelids, she was still there. Damn it, spirits, whisk her away. Stop being dramatic and shut the door. I just came to say hi since I heard you were aboard. Kai studied her, thoughts swirling. Are you the reason I found 2 enforcers at my door? Vela pursed her lips, muttering strange words under her breath. As he thought she might be losing it, the door slammed shut behind him, brushing his neck. That almost hit me. Almost means it didn't, she sighed. The cabins are shielded against eavesdropping, so now we can talk freely. And no, I didn't have anything to do with your recruitment. I just heard of it and anticipated my departure. Couldn't you give me a heads up too? Kai narrowed his eyes. Can you prove your innocence? Don't be ridiculous. Despite what you might think, I don't have any power in the Republic. Entering a contract with Captain Surin will complicate things. I hope you read all the fine print before you signed. I meant to contact you sooner, but these last months have been very hectic, as you can imagine. She'd be more hands-on if she needed my help. What's the point of saving a favor that won't be valid in half a year? He gave her the benefit of the doubt. Kai crossed the meter, separating him from the bed, and deposited his bags. Scoot over. I want to sit too if we need to talk. Vela gave him a look worthy of a slighted princess and moved with a grumble. You didn't tell me you were an expert on the Vastair sites. I have many hobbies. Now, could you tell me why you're here? Kai covered a yawn. I'd like to get some sleep tonight, and I think you're in my room. How good are you at deciphering Vastair glyphs? Vela fidgeted with the fringe of her buttoned shirt. Can you help find a solution to the beast attacks? I can't say that for certain. But I am the best at what I do in the archipelago. Kai didn't even have the energy to be properly smug. What a shame. Why? Afraid I'm scamming the Republic? She gave him an exasperated glance. Be serious. I need to know if it's worth dragging you into this. If you hadn't noticed, they've already kidnapped me. Kai knocked on the wooden wall of his cabin. I appreciate the sentiment, but you are too late to rescue me. The Republic manages thousands of people all over the archipelago. You're not that important to the higher-ups. She pointed it out a bit too eagerly. I can find a way to get you sent home if you show them you're incompetent. Oh, it's too late for that. They aren't going to let me go anytime soon, and I want to figure out what's going on. He was going back to hide under a rock. Is the situation as serious as they told me? Have there actually been 11 beast attacks? She slumped on the bed, losing her regal poise. Probably more. The death toll is closing in on 100. Bless spirits, I almost wish they came to get me sooner. Silence fell in the cramped room. So what can I do for you? I imagine you came to cash in your favor. Yes, Vela was strangely hesitant. I need you to report everything you find out and hear to me. I know we agreed on nothing against the law, but the contract of silence only forbids talking to unauthorized people, and I got that covered. I'll understand if you don't want to take the risk. I can find another way for you to repay the favor. Finishing her piece, she held his gaze despite her clear unease. Or we could say we're even and leave it at that. No, why do you need me to spy? If you're on this ship, you must have access to more information than me. Yes and no, it's complicated. Vela clenched her small fist in frustration. I don't want to involve you any more than necessary. Disagreements inside the Republic. Tell me more. People won't stop squabbling till the moons fall on their heads. Want Surin be suspicious. My smiling porter knows you came to see me, and I don't think they'll share super secretive information with me. She looked perplexed before shaking her head. What you find will be enough. I often show interest in talented individuals, so that won't be a problem. Just act like you can't stand me once we land, and I'll take care of the rest. Yurei saying Yurei always a nosy meddler. Kai chuckled, clutching his heart in sorrow. And I thought I was special. I didn't say that, she protested, though her burning cheeks told a different story. It doesn't matter. Will you do this or not? Depends. Will this screw over the Republic? Vela watched him disapprovingly. It will help the archipelago and give a few headaches to some officers, she said diplomatically. It's possible a few will get fired, depending on how things go. Who am I to say no to that? I'll take that as a yes, and I'll accept on one condition. He used his index for emphasis. You also need to keep me informed about your side of the investigation. I don't care about getting entangled further. This isn't how this works. She puffed her cheeks. You know, you're the one who owes me a favor, not the other way around. You aren't forced to accept it if you don't want to. These are my terms. Take it or send me on a different quest, my lady. Fine, but I can't tell you now. They might actually suspect something if I stay here any longer. She stood up, slowing just enough to avoid hitting her skull on the low ceiling. Don't look for me. I'll contact you after we land, of course. It's always a pleasure dealing with you. Kai merrily waved goodbye. Please close the door on your way out. The walls of his cabin shook when she left. He dragged his bags closer and memorized the wrinkles in the leather, so he'd realize if someone moved them. His freed bed was just large enough to fit him comfortably. I can finally sleep in peace. Future Kai will deal with the problems of tomorrow. Ariane went through the stacks of reports, geological surveys, mana readings, death counts, beasts autopsies, wild scholars' theories. She had spread the documents on her desk, hoping to get some inspiration. How did they all connect? I should have gotten more feats. Why does she always have to be right? Every soldier made fun of fate till they got stuck in an impossible job. Nothing made sense. The table aboard the Zeppelin was too small for the papers. Now the clutter just irritated her. She rearranged the papers into neat piles. Her eyes skimmed through the information. If she excluded a mana oddity linked to the ephemeral realm, magical phenomena still followed their arcane rules. How did high-grade beasts relative to a Red One area and the remains of an obscure civilization from the previous era fit together? The command had been convinced the ruins attracted yellow beasts like a siren's song. It was possible marine and avian beasts reached the archipelago, but what about land-bound animals? Did they swim from the continent? That silly idea was put to rest by the last zoological report. Among the carcasses recovered, there were draconic variants and deep-sea horrors that hadn't been sighted in millennia on this side of the continent. The amount of funds wasted on such an obvious dead end was infuriating. Any reasonable person would realize space magic was involved, though it presented some inconsistencies. The Mage Corps couldn't find any signs of teleportation. Linking two locations created detectable ripples and left behind essence residue and spatial tears. Even a bunch of graduates out of an academy should have found something. The beast's appearances pointed to the Vastaire sites with overwhelming evidence. She couldn't be wrong. It was the so-called mana experts who failed to find the shadow of a clue. Brain-dead morons. 90% of the personnel here were failures or greenhorns, but they couldn't all be idiots, could they? Were the teleportations somehow concealed? Magic on that level was beyond yellow grade and exceedingly rare. Ariane realized her nails were leaving grooves on the table. Pushing aside her vexation, she covered the damage beneath a stack of papers. With all the sites quarantined, it was just a matter of time till she found something, a lead to follow. The issue was if someone else recognized the potential in the catastrophe. This investigation would make or sink her career. If the attacks continued escalating, the archipelago might face a massacre in the next few years. Failure to solve the situation would make her the scapegoat of her superiors, while success would net her a promotion. She knew that when she accepted, and also something else, the real prize, finding what was causing the beast's appearance and how to control it. Yellow beasts were uncommon outside dense mana areas. The discovery of rare species would attract the interest of the upper brass on the continent and make her rise through the ranks faster than her mother. She could leave these gods-forsaken rocks with a promising career and a senior office on the continent. May the 7 moons shine thy light on my path. She had never been pious, but she wasnn't in the position to reject any help. Only failures and idiots waste time on prayers to justify their own incompetence. Her mother would mock her. The gods rarely cared for the affairs of mortals, thankfully. It never ended well when the divine and earthly mingled. Ariane wouldn't refuse a little divine guidance. Time and chances were slipping through her fingers. She needed results yesterday. So far, her best leads were the trail of deaths and an impertinent child who should have been slapped harder by his mother. A quick knock dragged her back to the cramped cabin. Ariane made sure her desk and appearance were in order before answering. "Come in." Sergeant Mackin gave a formal salute over his heart, leaning slightly to fit inside the room. "Here to report as requested, Mom. Cold professionalism, efficiency, and no excuses." His file warned that his last assignment had ended in catastrophic failure and high casualties. Someone must have had it out for him to demote him to a desk job in this archipelago. The details of the case were classified, leading to all sorts of wild speculations among the board officials. The past was irrelevant, and his misfortune was her luck. It won her one reliable subordinate, loyal for the helping hand she had extended when no one else would have. It was also a reminder of the price of failure. "I can't take the fall for this." Captain Surin waved him over. "At rest, Sergeant. Take a seat, no need for formalities." The chair was too small for him, making the scene somewhat comical if one disregarded his glacial expression. His presence had made the paper pushers uneasy, giving no resistance when she poached him. Truly a bunch of morons. There has been no progress from the teams investigating the sites. The escaping avian beast has been shot down. Mackin summarized the expected news in a monotone voice. Vela Hydide was waiting in Kai's cabin at his arrival. They talked for about 8 minutes before she left, looking upset. How did she find out so quickly? The little demon spawn always nosed around where she didn't belong, getting her hands on all kinds of information and people. Another nuisance the command had saddled her with, as if she didn't have anything better to do than play nanny. Surin had considered getting rid of her, but the girl sat in a web of political connections. Anything that happened to her would give them an excuse for more interference. She unclenched her fists below the desk, voice cool. "What do you think of the kid? Is he worth the effort of bringing him on board? It's soon to say, Mom. What's your personal impression?" If time wasn't short, she would already have him arrested and confiscated his research. That backpack had been heavier than she predicted. Mackin pondered before answering. He's smart for his age and more accomplished in alchemy and enchanting than was reported in his file. I believe he didn't oversell his knowledge of the ruins and can contribute positively to the investigation. That was good, though Surin had learned to interpret his silences. There was a but coming. "Speak freely, Sergeant." "Anything I should be made aware of? I want your honest assessment." He gave a few hints about his recruitment to the adult looking after him, but nothing that could be considered a breach of contract. It was too vague without prior knowledge of the situation. He gathered all the Vastaire material in his possession, and I found no hidden compartments. Mackin paused again, pensive. It's his character and attitude that might be a problem. He resents the Republic beyond being forcibly recruited, and speaking frankly, Mom's one of the most irritating punks that I've met in a while. There was no anger in his tone, maybe a sliver of mirth, hard to tell with him. He was indifferent to my aura and repeatedly tried to provoke me, not stopping even after he verified my grade. Surin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She had seen senior officers being afraid to raise their voice at Mackin. That kid was either extremely clever or a complete moron, and considering by whom he was taught, it was to be expected he wouldn't be intimidated by a presence alone. Given the average grade in the archipelago, the kid must consider himself blessed by the moons themselves. He would be in for a rude awakening. His masters were gone, and the talented child was still a child. His dislike for the Republic might have to do with his father, she mused. The report didn't specify the circumstances of his death, but it was in the aftermath of one of the local governor's plan to increase prosperity. It's likely he considers the Republic responsible. The truth didn't matter. Politicians always complicated her job. That brute and his harpy wife had been a thorn in her side from day one, pushing the boundaries of their authority into military jurisdiction. Good thing the commander was attached to his measly power and kept them busy. Suren clicked her tongue. We can't afford to compromise the territory's security over a child's petty grievances. Use whatever means necessary to handle him if compliance becomes an issue. Yes, Mom. A loud knock made Kai jolt awake. His bags lay untouched beside him. Checking that there was no drool on his chin, he rolled off his bed and put on a shirt. Coming, a woman in a blue and silver uniform waited for him with a tray of sausages, eggs, and a glass of pink tropical juice. The window behind her stole his attention. A stripe of grassy land and the crystal sea beyond, unmoving. Is this Kauai? Damn, I wanted to see what it was like flying during the day. The vessel will disembark in 20 minutes, sir. Please let me know if there is anything else I may assist you with. Sir, do I look like an old fossil? He'd never understand the obsession with formality, but it was easier to go along with it. Maybe that was how it happened. People who couldn't be bothered to argue let the stuck-up individuals win. Is there a bathroom on board? This way, sir. Kai prepared for what would undoubtedly be another exhausting day. With a full stomach, he might just survive. The berth tower was a compact construction standing on a cliff and surrounded by plain military buildings. He was relieved when his faithful porter came to carry his backpack. Good morning. I missed your smiling mug. It works better than a cold shower. I hope your bed was larger than mine. The prankster of a chap answered with a grunt and strode away with his bag. Rest is important. How are you going to carry my bags if you get sick? Kai was forced to hurry after him, not in a chatty mood. Fine, I'll take the burden of talking upon myself. They joined the line out of the Zeppelin. Officers with dour faces carried crates and luggage. Vela walked ahead with her maid. She granted him a ruffled glance before ignoring his existence. She's good at this. If I didn't know better, I'd think she's mad at me. Packed inside a crowded room, he toned down his friendly banter. His skin wasn't thick enough for the collective attention, but Mackin must have caught on and stuck close to other people once outside. The wind buffeted them with sharp gusts. The cliff with the air dock plummeted 20 meters into the sea below. Kai had heard you could glimpse the shore of Canlon, the twin island, on a clear day, and people walked between them with the low tide. There were no clouds and no land in sight. Maybe his perception wasn't high enough. A town spread in a bay a few miles south. If his memory served him right, it was Eastwin, the largest settlement on Kauai. It looked similar to Silspring, just lacking the polished district and colorful houses. Kai had no time to explore or talk to people. The procession marched straight to the port and into two barges waiting for them. Before the sun closed on its zenith, they were sailing on rolling waves. Kauai was the third smallest island, so they should reach the ruins on the northern coast before dark. Vela and Suren were on the other boat, battling for who could stand more stately on the deck. It's a tough call. This might become a test of endurance. Kai was ready to spend another day of fun with his best buddy, but Mackin walked up to him with another guy. Looking to replace me already. The newcomer didn't look like a threat to their friendship. He wasn't too old, but his blonde hairline was fighting a messy retreat. The yellow rope he wore was tight on his belly, and the silver rings on his fingers had lousy enchantments to make them shinier. Kai, this is Aldred Marlene, Mackin introduced. He's one of the scholars working on the Vastaire ruins. Y'all show him your research until we reach our destination, and he'll update you on our progress. They did mention something about work, what a bummer. Hi, I'm looking forward to comparing notes. He extended his hand. Maybe this was what he needed for a breakthrough. The intruder looked down his nose with undisguised disdain and ignored his greeting. A promising start then. A room on the barge had been reserved for them, the floorboards creaking under their steps. Mackin put down the backpack and stood guard by the entrance. Show me what your father left you, boy. Aldred tapped his foot. He hadn't carried any books or papers with him. I don't have all day. Yade grant me patience. He didn't need to like someone to work with them. He had been hired to do a job and had his professional pride to uphold even if the pay was a scam. We can start with my research and then discuss what the Republic found. There were 2 round tables and a few crates arranged together. Kai began unloading the books and folders from his bag. In the hurry to pack, the various sections got mixed together. He had to take out quite a few before he found what he needed. These are my father's journals on the language. He never got the chance to organize all his notes, so they are a bit messy. We should start. I can read on my own, boy. Aldred tried to shove him away, looking surprised when Kai didn't budge. They were both late orange, but only one of them was keeping up exercise. Well, I tried. He went to sit beside Mackin. What? I'm available if he needs anything. The proclaimed scholar sneered. I want. He browsed through the journals with the glow of a skill around him, squinting to make out Rellan writings. See, he's got this. Kai settled in for a long wait, using Mana Echo to copy his skills. The man had an orange profession, and it wasn't like he had anything better to do. Aldred had 2 skills that enhanced his reading speed and memory of what he had read. There were probably more abilities at play, but Kai could only copy those that used mana. A couple hours later, he tested the new echoes on one of his journals. These might actually be useful. What's that book you're reading? Aldred demanded with nervous sweat on his forehead. Your father must have written a paper with his findings. Kai gave up his read with a sigh. I told you he didn't get the time to do that. Everything I have is where you can see it. Most of the organized summaries he made were in his ring to conveniently check them when he needed them. Why don't you let Kai explain to you what he knows? Mackin proposed, though his usual cold tone didn't lend itself well to diplomacy. Are you a scholar too now? Aldred pointed his finger, a shade of purple growing from his neck. I've got everything under control and don't need to get anything explained by a country boy. It's a lot of material to parse, and I can't focus if the boy keeps distracting me. Kai gave Mackin an I told you so look and patted his shoulder. I'm sure he's got this handled. Several hours later, Kai walked on the deck with 2 new skill echoes in mind. He stretched his limbs in the dying sun. It had been an enjoyable time after he removed himself from the situation. Just the occasional innocent remark to stoke the flames. He didn't have to do much really. The more Mackin insisted he helped, the more worked up and irascible Aldred got. It had quickly degenerated into a one-way shouting match, with the scholar questioning the grunt's intelligence and demanding to talk with his superior. It has been a while since I saw a good soap opera. I really thought he would punch him in the end, but he only marched out. Maybe next time. Beyond the near shore, trees had been cut down to make space for the Republic's camp of operations. He had been told the ruins were just beyond a ridge in the nearby jungle. The first barge was unloading while theirs closed in on shore. He had underestimated the scale of the operation. There were dozens of box-like buildings and tents in a military grid. Squads patrolled the area or helped carry crates off the boat. Kai did a double take and squinted at the figure on shore that looked strangely familiar. While Kai had never seen him in a dark blue uniform, he would recognize that unreasonably large figure anywhere. As the barge rowed closer to shore, he became certain. Feeling the attention on him, Lou turned to the approaching boat and met his eyes. Distance hid his surprise right till he dropped the crate he was carrying. He hurried to pick it up and scurried away amidst the yells of some senior officers. He could have at least waved. 2 streams of people carried supplies to opposite ends of the camp. Nothing too unusual by itself, but the people in the larger group wore black or gray uniforms, while the smaller stream had different shades of blue like Lou. There was also a third group that didn't follow that logic. Some wore common clothes, others had colorful robes with no matching style. They kept away from the bustle and looked more interested in checking the cargo. I didn't miss what you did. Mackin came to stand beside him, more somber than usual. I've no idea what you're talking about. His perplexed look was the picture of innocence. You 2 did a splendid job on your own. His eyes hardened. This is not a game, Kai. People are dying. You're here to help figure out what's going on, not to play games. Kai craned his neck up to look at him face to face. I don't recall ever refusing to help or holding back what I know. And if you want a nitpick, I didn't exactly have a choice in coming, did I? We need your father's research, but we can do without you. Really. His eyebrow rose with false amusement. Then I've changed my mind. Send me back with the barges and you can keep my backpack. You've signed a contract. That's convenient. If that's the problem, I'll pay you back triple for breaching the agreement as by law. Kai raised his chin in challenge. It was the smartest choice to tempt a soldier who just had his patience stretched thin, but he wasn't going to get bossed around. Mackin clenched his jaw. His gaze could freeze the stars. He towered over him, his mana presence swelling to press down on him. Oh please, you might crush me in physical stats, but stay in your lane. His own essence flared, cutting through the aura like an enchanted knife filleting a fish. Pushing mana outside the body left you vulnerable, especially if it was adrift. The man stiffened when he lost connection with a chunk of his aura. If you don't have any other brilliant arguments, keep your lectures to yourself. Kai turned back to the workers on shore. Their barge had connected to the pier and was being secured with ropes. How am I supposed to help when you put me in a room with a pompous fool with a fragile ego? Mackin stood back, placid as a lake. That man is an exception. We have many more competent people. He studied him with the slightest frown. I'll trust it when I see them. The rest of the day turned into a whirlwind of activity. People mingled with the newcomers. Lou was nowhere to be seen, and Kai wasn't allowed to wander outside the camp for security reasons. He had been assigned to the scholar quarters in one of the largest square buildings near the shore. The walls were a strange mixture of rock and compacted earth that screamed of magic construction. Before stepping inside, he sneakily tested them with his fist and bit down a curse. It was like hitting cement, not pleasant. There wasn't any give in the material, though it was crumbly when he scratched it with his knife. While he might be able to create something similar with earth magic, it'd be inefficient since he lacked the skill. Functional, but not made to last. How does it react to water? Fascinating, isn't it? A woman walked up to him, watching the dirt wall like it was made of gold. She wore a leather jacket, a green skirt stitched with orange patches, and long boots. Her red hair was gathered in a messy bun escaping over her glasses. You should have seen when they cast them out of the ground. I still have the shivers. If we're lucky, they might build another to make space for the new people. Kai took a step back from the strange woman. You are, oh foolish me. She pushed a lock off her face and enthusiastically shook his hand. I am Sonya, one of the scholars who's helping to crack the mystery. I'm more of an enthusiast and small-time adventurer, really. I was in the archipelago on a break when this started, and I have experience with forgotten civilizations and languages. I couldn't refuse the opportunity when they came whispering about magic and ruins. Kai blinked at the deluge of information, strange but harmless. She was late orange with her profession channels close to the next grade. I am Kai. Guess I'm also a kind of history enthusiast. Yurei, the kid that Darlo was talking about. Her teal eyes widened with delight. I heard Yurei bringing us new material to work with. Come, y'all be staying with us. Everyone is so excited to meet you. How does she have more energy than me when she's 3 times my age? He was dragged inside the construction with barely time to grab his bags. 3 men huddled over a table covered in papers and books, arguing over the original use of the Vastaire sites. A light globe hung on a rope over them. The group ranged from a grandpa with a snowy beard to a young man who hadn't lost his baby face. Look who I found, Darlo. Sonya presented him to the third man like a winning competition dog. He's the new boy they told us about. Put on the spot, Kai waved with a dumb grin. Sure, he had already burned any chance to be taken seriously. Nice to meet you all. Darlo looked at him from head to toe with skepticism. Yurei, the so-called genius child who's bringing revolutionary information. He was a thin, middle-aged man, and the unofficial leader of the mismatched group from the way the other 2 stayed back, probably because he was the only one with a yellow profession. I never called myself a genius. The research was my dad's work. I just studied it and organized a few things. The humble remark earned him a nod of approval from the grandpa and an awkward smile from the young man. Darlo had already turned back to the table, indifferent. It wasn't the enthusiastic welcome Sonya promised, but his expectations weren't sky-high anyway. As long as they kept an air of civility and didn't throw a tantrum, it was enough. I heard there was another scholar due to join us from a different team. Darlo glanced at the door like he expected someone to appear. Do you know where he is? Kai shrugged. They don't tell me anything. He hadn't seen Aldred since they came on land and wasn't eager to rehash the encounter. They like to keep a tight hold on information, don't they? You probably want to settle in so you can show us what you brought. Sonya dragged him towards one of 2 inner doors. Y'all be staying with me. Don't worry, I don't snore. Yade, have mercy on your poor servant. The room hosted 2 pairs of bunk beds, a chest, a table, and a couple chairs. A sheet hung separating them to provide some privacy. We won't spend much time in here, but I thought you'd prefer to share the room with 1 person instead of 3. Sonya showed him the spaces he could use. Take the bed you prefer, I don't mind. That's surprisingly thoughtful. Kai flung himself onto the empty side and set down his backpack. When he heard they'd camped near the ruins, he had prepared himself for some rough living conditions. This was worse than he hoped and far better than he feared. My poor shower, how lonely must it feel? It would take some adjusting to live without the comforts of his own house, but there was no point crying over spilled potions. The moment the Republic came knocking, he had said farewell to his privacy, though the plain houses left little space for hidden enchantments and spying. I'll need to verify if. Is this spatial bag where you keep the notes? Sonya kneeled beside his backpack, looking like a child with a cake she wasn't allowed to touch. Without enough glyphs and materials to compare, we've been stuck for months. Do you mind if I take a look? She sure doesn't waste time. Go ahead. Kai waved her on. Just be careful handling the older volumes. I promise on my eternal soul I'll treat them with care. I can tell we're going to be great friends. The smile she gave him wasn't half as bright when she took out the first book. We should probably show the others too. Damn, this thing is heavy. Let me help you. Do you want me to show you the research? My dad followed his own brand of chaotic order. Oh, that'd be amazing, she beamed. Then her shoulders slumped if you aren't too exhausted by the journey. A healer I know told me it's important for children to get a lot of sleep. I'm almost 13, with a half a year of approximation. Spirits, there is nothing worse than having to point out my age. Sonya gave him a once-over, adjusting her glasses. Of course, you must forgive me, my sight isn't too good. I can see you're a young man. I'm pretty sure those lenses aren't enchanted for visual acuity. The trio in the main room wasn't too eager when Sonya announced he would give a presentation. Darlo looked at him with open hostility, maybe afraid he would threaten his authority. That lasted till he opened his mouth on the first journal. The rest of the evening was a blur of paper, glyphs, and arguments. It was nice to have someone appreciate his research with such fervor. He never had anyone to share his passion for past civilizations since his dad died. They had barely scratched the pile of journals he brought, and his throat hurt from talking too much. He had no idea what time it was when he crashed into his bed, only that he couldn't hear a voice in the entire camp. The next day repeated much the same, bent over books and writings. Kai made ample use of the skills he nicked on the boat. Aldred had mysteriously disappeared, but no one had the mental resources to spare for him. Going through Rellen's research, there was tons of new information the 4 scholars needed to assess. Darlo didn't like him much, but maintained a veil of cold politeness. Kai had to admit he had underestimated the group. They had been held back by the lack of information since the governor demolished a third of the Vastaire sites. With the deluge of new material, they were flying through the books he had spent years studying. The new perspectives also made him notice details he had always missed. There was no time to explore the camp. He only went outside to eat at the mess hall and use the common bathroom. Sonia filled in the last gaps with disinterested comments. Though it remained unsaid, the division in the camp was hard to miss. One side was under the military, officially in command of the operation. The other smaller group was funded by the high-ranking officials and politicians who oversaw the archipelago. They were spearheaded by the governor and wore the blue color of the Republic. On paper, both groups worked to find a solution to the attacks, but when it came down to it, Kai'd bet an arm they had their own agenda. He wasn't sure where the safety of the inhabitants was placed on their lists, but it wasn't at the top. I basically get to choose which flavor of poison to take. This just keeps getting better. Trust someone who has tried. Don't get sucked into that nonsense, Sonia warned. You won't get anything apart from hurt and disappointment. Our job is to find the truth. Humans can't fight the seasons. You're right, he dutifully nodded. He hadn't seen anyone spying on them, though spies probably didn't walk around with a bell around their neck. The scholars were neutral freelancers hired for their expertise. Kai could respect that, but the archipelago wasn't their home. Once they were done, they would sail away and never come back. He didn't have the luxury to look away. Mackin stopped by to inquire about their progress. He talked to everyone individually and left without saying goodbye, the cold-hearted monster. Kai saw Vela and Lou amble around the camp, never finding the chance to talk to either. I get Vela, but why are you avoiding me too? You better not just be sulking that I uncovered your mysterious job. I promise I won't rub it in your face too much, just a week or two. The following day, the scholars got the chance to visit the nearby ruins escorted by 2 guards with blue uniforms. Kai was excited to stretch his legs and see the place for himself, his companions not so much. They had done several field trips and saw it as a chore that kept them away from real research. It's not the job of a scholar to recover the material, Darlo huffed, walking up the trail across the jungle. The ruins were a couple miles away from the camp, most of them uphill. And where's the fun in that? Sonia tried to cheer him up, but Darlo only deepened his frown. We might notice something new with the information Kai brought. The chaotic woman also didn't mingle well in Darlo's pecking order. Though she seemed unaware of Eider acted that way. She must be committed to avoiding politics. When they reached the top of the ridge, Kai thought he knew what to expect. He didn't. An army of pillars rose from the jungle that tried to swallow them. Vines, weeds, and trees climbed the ivory shards, unable to entirely cover the smooth surface. There were more towers than the 2 ruins he had visited combined. It's quite a sight, isn't it? Sonia shielded her eyes from the sun. To think Thave stood for 8 millennia. He tried and failed to count the buildings. It's massive. I guess it is compared to the other sites it is. If the measurements we have are accurate, this should be the 2nd largest cluster. Simon, it's even better up close. Kai rushed the descent to the annoyance of their escort. The towers were hidden by the trees' canopies before reappearing among the shrubbery. The vegetation at the end of the trail had been cut to form a clearing, where 7 magically constructed buildings and 24 people stood. Darlo patted the sweat off his brow with a silk handkerchief. Do we already have a planned route to explore? He turned to the woman in charge of their security escort. Yes, well, be divided into 2 groups and circle the site in opposite directions with adjustments according to your requirements. It's almost impressive how they managed to suck the fun out of everything. Can I go study the ruins alone? I'll have different interests since it's my first visit. Kai put on his best smile. The mana density was too low even for red beasts, not that they would pose a danger. I promised I'll scream if a vine tries to strangle me. The woman was unamused by the joke. Unfortunately, I can't let you go unaccompanied, and there are only 2 of us to protect everyone. I can go escort him if that's not a problem, Mom. A voice intervened. After ghosting him for days, Lou sauntered up to him like nothing. He saluted the guard without meeting Kai's gaze. Fine, let's play strangers. Don't you have other duties to attend, cadet? The woman's tone was suddenly more amicable. No, Mom. My captain cleared me for the day. I'm available to help where needed. I'll if you insist on escorting the little scholar. Keep him to the outskirts of the site and return before dark. Yes, Mom. When the 2 groups disappeared into the ruins, Lou finally stooped to look at him. Since I am more familiar with the terrain, I can show you the most relevant points of interest if that's all right with you. Kai fought to not roll his eyes. Sure, lead the way, guard boy. He followed the mysterious stranger into the greenery and waited to be out of the keenest ears before speaking. Why are you? Well, talk later. Vela wants to see you. It must be my lucky day. Not one but both his elusive friends wanted to talk with him. How do you know Vela, and what are you doing here? Kai was successfully sidetracked from Lou's stubborn secrecy. The dirt path ran through ivory pillars and gnarly trees grasping for the sky. The signs of the Republic's activity were everywhere: broken branches, moved earth, and hardened rocks like those for their houses. Lou stiffened his shoulders but didn't stop striding into the dense shrubbery. What did you think I was doing all this time? Going around murdering kittens? No, wait, you work for her. It's complicated. Why do people love to say that to avoid answering? So I'm too dumb to understand. You know, that's not the reason, Lou said, still marching ahead. I just can't talk about it. Kai struggled to keep his tone civil. I know you joined some shady project of the Republic, and you probably work for the governor since you wear his colors and he funded the scholarship program. I'm not here to judge, I'm sure you've got your reasons, but can I get one straight answer? Lou halted and turned back on him. His jaw clenched and the veins pulsed on his neck. When I say I'm not allowed to talk about it, he uttered through gritted teeth like every word took a colossal effort. It's not a trust issue, I literally can't tell you about it. The burly teen swayed like a reed and leaned against a tower to keep his feet. Tears swelled in his eyes for the first time since Kai had known him. Not tears of sadness or joy. When the drops ran down his face, they were crimson. Yade's mercy. Kai was at his side before he realized. What's wrong? Are you hurt? I've got every healing potion. He pulled a handful of vials out of his pockets using his ring, not caring how strange it looked. Mana sense scanned every inch of the towering body. He couldn't find anything wrong with him apart from strong fluctuations of pain. Potions can't help. Lou raised a hand to stop him, heaving for breath. I'm fine, I just need a minute. People who are fine don't usually leak blood from their eyes. Kai watched in case the symptoms worsened and he toppled over. What kind of fucked up shit did you get into? Is it some kind of magic or a curse? I can help if you tell me what's going on. Just a hint if you can't say more. Lou exhaled a slow breath. I've got no doubts you're an even better mage than you showed me, but you can't help with this. I did what I had to. Trust me, it's not as bad as it looks. I hope y'all forgive me if I don't share the details. He somberly chuckled. You're hilarious, I know. He smiled, showing blood on his teeth. You stupid dumb giant. I should have beat more sense into you as a child. Kai raked a hand through his hair and paced between two trees. There was only one explanation he could think of. You signed a soul pact, didn't you? He had read of magically enforced contracts, though the books never described the consequences of breaking one. He activated Aldred's memory skill. Mentions and obscured passages rose through the fog of years. Nothing that could help him now. Understandably, Lou remained quiet. A frown deepened on his brow. You don't have to say a word, I'm just thinking aloud. A pact must include at least two people. Who's the asshole that made you accept it? I swear I'm going to find them and squeeze their necks till their heads pop. Kai, stop. Lou took one faltering step, a hand on the tower for balance. You can't make someone enter a subordinate contract against their will. Or maybe you have to say that. Just because you dress it differently, the essence doesn't change. There are plenty of ways to make someone act against their will. Kai stopped his manic pacing. A thought smashed his mind. Was it Viola? It hurt to believe he had been deceived so thoroughly, but she stood in the center of everything and didn't lack the social skills to pull it off. I'm such an idiot. Lou rubbed his temples. Opening his eyes, resignation mixed with determination. It's possible to sign a subordinate contract with someone of equal or weaker grade, but the pact will wear out quickly, and the backlash for minor infractions is proportional to the power imbalance between the parties. Is he reading a textbook? You're saying it's not her. Kai regretted not delving deeper into the topic when he was at the estate. Vuria only gave him access to generic volumes, but they didn't mind answering questions when they were in the mood. I'm just explaining common knowledge about contracts. I can't control your thoughts. Oh, there is a little wiggle room. So it's not her. A contract between them wouldn't be very effective. She was just an enhancement higher than Lou. The discovery brought him an annoying amount of relief. She's still involved, somehow. We're running late. Lou stood firm on his feet. She needs to talk with you, and she can't disappear for long without attracting attention. You're right, I should go ask her directly. That's not what I meant, Lou groaned. Please don't tell her about this. We shouldn't keep her waiting. Where is she, Kai? Lead the way, guard boy. I promise I'll play nice if she tells me what I want. Lou studied his face, frowning, not that he had a choice. He strode across a patch of coral flowers and weeds. You are infuriating sometimes, you know that, right? Crossing a patch of thorny bushes, they reached an ivory tower covered in lichens and blooming blue vines. It rose 30 meters to a jagged top like many of its neighbors. We need to enter here. Lou nimbly climbed inside a window and stuck his arm out. Do you need a hand? I'll manage. Kai took a run up for a graceful bounce that almost crashed him into the other teen. I told you I could do it. Where is she? The interior was eerily similar to the towers on Yanlan, with earth and weeds in place of kelp and sand. Stray blocks of condensed rock piled here too. Compressed earth takes less space and it's easier to move. We need to go down. Lou pointed to the square opening in the floor. A rope tied to a boulder provided easy access. The diggers and earth mages have already cleared this area of dirt and rubble. We shouldn't meet anyone, but in case we do, you want to explore this area for research. Whatever you say, guard boy. You're the brains of the operation. And I thought the twins were a handful, Lou muttered as he lowered himself down the rope. Kai stepped into the hole and landed in a superhero crouch. Empower strengthened his legs to absorb the impact. The light dimmed since the windows were filled with dirt and roots. Show off. Lou was envious of his glorious entrance. Y'all sprain an ankle if you touch down wrong. Kai grinned. Don't worry, I don't have 3 tons of muscles to weigh me down. The unfairly large teen shook his head and climbed down the next aperture to the lowest level of the tower. It was connected to the underground complex with 3 doors. Scant rays of light filtered from the ceiling and cast most of the place in shadow. Dirt and rocks were piled in the corners. The air was damp, smelling of mud and moss. It must have taken an ungodly amount of effort to clear the room. Kai was curious to meet these earth mages. He had seen a few richly robed individuals on the day of his arrival, but they disappeared after that. How did Dad do it? The journals skimmed through the logistics of his exploration in favor of detailed accounts of architecture and glyphs. While there were skills like mana sense to perceive through rock and debris, it was easy to miss something. It was probably why the Republic went through the hassle to clear the ruins. Lu took out an enchanted globe to illuminate the chamber. Looking around to reorient himself, he picked the leftmost door. Don't you have a map? I've memorized the undergrounds, Lu casually said, definitely trying to get back at him. The meeting place isn't far, I'm just making sure. The site was many times larger than the Sea Serpent ruins. Not enough to get lost forever, but enough for an unpleasant day. They jogged through a series of winding corridors. The mana density was slightly higher at this depth. Maybe it was the dark and humid cold or the snake hissing in a corner. The atmosphere made him uneasy. Flashbacks of being chased through underwater tunnels crowded his mind. It's a little spooky, so what? These ruins are completely different. Another light peeked behind a corner, making him forget his worries. Vela stood with her arms crossed. A glowing ball floated lazily around her. She had left her swaying gowns for the pants, hat, and brown leathers of a stylish adventurer. You're late, I can't stay long. We're skipping greetings then, Kai said himself before her. What kind of pact did Lu make? What are the terms and who did he sign it with? Lu stared blankly at him, mouth open, aghast. Better to get to the point if time is limited. The princess was taken aback and barricaded her thoughts behind a stoic veneer. Her gaze shifted between them. Lu told me you knew each other. How much did you pester him? It's dangerous to flaunt a soul pact, so you know about it. How do I break the contract? You've no idea what you're talking about. I can't help you with this. Can't or want, Vela scowled. I swear if you say it's complicated, I'm going to hit you. Her eyes burned in irritation, but her voice remained calm. It's an intricate situation with many moving pieces. Cheater, I'm serious. Who's forcing kids to enter binding contracts? Lu recovered from the shock enough to glare at him. I'm an adult and 3 years older than you. I wasn't forced to sign the C. He swayed on his feet, clutching his chest with a pained grimace. A wet cough left blood in his hand. I assume this wasn't the first time you made him push his restrictions today. Vela sent him a reproachful look and helped Lu sit on a nearby boulder. He should be fine if you stop pressuring him. You can't tell me this is fine. He can't mention a word without bleeding. Vela stood up, hands on her hips. I'm not debating fairness with you. We must work with what we're given, not with what we wish it be. You'll only make things worse for him if you don't drop this. Seeing Lu's strained expression, guilt and anger bubbled. He needed to do something. There must be a way to void the contract. For every skill and spell, there is a countermeasure. Contract magic was studied to prevent exactly that. Otherwise, why would anyone bother? She patiently explained. Maybe there is a way on the continent, but it's not something we can get our hands on, and even if we could, it would create more problems than it solved. I can't tell you the specific terms, but Lu wasn't forced to accept the deal, and there are significant pros with the cons. Without information, Kai could only trust their words. Trust was frustration. Why can't he mention it if it's not shady? Vela pursed her lips. The fewer people know, the better for everyone. His fists clenched in irritation. How am I supposed to trust you if nobody tells me what's going on? Kai, please, Lu weakly said, attempting to stand up. Well, he's not totally wrong. Vela sighed, both heads snapped at her with surprise. Why did you think I called you here? I promised you an explanation on the ship, and I was going to if you had let me talk. It won't answer everything, but it might help clarify. Right, it was about the investigation. Seeing Lu's pale visage, Kai decided to accept the consolation prize for now. Oh, what's up with the two camps, and why do you both act as if you don't know me? Neither relationship had been particularly secret, and the Republic loved snooping. Because the military probably doesn't know about it, Vela answered for both. And it's better to keep it that way since you joined us in this mess. But it's easier if I explain in order. What do you know about the Republic power structure in the archipelago? Kai shrugged. The governor's on top. He had never been interested in learning the bureaucratic intricacies. How do you expect to improve things if you don't know how they work? Vela looked peeved. She smoothed her clothes, halfway realizing she wore pants and not a dress. Yes, the governor holds the most power, followed by the council and the heads of the various departments. At least that's how it works in a normal province, but the archipelago has been annexed for less than a century. Basically yesterday. Vela ignored his looks to continue her lecture. Usually the commander of military forces works under the political wing and the governor. But in new territories, stability and integration aren't assured, and the military wing has the final say if public safety is at risk. Right now, the beast's accidents are threading that line, and both want to control the investigation. You mean they're squabbling like children? Kai delivered in a flat tone. Ignore my face, I'm actually shocked to my core. But how does that interest me? Vela huffed. You mean apart from the fact the archipelago is our home, and you're now involved in the investigation, you read my mind. He nodded with seriousness. The princess looked strangely untrusting of his words. The two sides are keeping information from each other such as our acquaintance, and besides stopping the attacks, they want control of whatever is behind the beast's appearance. The whole archipelago could be impacted if depending the military gets their hand on it first. Beasts go on a murderous rampage, and the guys in charge want to figure out how to make a mess out of it. How could that ever happen? He hadn't expected the divide to go so deep. What if it's not something that can be controlled but only stopped for good? What will they do? I know the Republic does many questionable things and you've no reason to trust them, but they're humans too. They'll stop it. Oh, I am sure some are decent people. The question is how many, and if they're the ones in charge. Can you swear on that? I can do better. Vela held his gaze. I promise to do it myself if they delay. That's why I need you to tell me if you find anything. Can I count on you for that? Wait. Kai raised a hand to ask for silence. The unease he felt since coming down here had grown into something tangible. A terror suddenly gripped his guts. Hallowed intuition's ominous whispers rose, heralding nothing good. He stretched his perception to find the threat. Did some military personnel stumble upon their meeting? The threat had no clear direction, and Mana's sense didn't detect any other human in the vicinity. With the skill drawn, he quickly noticed when mana started to flow unnaturally. Motes gathered inside the ruins. Not again. I didn't do shit this time. There was no time to curse. Kai grabbed both Lu and Vela. We need to get out of here.